Chapter 5702 Crazy Survivalists Chapter 5702 Crazy Survivalists Design Spirits. That was Ves's brilliant idea. Well, to call it brilliant was a stretch, but he was quite confident he could make it work. Master Viro Goldstein certainly had his own opinions on this subject. He did not exactly radiate approval when he heard Ves's proposal. Design spirits had always been difficult for other mech designers to accept. They were not pieces of reproducible technologies, but living entities that were unique and difficult to control. The fact that most of them did not possess a tangible and physical presence in the material realm frustrated many people's attempts to get a grip on these spiritual entities. They could neither get a hold of design spirits or make their own. The only way to make use of their power was to negotiate with them, but how can that be done when they had already established an excellent mutually beneficial cooperation with Vase? I do not think it is difficult for you to deduce that the Red Association does not fully approve of your extensive use and reliance on your so-called design spirits. The projection of the bald master mech designer said, "Our association is primarily invested in the advancement of sciences, the development of technologies and the creation of new innovations that can rise above individuals. Class 9 design philosophies are known to have great hindrances in this aspect, but at least you have begun to pass on the basic principles of living mech design to others. You have yet to do so with design spirits, and we suspect that you have no intention of passing on their secrets anytime soon." Vase awkwardly smiled back. It is not impossible for others to create their own design spirits and attach them to their own mech designs somehow. So long as you have developed a design philosophy similar to mine and have a companion spirit that can perceive and manipulate E-energy to a much greater extent than ordinary humans, you should already theoretically possess the ability to imitate my work. In fact, I can still figure out a way to make design spirits without relying on my design philosophy or companion spirit. I created my first one very early in my career. If a young apprentice mech designer can do it, then you can do it as well. The raw master mech designer leaned forward on his desk and directed a pointed stare at his younger professional. I cannot. Believe me, I have tried, and so have others including the polymath herself. If the embodiment of the universal concept of truth in this dwarf galaxy cannot replicate this ability of yours, then that puts your statement into question. Are we that incompetent, or have you left out an essential variable in your story? This conversation did not go in the direction that Vase desired. The master was putting him in a difficult position. Red Association possessed an eternal hunger for technologies that could make mechs stronger and better. Nobody could deny the effectiveness of design spirits in enhancing the effective performance of mechs, even if they only worked indirectly through influencing the pilots. Was it any surprise that the mechers wanted the secrets to their creation and application in their own mech design projects? Vase had always known that the mechers would not tolerate the fact that he enjoyed a complete monopoly on them. Each day that passed where the majority of mechs did not have access to design spirits was another day that a lot more mech pilots died because their performance wasn't good enough. Master Goldstein did not need to mention these consequences, because Vase was already clever enough to receive the underlying message. This was why Vase did not like this situation at all. The survivalist was essentially using moral kidnapping to persuade Vase to, voluntarily, hand over his trade secrets relating to design spirits. What was egregious about this tactic was that it was working. Vase genuinely started to feel guilty about keeping such a powerful benefit to himself. He knew that a lot of mechs designed by many other people throughout the new frontier would definitely perform a lot better. This would have a substantial effect on the Red War. The ripple effects of this move could save the lives of billions if not trillions of people within years. All he would have to do was to sacrifice his monopoly on design spirits. It seemed that talking to Master Goldstein was not such a good idea after all. The survivalist acted on the interests of the survival of his race and did not hesitate to break the unspoken accord that existed between Vase and the association for many years. What a devious fellow. Vase was even clever enough to recognize that there was another layer to this inquiry. This was a test. How altruistic was he really? To what extent was he willing to surrender his personal advantages in order to make a major contribution to the Red Association? Was he loyal enough to the association, or would he turn his back on the mechers from the moment they started having a tough time? All of these considerations and more swirled in his mind as he tried to use all of his processing power to analyze every angle of this situation. There were so many implications to each decision that he could remain stuck for hours. Vase did not have that much time. He needed to supply a more immediate response, or else his silence would serve as a telling answer in itself. Since Vase was not able to make a clear and rational decision based on thorough, well-founded arguments, he decided to fall back to his old habits and let his gut reaction dictate his response. Design spirits are powerful, but they can also be prone to abuse. Vase slowly replied, I have always taken good care of my design spirits, but I am afraid that others might not be as attentive in managing their relationships with their own design spirits. They can also be dangerous, either overtly or covertly. I do not believe that most mech designers have the ability or the vigilance to properly monitor and control their own design spirits. You can leave that concern to us. Regulating technologies is one of our primary mandates. Master Goldstein smoothly replied, we are not incapable of dealing with entities that have no bodies. We are just unfamiliar with the unconventional methods that you have pioneered. I get it, but unleashing design spirits to a larger group of people is like handing them weapons of mass destruction. Sure, they can use powerful forces to create an amazing power reactor, but they can also develop deadly superweapons that can annihilate entire cities. The master mech designer sighed. We are not ignorant of the dangers. We do harbor many concerns about the uncontrolled proliferation of dangerous spirits that may go rogue and cause great harm to our society one day. However, you should know quite well that Red humanity is in a precarious state at this time. The Red War may have just begun in earnest, but our estimation of its future trajectory is not optimistic. If we want to win this conflict, we must make corrective actions sooner rather than later. This is precisely the time where you break the glass and pull the emergency lever. No matter what accidents might befall us when we have chosen to take desperate measures, these outcomes are still better than total extinction. The older man's argument reminded Vase of Professor Loban's description of the survivalist faction. During times of peace and prosperity, the survivalists behaved as the guardians of the current orders. They opposed radical measures for fear of threatening the prevailing order. During times of death and woe, the survivalists went through a complete transformation. They became more radical and proactive than they had in centuries, as they were willing to do whatever it took to guarantee the continuation of the human race. Vase began to question whether it was wise of him to continue to remain so chummy with the survivalists. Each and every member prioritized the overall interests of humanity as a collective above their own personal interests. He had gotten that sense from them since he started to befriend Master Moira Willix many years prior. Even the polymath, for all of her twisted ideas, only sought to stage a coup and forcibly crown herself as the Empress of Red humanity in the belief that her direct rule was the most beneficial course of action for the entire collective. Vase liked the transhumanists because they were crazy in an obvious way. Their motives were simple and clear. They just wanted to shed their weak human forms and turn themselves into powerful mechs with as much of their original human minds intact as possible. He could work with that easily enough. The survivalists, on the other hand, exhibited a much more difficult variation of crazy. They were extremists when it came to the survival of the human race and could be just as fanatical as a compact cultist whenever a topic was even tangentially related to their overarching goal. If there was one lesson that Vase had learned about the survivalists, it was that they either saw people as allies or enemies to their ultimate cause. The polymath may have behaved abnormally when she successfully cut off the Red Kingdom and almost established her dominion over Red humanity, but her attitude was actually a lot more reflective of the mechers than most outsiders realized. Vase could not forget all of the approving faces among the delegates during the end of the survivalist conference. The way that the polymath was willing to become an enemy to every other star designer and god pilot also reflected how extensively the survivalists were willing to go against anyone who stood in their way. Given all of these factors, Vase found it difficult to resist the pressure exerted by the projection of the friendly master mech designer. There are multiple categories of design spirits. Vase decided to explain. There are ones that I created through methods that I cannot fully explain. They are products derived from my talent and are probably incredibly difficult to replicate. There are also design spirits that are powerful entities or used to be back when they were alive. They may have physical bodies, as is the case with Arnold, or they may not have one, which is the case for most of my design spirits. I suppose I can teach you the basics of how to turn an powerful person or beast into a design spirit. That predictably triggered a pleased expression from Master Goldstein. This would be a marvelous contribution, Vase. Do not be concerned. I will personally ensure that you will be appropriately rewarded for your gift of knowledge. I am even at your disposal if you wish to obtain my input when you embark on the design of your ambitious support mech. Not so fast, Master. Receiving a lesson on how to turn an existing entity into a design spirit doesn't necessarily mean you can contract them for this purpose and begin to add their glows to your mech designs right away. There is another condition that you must satisfy before you can make this happen. What is the matter? Master Goldstein frowned. My assumptions may be incorrect, but as far as I know, a design spirit can only effectively be attached to a living mech design. The reason why is complicated, but the simplest description I can give you is that according to my own theories, I am actually forming a contract between two living existences. Is that so? Then that reduces the value of your gift. Its usage may remain severely restricted in the foreseeable future as the amount of people who are willing and able to design living mechs are too few and far in between. Master Goldstein looked deflated when he heard this caveat. He did not think that Vase was lying about this, so it seemed that there was no way to make design spirits universal, at least for the time being. Chapter 5703 The Trouble with Class 9 Design Philosophies Chapter 5703 The Trouble with Class 9 Design Philosophies Vase took the initiative to explain some of his views and theories on living mechs and design spirits. He had never really attempted to attach a design spirit to a mech design that was not alive, but he did not need to because he could already predict the outcome. He was pretty sure that design spirits could not attach themselves to mechs that were not alive. Although he did not really figure it out back when he first became inspired to use them in this fashion, his current understanding allowed him to understand a bit more of the inner workings of the forces he had been dealing with for years. The relationship between a living mech and a design spirit was similar to the relationship between a Larkinson and the Golden Cat. The fact that an ancestral spirit like Goldie was able to form highly similar connections between both humans and living mechs strengthened this theory. The biggest difference was that design spirits were unable to propagate their glows through humans, at least not normally. This suggested to Vase that the relationship between a design spirit and a living mech was deeper and more intimate. It touched upon more profound concepts that he did not understand, let alone identify. How exciting! There were still plenty of mysteries related to design spirits that Vase could explore. That did not stop him from making use of them as long as his existing methods worked. It was a pity that he was not able to help the mechers as much as they wished. I would like to verify your statement, Master Goldstein said and projected a first-class support mech design. Please attempt to attach a design spirit of your choosing to this work of mine. Vase stared at the master for a moment before he shrugged. Sure thing, I need to study your work for a bit. I need to get a feel for its conceptual existence. He did just that. The schematic displayed a highly sophisticated mech that possessed limited fighting capabilities because it was packed with support-oriented functions. Vase actually found that he was able to understand more of the tech and principles than he would have a few months ago. All of the focused studies on first-class mech design were beginning to pay off as machines of this caliber were no longer as indecipherable as in the past. Of course, a first-class mech designed for the Ra's combat forces was much more advanced and higher-end than a typical product on the market. There were many little areas where details and technical specifications had been blacked out in order to deprive Vase from learning about these details. While Vase could use the surrounding parts to deduce what was missing in these empty voids, there was little point in speculating on this. He just needed to get a basic understanding of this mech design. He understood that this was actually a pretty valuable opportunity to study a large part of the design of an excellent first-class support mech that was good enough to be employed by the Red Association. Viro Goldstein already bestowed Vase a lot of trust by exposing so many design specifications for a mech design that was bound to play an important role for the mechers. The mech design could not escape the multi-purpose leanings of high-end mech design. It possessed a lot of different modules that contained all kinds of handy features. It possessed a stealth system. It was able to repair itself and other mechs. It came equipped with an expansive ECM module that was particularly good at jamming large areas in space. It was equipped with a mini drive that enabled it to travel to other nearby star systems in a reasonable time frame. It was able to fabricate equipment by drawing on locally sourced materials. All of these functions sounded useful when just one of them was outfitted on a mech, but combining them all in a single support mech turned it into an infinitely useful machine that would remain relevant no matter the situation. That was a common characteristic among all multi-purpose mechs, as Vase had learned over the course of his studies. They did not have to fulfill every single role that existed, but they needed to possess a good enough selection of different functions to avoid turning into deadweight at any moment on the battlefield. Vase just found it interesting that even first-class support mech followed this principle, if in a different fashion than their direct combat equivalents. However, as handy as the aforementioned functions looked when they were all grouped together in the same mech design, there was one primary feature that stood out above the rest. It was the entire reason why Master Goldstein designed this new mech in the first place. It was a brand new system that was unlike anything he had seen before. Though he did not know how it worked, he was able to deduce its function by looking at certain clues. The selection of hyper materials was a clear giveaway. Pirani's alloy, named after the individual who invented it, Goldstein helpfully explained, it is an alloy that blends several hyper and exotic materials together to produce a synergistic effect. The key hyper materials used to form it are classified, but I can tell you that they are based on the space and negation attributes. According to numerous lab tests, Pirani's alloy is capable of projecting a narrow energy beam that can negate transphasic effects across vast distances. Depending on the power of the system utilizing this new material, the device can not only negate all of the transphasic properties of an alien warship, but also lock her down in material space, preventing the enemy vessel from fleeing by utilizing warp travel. What is the range of this device? Hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Up to a light second under ideal conditions. What? Really? Yes, but it will be difficult to maintain a sustained lock at those extreme distances. Master Goldstein admitted, there needs to be friendly assets in the vicinity of the target that can provide real-time targeting data to my support mech. All of those signals still have to travel back and forth somehow. That causes a lot of lag. That is true, but there are technological solutions that can minimize this problem. That still doesn't entirely eliminate the problem. Vase claimed, your support mech will miss its target sooner or later. At these distances, even a slight deviation can cause its negation beam or whatever you call it to go thousands of kilometers off mark. That is why this support mech is not designed to operate on its own. It is designed to be employed as a squad or in larger numbers for the express purpose of preventing alien warships from escaping the battlefield. Intrasystem travel is one of the prevailing advantages of our alien adversaries. Their original warp drives may lack our more efficient FTL capabilities, but they are still superior when it comes to traveling in real space. The Puelmers and the other major alien races utilize the most advanced native warp drives that are built with larger quantities of phase water. That makes many of their warships faster than many of our ship classes. That sounded annoying. The aliens could effectively cut their losses and run with any warship that was not already trapped. This enabled them to save more warships and bring back valuable combat experiences that could be used to teach other alien forces how to put up a better fight in the future. Vase took a few more minutes to study the overall design before he completed his examination. Okay, I understand the gist of this mech design. I will make my attempt now. This won't take long. It felt strange to make this attempt on a mech design that he had not worked on, but he just pretended that it was one of his usual products and followed all of the right steps out of routine. For all of the functions of this unnamed mech design, its primary purpose was to interdict the warp travel capabilities of enemy warships at extreme range. It relied heavily on spatial manipulation to do so, which meant that the Phase King was the most appropriate choice for this occasion. Try as he might, he could not embed the Phase King in the design. Just as he suspected, much of the reason was because he had not worked on this powerful first-class support mech design. Vase possessed a tenuous grasp on it, so how could the Phase King do any better? The fact that it was not alive did not help either. It isn't working. Vase shook his head. Believe me, I tried my best. This mech design is really good, but I haven't worked on it at all. The way I usually work is that I already have a design spirit in mind when I first start to work on a mech design. By continuing to hold this thought as I work, the mech design's connection to the chosen design spirit continually grows stronger as I near completion. Which means that it is not possible to attach a design spirit to a mech design unless you are personally involved in the design process. Master Goldstein concluded, well, that is disappointing. It is not feasible to have you work on every mech that is being designed throughout the new frontier. It is already unacceptable that you provide this benefit to a select number of mechs designed by us. What we seek is a universal method that can be understood, deciphered and taught on a systematic basis. Your solution falls short of this standard, Vase. Vase shrugged. It should be possible for other mech designers to do what I can do once they learn how to design living mechs. I am pretty sure that my wife Gloriana, Alexia Strian and maybe Kedis can do this by themselves already. I have also taught living mech design to several batches of Terran mech design students who have enrolled in my course. They may be able to do this as well eventually, though they will need to receive additional lessons. Master Goldstein crossed his arms. This is not acceptable. The efficiency is too low. You need to speed up your progress and realize your design philosophy. As long as you have made it this far, you can spread your teachings far and wide and reap considerable benefits from doing so. It is obstacles like these that are holding us back from promoting you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. Well, if the transhumanists continued to pressure Vase into speeding up the development of his Karman system, then that might not be an issue for long. That ended this particular diversion. Vase at least gave Master Goldstein a consolation prize by conveying the theory and his specific method on how to attach design spirits to living mech designs. It was up to the mechers to figure out what they wanted to do with it. Perhaps they had a rational mech designer in their ranks who had already learned how to design living mechs by freeloading off the lessons that he taught at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. It would only be a matter of time before his monopoly on design spirits would come to an end. It may take years or decades, but now that the Red Association successfully extracted this valuable trade secret from him, it was already a fixed outcome. Vase did not actually feel too bad about it. The mechers would definitely use it for the collective benefit of human society, though they would make sure they gained the greatest advantage of all in the process. Learning to let go and share valuable knowledge with the rest of the mech industry was a necessary process of advancing to master mech designer. It did not exactly feel good to follow this process, but that did not make it any less necessary. Vase was able to make peace with this fact even if it left a sour taste in his mouth. The compensation from the Red Association better be good, or else he would get really pissed. Chapter 5704 Another Vital Clue 5704 Another Vital Clue. You have been a good boy. We are pleased by your performance, your dedication and your willingness to take the greater picture into account. Our faction prizes individuals who have not only demonstrated great ability, but also the magnanimity to let go of trivial affairs and work towards the common good of humanity. Why did Master Goldstein have to use that cursed phrase? Vase did not like being called a good boy. He was a man. He accomplished more in his life than the vast majority of mech designers throughout the history of the Age of Mechs. He wasn't even a boy anymore, as he was already a father of 3 lovely children. He liked to think of himself as a good role model, though he hadn't exactly been able to spare enough time as he wished on showering them with attention. None of this was particularly important, though. Vase could tolerate being called a good boy so long as he obtained the reward he was due. Though he was not able to help the mechers create and implement their own design spirits right away, he had abided by his works and given them the basic theoretical framework and method that enabled them to puzzle out the rest themselves. The mechers might be greedy bastards, but they always reciprocated the favors they received. Of course, that did not stop them from manipulating the exchange rate or setting up deals that always allowed them to secure the greatest advantage in the end, but that was their prerogative as the more powerful partner. Vase just wanted to gain as many benefits as he could extract from the association. Please don't tease me any longer. What can I get for my contribution? That is up to you. Goldstein said, galactic citizens at our level do not strictly work for MTA merits anymore. The merit exchange is set up to provide a fair, transparent and informative trading platform for individuals throughout human space to obtain goods and services that they otherwise could not have attained based on their existing wealth and connections. It is most helpful to contributors who are young, inexperienced or not that talented enough. Obviously, you have already risen beyond this level. Whenever people such as you and I make a significant contribution, we usually earn the right to barter for exclusive benefits, much of which is never put on any official exchanges. Vase nodded in understanding. I get that, but that doesn't give me a lot of clarity on what I can gain. I already obtained the right to ask for 3 minor favors from the star designers of the Red Association. Will I be able to gain additional ones? It is possible, but not recommended. Consorting with star designers at your current stage will do more harm than good. Your primary goal is to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer as soon as possible. You must dedicate your time to design more mechs and develop your core research projects. Relying too much on outside help will only stifle your enterprising spirit and make you develop bad habits. 3 minor favors is already the limit. Vase let out a frustrated grunt. He already heard this argument before. The mechers really cared about this kind of stuff. Fine, I am in no hurry to use them up right away, so I guess I don't really need any more. What else can I get? That is up to you, Professor Larkinson. I still have a wide range of authority, and I can refer you to other high-rank members of the association if I cannot make arrangements directly. Perhaps it would help if you list out the issues that you are struggling with or are keeping you up at night. What are the problems that occupy your mind? There were plenty of concerns on his mind, a few of which he would never dare to mention to a Mecher. He recalled one of his oldest problems that he had yet to make any progress in after a long time. He transmitted a short list of materials. I am in need of a handful of very rare and very powerful materials. It would be great if you can supply me with these materials in whole or in part. I don't even mind it if I am not able to redeem them right away. I will just work hard to earn more contributions in order to earn them one day. What I want to know the most is if you are familiar with these materials and if you have them in stock. Master Goldstein worked with a huge amount of different materials over his lifetime. After becoming a renowned and authoritative master mech designer, he came in touch with a large quantity of dazzling high-quality materials that were practically unheard of in the open market. Vase bet that Master Goldstein might be able to give him another clue at the very least. That would probably make this transaction worth it already in his book. The older mech designer did not respond immediately but paused for a few minutes. That was a good sign, as that showed that the survivalist was probably looking up databases and using his network of contacts to make inquiries. It took 6 minutes before Goldstein finally offered a response. The materials that have caught your eye are certainly interesting, to say the least. EE343F00334R is the easiest to track down. It is an experimental exotic alloy developed by the Common Fleet Alliance. It is unclear when it was made and whether it has been utilized in any of its warships. It is also unknown whether the Red Fleet has retained any samples on this side of the Greater Beander Gate or whether they have the raw materials and specialized facilities to reproduce it. I cannot help you any further in this, as our relationship with the Fleeters is not good enough to trade this sort of favor. In other words, Vase still had to solve this problem on his own. This was fine, as this had been his plan from the start. He just needed to improve his bargaining chips before he mustered up the courage to contact a certain friend in the Red Fleet. I see. What about the other materials that I have mentioned? They are obscure. Very obscure. Goldstein leaned forward and directed a measured gaze at Vase. I had to contact many high-placed individuals within the association and outside of it to see whether they have come into contact with the list of materials you have sent me. It does not help that you have only supplied their names without providing additional details such as density and any special traits. It may very well be that we have handled one of them in the past without knowing that they already bear existing names. There was nothing else that Vase could do aside from shrugging. I understand. I don't have any information that I can supply to you either. Have you attained any further results? I did. The Raw Master smiled. The xenotechnician helpfully informed me that he is not only familiar with Yondu milk, but also happened to have studied it in extensive detail. He is regrettably unable to supply it to you since it is an organic substance produced by one of a kind exo-beast that has only ever appeared in the old galaxy. Unless we are able to restore passage to the old galaxy, there is no means for you to obtain your desired quantity of this alien milk. Vase grew excited. He finally obtained a solid piece of news. The information provided by Master Goldstein was extremely precious, as it had been years since Vase last obtained any trace for the materials requested by the system. Do you know whether other people in the Red Ocean have Yondu milk in their possession? Goldstein shook his head. No. Yondu milk is a remarkable liquid substance that decays over time due to its organic nature. It is difficult and costly to store it in such a manner that its potency remains intact. I think that there is a 95% likelihood that no one has brought it to the Red Ocean. Damn, that was not good news. Do not give up yet, Vase. There is an alternative means for you to obtain what you seek. The xenotechnician can supply you with his detailed examination report of the substance known as Yondu milk. He is willing to let you have it if you are willing to use one of your saved-up requests. Once you have the report, you can bring that to a god pilot and respectfully ask him or her to utilize their god kingdoms to directly synthesize this material on the spot. Wait, you can do that? Vase asked in a shocked tone. Master Goldstein laughed at his response. Yes, it is more common than you realize. It is how we are still able to attain small quantities of extremely scarce exotics that we are no longer able to obtain because they are only prevalent in the Milky Way galaxy. There are still limits, though. A difficult and powerful exotic material such as Yondu milk cannot be synthesized without great effort on the part of the god pilot. Their strengths and specializations also limit what sort of top-end materials they can synthesize. What do you mean by that, Master? I am aware that you have developed closer relations with the Destroyer of Worlds. She can synthesize many materials with her God Kingdom, but she mostly excels at producing substances that are strongly aligned with her attribute. She can produce the most powerful and destructive combustibles, some of which are even used in the production of her most potent explosive shells. However, if you ask her to produce other powerful materials, then she will either face an uphill struggle or is simply not capable of fulfilling the request. Oh, does Yondu milk? It is an organic substance that is especially known for its healing properties. Goldstein informed Vase. I will give you another freebie. Yondu milk is a known ingredient for a formula of one of the most high-end life-prolonging treatment serum in the old galaxy. You can forget about letting the Destroyer of Worlds synthesize it through her own abilities. What about the other god pilots? They are unlikely to succeed. Ask them to produce iron or lead for you, and they can produce tons of metal bars in front of you in a matter of seconds. If you ask them to produce phase water, they will struggle to produce a small drop. They all have their strengths. The first flame excels at producing fire-related materials. The Fist of Defiance is good at producing materials with good toughness and physical impact properties. The Huntsman can produce materials that are lethal when striking powerful organisms. They will not be able to accommodate your request. Your only hope is the evolution which. Vase finished the sentence. If there is any god pilot who can do it, it has to be her. Shouldn't she already have the technical specifications of Yondu milk? Goldstein shook his head yet again. Likely not. There is a lot of complicated politics behind it. The longevity faction of the Mech Trade Association treated it as a controlled substance. It was one of their sources of power, and they do not take kindly to others breaking their monopoly. It is already exceptional that the xenotechnician was able to make so many detailed scans of it. He has likely assisted them into furthering its production or utilization given his extensive specializations. Whatever the case, the old covenants no longer apply to our Red Association anymore. No senior-ranking member of the longevity faction has even bothered to travel to our dwarf galaxy. That was good news, but there was not enough certainty that this would work. Vase began to frown. If he wanted to get his hands on Yondu milk, then he would first have to use up one of his minor requests to the xenotechnician. He then had to approach the evolution witch and convince her to produce the necessary quantity of Yondu milk. This was going to cost Vase a lot. Chapter 5705 2 Channels 5705 2 Channels After many years, Vase finally learned a part of the truth about Yondu milk. It turned out that this was an extremely precious organic substance that was only produced by a single powerful exo-beast. Milk was the water of life and the carrier of nutrients. It sustained precious young lives and promoted their growth at a stage where they were more vulnerable. The fact that it was actually one of the key materials that the MTA relied upon to produce one of their most precious life-prolonging treatment serums was shocking news to Vase. Such a material had to be precious beyond comparison, and the longevity faction certainly treated it this way. Vase imagined that the longlifers probably managed to take control of this unknown exo-beast and treated it as their most prized cattle beast. This arrangement reeked of political machinations and compromise. Vase refused to believe that the longevity faction could maintain its outrageous monopoly just by asking nicely. All of these revelations were incredibly interesting without a doubt, but they also made it clear that there was no readily available supply of Yondu milk in the Red Ocean. Obtaining a detailed report on this precious substance was easy enough. The price was high, but not outrageous. This was exactly the kind of scenario where Vase should used up the favors he had saved. The more difficult part was approaching the evolution witch and asking her to reproduce an incredibly powerful material on his behalf. God pilots were at no one's beck and call. It was taboo to treat them as servants who could be ordered around at will. Although Vase was already an associate of the transhumanist faction, he did not have the guts to request an audience with her. He had yet to produce any truly remarkable contributions that he could use to cash in additional favors. He needed to work hard and improve his relationship with the transhumanists through persistent effort. Once he worked hard enough to become their good boy, he may finally receive the honor of issuing a modest request to their powerful leader. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. As cumbersome as this process may seem, this was still a radical improvement compared to his previous condition. Just an hour ago, he still had no clue what Yondu milk was or where he could find it. Now, he not only knew its basic usage, but also obtained a solid channel on where he could obtain this rare and precious material. This was information that would have been impossible for him to find through other means. Vase actually felt it was worth it to exchange his trade secrets for this crucial piece of information. He knew that obtaining Yondu milk would be worth it in the end. His mech designer system would gain another powerful upgrade and be able to help him even further. Even though he had not made frequent use of the system in the past few months and years, it had still supplied him with crucial help. Improving it further would pay off in the long run, just as he did when he submitted the necessary quantity of Timpala steel. Vase tried to estimate how soon he could get his hands on Yondu milk. It did not seem likely he could get any of it in the short term. That was bad because the longer it took for him to complete a supply mission, the longer he would go without the benefits of an upgraded system. He suddenly had another thought. There may be another way for him to obtain Yondu milk. The Red Association may no longer be able to source materials from the old galaxy, but Vase was different. He had Veronica. His cyborg cat incarnation happened to remain stuck in the old galaxy. If Veronica could find a way to approach the longevity faction and offer a concession that was attractive enough, she might be able to get the necessary amount of Yondu milk. As far as Vase was aware of, Veronica had almost the same level of access to the mech designer system as himself due to complicated incarnation shenanigans. The only complication was that he was not able to pass on any goods across galaxies by using the Vault of Eternity as a transit medium. The system was not that powerful yet, but there was still hope that this might change in the future once it had completed additional upgrades. That made Vase even more eager to obtain EE343F00334R as well as Yondu milk. As nice as it was to have a second option available to him, Vase did not think it was a good idea to contact the Longlifers back in the old galaxy. Unlike the Red Association, the original Mech Trade Association occupied a much more dominant position in its own galaxy. The Red Mechers had to rein in their arrogance and seek greater cooperation with outside talents in order to strengthen their collective civilization as much as possible. The original Mechers were at the height of their power and were only kept in check by the Fleeters, the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Veronica was a nobody in comparison. She was only backed by a single vulnerable true god who did not dare to step outside the Nixian gap for fear of getting crushed with ease by a god pilot. Though Vase had been promoted to an eminent Tier 3 galactic citizen and made many valuable contributions and concessions to the Red Association, what did this have to do with the Mech Trade Association? Vase was not naive enough to believe he could use his powerful standing and reputation in the Red Ocean to earn the respect of the Longlifers, let alone their attention. Between the two options, working with the evolution which was clearly the most viable and convenient solution that he could choose from. He needed to make use of his existing advantages in the new frontier instead of working hard to create new ones back in the old galaxy. It was still nice to have a backup option available. Vase kept the possibility of transacting with the MTA longevity faction in the back of his mind. With the mediation of Master Goldstein, Vase received the right to review the classified analysis report on Yondu milk easily enough. Vase did not hesitate too long in using up his request. It was a pity. He originally intended to make use of it to secure another short-term benefit, but his supply missions took precedence. For security reasons, we cannot transfer the file to you directly. The Master Mech Designer said, you will have to teleport to the Tarask where you will have the right to review the file in a secure chamber. Even then, you will not be able to access the most sensitive details. The evolution witch will have the right to access the full unredacted report if you choose to give her the right to review it as well. We have already taken care of the necessary permissions. Thank you. Vase actually felt a bit scammed after learning that he wouldn't be able to get the full story, but it ultimately was not too important. What truly mattered was that the evolution witch would get the information she needed to utilize her reality-defying power to produce Yondu milk out of thin air. As if sensing that Vase was not entirely satisfied with what he got, Master Goldstein threw the good boy another bone. Let us go back to the initial reason why you have taken the initiative to contact me. The bald master leaned back and lightened his tone. You seek to design a specific auxiliary mech, and currently you believe that you can produce the desired effect by relying on the power of a design spirit. That is correct. As I originally intended to say, it is not a good habit for you to solve problems by relying on external sources of power, especially ones that you do not have a full grasp on. Reliability is a serious problem. The more you rely on your so-called design spirits, the more you become beholden to them. Do you realize this problem? This was a familiar concern to Vase. I do, Master, but can we afford to set aside the obvious benefits they can provide? A partnership is better than nothing. How am I supposed to design an auxiliary mech that can project a large and effective sensor-blocking particle field that can effectively provide cover to a lot of mechs in open space? As far as I know, no other existing technologies can produce the desired effect in a cost-effective manner. Even if it is possible, my mech will end up costing as much as a first-class product. The advantage of relying on a design spirit is that it does not add much at all to the production cost of my machines. The mech forces fighting in the border regions are already having a tough time. Mech designers are supposed to relieve their problems, not add to them. I am highly confident that any living mech tied to a design spirit will perform exactly according to my intentions in the short and medium term. Vase was not able to guarantee whether his design spirits would continue to remain docile over a long stretch of time, but that was too far away. The Red Association did not have the luxury to plan too far ahead. There was nothing wrong with prioritizing more immediate short-term solutions. Very well. The bald master mech designer nodded in acknowledgement. I cannot say I agree with your strategy. It certainly does not fall in line with the standards of our association. That does not mean your argument is wrong. When our conditions have deteriorated, there is no time to be pedantic. As long as you are aware of the failure points, I believe you are experienced and responsible enough to manage the risks. That said, you cannot rely entirely on a design spirit to produce the desired effect. The mech itself and the tech it relies upon are crucial to your design project as well. That was true. What are you getting at, Master Goldstein? I have spent a measure of my time on searching our extensive database on any tech or research that may facilitate your goal. There are numerous promising options that you can choose from, but I recommend one solution in particular. It has its shortcomings, but its advantages are too compelling. The master mech designer transferred an obscure research report to Vase. He immediately utilized his implant to skim through it. Is this true? Yes, it would not have been in our database. Otherwise, there are many curiosities in the Red Ocean that we have yet to explore. We are newcomers to this sea of stars and we have yet to fully explore all of the star systems in our claimed territories, let alone outside of them. When we began to fortify our presence in the Torald Middle Zone and other border zones, we conducted more thorough surveys, primarily to detect and eliminate any hidden threats in advance. We also completed more thorough surveys that have mapped out the available resources in the star systems. This enabled us to discover an exotic gas buried underneath the soul of an untamed planet that has made it much more difficult to scan the terrain. In other words, this gas or a related factor could play a key role in developing and producing an auxiliary mech that could produce the all-encompassing smoke screen that Vase sought the most. Even if this gas had only ever been detected on only a single planet, it could still play an immensely useful role as long as his planned mech did not need to use too much of it to produce a noticeable improvement in performance. What is it called? X454549394B2399331FFT. That is certainly a mouthful. Vase mildly responded. Can't you guys give it a proper name? We can. We discover so many new exotics and hypers every day that none of us can muster up the enthusiasm to give them all a unique name. You can propose a name right now if you wish. Given that no one has shown any obvious interest in it, there is a 99% chance that it will be approved within seconds so long as the suggested name is not too vulgar. Oh really? If that is the case, then let's call it Vase Gas. Quote. Chapter 5706 Solus 5706 Solus. If Vase had the right to name a recently discovered exotic gas, then why not name it after himself? Plenty of people did it. This was a clever little way for people to ensure that their names and their legacies lived on long after they had passed away. Even if their other works and accomplishments eventually faded from public memory, the names of the materials that society used still lived on for many years. Unfortunately, Master Goldstein decisively squashed Ves's attempt to immortalize his own name. Rejected. It is too short and not distinctive enough. You may do what you want if you or your organization has discovered this substance yourself, but since this is not the case, the primary decision-making power still lies with us. We are merely open to suggestions. In other words, Vase better come up with a more proper and acceptable name, or else the mechers would take care of it themselves. His mind studied the images attached to the research report. The mildly toxic gas was predominantly green and reportedly had a stench that reminded the surveyors of a decaying swamp. When Vase continued to examine the images and recordings attached to the research report, he gained the impression that the gas possessed a cloying and repelling character to it. The green gas drove away all organisms that sought to occupy the lands where it was leaking out of the atmosphere. Strangely enough, due to its weight, it stayed low to the ground and might even seep back into the ground. This led to the creation of completely dead lands where no exoplants and exobeasts were willing or able to live in. The gas was so unfriendly towards the ecosystem that it created its own one that was completely absent of any organisms as far as the surveyors have ascertained. A burst of inspiration welled up from his mind. How about soulless gas? The survivalist looked a lot more impressed at Ves's second suggestion. It is still rather short, but it is not a name attached to any gas or frequently used material, so it is technically acceptable. I will permit it. X45454-394B2399331 FFT will henceforth be known as soulless gas. Whether this name will be sung from the lips of people throughout the new frontier is up to you. This gas has shown useful properties, but it is only supplied by a single planet. It cannot be reproduced through other means as far as we know, so we do not deem it viable enough to be used on a large scale. The scarcity and non-renewable nature of this gas made it so that once this resource ran out, any mech that relied upon it would become useless overnight. This was not an ideal situation, but Vase did not look down on it like the mechers. I can treat it similar to how I use my design spirits. He explained his own perspective. If there is enough soulless gas to enable the production and use of a couple of million copies of my auxiliary mechs, then that is already enough. This is because I will do my best to give my work the capacity to support at least hundreds of other friendly mechs by forming a large smoke screen where they can enjoy total concealment. This is what support mechs are good at. You only need a handful of them to amplify the performance of many other machines. As a support mech specialist, Master Goldstein knew this rule better than anyone. He agreed with Ves's sentiment. As long as support mechs were designed well enough, they could indeed increase the effective performance of many more mechs, which ultimately made them worth far more than their list prices. Of course, not every support mech was able to make a positive impact on the battlefield. They were subject to many limitations and could face difficulties that hindered them from being useful. No mech was invincible. Every work had its flaws. It was not necessary to erase them all. Vase just had to identify them and account for them so that their pilots knew how to best play to their advantages. Vase and Master Goldstein continued to discuss the development of a possible second-class support mech that could maximize the use of soulless gas. It was incredibly helpful for Vase to bounce off his ideas to highly knowledgeable mech designer who specialized in the relevant areas. Though Master Goldstein tried his best not to give any outright answers to many problems, he was more than willing to provide hints and directions for further investigation. Vase would be able to save a lot of detours and flesh out his design project a lot faster. He would also minimize the chance of overlooking important factors that he really should have thought of sooner. The most critical part of the support mech was the smoke screen generator that was responsible for producing an incredibly effective particle cloud that was mixed with both soulless gas and other complementary substances. There were many nuances to the design and configuration of such a device. Master Goldstein explained a lot of common sense considerations, but also went in deeper and pointed out many different technical puzzles that Vase needed to solve in order to make it viable. Designing this support mech was anything but simple. Master Goldstein raised so many points of concern, many of which Vase had yet to think about. He appreciated all of the lessons and advice. Vase knew that as long as he addressed all of these issues properly, he would be able to complete a proper support mech design that had a good chance of matching if not beating the competition. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Vase bowed in respect. It is my pleasure, Vase. You are already a fairly experienced mech designer, but I will say this to you anyway. Mech design is not a process of following predetermined scripts and formulas. It is meant to be dynamic. Do not let my advice overwhelm you and dominate your design process. You have already developed your voice in our craft. Keep following it even if others do not necessarily approve. As long as your results are outstanding enough, then we can overlook aspects that would otherwise be problematic. Vase had a feeling that these words of wisdom applied to more than just his upcoming support mech design project. Okay, I think I should go now. I want to take a look at the classified report on Yondu Milk, and I need to direct my clan to start survey and mining operations on the planet where soulless gas has appeared. What is it called, anyway? Reticula Corine V. It is located in a binary star system, So it has two fairly old stars. One is a yellow dwarf and the other is a red dwarf. Their combined light output is not as strong as in many other binary star systems. What is more concerning is that the reticulocorine system is roughly located in the middle of the toroid middle zone. This puts it out of the reach of most ordinary alien raids for the time being, but this can change drastically if our adversaries have launched a powerful offensive. Once that happens, reticulocorine can become a hotspot of combat activity. This is probably one of the driving reasons why no one has taken steps to colonize reticulocorine V. Vase determined. That's a shame. It is an untamed planet that does not need a lot of changes to become comparable to human physiology. If there are any other unique or valuable resources on this planet, then it could turn into a nice stronghold for any pioneering organization. The planet's ecosystem and possibly its terrain may have undergone drastic changes since our surveyors submitted this report. Look at the date. The survey was completed only months after the start of the Age of Dawn. I think you should know extremely well what that implies. Vase recalled his recent vacation to Okanan V. The Hunting Association had to put in a lot of work to preserve a modicum of the planet's rich and diverse ecosystems. This was a problem that always needed to be worked on because the local mutated beasts and calamity beasts could easily grow out of control if left unchecked. Okanan V produced an awful lot of mutated beasts, many of which grew rapidly until they were on the verge of evolving into calamity beasts. Since this level of threats could emerge on a planet that was already tightly regulated, what about a completely untamed planet that had not been actively governed or managed by any human institution? The mutated beasts that had evolved without any artificial restrictions must have transformed into powerful monsters without doubt. It was probably a guarantee that it held multiple calamity beasts, of which a handful may have set off into space and gone elsewhere. Vase already started to get a headache. Starting a mining operation on hostile territory was incredibly foolish. Most groups did not think it was worthwhile to go through all of the effort of mining soulless gas, just to lose the facilities a few days later because they got blasted to pieces by a giant monstrosity. However, Vase did not look deterred. He had a powerful feeling that he would find what he was looking for in the reticulocorine system. It was such a powerful impulse that it seemed rather suspicious why this location of all places merited so much importance all of a sudden. Soulless gas sounded like a useful material to incorporate in his mech design, but he could find other substitutes if he wanted to. They might not be as effective as this specific material, but they would more likely than not be a lot easier for him to source. With that in mind, Vase quickly ended his discussion with Master Goldstein and contacted the expeditionary fleet. The projection of Master Benedict Cortez appeared in place. Unlike Vase, who had become more civilized after spending a lot more time away from dangerous places, Master Benedict still possessed a strong frontier air to his person. Being put in charge of the expeditionary fleet also forced him to step up and tailor his public persona in a way that made him more palatable to the mech pilots who were doing the heavy lifting. Vase, the former Skull Architect, grinned sharply. "It is good to see you again. I almost thought you had forgotten about us already. I am doing well. I am not here to catch up on old times. I want your input on a proposal of mine." Vase briefly explained his intention to design a certain support mech and the need to harvest gas from a specific planet in the toroid middle zone. Suffice to say, Master Benedict did not like what he heard. "So the mechers coincidentally recommended you to examine a newly discovered exotic that just happened to be found on a single planet in the new frontier. That planet is located in a middle zone that is under constant threat and may very well be overrun within the decade if our side is losing ground in the Red War. Does that not sound suspicious to you in any way? I know it sounds fishy, but I have no choice but to play with the cards the mechers have dealt to me." Vase helplessly shrugged. "I need you to divert at least a part of the expeditionary fleet to the reticulocorine system. The mechers have surveyed it just after the start of the Age of Dawn, but you know as well as I do that continued exposure to exotic radiation must have produced massive changes. I need our forces to scout and survey the planet in greater detail to discern whether the soulless gas is still around and whether it is viable for us to start a mining and harvesting operation." That was a heavy request to make. It is doable. We are still preparing to launch another big operation, so we can spare the troops for now. It is best if you arrange other forces to take over from ours, though. I'll take care of it, but I want my clansmen to take a look at what is going on over there. This task is too important to be left to third parties. Chapter 5707 The New Guests 5707 The New Guests Soulless gas merited a lot of investigation, but it took time to organize a decent expedition to the reticulocorine system where it had been discovered. After Vase passed on his instructions, he let this matter be and directed his attention towards other affairs. There was not much point in formulating his mech concept and coming up with a draft design when he was not sure what sort of support mech he could make. Everything depended on the properties of soulless gas that routinely spurted out of the surface of reticulocorine V before sinking back down in the ground again. The only instance that gave him pause was the strong urge to investigate the planet. He even felt tempted to take a trip to the Torald Middle Zone himself in order to conduct a first-hand investigation. That was crazy, of course. Vase had become a high-value target to any cosmopolitan or other assassin who wanted to get into the good books of the Red Cabal. His latest bestsellers had also disrupted the market for both second-class drone mechs and second-class heavy artillery mechs. The competitors who used to be able to earn a lot of profits by selling their own equivalent products definitely had reasons to resent the latest upstart. With more and more rumors circulating throughout the mech community of his intentions to disrupt the market for other mech categories, a lot of established mech designers did not look forward to the works that Vase sought to bring to market in the following years. As much as he wanted to examine the circumstances of the planet in person, it was best not to do anything foolish and leave this matter to the professionals. I really want to take a look in person, though. It was not enough for him to witness events unfolding by watching a live feed. Not only was the connection unable to give him a full impression of the mysterious environment that produced the exotic green gas, but it was also a highly insecure means of remote communication and observation. Vase had other options, but he needed to think about it. The best alternative would be to send out one of his incarnations and have him take a look on his behalf. Perhaps Vulcan could fulfill this role. He just needed to extend his presence on site with a suitably powerful totem. In any case, work on his mech designs continued. He invested special care and attention on making the new journeyman in the design department become more involved and invested in his design projects. Though Gloriana already did a good job in actively managing and supervising all of the 25 journeymen that had joined up in Bortle, they ultimately answered to Vase. At least that was supposed to be the case. Vase also had to allocate a bit of time on accommodating the Vulcanite novice mech designers that the dwarves had carefully selected and sent to the new Constantinople system. Back when they arrived a few months ago, they instantly changed the intimate atmosphere of the design department. What is the meaning of this? Gloriana pulled her husband aside and hissed in his ear. You told me earlier that you have made some sort of agreement with the Eternal Vulcan Empire to teach their novices how to design a living mech, but must you insist on bringing them to our workplace? What's wrong with that? They need to get a real feel on how we design living mechs. We can't do that if we stuff them in a dark and isolated hole. Don't worry, honey, I have already prepared an adjacent design lab where they can do most of their work. Aside from that, I have granted them access to the common rooms, but they won't be able to enter into any of the chambers where we design our more sensitive and classified mechs such as the Dark Zephyr Mark III. That hardly makes this any better. There are still many security risks just by having them able to talk to our Larkinson mech designers in the common areas. Vase placed his hand on her shoulder. Just bear it, Gloriana. It is for a good cause. You don't even need to pay attention to them yourself. I will be in charge of them while they remain guests at our premier branch. As long as we can tolerate their presence for 3 or so years, the Eternal Vulcan Empire will reward us by transferring one of their fairly modern first-class fleet carriers to us. This is an insanely profitable deal for our clan, so I would appreciate it if you don't do anything that will spoil this arrangement. Though Gloriana looked anything but pleased at having these odd dwarves work in the same facility as herself, she understood how important it was for the Larkinson clan to build up a fleet of first-class warships. Fine, you can do what you want with the dwarves, but you will be responsible for their conduct. Do not allow their anti-human cultural sensitivities affect the morale and productivity of our lead and assistant mech designers. I don't think you need to be worried about that. The Vulcanites aren't stupid enough to send rabid tall folk haters to us. If I am wrong, then I will make sure to set any dwarf straight. They are under my control now that they have arrived in D&D base. A few minutes later, Vase left Gloriana's side and approached the batch of young but remarkably composed dwarves standing in a neat row. The dwarves most definitely received a lot of training on how to comport themselves outside of Vulcan space. They may have originally grown up in an environment where tall folk were clearly dominant, which meant that these foreign exchange workers were not the same as their more isolated and segregated brothers. That was good news. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the journey to this star system has been comfortable to you. Each of you knows who I am and what I do, so I will skip the redundant introduction. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why you are here? What is your mission? The row of dwarves who were clearly at least a full head shorter than Vase answered in unison. To master the art of living mech design and learn from your example. Vase twitched his lips. I admire your enthusiasm, but don't be so stiff. This is not a military camp. If you truly want to learn how to design living mechs, then you will need to loosen up and embrace the facets of life. You must freely channel your emotions and earnestly aspire to turn a lifeless object into an intrinsically alive machine. The greater your love, empathy and passion, the faster you will succeed. I have a direct disciple in my ranks who is on the verge of breaking through as a journeyman with a design philosophy that is nearly identical to mine. You can approach her and ask for tips from a student's perspective in order to smoothen your journey. One of the male dwarves with a short black beard raised his arm. Professor Larkinson, how many students have received lessons in living mech design? Hundreds. Many of them are Terran mech design students who have enrolled in the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. While I have increased the class size by a lot, I have still put a limit on how many students I am willing to teach in a single semester. I like to believe that the school administration has done its best to select the most qualified and eager students to learn from my craft. How many of those students have gone on to design a living mech? I don't know the exact figures. I can only confirm that one of them has successfully proven the capability to design a living mech, and she happens to be my teaching assistant and direct disciple. Vase honestly replied, I have lost track of most Terran students who have passed my introductory course. They still have to complete many other courses before they can finally graduate. Even then, they may not have the opportunity to independently design a true living mech when they enter the workplace for the first time. It is possible that a few of my former students have entered a secret research institution where they have already designed a rudimentary living mech, but I won't know about it unless the responsible party is willing to unveil it to the public. Vase was not too concerned about this. He already expected that most of his students would experience a lot of difficulties unless they truly threw their heart and soul into living mech design. Not every had the special background and motivation that drove Alexistrian to pursue living mech design at all cost. Most of the Terran students had already committed to a clan or a mech company. Much of their study and work careers had already been mapped in advance by their parents or superiors. Learning a single unusual subject was not a reason to throw all of that planning overboard. I won't lie to you. Vase told the 10 dwarves. Learning how to design living mechs is difficult, but not in an academic way. It is a Class 9 design philosophy that requires you to undergo a large shift in attitude towards mechs. You absolutely cannot regard them as lifeless commodities. You need to treat each of them as alive or with the potential to come alive. I actually think that a third-class mech designer has a better chance of learning my craft. Do you know why? They don't know as much about science and technology as you guys, so they are much more open-minded and free from existing constraints. Does that mean that there is no guarantee we will be able to learn your craft? Professor, who knows? Vase shrugged. There are certain tricks and shortcuts that I can employ in order to forcibly boost your comprehension of living mechs, but it is questionable whether you can go much further in this field if you make use of them. I would much rather have you work earnestly towards understanding my design philosophy. Only by organically changing your mindset and appreciating the wonder of living mechs will you have the possibility of advancing to journeyman, master and maybe even further. He carefully observed the dwarves as he detailed how difficult it was to meet their goal. He wanted to take their measure and determine how they reacted to adversity. Fortunately, the Vulcanites had indeed done a good job at selecting their candidates. Most of the gathered novice mech designers looked eager to tackle this challenge and work hard to overcome it. None of them showed signs of giving up, though Vase was not sure whether they would be able to maintain their persistence a year or two later. Vase would just have to deal with that problem if it became serious enough. For now, he wanted the novices to be helpful and compliant. This is going to be a marathon instead of a sprint. You should start working here with the mindset of investing in your own future. You won't be able to earn a payoff immediately, but as long as you work hard enough, I will do my best to lead you across the finish line. For now, I want to assess each of you on an individual basis so I know what you are capable of. Do note that most of our projects are currently based on second-class mechs. We will not be designing any first-class mechs until much later, so make sure you adjust your methods and make sure you are up to date on the standards of second-class mechs. Vase probably needed to spend a bit more time on instructing the new batch of dwarven recruits to make sure they could do their jobs properly. This was not an appealing chore, but it would be worth it in the end. These novices were the best of what the Eternal Vulcan Empire was able to offer. As genuine first-class mech designers, their productivity should be almost as high as that Alexistrian at the start. This meant that once they settled into the design department, every commercial mech design project would probably speed up their progress by leaps and bounds. Chapter 5708 Gloriana's Brilliant Proposal 5708 Gloriana's Brilliant Proposal is elite young mech designers who were expected to lead the Eternal Vulcan Empire's mech industry a century later. All 10 novice mech designers were excellent in their own right. Perhaps their thoughts and cultural sensibilities may not completely align with that of the Larkinson clan, but they showed very little of it when they talked and worked alongside human mech designers. One of the issues that prevented the new dwarves from developing a close relationship with the Larkinson mech designers was the fact that the former was not connected to the Larkinson network. The recent recruits had all spent enough time with a permanent connection to the Golden Cat to completely integrate it into their lives. Every member of the Larkinson clan was instinctually able to identify other members. The encouraging glow radiated by Goldie inspired so much love and affection that it was difficult to imagine how people lived all this time without access to this incredibly useful benefit. Despite this difference, the novices settled in D&D base decently enough. Neither side was stupid or irrational enough to provoke any incidents and displease their superiors. Even Gloriana cleaned up her act and treated the Vulcanites cordially, though he was pretty sure she felt disgusted by their shorter and much stockier bodies. The dwarves resembled humans so much, yet deviated in a few clear ways that offended Gloriana's perfectionist tendencies. The following 3 years shall be tiresome, she complained to her husband after they completed another day at work. Please do not make similar promises again. The design department is the most important institution of our clan. Having guests work alongside our own mech designers adds too many complications and makes it difficult to exert total control over every variable. Vase leaned over and embraced his exhausted spouse. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try my best to avoid this in the future. Believe me, I am not too enthused about this either, but the Vulcanites may very well be the only ones who are willing to give us an actual first-class fleet carrier. You should know as well as I do how incredibly scarce and valuable they are. Everyone else who has the capacity to construct fleet carriers have outright stopped their sales. They would rather keep the powerful vessels for themselves so that they can ensure they remain at the forefront of changing times. If that is the case, why not start our own first-class shipbuilding operation? Do not tell me that our clan is not familiar or proficient in this industry. Our shipwrights have already accrued more than enough experience with producing our own combat carriers over at the diligent Ovenbird. We have also cooperated with the Murphy family for numerous years. We are no longer as ignorant about the complexities related to shipbuilding as before. Vase frowned. That may be true, but we are talking about constructing first-class starships here. Do you know how many requirements we have to meet to make that possible? First, we need to acquire a modern first-class shipyard. The insane amount of tech and materials that is needed to construct this orbital facility are so high that it can cost at least 10 trillion MTA credits or something to build one. Our clan may have grown a lot wealthier since we have acquired a 20% stake in Isthmus Manufacturing, but even that is not enough for us to order the construction of a first-class shipyard. Do keep in mind that their price has inflated by a lot due to obvious reasons. Even with his improved connections and reputation, Vase would find it difficult to find qualified construction companies that were willing to accept and prioritize his order. Their waiting lists have already stretched on for decades. Gloriana frowned. Can we take over an existing shipyard or shipbuilding company instead? We do not necessarily have to acquire it by paying cash. You can trade favors or offer other valuable services such as accepting mech commissions. That sounds like a more realistic idea, but no one is stupid enough to trade away one of their top strategic assets so easily. A first-class fleet carrier is hard currency in this day and age. A shipyard that can pump them out on a regular basis is an inexhaustible mine. The concessions I need to make in order to match or exceed the value of this asset is insanely high. That is not the kind of thing that I can fool other people into giving up in exchange for a few fancy living mech designs. His wife clearly did not like the sound of that. She wanted to reduce the Larkinson clan's dependence on external parties when it came to acquiring first-class starships. You are not going far enough with exhausting your options. There is one asset that you can readily exchange for a first-class shipyard. It will be painful on our part, but it is only by making a sacrifice that is almost equivalent to the value of the shipbuilding facility that we can complete this trade. Vase looked confused. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that we should sell our stake in Isthmus Manufacturing? No, it would be foolish for us to let go of these shares. You are close to the correct answer. What I want to propose is that you agree to sell a part of your shares in the Living Mech Corporation. Our Mech company has been growing at a meteoric rate, especially due to the release of our most recent commercial mech lines. Its valuation has grown higher than ever due to its amazing future potential. I can tell you that there are many eager groups that want to purchase a stake in the LMC while it is still possible. As long as you are willing to give up a sufficient degree of ownership, I think that you will be able to tempt at least one interested party into giving up a first-class shipyard. The mention of trading away his shares violated one of Ves's taboos. He still felt really bad about the past instances where different people forcibly demanded a share of his pie. His shares fell into the hands of different people in government institutions who did not deserve to profit from his success. The reminder from his wife threw him in a pit of dark memories. His mood instantly deflated and he could no longer treat this topic as lightly as before. Gloriana did not let his reaction stop her from pressing her argument. You are being too sensitive about this subject. You are no longer the third-class mech designer of before. You are a Tier 3 galactic citizen and an honorary member of the Red Association. No one will try to exploit you as badly as your enemies have done in the past. What is the current ownership structure of the LMC? How have the shares that used to belong to Master Carmen Olsen and Master Tokman Huron been dealt with? Have they been invalidated? Vase shook his head. Not precisely. When the Great Severing occurred, a huge financial mess fell onto the laps of red humanity. Ownership in many big companies and organizations rested in the big players that were overwhelmingly based in the Milky Way galaxy. Freeing up all of this owned property at once might sound nice to many people, but it would have caused an economic upheaval that our society absolutely did not need at the time. The Red 2 instituted a lot of policies to fix this mess. In our case, the Red Association basically swooped in and claimed the orphaned shares in the LMC. It doesn't really matter what justification the Mechers have used. I think they just wanted to plant their flag in my mech company. Oh, that still leaves you with 72% ownership in your mech company, but that is a deceptive figure. How so? Vase raised his eyebrow. The Larkinson clan owns the remaining 24% stake in the LMC. This effectively means you are in control of it as well, though you are not able to dispense with them as freely as your own shares. The fact of the matter is that if you want to maintain absolute control over your own company, you must merely ensure that you hold on to 50% ownership. Any shares beyond this threshold should be treated as tradable assets as far as I am concerned. Yes, they can supply you with a large amount of dividends, but do you really need the extra money at this point? Unless they can supply you with a much larger income, the additional wealth is dispensable. Vase did not entirely agree with that, but he understood her meaning. So are you saying I am stupid for holding on to so many shares and that I should get rid of them as soon as possible? His wife sighed. I am not belittling you, Vase. I am trying to help you treat your assets in a more rational manner. There are many more logical arguments in favor of trading away your shares as opposed to hoarding them as if you are a frightened squirrel. You can exchange up to 46% ownership of the LMC that is currently in your name and still retain majority control over your precious company. Think of how much wealth and assets we can raise with that many shares. The Terrans, Rubarthans and many other wealthy groups will frantically try to buy into your bright and prosperous future. If we can organize an auction and have all of the interested parties bid against each other, then obtaining a first-class shipyard is a foregone conclusion. You may be able to gain an additional one if the valuation of your stock is high enough. As much as Vase wanted to feature her argument, he had to admit that she made a powerful and compelling argument. Auctioning out a large chunk of his shares would enable him to get many of the items on his wish list that he had always dreamed about but never managed to obtain through his existing channels. Perhaps it might not be the best long-term decision for him to give up so many shares for a mech company that was continuing to grow like an ascending shuttle. Yet Vase knew extremely well that investing too much in the long term might not pay off due to all of the calamities that would befall red humanity in the coming decades. It had become a lot more important for him to invest in the short and medium-term prospects of his clan and his people. Acquiring a first-class shipyard meant that his clan would be able to pump out first-class starships on a regular basis. This would not only relieve the needs of the premier branch, but also ensure that his clan would be able to build up a powerful first-class fighting force that could confront or deter some of the most powerful human and alien enemies in the Red Ocean. If a scenario like the Black Tide ever took place where every human survivor sought to board the whale ark that could bring them away from the Red Ocean, then all of the shares in the living Mech Corporation no longer held any value anymore. The complete breakdown of human civilization and order would revert society to a much more primitive stage where the value of those shares could not exceed the value of a single combat-capable mech. I'll think about it, Vase eventually decided. This is not a decision that I can make in an instant. I will weigh it properly and decide to go forward if it truly makes sense for us at this time. Please do. Gloriana leaned in and kissed his cheek in an affectionate manner. I am not the only person in our family that is concerned about our safety and the safety of our children. The second-class starships of the expeditionary fleet are no longer enough to protect us against the enemies that we have attracted as of late. Only the superior defenses and mobility of proper first-class vessels can meet our needs. Chapter 5709 Improved Designs 5709 Improved Designs. What do you think about my wife's latest proposal, Alexa? The next day, Vase had taken care of his usual chores before paying a visit to Alexa's workplace. His direct disciple was just in the process of completing the refinement to her chosen design philosophy and the mech designs that reflected her aspirations. This was a crucial moment for Alexa. After receiving her mentor's critique, she had courageously delayed her impending advancement in order to strengthen her foundation even further. Any modest advantages that she was able to establish at this point would definitely pay off immensely in the future. The quality of Project S1 and Project S2 had clearly benefited from her additional care and attention. As Vase carefully reviewed the design schematics of Alexa's smart metal mech and rifleman mech, he became particularly impressed by how she was able to make them feel more human rather than pursue efficiency at all costs. The more familiar shapes and proportions should do a lot to make mech pilots feel better about piloting Alexa's concept works. While Vase continued to admire his students' updated works, Alexa thought over the story that he had shared and formulated her response. I think your wife's argument has merit, she said. I have heard about your mixed past related to this subject, but that should not serve as an impediment to advancing the strength of your clan. Our clan, we still have a severe mismatch between our value and our military might. The expeditionary fleet alone cannot possibly protect you or the amazing organizations that you have built. The fact that you need to depend on the Blue Jay fleet is a clear sign of weakness on your part. The sooner you can rid your dependence on the mechers for protection, the better. There is no telling when the Red Association sees fit to withdraw its fleet or worse. Vase grimaced. I get what you mean. I worry about this as well. Even so, the shares in my mech company are really valuable. I don't mean to boast, but I think I have a pretty good chance of advancing to star designer one day. How do you estimate the value of any shares of the main mech company of a figure of this stature? People should be glad to give me possession of their starships, shipyards or even a piece of their own organizations in exchange for getting involved in any of my businesses. However, no one in the present is willing to go this far. I won't get as much value for selling those shares today than if I wait a decade or 2 decades. Alexa shook her head in disapproval. You should not think of this issue from this angle. It is indeed likely that the market value of your shares will continue to rise over time as long as you keep releasing more impressive works, but you will spend many more years without the security and safety provided by the additional strategic first-class assets that you can bring under your control. It is ultimately up to you to decide whether you are willing to rely on the Blue Jay fleet going forward, but that will take much longer to build a proper fleet and allow your clansmen to accrue vital experience needed to make the best use of these powerful assets. If you start to build your fleet too late, then it will not be able to perform at its best when you need to rely on it the most. That was a concern that Vase was worrying about as well. He could not forget about all of the images of doom and gloom that he and Ilvain had painted on the surface of the Zeal. The mechers may have forced him to erase the prophetic visions, but they still lived on in his mind. Sure, the Red Association would do its best to prevent the doom scenarios from unfolding, but success was not guaranteed. If the mechers failed, then Vase and the Larkinsons needed to be able to stand on their own without relying on dubious allies and fair-weather friends. Though Vase did not make up his mind right away, he clearly became more swayed by Gloriana's proposal. Alexa's lack of disapproval played a major role in shifting his feelings about this subject. No person or organization is able to stand alone, Alexa said. My former ancient clan is no exception. It has forged many bonds with other organizations by exchanging shares of its assets. By surrendering a part of your control, you will gain the allegiance of a powerful ally who will be incentivized to stand up for you in the situations that matter. The early injection of wealth or other strategic concessions can be used to consolidate your position and reduce the risk of collapsing. Vase grunted as he continued to contemplate this situation while at the same time completing his examination of her two living mech designs. I like how you have made great strides in anthropomorphizing the design and visual appearance of both the male and female variants of Project S2. I can't help but notice that you have widened the hips of the female variant too. A rather obvious manner. Alexa sheepishly smiled. I did not initially design the female variant to simulate the birth of a human child through this specific channel. As I have shown you months earlier, the original process of procreation should have taken place in a specialized rear-mounted module that could easily be attached or detached to the machine as needed. Here, I have made many adjustments so that the module is not only attached to the front, but will also connect to internal channels of the torso of the mech frame in order to deliver the mechanical offspring when the time has come. The technical complications resulting from all of these changes were considerable. Vase knew that Alexa could not have possibly enjoyed the tedious redesign process, but that was all right. All that mattered was whether the mech design became and whether she had learned numerous useful lessons in the process. Her redesign certainly caused the female variant of the experimental spaceborne rifleman mech to lose much of its slender profile, but the added width and bulk should be worth it. Alexa had tried her best to put the added mass and thickness to good use by making the machine more resilient and able to absorb more heat. If I decide to auction a part of my shares, how much do you think I should pass on to the winners? Vase asked. That is difficult to say. You do not need to push yourself to the limit and give up 46% ownership at once. That is far too excessive for your current purpose. You should only auction as much as you need to acquire the key assets that you seek to strengthen our clan. If you can obtain a working first-class shipyard by surrendering 15% of outstanding shares of the LMC, then you will have already satisfied your minimum goal. Vase played a clip of a simulation in the projected interface. It showed how the process of procreation between two similar mechs was supposed to unfold from a purely physical and technical perspective. The simulated movements were quite intriguing. Vase gazed at the motions with a critical eye. He began to rub his hairless chin as he contemplated the practicality of this possible scenario. I see that the wider hips certainly help with this ritualistic process. However, I cannot help but notice that the male variant can only interface with the female variant from the rear and only in a specific posture. It appears that your Project S2s lack the flexibility and the proportions to interface in other stances. That is correct, Alexa said. I can make it possible for the living mechs to interface with each other in other stances, but I would have to apply so many tweaks and modifications that the mechs will become needlessly complex. I have made the deliberate decision to limit these variables and keep it basic. I have found that the stance I have selected requires much less compromises in the designs due to the relatively minimal contact between the surface areas of the two variants. The only issue was that the simulations would show that certain delicate parts might vibrate out of shape from repeated activity over the long term, but I have reinforced them until they cease to be an issue. Project S2 is only a first-generation product of my design philosophy, so it is not necessary for it to possess the full range of options. As long as it can serve as my proof of concept, then that is sufficient. He agreed with her approach. Though he wanted living mechs to experience the fullness of life, they were still limited by all kinds of practical considerations that just did not allow them to live exactly like a human. The point of his design philosophy was not to make them exactly identical to each other. That would defeat the purpose of designing mechs. Vase just wanted his living products to be able to grow in a more rounded manner. This was highly conducive to their growth in the long run. Okay, I think you are ready, he declared with a hint of pride and anticipation in his tone. You have proven through your updated mech designs that you are ready to sunset your apprentice days and become initiated into the true world of mech design. The only thing you have to do is to realize one of your mech designs. Will you be fabricating the S1 or the S2? S2. Both variants. Project S1 is also excellent, but it is not a mech that is challenging to fabricate. I only have to order a large batch of smart metal and command the nanomachines to assume the correct shape. Project S2 has to be fabricated as any conventional mech. Good choice. Are you sure you can fabricate the male and female variant at the same time? Alexa nodded. I have already taken their production steps into account when I designed them. No process should be beyond my reach. Very well. If you do not have any other commitments, let us head down to the workshop so you can start right away. You need to strike while the iron is hot. I can tell you are excited for this, so it is best if you can take advantage of your current condition. The former Terran mech designer was eager to get started, so she agreed to start her fabrication run. It was wonderful to see her at work. Alexa might not possess the insanely high affinity towards mech that Vase currently possessed, but her theoretical understanding of all of the production machines was fantastic. What she lacked in experience, she made up for it with logic, and attention to detail and extensive familiarity in all of the first-class instruments. Alexa was able to work quickly. Project S2 was just a second-class rifleman mech, so it was overkill to use the current workshop to produce both of its variants. Vase did not hover behind his student throughout this fabrication run. He still had many other responsibilities to take care of, but he tried his best to come back and stay whenever he was free. Seeing Alexa bring her vision and her dreams to life was like witnessing the metamorphosis of an insect. Like an ugly larva transforming into a beautiful butterfly, Alexa gradually experienced a form of tempering that increasingly added more substance to a design philosophy that previously existed as a collection of theories, assumptions and design principles. By infusing them with her spirit and passion, she gradually transformed her design philosophy into a more spiritual existence. This would gradually make it strong enough to drag her over the extraordinary threshold and open up a wealth of new possibilities. On the final day of the fabrication run, a new journeyman mech designer had emerged. Chapter 5710 A New Legacy 5710 A New Legacy Alexa Strian Larkinson fabricated her first true living mechs by herself. She combined both skill and passion to bring her vision to life one part at a time. She worked on both mechs concurrently so that she completed them both in quick succession. As the male and female variants of a special second-class rifleman mech design took shape in front of Vase and their maker, the two machines immediately radiated the characteristic presence of living entities. They are alive, Vase quickly concluded. Congratulations, Alexa, you have fully graduated from my class on how to design and make a true living mech. The effort that you have put in your work in the last few days has fully proven your ability to understand the essence of my design philosophy and adapt it in a way to make it yours. This shows that you have the qualifications to proceed forward in your chosen direction. It is not enough to master my theories and techniques. A true mech designer is a pioneer, a visionary and an explorer who does not hesitate to push a new direction in our industry, not because it will bring you glory, but because you believe with all of your heart that your grandfather and many other mech pilots will benefit endlessly from your unique contributions. As her mentor spoke, Alexa continued to undergo a subtle but profound spiritual sublimation. This was the first time Vase was able to witness the breakthrough of an apprentice mech designer so close and in such an intimate setting. It was fascinating how a mysterious force drove the transformation of Alexa's design philosophy from a set of intangible ideas to a real spiritual seed. Vase had experienced this transformation himself, and it was magical to see it happen to a student under his tutelage. The process was the same. Though Vase could not perceive the mysterious force, he knew without needing to guess that it was the Red Kingdom exerting its influence over a mech designer it had deemed worthy according to an unknown set of criteria. It may have been possible for Alexa to break through as a journeyman mech designer if she tried to do it herself. However, there were way too many variables that could go awry in the process. Alexa had never engaged in active cultivation in her life, and even if she was able to perceive the imaginary realm through her companion spirit, her lack of knowledge and experience in this dangerous sphere increased the likelihood that she would botch the process and suffer cultivation deviation. The existence of the Red Kingdom made these breakthroughs a lot easier and safer. People only broke through when they were absolutely ready, and the powerful assistance was far more competent and proficient in helping people attain a higher life level. Vase learned numerous useful insights about mech designers and the operation of the Red Kingdom through his observations. As Alexa continued to undergo her silent sublimation, Vase also noticed that parts of the thoughts and emotions in her mind got sucked into her growing design seed as well. This reduced its purity, but also bound it closer to Alexa. Vase used to believe that the absorption of irrelevant factors contaminated the design seed in an undesirable fashion, but now he held a different opinion. The Red Kingdom shouldn't be so stupid to overlook this factor. Since it had allowed this process to happen, then there had to be good reasons why this was the case. The moment mech designers broke through was often one of the best moments of their lives. By absorbing the prevailing elements that were lingering in their minds, their design philosophy became intertwined with the factors that closely aligned with their passion, their drive and their sense of accomplishment. Mech design was both an art and a science. It was more than a clinical approach to designing a mech. Vase believed that it was also an art in which the creator's desires and emotions infused a spirit of their own making into a work. No AI or set of algorithms were able to replicate this unique ritual that was intrinsic to life. It was the key factor that justified the existence of the mech designer profession, and now Alexa had become a part of the exclusive gathering of people who shared a common goal and interest. As the formation of Alexa's design seed came to completion, it began to radiate invisible energy waves that propagated her design philosophy. The only beneficiaries of this effect were her newly fabricated copies of Project S1. Both the male and female variants of her most representative work so far seemed to gain a small infusion of life and awareness. Of course, the effect was pretty weak when compared to the living mechs designed by Vase. They were still comparable to his earlier first-order living mechs. While Alexa was still trying to collect her thoughts, Vase continued to study the characteristics of the S2s that looked both common and different from what he was accustomed to seeing from his own works. Interesting. Vase had only witnessed a few other living mechs designed by other mech designers. Kedis, for example, had a penchant for designing first-order living mechs that could serve as effective carriers for her extraordinary sword styles. Glorian had never independently designed a living mech as far as Vase was aware of, but she had learned enough from him to be able to do so. Her work would probably be a lot more generic and devoid of any special traits due to her lack of specialization in this subject. The works of Alexa were different from the other two women. Kedis may have been his first student, but she had already chosen her own path that was radically different from his own. Her swordsmanship and focus on sharpness were the true sources of her passion. Living mechs only served as a supplement to her primary goals. Gloriana partially cheated her way into learning living mech design. She had little appreciation of the work and effort needed for other people to do what she took for granted most of the time. Her main reason for becoming familiar with his theories was not to design living mechs herself, but to be able to coordinate better with her husband whenever they engaged in any collaborative work. That made Alexa stand out more. She was his first, direct disciple. Even if Vase had yet to realize his design philosophy, the former Terran woman had nonetheless put in an unreasonable amount of dedication and hard work to successfully develop a living mech without any outside assistance. This was amazing because it showed that Alexa had the capacity to develop a method on how to design a living mech even if Vase never entered her life. While the probability of success was much lower than if Vase actively taught her all of his basic theories, her many favorable qualities still demonstrated that she was the real deal. She was a true living mech designer. The implications of this statement were massive. Vase was no longer alone. From now on, he could share his greater ideas with a like-minded mech designer. He could bounce ideas off her that only made sense for them both. He no longer had to bear the responsibility of carrying the torch of living mechs alone. Even if he died or became indisposed, Alexa would still be able to inherit all of his existing living mech designs and keep them up to date, though she would definitely put her own spin on them to claim her ownership over his old works. That was not the extent to which Alexa's successful elevation changed the game. Not only did she add much-needed redundancy to the design department, she also became a part of a great endeavor started by her mentor. As long as Alexa remained productive, she would blaze her own trail and develop their shared field in a different direction. Living mech design was no longer a spurious diversion of mech design anymore. Now that Alexa proved beyond doubt that the field of living mechs could be practiced by multiple mech designers, it had gained a lot of legitimacy and gave hope that others might master it as well one day. All in all, Alexa's successful elevation was not only a day of celebration of a woman who sought to fulfill her cherished dreams, but also bestowed a huge present to Vase. The newly advanced journeyman finally opened her sparkling green eyes. The light of her strengthened spirituality seemed to shine through them, enabling her to see and experience the reality around her through a different lens than before. Maya, Maya, Maya. Alexa felt so jubilant that her companion's spirit sprung free from her mind and celebrated this long-awaited breakthrough. Vase did not fail to notice that Maya had grown a lot stronger as well. Now that Alexa had formally surpassed the extraordinary threshold, her companion's spirit automatically became more substantial and more capable of channeling E-energies. Is this everything that you have hoped for? Vase asked. It is. Alexa smiled as she cradled her own companion's spirit. I already had an expectation of what would happen if I broke through. I have read through numerous records that describe the breakthrough process. Now that I have actually become a journeyman, I find that I have underestimated the expansion of my senses and the strengthening of my instinctual understanding of mechs. I no longer view my mechs in the same way anymore. Now that I can see the fruits of my labor, I have the urge to go back to my old design and optimize it in numerous different ways. Both of them stared up to the male and female variants of the S2. Your living mechs feel young, Vase noted as he analyzed the newly fabricated mechs. Not in the sense that they are just a few minutes old or that they are really weak compared to my own living mechs. They give me the impression that they are babies. His student grinned when she heard his remark. That is deliberate on my part. One of the factors that I think are missing in your theoretical framework of living mechs is a more defined life cycle. I think that the process of aging can add more depth and development to the evolving characters of our works. Your products always start their lives as mature, living mechs that are ready to go into action straight away, and I have no objections to that. You are doing your best to meet the demands of the market. Your customers will not necessarily appreciate a living mech that is not able to tolerate action shortly after they are built and deployed. Vase appreciated her compliment, but it did not do her own approach any good. Your works are different. If these two living mechs are going to be representative of your products going forward, then every living mech that you design will start as babies. I don't know about you, but I don't think it is a good idea to put the mech equivalent of babies on the battlefield. His student did not seem to mind this circumstance. Then don't. I am aware that they are essentially babies that have been put into the bodies of adults, but this is only a characteristic of the first generation of my living mechs. My works are not meant to be used by their human partners in the same way as other mechs. They are an investment. As long as my clients and customers understand the true value of my legacy mechs, they will gladly spend the time to raise them, mold them and ultimately allow them to procreate. Alexa believed so strongly in her vision that Vase admired her willingness to go against the prevailing standards and insist on pushing her own ideals. However, it was questionable whether her eccentric works would be able to appeal to the masses. There were so many complications to her so-called living legacy mechs that only the most ardent believers in living mechs would become attracted to her specialty products. Chapter 5711 Stepping into his shoes 5711 Stepping into his shoes Now that Alexa had become a journeyman, her job and responsibilities needed to change. She was not like all of the lead designers in the design department. She was his direct protege, and had demonstrated at least basic competence in living mech design. While the sophistication of her products was not comparable to that of Vase, she could already serve as a substitute in cases where his intervention was normally required. Once Alexa and Vase cleaned up the workshop and transferred the newly fabricated mechs to an available hangar bay, they settled down in a nearby office, where they could discuss all of the changes. Though a part of Alexa was still distracted by all of the new ideas and possibilities that became available to her, she was still attentive enough to discuss her altered place within the clan. In most large organizations, journeymen are treated as more junior personnel who just happen to possess better future prospects. Vase began. I think it is obvious to you that we do stuff differently. We don't have any masters in our midst, and only a relatively short time has passed since I advanced to senior. Journeymen are therefore the mainstays that do much of the work needed to progress the projects of our design department. Now that you have become one as well, it is time for you to step up and undertake more serious work. I understand, sir. Alexa nodded in a manner that made it clear that she did not intend to object to his arrangements. I hope you can give me time to ease into my new rank and capabilities. I need to learn what I can do and adapt my mindset on mech design now that I have reached this level of dedication. It will take 3 or 4 months before I am ready to work full-time as a journeyman. That is reasonable. I know what you are going through. I will give you all of the space you need to get a grip on your new strength. I am also aware that you also need to go on a pilgrimage to the regional headquarters of the Red Association in the Agamemnon Upper Zone. I'm not really sure what sort of secrets the mechers have decided to pass on to newly promoted journeymen in this day and age, but they have probably prepared a different spiel than what I have heard. Vase broke through in a different time. The mechers still tried to repress any knowledge of cultivation as much as possible and disguised everything through the lens of psionic power. That approach had become redundant or even counterproductive in the Age of Dawn. Everyone and their grandmother had already become aware of E-energy, so a journeyman making a pilgrimage to a major stronghold of the Red Association did not need to receive a lot of lessons anymore. However, the mechers never abolished this obligation. which showed that they still expected mech designers to come and learn who was truly in charge of their profession. The Terrans usually took a dim view of the domineering approach of the association, but they had no choice but to play by the rules. "What kind of responsibilities do you expect me to fulfill once I return?" Alexa asked. Vase smiled back. "I have been thinking about your future for a while. I have tried my best not to bring this topic up to you because I did not want to add too much pressure onto your shoulders, but that is no longer a concern anymore. Once you have picked up your stride, I want you to receive additional lessons on the more advanced aspects of living mech design that I have yet to pass on to you. This includes the core principles of second generation, third generation and fourth generation living mechs." His student looked shocked as she knew exactly what that meant. That is everything that defines a living mech of your design. Anchoring design spirits to mech designs, establishing orders of life, opening up the possibility to acquire ascension runes. Have I missed anything? Yes, there is design spirit creation, living mech cultivation, Carmen mechs, battle networks and a bunch of other stuff that are not included in the package. I am not able to pass them on to you for various reasons, but I would be glad to teach you about everything else. You don't need to be as proficient in these aspects as myself, but I expect you to be able to reach a basic level of competency in designing fourth-generation living mechs by the end of the year." This was a big move. Vase was, essentially willing to pass on most of his core trade secrets to his student. It was an enormous gift to a journeyman mech designer who was still relatively new to living mechs. Although Alexa would undoubtedly get influenced by his direction, as a journeyman she should be able to preserve her own design philosophy and cling onto her existing style and approach. "I will try my best. Given that you are eager for me to learn how to design a fourth-generation living mech, are you trying to train me as your substitute in living mech design?" Vase nodded and smiled. "Yup, it has been a growing burden for me to make sure that the design department outputs a high quantity of living mech designs each year. It is impossible for me to reduce it as our clansmen and the market both hold high expectations for my works. Living mechs are both my brand and a part of my identity. It is unacceptable to deliver mechs that are not alive all of a sudden. This is where you come in. It would do me a lot of good if you can partially take over on my behalf." His student understood his demand. "I cannot promise you that my living mechs will maintain the same style and possess the same level of strength as yours, but I will try my best to maintain consistency to avoid disappointing your customers." Vase felt relieved to hear that. Good. Redundancy and split responsibilities are essential to a growing mech operation. In the past, we used to rely on Sarah Voikin to meet all of our defensive needs. It was only later that we hired the likes of Beatrice Hendricks and Victor Macmillan. Their specialties may be different, but that does not matter as long as they can improve the defenses of our mechs. I want you to take on a similar position with regards to living mechs. Not only do I want you to relieve some of my current work burden, but I also expect you to supervise my other ongoing projects if I happen to go on a trip and fall out of contact for a while. She knew what he was thinking about. You still wish to proceed and put your life on the line by participating in a possible future deep strike expedition. I do not think the mechers are eager to let you go forward. The mechers don't control my entire life. This is a matter of principle. My journeyman days may be over, but that does not mean that I am no longer an explorer. I still need to live through different experiences in order to obtain the inspiration I need to produce new innovations. I'll sort this problem out with my minders. You just need to be prepared to step into my shoes during the times I become indisposed for whatever reason." Alexa recognized that there were numerous problems with this plan. "If I am expected to spend most of my time designing living mechs according to your style, I will not be able to allocate as much time on designing mechs that conform to my own vision. I know that this is not ideal, but the actual workload of turning a mech design alive is not that great so long as you do not invest too much time into the technical aspects. You will still have sufficient time for you to conduct your own research and lead your own design projects." That placated Alexa for a bit. "I see. If that is the case, then I should be able to handle this responsibility. How much latitude will you give me to diverge from your design philosophy and add my own traits to your designs? I don't want you to turn all of our existing mech lines into living legacy mechs." Vase responded in a firm tone. "They are still my products unless I say otherwise. Other than that, I will allow you to apply other, less drastic design solutions to them so long as their overall identities remain the same. I do not want my customers to obtain a completely different living mech after they have placed an order. Our brand must remain consistent." "Understandable. This is your mech company, not mine. That leads me to your newly developed specialization. Vase continued. The vision that you have shared with me makes it clear that your design philosophy is not conducive to designing products with mass market appeal. Unless you retool your approach, it is a given that your living legacy mechs will always remain a niche product. I cannot imagine that many people are willing to take your product seriously. They will think it is a giant joke to release mechs that can physically interface with each other in order to produce a miniature mech that is supposed to organically grow into a mature machine after a while. There are so many aspects about this that sound crazy that it is impossible for you to do well in the public arena. Even Vase questioned whether Alexa had gone overboard, but the woman clearly saw little issue with her work. I have already taken this into consideration, sir. I proceeded with my plan because I am confident that there are still customers who appreciate the potential of my own brand of living mechs. I believe that over time, the disapproving majority will come to regret their ridicule. If they embraced living legacy mechs sooner, they would have been able to grow their own living mech dynasties by that time. There was no guarantee that this would happen, but it did not hurt to dream about it. Alexa may have her life a lot more difficult for herself, but if she was able to fulfill all of her promises, then the power of her living legacy mechs could definitely exceed the more standard living mechs designed by Vase. It would help if I can begin to prove myself by designing mechs for the Larkinson clan. Alexa said, "Do I have permission to design living legacy mechs for the Larkinson army?" "Granted. I won't convince any of the Legion commanders to add your works to their mech roster. You will have to convince them of the merits of your specialty products by yourself. I think you are being too hasty, though." "Oh, how so, sir? The Larkinson army is our main fighting force. It is risky for a fresh journeyman like yourself to meet their intensive needs. It is better if you try to convince the various branches of the Larkinson clan to adopt your machines instead. Their standards are lower and they are less critical about the quality of their mechs. They may also be led by more adventurous leaders who are more open-minded about all of the cumbersome requirements that they have to meet in order to make the most out of your products. I hope you don't attempt to push Project S2 on them though. Its performance is simply not up to par." Alexa responded with a reassuring smile. "Project S2 was never meant for mass production. I will make sure to design living legacy mechs that best reflects the needs of the various mech units." The Larkinson clan as a whole was not ready to embrace this crazy living legacy mechs business. However, there were plenty of branches that might hold a different opinion towards Alexa's design philosophy. They did not even have to replace all of their existing living mechs with the ones designed by the woman. Just a few living legacy mechs in a mech unit was already enough to make Alexa satisfied. Chapter 5712A Small Celebration. 5712A Small Celebration. Congratulations on your promotion, Alexa. The mech designers in D&D base decided to hold a party for Alexa's successful promotion. Everyone was happy that Alexa managed to become a journeyman mech designer. It certainly enthused the assistant mech designers and gave them hope that they would also break through one day. The existing journeymen all welcomed the arrival of a new colleague who could lighten their burdens and bring the Larkinson clan's living mechs to the next level. Alexa looked pleased and honored to receive the sincere well wishes of so many mech designers. Although rivalries and conflicts could not be avoided in any group or organization, Vase and Gloriana had done their best to maintain a relatively harmonious atmosphere in their workplace. They were all Larkinsons, so there were far more reasons for them to count on each other. The Golden Cat had done much to bring all of these people from different backgrounds together. Alexa did not exhibit any of the more serious snobbish traits that made Terran so notorious. The other mech designers who all possessed second-class backgrounds did not begrudge Alexa for receiving so much attention and favor from the Patriarch. It was impossible to deny that she had become the favorite subordinate of Vase, but she had earned it due to her remarkable productivity, specialization and future potential. As the crowd mingled in a festive hall, Alexa greeted and chatted with many mech designers as if she was friends with all of them. She also held Clixie in her arms and gently stroked the top of her head. Meow Tilda, the Rubarthan sentinel cat purred in satisfaction. A young boy dressed up in a cute little suit walked up and stared at Alexa in wonder. "You feel so much more like Papa." "I do, Marvane," the journeyman responded as she smiled down at him. "Your father and I share a common research direction. We only differ in the details. Both of us can design living mechs, though I am still behind compared to him. If your senses are as good as I have heard, then you should probably regard me as a weaker version of him, am I correct?" "Much weaker. It is still great. If you can do it, so can I. My science is always getting better. I'll become a journeyman before you know it. Papa and Mama will be so proud. Meow. Hee hee hee. Alexa giggled as she continued to cradle Clixie. You are so cute, Marvane. As impressive as it is to make rapid progress, I advise you to take your time with your studies. I could have broken through years ago, but I waited until now because I wanted to be serious about designing the best living mechs. This is not the easiest field for a mech designer to get started with. It doesn't matter who your father is or what your companion spirit can do. What truly matters is your willingness to respect your craft and explore living mechs the way you want, instead of what your father wants. Do you understand? The little boy looked dazed. I think so. I will definitely design my own living mechs once I grow up. I want to see whose mechs will be stronger. I look forward to comparing my work with yours, but the comparison will not be fair at all. I am a full generation older than you. Do not be disappointed if your work cannot measure up to mine. Your father made fantastic progress ever since he first became a journeyman. My growth will not be any slower by my estimation. That did not deter the cute kid at all. Marvane already saw Alexa as a rival to the position of being his father's best student, and he was determined to prove that he had learned the most in the future. By the way, what living mechs have you designed and built? I heard you made 2 machines. I did. Project S2 is the culmination of a years-long effort to encapsulate my ideas and principles in a mech that represents my vision. I actually produced 2 copies because I designed 2 variants. Just as humans can be divided into men and women, my mechs will also come in at least 2 genders. Oh, Marvane's eyes widened. Can I see them? What makes your living mech special and different from the works of my father? I cannot explain the full details of what makes them special, but I can tell you that my mechs can start their own families. What? No way. How did you do it, Alexa? Meow. Even Clixie was taken by surprise at this announcement. As I have just said, I cannot share the full details with you, but do not be surprised if my living mechs become fathers and mothers one day. By then, little children mechs will run around and play just like you and your sisters. Can you imagine the sight? It will be a fun sight. Marvane stuck for a short time, but eventually Gloriana walked up and dragged her son away before she could convince Alexa to explain the process of interfacing between 2 living mechs. A few minutes later, a group of dwarves walked up. They all dressed in their best formal clothing, but could not help but look out of place amidst the rest of the gathering. Compared to all of the other Larkinsons, the Vulcanites lacked the clear and obvious connection to the Larkinson network. The fact that they were shorter and stockier than the tall folk around them did not help matters at all. It was rather impressive that the dwarves took no notice of the odd glances and held their heads up with pride and confidence. The leading dwarf stopped and made a short bow. On behalf of the Iron Emperor and the Eternal Vulcan Empire, we formally congratulate you on your successful advancement. Your success has lit a beacon in front of us, Lady Alexa. We too hope to be able to acquire the power to design our own living mechs one day. Alexa was far too well trained to mock or show any obvious sign of contempt towards the dwarves. Though many Terrans would not think about making disparaging remarks about the descendants of a misguided genetic modification program gone wrong, Alexa knew how to be diplomatic. I am happy to receive your words, Mr. Aiden. I understand the difficult journey that you and your fellow dwarven peers must complete. I am more than willing to set aside my time to pass on a part of my experiences to you. I can only point you in the right direction. If you truly want to design a living mech, then you must go beyond whatever teachings and advice you receive. The dwarf who spoke with Alexa happened to be one of the descendants of the powerful Iron Emperor. The sovereign of the only dwarven state in the new frontier had chosen to send one of his blood relatives to the new Constantinople system. Despite the impeccable status of the dwarf known as Trent Aiden, his status was a bit murky in his home state. The Eternal Vulcan Empire was a relatively new state and had many incomplete institutions. Princes did not exist as the Iron Emperor maintained such an iron grip on power that he was not even willing to let his offspring shoulder a part of his burden. His relationships with his children were not exemplary either. Though the Larkinsons were too far removed from the Eternal Vulcan Empire to know what was taking place over there, they heard stories how the Iron Emperor had sired a lot of test tube babies. The legendary leader of the dwarves had only donated his DNA to a dwarven biotech institution. This enabled the geneticists and other biotech experts to develop different designer babies based on the original donor. Once the gene maps of many different designer babies came into existence, the scientists produced a lot of designer babies by placing their embryos into artificial wombs. Suffice to say, a father who allowed a large batch of his genetic offspring to be born in artificial wombs was not the most affectionate to them. The children all grew up in what was known as the Vulcan Empire back then, and always had to pass difficult tests in order to do justice to their sire. The sudden collapse of the original Vulcan Empire and the chaos that followed disrupted all of their lives, but it also granted amazing opportunities to all of the genetic descendants of the Iron Emperor. Trent Aiden managed to get past those ordeals, increase his augmentations and successfully completed his studies so that he could become a first-class mech designer. The dark-skinned dwarf with a short black beard smiled and took her words to heart. "We have been doing this every day since we arrived at this base. The access that your clan has granted to your living mech designs has been helpful to our own studies. We look forward to working under you when you embark on your own products. Perhaps the differences in the design philosophies of you and your mentor may teach us more about living mechs than any of us expected." The two chatted a bit more before the dwarves thoughtfully moved aside. Alexa continued to stare at the dwarves, who all sought to become the next journeyman who specialized in the same Class 9 design philosophy. Not even the son of the Iron Emperor dared to make the assumption that he would succeed. Might toil for 3 or 30 years and not make the crucial step that Alexa had successfully made. This was why the elite dwarf had nothing but respect towards the deserving woman. Vase eventually wandered over with Lucky following in his footsteps. Meow. The dark-toned gem cat drew a lot of eyes away from the dwarves. His new form with its archimetal characteristics and its much darker coloration made him look like an exotic artifact of a civilization that was much more advanced than anything else in this dwarf galaxy. Many of the dwarves grew enthused at Lucky's arrival. The cat looked so much more advanced and sophisticated than any tech the Vulcanites had seen. This was despite the fact that they were elite first-raters who belonged to the uppermost class of the eternal Vulcan Empire. It was a pity that Lucky did not have a good impression of the dwarves. The cat arched his back in a vigilant manner and looked as if he was a few steps away from pouncing. "Settle down, Lucky. We are among friends," Vase admonished his pet before he turned back to the dwarves. "Trent, I am glad you have decided to attend. Are you enjoying the party? It is our pleasure to be here with your fellow Larkinsons." The leading dwarf responded. "We have only remained here as guests for a handful of months, but we are already impressed by how you Larkinsons treat each other. It is quite different from what we experience back in our own state. Have you heard from the Iron Emperor as of late? Has he expressed any dissatisfaction in how we have chosen to handle your stay in our humble base?" The Iron Emperor has not made special remarks, which is a good development. He does not feel the need to track our daily progress too closely. He trusts us to learn your craft and he expects you to fulfill your obligations. Vase moved closer and bent down to place his hand on Trent's thick shoulder. "I know. Once I have brought Alexa up to speed, I will not be the only mech designer that can teach you how to design living mechs. She can guide you almost as well as I, so you will not be lacking in instructors." After chatting a bit more with Trent Aiden, he and his fellow dwarves all looked pleased as they became more assured in Ves's commitment to teach them his craft. With a reward as big as a first-class fleet carrier at stake, there was no way that Vase dared to take it easy. Chapter 5713 Upcoming Events 5713 Upcoming events. After the celebration party came to an end, everyone returned to work. Though Alexa had become an extremely useful journeyman mech designer, Vase could not activate her right away. Not only did she have to go through a lot of tutoring sessions in order to serve as an adequate substitute for Vase, she also had to depart to the regional headquarters of the Red Association. Fortunately, the trip should only take 2 weeks at most. She was able to secure passage on a fast superdrive-equipped courier vessel by asking nicely. She may have renounced her ties to the Strian ancient clan, but that did not mean she became a nobody all of a sudden. The fact that she had not only become the protege of the most successful mech designer of his fairly young generation, but also managed to inherit his design philosophy had already started to circulate among high society. Not everyone paid attention to this news, but those that knew keenly understood the significance behind this incredibly impactful development. There are 2 of them now. If anything ever happens to Professor Larkinson, then his student will be able to carry on his torch. His successful product lines no longer suffer from having a single point of failure anymore. If the devil tongue has any sense, then he will make sure that his student is prepared to inherit his mantle. If the LMC has any publicly traded stock, then I am absolutely convinced that their value has risen by at least 20% from this news alone. Continuity has always been on the mind of every market analyst looking at this amazing Mech company. For all of its successes, the Living Mech Corporation has always been regarded as a one-man show. Now that Professor Larkinson has finally raised a successor with excellent qualifications, the long-term prospects of his mech company has improved by an enormous margin. It appears that human mechs as we know it will change forever. If he can pass on his design philosophy to a single student, then he can do so to another one. It is becoming increasingly obvious that living mechs are here to stay. Professor Larkinson does not have to realize his design philosophy to transform the entire mech industry. The Terrans are making too much progress. We need to do more to drag Professor Larkinson away from their clutches. What is the impresario prince doing? Why has he failed to persuade Professor Larkinson to visit the Rubarthan Pact? Doesn't he have a good relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds? Why haven't any of them sent any of their mech designers to study his craft? The fact that this has not happened yet indicates that we have vastly underutilized our relationship with the famous mech designer. Even those filthy dwarfs have managed to send a batch of their young talents to his design lab. As the ripple effects of Alexa's successful breakthrough continued to reverberate across important circles, Vase started to prepare for multiple important events that were scheduled to take place in the near future. Vase and Gloriana sat on the couch while they watched a news broadcast from a mech-oriented news portal. As they watched yet another feature centered around the battles won with the help of the awesome firepower of the Ultimatum model, they held their sleeping daughters in their arms. Meow Tilda, Lucky and Clixie watched over the sleeping girls as they settled in the laps of their parents. Vase looked down and felt as if he was holding one of the precious treasures of his life. Aurelia had grown a little taller, but he could still recall the times where she was just a little baby. Gloriana meanwhile stroked Andraste's lovely red hair. The little girl had been bouncing around a lot earlier, but she looked so calm and peaceful now that she had chosen to take a nap. The Living Fae design contest that you started almost half a year ago is almost coming to an end. Gloriana softly said, "Where will the ceremony take place where the winners will be announced?" Kaner. Vase responded. That name sounded familiar to his wife. Kaner, I believe my ship stopped by this port system on the way to the Vulit Central Star Node and back to New Constantinople. It is situated much further away from the front lines than Bordel and Davut. That is correct. Bordel may be an exciting destination, but I already visited it almost half a year ago. As for Davut, I never want to return to that stupid place again. My staff looked into many other possible star systems where we could invite the leading contenders and announce the winner of the contest, but we had to exclude star systems belonging to the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact right away. We chose Kaner because it has a very active mech sector and it is a place where I have never visited before. We can not only recruit a lot of talented second-class personnel over there, but we can also strengthen the presence of the local branch of the Larkinson clan. His wife did not care about that sort of stuff. This will distract you from your design work. Are you not able to dispatch another mech designer instead? No, it has to be me. I am the man responsible for designing the Fae Fianna. The least I can do is to meet with the earnest mech designers who have worked hard to supply my drone mech with creative new living Fae models. The LMC had made a commitment when it organized this contest. Vase had to see it through to the end. It would be an enormous disappointment for all of the contest participants if Vase just greeted them over the galactic net. That was a lazy solution that conveyed a clear lack of respect towards their efforts. What are the safety concerns? Nothing will happen, Vase confidently said. The Mechers won't get fooled a second time. They have revised and upgraded their security protocols a long time ago. Besides, Kaner is not as haphazard or exposed to threats as Bordel. The former is a lot more stable and civilized than the latter due to how they developed. Kaner is virtually indistinguishable from a long-established trade hub situated in the old galaxy. I see. Should I accompany you on this journey? No, it is better if you do not. One of us needs to stay here and hold down the fort. Alexa can do this on my behalf once she has properly settled in as a journeyman mech designer. She can even take over my teaching obligations at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology for a time. However, it is not necessary for you to accompany me, and you should also stay in order to keep our kids company. Vase hugged Aurelia tighter in his arms. He did not like the fact that he would only be able to talk to his children by remote whenever he went on a business trip, but this was necessary in order to keep his mech company thriving. Will you return straight away once the contest has ended? Gloriana asked. Not yet, I need to make a few other stops in order to take care of other matters. Do you remember the public inquiry that a coalition of concerned parties has announced as of late? His wife immediately looked upset. I do. The rise of third-order living mechs among our customers has led to rising alarm among parties concerned with the growing influence of what appears to be mechs that have come under the control of ICE. Have you told them that your living mechs are not strictly ICE that have been the cause of many problems in the past? I did, but not everyone understands or accepts the difference. To some people, the distinctions are meaningless because what really frightens them is the act of surrendering too much control over vital technology to intelligent entities that are not human in nature. The growing autonomy and ability to defy their human masters has caused my third-order living mechs to violate a taboo. This is a fact that cannot be denied. If not for the fact that every mech pilot loves them and their obvious increase in effective performance, they probably would have generated a lot more controversy. No one who actually relied upon third-order living mechs objected to them in any way. The Red Association had also conspicuously issued numerous statements that essentially indicated that they investigated living mechs on a constant basis and saw no reason to take any disciplinary action. Yet that did not stop a growing gathering of political adversaries and business rivals from joining forces in order to place more restrictions on the proliferation of living mechs. If Vase did not handle this so-called public inquiry in a deft manner, then his products would become a lot harder to sell going forward. It is unlikely that my opponents will be able to prohibit the use of living mechs outright, but that is not the only way they can hinder my work. The greatest danger is that my opposition successfully whips up such a frenzy against living mechs that many more potential customers will develop paranoia against my living mechs. You should understand as well as I do that a lot of people have grown up with constant warnings about the dangers and perils of relying on ICE. This is a powerful bias that I need to defeat once and for all if I want to make the public embrace my products. Third-order living mechs will only continue to emerge at a growing rate. Before you know it, millions of mechs that can think, talk and even act on their own accord. Once the scale has reached this level, the public will truly become alarmed unless we nip this problem in the bud. Vase had unleashed a monster on Red humanity. Now he needed to account for his actions. He had made the deliberate choice to give the public access to third-order living mechs on a large scale with the belief that they would benefit human civilization. However, every radical innovation inevitably provoked a backlash, especially one that clearly broke several of the unspoken rules of human society. There was no way that Vase could get away with supplying so many powerful ICE without getting confronted sooner or later. Since that was the case, Vase might as well act boldly so that he could defend his actions without feeling guilty. It was all about projecting confidence and certainty. The more he sounded evasive about this subject, the more people would begin to doubt the reliability of his work. What else do you have on your agenda? I think you will like what you will hear next, honey. After a lot of thinking, I decided to accept your proposal. I am prepared to auction 25% of the outstanding shares of the LMC that are currently in my possession. What? You have already made a decision? Gloriana grew so excited that she had to put a lot of effort into suppressing her excitement for fear of waking up her napping children. Vase smiled and nodded back. I agree with you that there is not much benefit to hoarding so many shares. Our clan may be growing quickly, but we are still deficient in too many areas for me to feel secure about our short and medium-term prospects. I am really tired about the fact that we have to rely so much on external partners to acquire our own first-class starships. It is high time we took matters in our own hands and acquired our own fully functional first-class shipyard. This is the only way I think we can secure such a strategically valuable asset. I am so pleased. You have made the right choice. This will definitely make our clan more secure in the following years. Chapter 5714 Esteban leads 5714 Esteban leads with 3 major appointments in his schedule. Vase became busier than ever. He was not able to devote as much time to overcome the many design challenges of the Dark Zephyr Mark III project, but it was not as if Gloriana noticed the difference. Vase still felt bad about slowing down his other projects such as the much-anticipated upgrade of the Valkyrie Redeemer line. He was so enthused about all of the possibilities and features that he intended to introduce to this popular Hexer mech that he wanted to delight its fans as quickly as possible. Postponing its anticipated release by a few weeks would be a letdown to many people. The price of delaying the release of the next iteration of the Valkyrie Redeemer was not that bit, though. Botching the public inquiry on the safety of living mechs was much more catastrophic for his future prospects. Vase also wanted to make sure he was abundantly prepared to auction out a significant chunk of his mech company. If he did not do a good job of making his case before a gathering of wealthy and powerful groups, he could miss out on trillions of MTA credits worth of value. Since the public inquiry and the bidding of the shares had to take place in a secure and highly developed first-class planet located in a fairly neutral region, Vase had the bright idea of handling both of them on a single planet. It just so happened that the organizers of the public inquiry wanted to interrogate Vase in a public forum in the Ector system. The first-class port system was situated in the center of the Zelmer Upper Zone and had risen up to become a prominent shipbuilding center in the entire region. It was situated close enough to the front for lots of salvaged alien materials to be shipped back from the front lines without excessive delays. It was also located far away enough from the border regions to remain safe from alien incursions. The alien raiding fleets occasionally chose to bypass a lot of targets in order to launch a surprise attack on a human-occupied star system that was still full of riches, but that became a lot more difficult the further they traveled behind enemy lines. Besides, the Ector system was anything but lightly defended. As a strategically important first-class shipbuilding nexus, it hosted a truly formidable amount of defenses. In short, the Ector system not only met his security needs, but also allowed him to tour the highly sophisticated shipyards that he might be able to take into his possession in exchange for a portion of his valuable shares. The process of auctioning those shares needed to be impeccable and beyond any fault. The elite representatives of large first-class powers were accustomed to enjoying the highest level of service. If the Larkinsons made a faux pas or stumbled in the organization of this immensely important event, then that would most definitely depress the enthusiasm for placing a higher bid. "We cannot organize one ourselves," an assistant concluded after he had led an investigation into the viability of organizing a high-end auction. "We do not have the personnel, experience, clout, expertise and connections to guarantee a perfect experience for the attendees. It is better to contract this event to a trusted third party. The most professional option is to allow an existing auction house to allow its VIP guests to bid on your shares. A first-class port system as large and wealthy as Ector is most definitely host to many exclusive auctions." Vase definitely saw the wisdom in this approach. He always wanted to attend one of these mysterious grand auctions that he only recently became qualified to attend. The first dividend payments from Isthmus Manufacturing was also about to come in, and even if he had to pay back the large debt accrued by his wife, the income was still generous. The ultimatums produced by Isthmus had sold for such great quantities that demand still continued to grow with each passing month. The exceptionally high product margin of the ultimatum line made it so that the company was raking in profit. Although the price levels of Isthmus Manufacturing's first-class products were much greater in absolute terms, their sales volumes did not come close to that of a mainstream second-class mech model. The initial popularity of the ultimatum was already impressive enough, but what truly caused the first-class mech manufacturer to value this celebrated product line was that it had all the signs of becoming an enduring seller. It was difficult to imagine that any competing mech model could dethrone this unique heavy artillery mech anytime soon. In any case, the money earned by Isthmus from selling a sizable range of first-class and second-class mechs made it so that Vase was not lacking in financial strength at this time. If Vase ever encountered an offering during the grand auction that was way beyond his means to pay in cash, he could always borrow a page from Gloriana's book and go heavily into debt to secure a juicy prize. "Please look into this option. Find a reliable partner that we can work with on this matter. It would be best if the auction takes place not too long after the public inquiry in Ector." "That is a risky decision, sir. If you decide to hold the auction a short time after your public interrogation, then the enthusiasm for shares that you are willing to make available will heavily depend on your performance. The value of the LMC is highly dependent on the quality of its products and the strength of your works. If there is a growing demand to limit the growth of your living mechs, then that will be detrimental to obtaining a high price for your shares." Vase shrugged at that. "I will just have to make sure that I won't fail then. Don't worry, even if I don't do as well as I hoped, it is unlikely that living mechs will be prohibited outright. At most, I will have to limit the emergence of third-order living mechs to the public." After Vase had made his decision on how he preferred to auction his shares in the LMC, his staff quickly went to work and explored their various options. A few days later, the Larkinson clan signed a quick deal with a prestigious auction house that operated in the Ector system. Vase shook hands with one of the managers working for Esteban Leeds. It is an honor to serve your needs in our upcoming grand auction. Please be assured that we shall handle everything related to the handling of the stock that you have made available. The nature of this prize makes it unsuitable for us to include it in the main auction. There are too many individuals who have no chance of placing a competitive bid and will only impede the more serious bidders. We recommend a private auction that takes place in an adjacent auction hall that is only accessible to VIP guests that we have especially invited to take part. We have an excellent understanding of the interest and payment abilities of all of our major clients. We can also leverage our extensive network to persuade other interested groups to dispatch their representatives so that they can take part in the bidding as well. Online bidding is not allowed. Vase questioned. That is the prevailing standard in such occasions, Professor Larkinson. Attending in person is a sign of respect as well as commitment. Remote communications are also too flawed and imperfect. They can be blocked, intercepted or even altered by nefarious parties. Attending in person brings its own share of problems, but it has worked well for humanity for many years. The demand to attend the private auction in person would hinder a lot of wealthy groups from taking part. They were either situated far away and did not have a trusted representative close enough to arrive in time. Regardless, Vase did not want to delay this matter too much. He wanted to obtain a first-class shipyard sooner rather than later, and this was the best opportunity for him to secure one. Taking over one of the shipyards in the Ector system would be perfect, as he would be able to inspect his new asset straightaway. Do you wish to impose any limitations on the eligible individuals or groups that can attend this private auction? Or are you willing to allow any upstanding member of Red Humanity to place a winning bid on your shares? That was an important question. I have no restrictions per se, but I do not want my shares to fall into the hands of any enemies. I will transmit a more detailed list of criteria later, but aside from certain enemies, I don't care too much about the rest. You can let the Terrans and the Rubarthans participate in the auction. I have no objections to them, so long as they don't obtain the full 25% of outstanding shares that I am willing to exchange. Understood. We shall make certain to invite the representatives of Terran ancient clans and Rubarthan principalities. We have ample experience in hosting them both without causing them to come into frequent direct contact with each other. What is pleasant about working with them is that they are so driven to compete against each other that we can exploit their brinkmanship to stimulate more bidding. You can expect to exchange your shares for a higher price, although much of it may end up in the hands of Terrans and Rubarthans in the end. I don't believe the Mechers will let that happen. Vase openly speculated. They may secretly back a handful of neutral participants from the Red Ocean Union just to stymie the efforts of the first-rate colonial superstates. Both of them smiled. The greater the competition, the higher the bids. Auctioning out highly desirable shares is usually an event that is announced a year in advance. This is not possible due to demanding that your shares can be fought over on a relatively short notice, but the urgency of the moment may spur participants to bid higher. We shall see what we can do, but again, it is our honor to accept your entrustment. The manager from Esteban Leeds made all of the right sounds. Vase had little concerns about the follow-up actions of the highly regarded auction house. Of course, Vase was not completely stupid. Once the call came to an end, he made sure to send a couple of his first-class staffers to the Ector system in advance in order to keep an eye on the proceedings. When Gloriana heard what he was up to, she immediately grew red with desire. You actually managed to secure an agreement with Esteban Leeds. You also intend to participate in the grand auction as a bidder. Change of plans. Bring me with you. How can you possibly attend such an elite auction that is able to attract the leaders and representatives of the great powers of Red Humanity without letting me participate? Vase could already imagine all of the money pouring out of his bank accounts. No, we already talked about this. You are staying here. The design department needs a leader in charge, and you are the only one that qualifies. Our children will also need their mother even more now that their father is going on a business trip. Then we will just take our children with us. We can request an early vacation for them so that they can travel with us to a busy first-class port system and expand their horizons. This is not the time. You are staying put and that is it. Don't argue with me any further. Vase did not want to bring along his wife and children for several reasons. His greatest concern was safety. Each time he traveled, he put himself at greater risk of interception by greedy opportunists who sought to claim the juicy bounty on his head. While he trusted the Mechers to do their jobs, it was best to be safe rather than sorry. Chapter 5715 Planned Collaborations. 5715 planned collaborations. On the day of his departure, Vase kissed his children on the head one last time before saying goodbye to them for a time. Do you have to go yet again? Why can't we come with you, Papa? Vase chuckled as he rubbed Andraste's hair. I am not going on a vacation this time. This is purely a business trip. The stuff I am scheduled to take part in are not particularly fun for you. It is better if you stay home and attend your school as usual. I don't want you to slip in your grades. It is really hard to catch up to your peers after you have fallen behind. His wife snorted when he said that there would be no fun. She clearly held a different opinion on this matter. Do not take long, she instructed Vase. You must return right away once you are done. Also, make sure you attend our remote design sessions whenever possible. Just because you are not able to be physically present in our design lab does not mean you are exempt from work. You should at least keep up with your own studies. The architect version of the Dark Zephyr is cumbersome to design. I could truly use a qualified helper that can assist me in exploring the right solutions to the astronomical amount of problems that I have to solve. After exchanging a few words, Vase made a signal so that the Tarask would teleport him up to the heavy cruiser that was hovering in high orbit. A squad of bots automatically brought his luggage away while Vase moved to the closest lounge in order to meet the resident mech designers on the ship. Hello again, Jovi. Hello to you as well, Professor Loban. Please call me Vector. The transhumanist responded as he and Jovi stood up from their seats. Since you are on a first-name basis with my survivalist friend here, you should be more familiar with me as well. They all sat down and ordered refreshments that quickly materialized on a nearby table. So I guess I will be staying on this ship for a while. Vase said as he took a sip of his tea. How have the two of you been getting along? Jovi and Vector looked at each other. We have become more acquainted with each other. We frequently work together whenever we test the Carmen mechs. The two mechers did not appear so different from each other. They were both senior mech designers from the Red Association. Vector Loban was a bit older, but he could still be counted among their generation. He certainly proved his competence by advancing to the rank of senior before his 50s. Between the two of them, Vase still preferred Hovi's company. This was not just because the man had proven his trustworthiness several times over the years. Vase had gotten a decent glimpse at the personalities and the motivations of the two raw senior mech designers. From his brief contact with Vector, the transhumanist had proven to be dedicated to his cause. He was just as crazy as the other transhumanists when it came to seeking a way to transcend his mortal limitations. Jovi on the other hand came across as a typical survivalist. Though Vase understood that the survivalists could be even more crazy at times, they were usually calm, rational and most importantly predictable. The problem was that Vase did not have a choice on which mecher he could interact with. Ever since the transhumanist faction sent Professor Vector Loban to the Blue Jay fleet, he had made it clear that he was here to stay for the time being. So what do you think of the Carmen mechs being tested aboard this ship? Vase asked. They are fascinating. You have clearly made an effort to integrate biology more extensively with a handful of your experimental mechs. I have learned many clues on how a Carmen system interacts with other biological systems. The only disappointment is that none of your experimental works are first-class mechs. There are many differences between a first-class and second-class mech. I know. I am still studying. I think I have already acquired the necessary knowledge to design a very simple first-class mech, but that is not my goal. Both of us are waiting for you. Jovi said. Vector wants to collaborate with you to design a first-class biocarmine mech, but I would also like your cooperation to design a special mech that can play a significant role in the future. Vase raised his eyebrow. Oh, you mentioned this desire before, but you never really shared any solid details on your proposal. What sort of first-class mech do you want to design that necessitates my involvement? The survivalist smiled and waved his hand. We can leave this discussion for later when we are ready to work on it in earnest. For now, I can tell you that I think it is possible for us to design a highly experimental mech that may have the power to attack one of the links in the chain that makes hyper-technology effective. The aliens may not show it at the moment, but we have gathered enough intelligence to know that our adversaries are working hard to incorporate hyper-technology in their warships. Once they become available in larger numbers, we expect the Red Cabal to launch a major offensive. I think we must be ready to blunt their assaults and deprive them of their latest advantages. The idea certainly sounded interesting to Vase. He had never heard of a mech that directly targeted the effects of hyper-technology. Such a product would certainly become more useful once the aliens adapted to hyper-technology with the help of the cosmopolitans. I would be glad to cooperate with you on such a project, but you need to give me at least a year before I am ready to tackle such a project. Vase responded. In the meantime, I can mull over the idea and look into numerous possible design solutions that can give real teeth to this mech. I already have a couple of ideas in mind, one of which is based on one of my older works. They continued to chat a bit about this proposal, but not too much as it was still too soon to get serious about this first-class design project. Technology was still advancing at a fairly rapid rate. New discoveries and innovations related to hyper-technology came out every day, and e-technology was picking up its stride as well. Perhaps a fancy new tech might come out in the following months that would have major implications for their upcoming design project. Vase eventually turned to Vector. By the way, I haven't remained up to date on the state of the Yuri machine. How is it doing? It was not clear whether Jovi was authorized to know about the Yuri machine, but Vase did not care. Fortunately, Jovi had been appraised of its existence due to his involvement in the study of Carmen mechs, so Vase did not break any rules. The Yuri machine is just beginning to settle into its new accommodation. Professor Vector Loban responded, I am no longer in charge of it, so I do not have a complete understanding of its condition. From what I have been told, long-term exposure to the glows of your pacifiers has done wonders for the mental health of its captive mech pilot. Yuri in Fame still misses his human body, but he is at least able to find fulfillment by browsing the galactic net and watching all sorts of interesting drama broadcasts. That sounded encouraging to Vase, but it was far from enough to reverse the travesty of what had happened. Consuming entertainment alone does not constitute a fulfilling human life. Vase argued, Yuri will only be able to enrich himself for so long. He needs to regain a real semblance of life in order to restore his mental health. We are working on it, Vase. Our interest in restoring Yuri is greater than you know. We hope that he will eventually be able to take control over the enormous physical machine that he has become attached to. To that end, we are considering whether we should bring the Yuri machine to a special individual in order to properly diagnose its problems and investigate whether it is possible to solve them by relying on brute force. The greatest issue with resorting to this measure is that there is a long waiting list. Do not expect us to make quick progress. What Vector is saying is that if the transhumanists cannot improve Yuri and Fames themselves, they will try and ask the evolution which to handle this case in person. That certainly attracted Vessa's attention. Is the evolution which free enough to examine a single anomaly like this? I would have thought she is busy with far greater concerns. You are not incorrect about her divinity, but the Yuri machine is absolutely worth her attention. We are merely trying to see whether we can resolve its many problems without making use of our last resort right away. The evolution witch's time is precious beyond comparison and should not be squandered. That stopped Vase from raising his request to schedule a meeting with her. He clearly needed to bide his time and prepare a large enough concession to convince the god pilot to leverage her powerful god kingdom to reproduce a sample of Yondu milk. Vase had not forgotten about this goal, but he figured it may be best to wait until he and Vector have completed their first collaborative work before trying to solicit the evolution witch's help. She was not a god pilot to be taken lightly. Unlike the destroyer of worlds whose intimidating relationship was interspersed with stories that emphasized her kindness and her empathy towards the bottom half of human society, the evolution witch had always been described as a radical visionary. She had inherited many of the bad traits of biotech researchers, such as an extreme interest in conducting dangerous experiments and constantly pushing the limits of what was possible with biology. If not for the fact that her cause did not completely fall out of line with the interests of the Mechers and the Fleeters, it was easy to imagine that the evolution witch would become just as much of a pariah as the hated cosmopolitans. When coming into contact with a powerful figure that had shown little restraint throughout her career, it was best to keep everything strictly business. Vase turned his attention back to the anomalous machine that still remained a cause for concern. I don't know what you transhumanists are capable of, but I think the Yuri machine is beyond your capacity to solve. It has become an incredibly tangled and contaminated living mech. It has grown stronger, but also lost almost all semblance of control. That is not a condition that you can simply undo by entangling all of the messy threads. I speculate that the only way to truly restore Yuri and Fame is to go forward and keep pursuing further changes. Just like how the evolution witch managed to solve her congenital defects through continuous evolution, I think that the Yuri machine can achieve similar results by following a similar trajectory. Both Jovi and Vector looked thoughtful at this suggestion. This does not sound like a reliable solution, Jovi remarked. It can work, Vector thought. Undoing evolution cannot be done. Evolution is a journey that can only traversed in one direction. The evolution witch is an expert in this manner. She will be able to guide the Yuri machine like no other god pilot. Please keep me informed if the evolution witch actually does anything to the Yuri machine. I will keep your request in mind, but I cannot make any promises. Vector said with an apologetic expression. Just do the best you can. I at least want to know if the evolution witch has found out the true cause of the ultimatum's sudden transformation. Chapter 5716 Caner 8C 5716 Caner 8C. The Selen Middle Zone was located much closer to the starting point of humanity's invasion of the Red Ocean. It had been settled a lot sooner than many of the other middle zones that Vase frequented. The overall air and atmosphere of the colony settlements in this region of space was different. An important port system such as Caner was largely dominated by the successors and offshoots of many different old powers that used to have deep roots in the Milky Way. Despite the catastrophic consequences of the Great Severing, many of the branches and subsidiaries that had set up shop in the Selen Middle Zone managed to survive the ensuing financial crisis with only a modest degree of bankruptcies and consolidation. This was because the branches that had lost their access to practically unlimited funds from the old galaxy had already reached an advanced stage of their development. Their factories were already up and running. Their research institutions were making all kinds of valuable discoveries. Their sales channels had already become thoroughly embedded into the bustling frontier economy. The branch organizations had already overcome the cumbersome investment stage and had reached maturity to such an extent that they could already stand on their own merits. With brighter, younger and more ambitious leaders in charge of these newly independent conglomerates and family organizations, they pivoted quickly and made sure to cement their dominance over the regional economy and politics of the Selen Middle Zone. This created a commercial atmosphere that was welcoming to visiting customers but quite resistant towards the arrival of additional competitors. The regional markets here might be less dynamic as a consequence, but they were also stable and less susceptible to external shocks. Not even the LMC managed to gain as much ground in the Selen Middle Zone. Only when the insane demand for the xianxia and the ultimatum models became too great to bear did the regional players relent and allow the Larkinsons to expand their branch in the Caner system. When the Blue Jay fleet arrived in orbit of Caner 8C while attracting a 1204 great amount of attention, Vase said goodbye to Jovi and Vector before getting when the Blue Jay fleet arrived in orbit of Caner 8C while attracting a great amount of attention, Vase said goodbye to Jovi and Vector before getting teleported down to the surface of the terraformed moon. His entourage, which consisted of a number of his staffers, bodyguards along with a certain cat, arrived in the middle of the landing zone of the branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan as well. Meow. Lucky experimentally jumped in the air a few times. The local gravity here is only 0.81 grams. Vase mentioned as he experienced the reduced pressure on his compressed body as well. It takes a bit of time to get used to. Baseline humans who lack gravity adjustment capabilities occasionally have to swallow pills in order to keep their bones strong. Everyone had to adjust their gait a bit in order to maintain stable motion. As Vase and Lucky took in the local environment, the branch director soon arrived and led the patriarch to his office in order to discuss the itinerary for the next few days. You have arrived just in time. The older Larkinson man spoke to Vase as both of them sat down. We have already organized the wrap-up of the contest at one of the largest exhibition halls in this colony settlement. We have worked together with both the Red Association and the local authorities to strengthen the security arrangements and thoroughly inspect every guest before they can proceed inside. A projection of the venue appeared along with a detailed diagram of all of the security arrangements. Vase took a brief look and became satisfied with what he saw. The Mechers and everyone else had taken the near catastrophe that took place on Bortle 3 to heart and added a lot more redundancies to prevent a repeat incident. It's regrettable that I won't be able to come close to any of the guests or contest participants. Vase said, I suppose it is for the best. There is no real need for me to interact with all of those people in person. The branch director smiled in relief. I am glad that you are making our lives easier. Moving on, this event is not just about announcing the winners of the Fae Shaper contest, but also marketing the variety of functional Fae that have become available in the past half year. To that end, we have made sure to acquire copies of the top 50 Fae models and put them on display so that they can impress our audience. There are at least a dozen of them that have attracted the interests of many Larkinsons. That was one of the reasons why he wanted to preside over this event in person. The Fae Fianna was one of his more recent cash cows. The development of lots of new and different Fey directly enhanced the value and the longevity of his new drone mech platform. What about the top 10? We have invited the lead designers of the top 50 Fey models to attend the ceremony in person. Most have already arrived, though a few could not make it unfortunately. The ones that are currently on Caner 8C ready to present their works and receive their prizes. The prizes they are entitled to receive has yet to be determined. That's my job, Vase spoke. I deliberately did not spend much time on studying the fantastic new Fey models that these inventive designers have released over the months. I have a general overview of what has come out, but I am not familiar with their specs or finer details as I want to preserve the element of surprise. I think there will be plenty of times where I will be pleasantly delighted with what I have come across. We think so as well. The branch director confidently smiled. Our branch, along with many other branches I am familiar with, has already adopted a number of them. Pairing them up with our existing Fey Fianas has significantly increased the utility and versatility of our powerful drone mechs. Minutes passed by while they talked a bit more about other topics. Vase asked a few questions relating to the local economy and business atmosphere. Nothing he heard surprised him particularly much. Caner was a bit of a boring place. It benefited from its relative proximity from the much more bustling Vullet Central Star node, but also suffered from the downsides of being so close to a top trading hub. Nonetheless, it had become more popular as the Red War continued to drag on. Its safe and relatively rear position made it an attractive refuge for groups that were looking to shift their operations away from the front lines. Perhaps the Larkinson clan might need to do so as well if locations such as Davut became a lot more exposed to the encroaching alien offensives. It is difficult for us to expand our operations in this port system, Patriarch. This is not a question about money or influence. The fact of the matter is that the early movers have already occupied all available lands and built their own houses, offices and factories on top of them already. This is a fairly small moon, so it did not take too much time and resources for the wealthy old powers to construct a thriving globe. The only way for latecomers to put down their roots on Caner 8C is to purchase existing property at vastly inflated prices. This is one of the means in which the local powers are able to maintain a positive cash flow despite their enormous investment into their defenses. Their efforts to make this port system safer is driving up the price of land and property even further. You do not want to know how much it costs to purchase a single square meter in this settlement. This spoke of a larger trend in which the existing players who had put down their roots in the hinterland of human space rejected the flood of newcomers who chose to abandon their risky investments that had come under greater threat. It was a rather sad state of affairs because it showed that much of the public lacked confidence in red humanity's ability to keep the aliens at bay. The leaders of all of these relocating organizations were not stupid. They were able to analyze their situations in a rational manner. They had evidently come to the conclusion that the war would only grow worse. The branch director shared an interesting rumor related to these movements. Word has gotten around that the Red Cabal is planning to launch a big offensive in the near future. The older man almost whispered. Talk of that has spurred on many doubters to make the hard choice to abandon their old foundation and move to the rear. The possibility of a coordinated invasion that is substantial enough to break through at least a couple of our defensive lines has spooked many people. Those with a lower risk appetite are feeling more scared than ever. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. From the way you are saying that, you think there is something fishy behind these movements. I cannot say whether the upcoming offensive is a legitimate concern or not. I cannot help but think that the cosmopolitans have deliberately sparked all of this upheaval in order to divide red humanity even further. The more people are being forced to share a dwindling amount of available space, the more conflicts will arise among them. This falls in line with the goals of our enemies. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I am not sure whether that is actually the case, though I can definitely imagine the cosmopolitans pulling off this kind of scheme. The offensive doesn't even have to be real to produce the desired effect. Caner will only grow more popular and desirable in the future. It will probably grow less stable as well as a consequence. None of that mattered too much to the Larkinson clan. The local branch was not that big and mostly dealt with ordinary commercial matters. Even if Vase wanted to expand his clan's foothold on the planet, he couldn't, as there was simply too little development space to accommodate so many more clansmen. Vase continued to talk to the branch director for 20 more minutes before he became satisfied with what he learned. Once he retired to a suite that had been especially prepared for him, he finally enjoyed a moment of relative privacy. While he was in the process of preparing for the big event that was scheduled to begin in a few days, he motioned for Lucky to come over. Meow, you know what to do. Vase said, you have free rein as long as you can remain discreet and undetected. Take a peek at the locations that I have pointed out and record anything that looks suspicious to you. I do not believe that a place like this is devoid from cosmopolitan influence. Master Exilic Quan originally came from the Selen Middle Zone. I bet that other hidden traitors may be lurking in this neighborhood. Meow meow. No, I haven't cleared your mission with the Mechers, but I believe they won't care even if they know. At most, they don't want to claim any responsibility if you happen to get caught. Don't let that happen. Meow. Haha, it is good that you feel confident. Just remember that you shouldn't get too distracted by irrelevant stuff that you have managed to find. Your main goal is to root out the cosmopolitans, or at least find clues that hint at their identities. Meow meow meow. I know the Mechers have interrogated Master Quan and are in the process of conducting their own operations, but so what? These cosmopolitans have made the wrong decision by messing with me. Do they really think that I will let them take aim at my head without consequence? Ha, the Mechers may be great at monitoring, but the cosmopolitans know them far too well to expose themselves so easily. If we want to catch more of them, it is best to employ less conventional measures. Chapter 5717 Useful Fey. 5717 Useful Fey. While Lucky initiated his secret jaunt, Vase stayed put and quietly fulfilled his various responsibilities for the following days. Nothing special happened during this interval. Lucky hadn't gotten caught while he secretly intruded into many different locations and searched for any evidence of suspicious activity. Although it was a certainty that Lucky would encounter questionable situations, they did not matter so long as they were not related to the cosmopolitans or anything else that threatened the current order. Given how absurdly effective the cosmopolitans were at circumventing the expansive monitoring and spying efforts of the Mechers, Vase had developed certain suspicions about the human traitors. He did not dare to voice these suspicions to anyone. He lacked proof as well as a strong base of support that could support his claims. He did not dare to expect too much from Lucky's fact-finding mission. It would already be worthwhile to obtain a few clues about the identities of a few more hidden cosmopolitans. Finding them was the most difficult step. As long as the cosmopolitans had lost their disguises, they became a lot easier to deal with. Each of them were parasites who could only exist so long as they attached themselves to more powerful parties. In any case, Vase was not able to act without more information, and that would only happen if Lucky returned with useful findings. For now, the upcoming contest took up most of his attention. The xianxia along with the Ultimatum had become the two best-selling Mech lines in the past few months. Their existence and proliferation changed the Mech community and forced many people to adapt to the new machines. The Ultimatum sold extremely well despite its inflated price and its cumbersome requirements, but the xianxia continued to sell the most units on a monthly basis. At the start of the xianxia's release, many customers had become attracted by the drone Mech's strength and versatility. Its value proposition was already higher than any other second-class Mech released at that time. The emergence of newer and more varied Fey models complemented the xianxia's strengths and plugged a lot of gaps in its capabilities. There were lots of Mech outfits that developed their own unique approaches to combat that could sorely use these helpful Fey. In any case, now that the day of the closing event had finally arrived, Vase finally received an opportunity to explore the top 50 Fey models in person. He looked forward to seeing what the contest participants had come up with. The creativity of the masses always surpassed that of any single individual. Vase expected for at least some of the newly developed Fey to surprise him and exceed his expectations. As Vase got ready to depart for the large exhibition hall where the closing event was being held, he dressed himself in one of his best first-class outfits that his wife had bought for him during her trip to Vullet. He decided to change up his style a bit and opted to wear a predominantly black suit that was integrated with reflective and slightly luminescent patterns that looked like cats streaking across the surface. Vase liked the programmed fit and the refinement of the smart clothing. It also helped that it was able to part instantly and remain intact and out of the way if Vase ever wanted to unfold his true body. It could even grab his tool belt and anything he carried to a safe location without needing to be ordered. I look good. He smiled as he examined the mirror projection of himself. He had a feeling he would look even better if he grew a beard, but that was a taboo that he did not intend to violate. I'm ready. Vase entered his shuttle and departed for his destination under heavy escort. It did not take long before the strong procession arrived in an underground hangar that was built to receive important visitors of the exhibition hall. He talked to a few personnel and learned that almost everything was proceeding according to plan at this time. Since that is the case, there should be nothing preventing me from examining the contest submissions, right? Correct. You may proceed whenever you wish. We have reserved the upper floor for you so that you can inspect the Fae without attracting the attention of our guests. There is one complication, however. What is the matter? One of your mecha friends has decided to stop by and accompany you while you perform your evaluation. He is waiting on the same floor. It turned out that Jovi decided to descend from the terrace and keep Vase company for a while. Hello again, Vase. I have developed a curiosity towards these living Fae. I hope you can tolerate my presence. Ah, it's no problem at all. You are welcome to join me as we examine the various works. I could use a second opinion. When Vase entered the upper floor, he looked down and saw that it was completely transparent. The main floor down below was where all of the contest submissions had been put on display. Thousands of visitors curiously approached these displays and admired the diverse possibilities of the third-party products. Many of the people who attended this event either piloted the Fae Fianna or was part of an organization that relied upon them to varying degrees. There was no doubt that these folk were purposely on the lookout for fantastic new Fae models that could enrich their own mech forces. Given the positive reactions that they frequently produced, it appeared that there were enough gems among the contest submissions that they were bound to fulfill their goals today. Jovi noticed as well. Interesting, is it not? A mech design published half a year ago can single-handedly stimulate the entrepreneurial desires of thousands of designers and encourage them to expand upon your drone mech platform. Many other drone mech lines such as the famous Sparrow Storm have managed to build a thriving market of spur models, but it has taken many years and multiple version updates to reach this state. You have managed to do this while the Fae Fianna model is still fresh and new. This shows that the mech market and the mech industry have a lot of sense. Vase smoothly replied as he moved to a location that was positioned directly above the nearest living Fae that was hovering above the main floor. As long as the product is good enough, there will be a lot of demand for customization and expansion. It has happened to any mech model that sells for over 1 million copies on a monthly basis. The default configurations cannot fully satisfy every customer. I am glad to be honest. These third-party developers are doing my products a lot of good by extending their usability. I suppose the Fae model down below is a good example of what you have described. Both Vase and Jovi looked down at a Fae that possessed a different design than the starting models associated with the Fae Fianna system. A projected information panel offered a basic description of this product. Heat Disperser Fae Developer. Ray Toron, Apprentice Mech Designer Category. Utility E-Energy Attributes. Heat Summary. The Heat Disperser Fae is a hyper product that is designed to attach to any mech or large object and absorb heat before actively dispersing it into the environment. This is a simple product, but that does not mean it is less valuable. Vase remarked as he took a good look at the predominantly black Fae. The rapid buildup of heat is a growing problem for many spaceborne mechs. They are expected to perform at their peak and remain as productive as possible on the battlefield for at least half an hour or longer. That is practically impossible for most mechs as their energy reserves and heat management systems cannot sustain a high level of intensity for long. Jovi gestured at the simple Fae down below, which is where this heat disperser Fae comes in. The way they are designed makes it clear that they are solely meant to absorb lots of excess heat and disperse it in the form of radiation as much as possible. Their large surface area and considerable mass makes them far more effective for this purpose than other types of Fae. They might not be able to disperse their heat fast enough, but they can absorb enough of it to relieve the immediate problems of overheating mechs. The best aspect of this heat disperser Fae is that they do not strictly have to be alive. They also are not that complicated to control. This means that a typical Fae Fianna can enter the battlefield with 8 or maybe 12 heat disperser Fae in tow. Together, they can effectively support an entire squad of rifleman mechs. Not every mech force required a Fae Fianna mech that was configured to support other mech units by helping them vent their heat. Those that did would find such a mech incredibly useful, though. There were mech forces that relied on a lot of energy weapons to bombard enemies at range. The mechs they employed for this purpose were already designed with lots of energy cells and heat sinks in their configurations, but it was never enough. If a handful of Fae Fianna could effectively extend the maximum output phase of entire squads of rifleman mechs by 20 or 30%, then the drone mechs effectively contributed more to the battle in a support role than if they resorted to offensive Fae instead. Of course, the heat disperser Fei did not add much value to mech forces that adopted a more balanced approach to battle. The applicability of this heat disperser is still limited to an extent. Vase evaluated. Its utility is situational. I can still come up with many scenarios where it is more preferable to employ other Fei models. Its design is also rather simplistic. The selection of materials is rather elementary, and the way the developer combined it all together shows a clear lack of understanding of more advanced technological applications. Even so, its simplicity makes it cheap to produce, and their relative ease of control means that even beginners to drone mechs can control them with only modest practice required. This is a creative and qualified submission from an apprentice. Mr. Toron should feel proud for contributing a useful product. The heat disperser Fei has clearly earned a place in the top 50, but how high do you want to rank it, Vase? Not high, Vase said. The fact that I can easily think of a million different ways to improve and optimize the heat disperser Fei means that there is a lot of potential left untapped. It is a useful product, but not a competitive one. I'll probably rank it close to the bottom once I have evaluated the other Fei models. Well, at least Mr. Toron can expect to depart from this venue with 100 MTA credits in his pocket. This was the prize awarded to contest participants who fell outside of the top 10. This was a great sum to some mech designers, particularly the younger ones who were still trying to build up their foundation in the mech industry. The two mech designers moved on to examine the next contest submissions. Most of them were not that complicated, but they did not have to be. Anything that was useful enough had a chance to enter the top 50. Their functions ranged from strengthening communication signals to producing a large and relatively convincing decoy of a small starship. Vase had no qualms about appreciating them as long as they scored well enough in other criteria such as affordability and user-friendliness. He even planned to encourage his Larkinsons to adopt a handful of these useful products. It still took a bit of time before Vase encountered a submission that truly impressed him for the first time since he started this tour. Whoever designed this Fei is a lot more competent than the other ones. Chapter 5718 Expanded Functions 5718 Expanded Functions. One of the key characteristics that differentiated more skilled mech designers from their less proficient counterparts was their mastery of hyper-technology. Although hyper-technology was not as difficult to learn as phase water technology and other alien-derived technologies, it still took a lot of effort to learn or figure out the more advanced applications of hyper-materials. The previous Fei models that Vase examined, such as the heat disperser Fei, only made shallow use of hypermaterials. On the one hand, that was an advantage as the Fei models were cheaper and easier to build. On the other hand, the basic implementation of hypermaterials heavily limited their potential and constrained their options. The best way to distinguish a good mech designer from a bad one in this day and age is to look at how proficient they are at using hyper-technology. Vase remarked as he keenly studied the first Fei model that truly managed to impress him. The differences between a good and bad mech designer will only grow more pronounced in the future. To be fair, Vase, that has always been the case before the age of mechs has begun. Back when mechs were still fairly new, the mech design was not even close to reaching the complexity and depth of technological solutions that we have access to in the present day. What amounts to a senior mech designer back then possesses enough knowledge as an experienced apprentice mech designer from our current time. With every passing mech generation, the gap between the upper and lower echelon of mech designers has continued to widen. Why do you think that every first-class mech designer needs powerful first-class augmentations in order to complete all of their studies? It is impossible for a baseline human to learn all of the subjects that have been added to the evolving body of mech design. The survivalist had made a powerful point. Mech design was constantly progressing forward, and that brought its fair share of difficulties. The profession became increasingly more complicated and less accessible to humans. The problem was not that bad in the third-class mech industry because the market environment was too poor to afford any sophisticated solutions. The people over there were spared from much of this misery, but that also meant that they missed out on a lot of exciting developments. In any case, Vase took a look at the information panel for the Fei that earned his appreciation. Anti-shield pulse Fei developer. Sarah Koyama, senior developer category. Offensive, utility E-energy attributes. Electric, space summary. The anti-shield pulse Fei is a specialized solution that is designed to effectively destroy transphasic energy shields by heavily altering the operation mode of a space suppressor. By concentrating the space suppression field and combining it with an active EMP effect can produce a highly effective shield-breaking Fei. The product can overcome transphasic energy shields more effectively at the expense of greater power consumption and near-total immobility. Space suppressors were already fairly complicated hyper products. Sarah Koyama did not let that hold her back and iterated on this tech. She successfully developed a more focused variation that could destroy transphasic energy shields more effectively. The anti-shield pulse phase needed to press right against the surface of a transphasic energy shield. This not only minimized the weakening effect of the inverse square law, but also maximized the impact of the EMP effect. Although the space suppressor and the EMP component sounded like two separate and unrelated products, Sarah Koyama actually managed to employ inventive means to find enough synergy between the two. This was a remarkably creative implementation and elevated the worth of her anti-shield pulse phase. Sarah Koyama may not be a mech designer, but that doesn't stop her from developing mech systems on her own initiative. This anti-shield pulse phase is brilliant. Vase spoke in a tone that made it clear that he saw promise in this tech. Vase glanced at another projection that displayed a field test of this strange phase. It depicted an active phase Fianna that sent forth 4 identical anti-shield pulse phase before they attached themselves onto the active surface of an energy shield. They then proceeded to generate synchronized pulses that rapidly destabilized the active energy shield to the point where it scrambled a lot sooner than normal. Interesting, Jovi said as he too recognized the strengths of this specialized phase. Normal space suppressor can only weaken transphasic energy shields. They are not inherently weapons, so a mech unit must rely on massed attacks to fully destroy an energy shield that has been affected by a space suppression field. The anti-shield pulse phase drops this requirement and can effectively launch effective damage by itself. That is not what makes this phase so damn good, Vase said. It combines hyper-technology and other technological principles to make it so that its EMP effect can actually take effect over multiple dimensions. It exploits the effect of phase water technology and negates it by disrupting the transphasic foundation of a typical alien energy shield. The exact theory and mechanics behind this implementation was a lot more complicated, but Vase understood enough phase water technology to understand how difficult it was to design the set of solutions that made this living phase model possible. If not for the fact that the anti-shield pulse phase can easily be shot down once they are being used, they may be a contender for the top rank. Vase nodded in agreement. Sarah Koyama's entry most definitely earned a place in the top 10, but not necessarily in the top 3. I can still see a lot of people making use of her anti-shield pulse phase as an effective sieging tool. They are certainly not cheap, but they are considerably more cost-effective compared to other shield-breaking tools. Did they replace space suppressor phase? No, definitely not. Anti-shield pulse phase were more effective in their specific job, but were fairly useless outside of overcoming transphasic defenses. Still, this was what most people used space suppressors for. Vase could easily foresee that the anti-shield pulse phase might become a popular alternative product for mech forces expected to fight against plenty of hardy alien warships. It will be more expensive to employ these anti-shield phase because their likelihood of getting destroyed is greater. Jovi Armelon concluded. However, as long as they break down transphasic energy shields more effectively, a mech force should be more than willing to cope with the additional burdens and requirements. The lives and assets saved from destroying an alien fleet sooner is far greater than the increased expense of replacing broken and missing anti-shield pulse phase. Anyone who resorted to this solution should stock up on a lot of spare anti-shield pulse phase. This was also what hindered Vase from raising his evaluation of this living phase higher. I will decide upon the final ranking of this product later, but if there are not many surprises, then it should easily earn a place in the top 10. Vase declared before moving on to examine another living phase model. Trixie Darter Developer. Esbeth Sandhurst, Journeyman Mech Designer Category. Utility E Energy Attributes. None Summary. The Trixie Darter Downed Airman Recovery, Transport, and Emergency Reconnaissance is an adaptation of an early beast mech with the shape of a dragonfly that is dedicated to battlefield rescue. The original beast mech which this living phase is based upon is very light and small, which limits its operational time but makes it impressively fast at retrieving ejected cockpits or drilling mech pilots out of deformed wrecks. By reducing this mech concept into a fairly large living phase, the Trixie Darter has become a more compact and much more automated product that can be employed in significantly greater numbers than before. Yet another utility phase, Jovi remarked. Vase sounded more appreciative of this product. This is really useful, though. The Trixie Darter or whatever it is called can save real lives on a chaotic battlefield. The original product that it is based upon is most definitely more effective, but the fact that it is a piloted craft heavily limits its practicality. By applying this mech concept to a living Fae, Miss Sandhurst has provided a mech force with a more convenient and economical way to perform search and rescue operations, especially while a battle is still ongoing. The risk to the lives of mech pilots is really high the longer they are drifting defenselessly through space. Not every mech force would choose to devote their Fae Fiannas to this purpose. By making them responsible for search and rescue, the drone mechs were unable to make more direct contributions that could tip the battle in their favor. However, as long as the mech force was in a superior position, the greater priority was to minimize its losses. Fighting against any alien fleet was a dangerous prospect. Casualties were unavoidable, but timely search and rescue could cut the loss of mech pilots in half or more. How high are you willing to rank the Trixie Darter? Jovi asked. I am not sure, to be honest. It is undeniably effective and useful. It is fairly well designed as it is adapted from a proper mech design. Miss Sandhurst clearly knows her craft well enough. The biggest shortcoming is the lack of hyper materials. There is nothing that is increasing its speed, its detection ability, its defenses or anything. It is like it is a product out of the Facewater generation. That may be the case, but this is not necessarily detrimental to its purpose, Vase. Hyper-technology has granted our products greater power, but it has also introduced a new source of instability. When the Trixie Darter approaches a disabled mech, it will not generate any conflicts due to clashing E-energy attributes because it does not contain any hyper-materials. I believe this may be a deliberate design choice as opposed to a consequence of a lazy adaptation of an older mech design. He made a good point. Vase had become so enamored with hyper-technology that he automatically considered products that lacked it to be inferior. That was not a fair evaluation. I can think of several ways to improve it so that it can do an even better job. Vase said, I can attach Ilvain to it so that it can move to rescue mech pilots with as little delay as possible. I can attach Gaia, or the Superior Mother, to it so that it can detect lives buried within a lot of wreckage a lot more effectively than relying on conventional scanners. I can attach a modest emojunt of hyper-materials that can lightly increase its acceleration without producing too much instability when approaching hyper-mechs. That may be true, but you cannot deny that the current product already possesses a good base. You're right, Jovi. I will include it in my provisional top 10 list. It may have a shot of ranking higher, but it will be difficult for a utility Fae model to overcome more powerful Fae that relies on more direct features. I believe that search and rescue products such as the Trixie Darter will only become more valuable going forward. Jovi speculated, as the Red War drags on, mech pilots will only suffer more casualties. The attrition rate will become so high that our mech academies cannot produce graduates fast enough to make up for the shortfall in experienced mech pilots. More emphasis will be placed on preserving the existing stock of mech pilots. Devoting valuable hangar and storage space to solutions devoted to rescuing soldiers from the battlefield will become especially valuable at that time. Ejected cockpits and escape pods were always vulnerable on the battlefield. It only took a single gun battery from a single alien warship to target them and blast them to pieces without missing due to the limited evasion characteristics of these escape devices. Solutions such as the Trixie Darter could not prevent every loss from occurring, but it could minimize the exposure time and eventually preserve the lives of hundreds if not thousands of mech pilots for a typical mech force. Chapter 5719 The Significance of Lesser Mechs 5719 The Significance of Lesser Mechs Vase and Jovi continued to walk across the empty upper floor while gazing at the display models down below. The crowd examining the third-party Fae models submitted to the contest had no idea that a Tier 3 galactic citizen was walking above their heads. They continued to admire the more interesting Fae products and even started to inquire about where they could place orders. The Fae Fianna had become such a phenomenon in the second-class mech community that they started to show up everywhere. Although not every mech outfit was able to purchase the amazing drone mech due to financial, contractual or doctrinal reasons, those that had benefited from its use often went on to order a second or third batch of Fae Fiannas. The popularity and the appreciation earned by the Fae Fianna gratified Vase a lot. To think he originally intended to design it as a Larkinson exclusive mech. That would have been an enormous waste of potential, especially since the timing of its public release was exactly right. The Fae Fianna was shaping up to become one of the products that defined the hyper generation. The drone mech wouldn't have become nearly as great if not for the variables that defined the Age of Dawn. As Vase continued to examine one living Fae model after another, he sighed several times as the contest submissions provoked a lot of thoughts in his mind. Jovi clearly noticed his distraction. What are you wondering about, Vase? From what I have heard, tens of thousands of mech designers and developers have submitted an entry in the Face Shaper contest. Only 50 of the ones deemed more superior than others eventually made it to this stage. Just 10 of them will receive a personal highlight from me in the end. That is a lot of work and effort put into the development of Fae that may or may not catch on in the market. Ultimately, many people who have worked hard to attain success in this sphere will ultimately have to return empty-handed. Oh, come now, the mech industry has always been highly competitive. Only the best of the best are able to rise above the rest and thrive from their success. The moment we start to subsidize and reward failures is the moment our mech industry begins to decline. As much as we would like to reward every earnest mech designer for making a contribution, we simply cannot because the health of mechs as a whole is ultimately more important than the well-being of incompetent mech designers. Ves's expression remained grim as he stared at the different Fae on display and imagined how they would get used in combat. Is all of this useful? Of course it is. I can easily select half a dozen Fae that can produce such a great impact on the battlefield that they are bound to sell well after they become known to the wider market. I don't mean in this way, Vase said. What I meant to say is whether there is any point in investing so much attention and resources into developing strong second-class mechs. I mean, even if I design fantastic machines like the Fae Fianna and the Ultimatum, what difference does it make in the Red Ocean? At most, it will allow our second-class forces to defeat more alien cannon fodder. I do not see how my effort can significantly turn the tide and put Red humanity in a winning posture. Everyone knows that the Red War will ultimately be decided by the struggle between first-class human forces and the major alien races who enjoy the best tech and resources. Everything else is a sideshow in comparison. Jovi grew concerned. This was not a healthy train of thought. A lot of second-class and third-class mech designers eventually grappled with this existential problem. Perhaps Vase had entertained these notions once before, but managed to get past them. It was not unusual for mech designers to suffer a relapse, though. Second-class and third-class mechs are not useless, Vase. The survivalist explained in a gentle tone. If you look at their impact from a strategic planning perspective, they may not be able to single-handedly beat back the aliens, but they are consuming the enemy's resources as much as the aliens are trying to do the same to us. Not every adversary in the Red Ocean is as strong as the major alien races. The minor alien races may be weaker, but they still take great effort to defeat due to their vastly superior numbers. More powerful second-class and third-class mechs can effectively stop these enemies from becoming a threat great enough to merit the intervention of our association. That will allow us to concentrate our own forces to combat the real threat to our civilization. Vase slowly nodded. I understand this dynamic, but I still cannot help that we would all be better off if we just station first-class mechs across our entire border. We don't have the numbers for that, Vase. First-class multipurpose mechs are as powerful as second-class ace mechs in some cases, but what is not as obvious is that the resources needed to field the former is astronomically greater. The scant availability of first-class exotics and their exorbitant cost is the main reason why first-class powers have leaned so heavily on emphasizing quality over quantity. That is not the only cumbersome requirement that limits the number of first-class mechs. It takes a huge amount of investment in expensive augmentations and intensive education programs to raise highly qualified mech pilots and mech designers. If you add all of these costs together, you will come to realize that it is simply not feasible to increase the amount of active first-class mechs. It doesn't help that many first-class mech academies only take mech pilots with A and B grade genetic aptitude seriously. Vase said in a slightly accusing tone. You have studied first-class multipurpose mechs long enough to know that we are not being elitist about that. We have no choice. The complexity of a first-class mech that has integrated at least a dozen major modules is beyond the ability for baseline humans to control. Why do you think we are placing so much attention on the development of your Karman system? Aren't you guys interested in turning ordinary people into mech pilots? We are, Vase. We are especially keen on having this option available to us when the readily available pool for mech pilots begins to dwindle due to continuous attrition. Look, the transhumanists may value the promise that your Karman system can turn their bodies into powerful mechs, but we are mainly invested in how your invention will be able to augment humanity's collective fighting power. Not only will mech pilots with A and B grade genetic aptitude be able to fight as if they are at least a partial grade stronger, but your work can even allow previously undervalued C-grade mech pilots to control first-class multipurpose mechs without suffering any handicap. That will make it significantly easier for us to field more powerful mechs in the toughest battlefields of the Red War. Vase widened his eyes. He always knew that the mechers had big plans for the Karman system, but this was the first time he heard such an explicit benefit that was sure to have a significant impact on the outcome of battles at the highest levels. How soon do you want to roll out first-class Karman mechs? Ideally, we would like to wait and test your Karman system further, but we are in agreement with the transhumanists that we cannot take our time anymore. Let alone a decade, we may be forced to take more drastic measures within 5 years in order to keep our survival prospects alive. When you have formally gained the qualifications of a first-class mech designer, you should work on gaining more experience in designing mechs of this caliber. Once you have a number of true first-class mech designs under your belt, we may ask you to collaborate with me or one of our other members to design a first-class Karman mech, perhaps one that is specifically designed to give C-grade pilots the power of a B-grade pilot. This is the most direct way I can think of that can make an immediate impact on the war. These were big plans. Vase was not sure whether he or his Karman system would be ready for this in a few years. It was all happening so fast. I will try my best to improve and get ready for this task. Vase promised to his friend. Designing first-class mechs has always been one of my greatest dreams. I would be happy to design a first-class Karman mech that can help first-class mech pilots unlock their greater potential in a way that other mechs simply cannot do. However, you need to make sure that these pilots understand the consequences of forming a blood pact with a living machine. We have not forgotten. We have devised a few potential solutions to mitigate this restriction. Did you not come with a possible idea to preserve the pilot's ability to continue to fight with mechs? Vase suddenly froze as he made a number of unusual but incredibly promising associations. Jovi looked concerned as his friend became distracted a second time. What is the matter, Vase? Oh, it's nothing. I just came up with a really good idea that has the potential to massively increase the practicality of my Karman system. It is still a speculative idea. I will need to conduct a lot more research and investigations in order to determine whether it is viable. Are you willing to share your latest theory, or is it too rudimentary or controversial for you to explain your thoughts? It's okay. I don't mind it if I explain my new layout to you. Perhaps you can give me useful feedback. It all starts with my latest protege. You know that Alexa Strian recently broke through with a design philosophy that is highly related to mine, right? Jovi nodded. It was impossible for me to miss this occasion. Congratulations on raising a potential heir and successor of your design philosophy. Thank you. What I am getting at is her design philosophy is based on living mechs with a focus on procreation and building up a legacy over multiple generations. One of her explicit goals is to create a lineage of living mechs that all share a common root. By continuously producing a chain of offspring, the later generations of living mechs not only benefit from having access to a lot of inheritances that are unique to their lineages, but also have the opportunity to inherit the strengths of the strongest and most successful living machines of their mech dynasties. The survivalist was not stupid. He managed to advance to the rank of senior sooner than Vase, after all. His eyes widened in realization as he made the crucial connection in his mind. Are you suggesting that your Karman system, or rather the blood pact, can be combined with the living legacy mechs of your student? If that is so, then, the synergies between the two would lead to an enormous increase in value between both mech systems. Neither Vase nor Jovi were certain whether it was even possible to combine these two radically different design applications together, but if it was possible, then the implications were massive. Perhaps Vase could work together with Alexa to retool the blood pact so that it became a lot less restrictive than before. Instead of letting a single human individual form an unbreakable bond with a single living mech, Vase and Alexa might be able to allow a human to form a blood pact with an entire dynasty of living mechs. The greatest downside of the Karman system would be wiped away if that happened. The larger the mech dynasty, the more alternatives a Karman mech pilot could choose from. No longer would he be bound to a single Karman mech for the rest of his life. Vase suddenly had a powerful hunch that if he followed through with this collaborative research direction, he may be able to make Karman mechs practical enough to realize his design philosophy shortly afterwards. Chapter 5720 Promising Breakthrough Direction 5720 Promising Breakthrough Direction From the moment Vase got struck by inspiration, it was as if a veil parted before him. The Karman system that he had initially developed a while ago was already capable of producing widespread changes that could transform the lives of a lot of people regardless of their genetic aptitudes. Yet for all of the wonder it evoked, Vase was more aware than anyone else of its flaws. Aside from the fact that a mech had to be integrated with an abnormal biological construct, it also locked the mech pilot to a single machine for the rest of his career. This was a major shortcoming that massively dampened his target audience's enthusiasm for Karman mechs. Even the Red Association, which saw plenty of utility in his signature invention, did not fully buy into his Karman mechs either. The mechers were highly conscious of the fact that if the Karman mech ever got blown to pieces, it would be useless if the ejected mech pilot managed to save his life. That was because the commitment he had made prevented him from piloting any other mech, no matter it was through a blood pact or with the use of a traditional neural interface. This was not a theoretical prediction. The mechers had already tested this assumption in real tests where they deliberately destroyed the Karman mechs bonded with different test subjects. No matter whether the blood pact was only a few hours or a few months old, the consequences of destroying the bonded Karman mechs remained the same. A Karman mech pilot needed to abide by the terms of their blood pact without exception. This rule was as fixed and unchangeable as the oath that his grandfather Benjamin made when he was still a high-flying mech pilot. The rules were harsh and unforgiving, but that was what made the blood pact so strong. Vase had invested a lot of hours into trying to explore alternate versions that would not impose such harsh demands, but he never produced any acceptable results. It was because of all of the prior work he put into testing the limits of the blood pact that he knew that his latest inspired idea had a real chance of success. Even Jovi understood the enormous significance of this potential technological breakthrough. The mecher completely disregarded the Fey models below his feet and faced Vase head-on. His expression grew extremely serious, as a lot of people invested in the Karman system would definitely want to know if its inventor was being serious at this time. How viable is this idea of yours? How certain are you in turning it into a practical improvement to your existing Karman system? How can I know? Vase replied in a bewildered tone. I just came up with this. I need to account for so many variables that I really can't give you an accurate estimate. Still, if you are okay with receiving a less substantiated answer, then I can tell you that my gut feeling is cautiously optimistic about my ability to realize this idea. My gut feeling tells me I have a 60% chance of success. 60%. That is rather high for a breakthrough of this magnitude. What are the major challenges? There are many. First, in order to make this possible, I need to flesh out the foundational structure of the blood pact. Even though I have conducted a lot of research in it, I still do not entirely understand all of its mechanisms. My prevailing theory is that I accidentally rediscovered and repurposed an ancient and forgotten ceremonial ritual for present-day use. The building blocks were already there. I just randomly mashed them together to produce a working spiritual construct. I have little understanding of the actual building blocks themselves and how I can rearrange them to create a more complex spiritual construct. The only way I can make that happen is to conduct old-fashioned research in this subject. That long? Yes, Jovi. Ever since I developed the second-generation Karman system, I have reached the limit of what I can rapidly improve with my current level of understanding of the relevant variables. My inadequate theoretical framework is holding me back from developing more refined applications. I need to complete the development of the third-generation Karman system first, where I incorporate improvements that are reminiscent of what I have observed from the Yuri machine. I see. Only then can you work on binding the mech pilot to multiple Karman mechs as opposed to a single machine. Vase nodded. That will probably be the goal for my hypothetical fourth-generation Karman system. The difficult part about this is that I cannot do it alone. Deepening my understanding of the building blocks of the blood pact is only the starting point. I will need to work together with Alexa Strian to see whether I can expand the definition of the blood pact so that it binds the mech pilot with an ever-changing dynasty of living mechs. This is a huge difference, you know. The original blood pact is supposed to be an intimate oath-bound connection between two real living entities. They may be different from each other, but they are still individuals. Trying to change one side of this relationship from an individual to an entire institution of related entities is a huge expansion. Will altering the definition of the blood pact cause its effect to weaken? Jovi asked with concern. I really don't know the answer to that question. My preliminary guess is that there will certainly be consequences to doing so. I think that the original blood pact will still provide the greatest benefit to the mech pilot. The greater the sacrifice, the greater the rewards. Changing the ritualistic contract so that the mech pilots form a permanent bond with a larger institution is less costly but also less personal. The sense of ritual is weaker, and before you ask, that is really important. Don't ask me why I know this. All I can say is that I believe that forming blood pact with Mech dynasties will likely shape up to become a more expedient but less rewarding option. Both Vase and Jovi fell silent for a minute as they went over the implications of these words. The biggest problem was that Vase had no solid proof to back up his speculations. He was basically using his inadequate understanding and his intuition to form a lot of spurious guesses. Without enough proof, there was no way to know for sure whether Vase was talking truth or nonsense. We need more data, Jovi stated. As promising as this possible breakthrough may be, we have no indication whether it is viable. Even if you have made it work, the trade-offs you have mentioned may lead to an outcome where the altered blood pact is only 10 or 20% as effective as the base version. That is far too great of a reduction to make this invention worthwhile. Vase shrugged. I will work on it, but do not expect to obtain any quick results. As I have mentioned before, I first need to complete the development of the third-generation Karman system. As for the fourth generation that comes after that, a lot of progress will depend on Alexa's efforts. I can only complete this breakthrough if Alexa has made significant progress in her own design philosophy. What is most important is that in order to test our work, we will have to experiment with an existing living Mech dynasty. No such thing exists at this moment as Alexa has only just broken through the rank of journeyman. An existing living Mech dynasty was extremely important for Ves's purposes. He was unable to make one himself. Only Alexa possessed the capability to do so at this time. What this meant was that Alexa's cooperation was indispensable for Vase to attain his desired result. If anything happened to Alexa that caused her to die, fall out with Vase or otherwise become indisposed, then Vase could forget about making any further progress in this specific research direction. He would have to pursue a completely different line of research that might hopefully make the Karman system practical enough to allow Vase to realize his design philosophy. You are both lucky and unlucky, Vase, Jovi said as he considered the same variables. The main reason why older Mech designers are so keen on raising disciples is because the students can pursue alternative possibilities that can help their teachers find new breakthrough opportunities. It is usually master Mech designers who do so, but it is not unheard of for seniors to benefit from this as well. The fact that you can already deduce a promising breakthrough opportunity only a short time after Miss Strian locked in her design philosophy is nothing less than amazing. That should be the part why you think I am lucky. What about the other side of the coin? Your explanation makes it clear that when you reach this stage in your journey as a senior Mech designer, you can no longer rely on your hard work to advance further. Jovi grimaced. You will become shackled to Alexa Strian's speed of progression. If her design philosophy doesn't progress fast enough and if her work on combining her own innovations with your Karman Mechs continually counters setbacks, then you will effectively be at her mercy. Vase did not like it either, but thinking about how well Alexa performed so far gave him a shot of confidence. No Mech designer truly stands alone. He spoke with conviction. Larkinsons should be able to count on each other without harboring any doubts. I trust Alexa. Ever since she came under my wing, she has performed nothing less than exemplary. There are very few reasons for her to fall off at this point. She has only just begun her meteoric rise as a Mech designer. I have full confidence in her ability to make quick progress and flesh out her living legacy Mechs to the point where her signature works can successfully be combined with an altered version of my blood pact. He built up a solid development roadmap in his mind. He knew what he needed to work on in order to satisfy the requirements on his end. The biggest complication was Alexa's side of the equation. Vase did not possess a thorough understanding of all of her work, so it was mainly up to her to improve her signature design application to the point where a living Mech dynasty gained enough definition to function as a whole institution in spiritual terms. Of course, neither Vase nor Alexa had to work in isolation to make progress in their respective design philosophies. The advantage of working in the same field was that they could easily pitch in and assist the other in related research. Two minds working together was better than a single mind working in isolation. The ability to bounce ideas, solicit feedback and having a second opinion on hand could potentially shave years if not decades worth of research in the right situations. If everything goes right for you, how soon do you expect to be able to complete the development of your fourth-generation Karman system? Jovi questioned. A decade. It shouldn't take too long. However, the most important requirement is that there is at least one living Mech dynasty at my disposal. It takes time to build one. It is not enough for a pair of living Mechs to produce one generation of offspring. Those children will need to mature and produce grandchildren in order to form the semblance of a healthy and continually expanding Mech dynasty. I see. If Alexa is able to satisfy this important condition, will your resulting research results be sufficient for you to realize your design philosophy? Half a minute went by as Vase mulled over this question. I cannot say for sure, but my gut feeling says yes. If Mech dynasties can serve as legitimate targets for the Blood Pact, then I am very confident that my Karman system will truly have the capital to become a widely used system that can allow many people to pilot mechs they are otherwise qualified to handle. They can gain all of this benefit without making an excessive sacrifice. Chapter 5721 Versatile Uses. 5721 Versatile uses. As massive as his latest idea may be, this was not the time to explore it further. Vase already became satisfied with obtaining the idea. This was the most crucial gain that he could make. Everything else that followed was a lot easier as he merely had to invest a lot of time in progressing his research. The magnitude of this idea was so great that Vase almost lost interest in the Face Shaper contest. However, his commitment to rewarding the participants of this contest prevented him from leaving right away. He needed to fulfill his obligations to the people who had spent a lot of effort into developing useful Fae. Vase and Jovi quickly completed their tour and developed a good enough understanding of all of the 50 Fae submitted to the contest. It did not take a lot of time for Vase to form a ranking based on his impressions and evaluations. He just had to ask himself whether he would rank one Fae model on top of another and repeat this process many times until he came up with a final list. Though he occasionally requested Jovi's opinions, Vase made sure that he was the one that decided the ranking. Once he was done, Vase transmitted a message that requested the top 10 participants to get ready to present themselves on the stage. People had already begun to move to a larger exhibition hall where the presentation was about to be held. Everyone grew more excited as they wanted to hear what the designer of the Fae Fianna thought about all of the interesting Fae they had seen. As Vase got ready to step up and address his audience behind a reinforced security screen, he idly asked a question to Jovi. What do you think about the ranking that I have formed? The survivalist still appeared distracted from Ves's earlier revelations. Oh, I can understand the logic behind your decisions. The top 10 is comprised of a good mix of offensive, defensive and utility options. Personally, I think you have left out numerous utility-based solutions that should have earned a place in the top 10. Did you deliberately leave them out in order to add more variety? Vase nodded. I did. Stuff like this is subjective to begin with, so the utility Fae that lost out aren't entitled to place at the top. I think that it is inherently difficult to develop effective offensive and defensive Fae that perform better than what is already possible, so the few successful attempts should be rewarded. The ecosystem of Fae models needs to be healthy and varied enough to cater to every customer's needs. I don't want to strengthen the impression that the Fae Fianna can only effectively function as an auxiliary mech. The Fae Fianna had a lot of potential when employed for offensive and defensive purposes. The model would lose out on a lot of sales if too many customers mentally dismissed it as a support machine. That was not to say that Vase looked down on the decision to utilize the Fae Fianna for auxiliary purposes, but it was an enormous waste of its potential to lock it into this single role. He hoped that by promoting a couple of excellent offensive and defensive options might encourage customers to be more flexible in the use of his drone mechs. Minutes passed by as the main hall continued to get filled. Once everyone took their places, Vase hovered out into public view and looked down at the masses. Eager and interested faces gazed up at Vase. The majority of attendees were ardent fans of the Fae Fiannas. Each of their lives had been positively impacted by his work. It was these kinds of people that Vase worked hard to satisfy their needs. He wouldn't have become so successful without the support of so many loyal customers. A smile appeared on his face as he began his introduction. Welcome to the closing phase of the Face Shaper contest. Half a year ago, I introduced a new mech line that has gone on to become a phenomenon in the second-class mech community. Even I did not anticipate that the Fae Fianna would catch on so quickly that it has become an integral component to the mech rosters of so many different organizations. Whether you value them for their ability to produce convincing decoys to the additional weight of firepower they add to your ranks, the Fae Fianna has undoubtedly saved many lives and resulted in the deaths of many aliens. Today, I intend to celebrate its success by highlighting 10 of the most compelling Fae models that have earned my appreciation. 10 different Fae flew in from the side. The crowd produced varying noises as they saw the selection arrayed below where Vase was hovering. From the reactions that Vase could hear, his selection did not deviate too much from what others had expected. These were predominantly mech professionals who knew their craft well. They could spot a good machine when they were able to examine it properly. There are many deserving Fae models among the top 50 that have passed the preliminary stages. Vase explained. Just because 40 products have failed to make it to the top does not mean they are without merit. Each of them have their uses. They can be incredibly significant to mech forces that fight in a specialized manner. I encourage all of you to browse the full catalog and base your purchasing decisions depending on your actual needs rather than an overall score that does not take any specific context into account. The Heat Disperser Fae was a good example of that. It was a simple product with a single-minded use, but it could play such a major role in mech forces that relied far too much on energy weapons. That said, the top 10 all have qualities that enable them to stand out from the 40 other Fae models that have failed to rise higher in the rankings. I would like to spend my time on going over the former and explain to you why I think they deserve their spots. After transmitting a silent signal, 9 of the Fae moved out of sight again, leaving just the machine that ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Let us begin with the work submitted by Miss Esbeth Sandhurst, the Trixie Darter. A familiar information panel showed up again, displaying a familiar summary that gave anyone who had yet to examine the dragonfly-shaped Fae a brief introduction to the Fae model. The female journeyman responsible for designing the Trixie Darter moved up to the stage upon Vess's invitation. For security purposes, Esbeth Sandhurst was not allowed to float next to Vase. A physical screen as well as multiple transphasic energy shields isolated the two from each other. Nonetheless, Miss Sandhurst clearly looked jubilant for her ability to squeeze into the top 10. The significance of this accomplishment was great as the 11th place did not nearly receive as much acclaim. Miss Sandhurst, thank you for attending this event in person. Would you like to tell how you came to develop the Trixie Darter? I would be glad to, Professor Larkinson. The female mech designer replied as she faced the crowd with a demeanor that showed that she had obviously prepared for this eventuality. The Trixie Darter is not a completely original work. It is derived from one of my older mech designs. I care about the lives of many mech pilots who brave multiple dangers each time they deploy into battle. I have lost too many brave friends and acquaintances not because they got killed outright, but because they hadn't been pulled away from the battlefield until the engagement had always come to an end. The 10th place winner generously projected a basic design schematic of her original Trixie Darter. This was why I set out to design a rare mech that solely specialized on extracting trapped humans from their broken machines. I have found that many mech forces treat search and rescue duties as a tiresome chore. I do not find this acceptable as mech pilots are subject to excessive risks the longer they spend in open space. I eventually developed a specialized mech that can rescue trapped mech pilots faster and more effectively than the alternatives. Esbeth made a painful smile. My work did not receive many orders. This is not because my work is inadequate. It is because the alternatives are better. The Trixie Darter is not a direct combat mech. It takes up space that could otherwise be occupied by a proper combat mech. I have sought to fight against this inaccurate bias for many years, but I eventually concluded that absent any widespread changes, the Trixie Darter has no future as a standalone mech. That is where the Fae Fianna comes in. The drone mech model has not only produced an enormous amount of revenue, but also employs larger and stronger Fae than other comparable models. This has given me the idea to reshape my original Trixie Darter as an unmanned, remote-controlled spur. The woman perked up as she only kept up the projection of the design schematic of the new version of the Trixie Darter. The living Fae that I have developed for this contest captures the essence of the Trixie Darter but does not deviate too much from the Fae Fiannas that they are now being paired with. Their controls and operations have been simplified in order to allow a mech pilot to proficiency control 4 or even more of the at the same time, but through testing I have found that my search and rescue Fae have become even more intelligent when up to 4 of them are synced up to a Fae Fianna. I have never managed to produce such excellent results when I have experimented with other drone mech models. This is what makes the Fae Fianna so special to me. The model has the ability to improve the intelligence and direction of any compatible spur, thereby opening up possibilities that cannot be found in other drone mechs. The crowd reacted positively to this story. They too learned that any living Fae paired with a Fae Fianna moved and acted as if it was driven by its own dedicated intelligence. Their exceptional behavior went beyond the confines of ordinary AI and truly made people feel as if the Fae were as intelligent and obedient as dogs. Vase smiled as Esbeth Sandhurst praised the qualities of the Fae Fianna that attracted her the most. I am grateful for Professor Larkinson to bestow me the recognition of earning 10th place. The woman wrapped up her speech. I hope that his endorsement will further assure you that my tricksy darter can be fully relied upon to perform search and rescue under the most arduous of battlefield conditions. They may be on the larger side when compared to other Fae, but they are quick and have many solutions available to rescue mech pilots from a wide variety of wrecks and debris. The effective performance of my tricksy darters almost match that of dedicated search and rescue mechs, but do not forget that every Fae Fianna can control 4 of my Fae, which means that the latter mech can rescue many more lives without investing that much more into retrieving human soldiers. Everyone clapped. Esbeth gave such a good speech that many people who originally showed little interest in this auxiliary Fae model suddenly started to think it was a good idea to order a batch of copies. Trained and experienced mech pilots were too valuable in this day and age. They may be relatively abundant now, but constant attrition would make them scarcer and scarcer. It would be good for a mech force to preserve a lot more veteran mech pilots over the long run. If that could be done by making a modest investment in a bunch of dragonfly-shaped Fae, then that was more worth the reasonably price they would have to pay. Chapter 5722 Thick Praise 5722 Thick Praise Esbeth Sandhurst gave a supporting and flattering speech upon earning 10th place. She sounded grateful to the customers that had given her old search and rescue concept a second life. On top of that, she also expressed her gratitude at Vase for giving her this chance to achieve success in a different way than usual. The Fae Fianna is a drone mech like no other. She openly praised its unique ability to grant a living intelligence to any Fae, no matter the design, turns every spur that is connected to the base mech into a smarter and more caring combat asset. As strange as it may sound, I have programmed artificial intelligences myself and made use of many third-party solutions. None of them has reached the depth of understanding and responsiveness of the Fae. I don't know how Professor Larkinson has done it. Whether his work is based on a clever application or e-technology or a secret project from the Red Association is not important. All I know is that every Fae based on the template that the LMC has provided just works no matter whether it is designed for attack or support. It is amazing to see how little bugs and glitches have occurred when I paired by tricksy darters to the Fae Fiannas for the first time. The drone mechs are much more universally compatible with different Fae than I could have ever imagined. I suspect that if Professor Larkinson makes a serious entry in the artificial intelligence sector, I fear that he may exceed all of the competition straight away. The praise given by Miss Sandhurst sounded like a love letter. The journeyman mech designer not only praised the Fae Fianna's amazing Fae compatibility in order to get in the good books of the Larkinsons. She highlighted an important trait that Vase had put a lot of work in. Every Fae Fianna possessed one superior personality and 4 subordinate personalities. The latter could flexibly occupy a compatible Fae each, thereby taking partial control over the small machine's programming and could even override it in certain cases. That latter part was crucial. By acting outside of the strict and rigid algorithms set by the original developers, the living Fae truly came into their own. They were able to mimic the performance of much higher grades of ice that required a lot more coding in order to exhibit intelligent adaptive learning. Yet the magic of turning a Fae into a machine that was driven by a truly intelligent life form went beyond that. There were limits to how extensively an AI was able to adapt and respond to dynamic situations on the battlefield. Many of these limits existed because of technological or workload limitations, but it was also common for developers to impose artificial restrictions to prevent their ICE from accidentally engaging in harmful or self-destructive behavior. For example, an AI programmed to watch for intruders and strike preemptively in order to eliminate a threat may choose to attack a friendly mech just because it had briefly pointed the muzzle of its rifle in the wrong direction. Accidents like these happened many times throughout the years, and had been the cause of many standard software modules that expressly limited the ability for ICE to take dangerous actions for fear of harming friendlies. This also led to industry standards where the use of armed drones had to be avoided at all cost. If they had to be employed for whatever reason, then a human should always be able to oversee their operations and override any actions if necessary. In no way should these drones stray too far from their origin or lose contact with their human controllers. The odd properties of the Fae Fianna did not fit this paradigm at all. Vase was certainly aware of the prevailing standards, but he outright disregarded them when he designed this mech. This was why the Fae acted so much more intelligently and demonstrated amazing adaptation in battle. In fact, this was just the older the Fae Fianna, the smarter the living Fae became. Only half a year had passed since the release of the Fae Fianna line. Once a few more years went by, Vase bet that the living Fae would become a lot more effective in battle. Not only were the living Fae capable of gaining experience and becoming more proficient in pulling off difficult combat operations, but they could also rely on cultivation to boost their power through alternative means. In short, the Fae Fianna provided every developer with an interest in developing autonomous combat units an excellent platform for their works to reach their full potential. As a mech designer, I am not ashamed to say that I adore the Fae Fianna and its unique possibilities. Esbeth Sandhurst wrapped up her string of praises. The Trixie Darter will not be the last Fae that I will design for this drone mech platform. Many people think that the Ultimatum is the ultimate commercial work designed by Professor Larkinson, but I do not think so. The Fae Fianna has so much more potential due to its ability to augment any Fae in ways that I cannot fully describe. We are all lucky to live in a time where we have gained access to an industry-changing mech. AI-operated devices will never be the same again, and we are all better for it. To those who are still harboring doubts about the Fae Fianna, please try them out yourselves. It is only when you experience them in person that you will understand why the living Fae are so much better than if they are paired with any other drone mech. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for supporting my product. The audience clapped as the talkative woman finally left the stage, but not before looking up at Vase and giving him a salute. She has done you a favor. Jovi transmitted to Vase as he remained unseen in the rear. She has highlighted the superior intelligence of your living Fae and made more people appreciate this aspect of your work. Vase maintained an impassive look as he continued to hover high above the stage with his refined black suit. Not necessarily, he discreetly transmitted back. She may have turned the Fae Fianna into a more attractive product, but she has also raised the matter that the living Fae are operated by more powerful intelligences. That is bound to spook the people who have organized the public inquiry against my works. The public inquiry was hanging over his head like a sword of Damocles. It was an unnecessary distraction but one that Vase had to overcome sooner or later. He just wished that it happened a few decades later when his works were more entrenched. It would be even better if he was promoted to a master mech designer by then. The rank granted him a lot of prestige and authority over his field. That would have made it easier to overcome the opposition against his works. There's no need for you to concern yourself too much, Jovi said. The opposition that has organized this public inquiry against you may be composed of numerous powerful parties, but they cannot overrule the absolute authority that the Red Association has on any subject that is directly related to mechs. Your living mechs are too strategically valuable to allow a band of conspirators to prohibit it. We will do our best to work behind the scenes to tilt the scales in your favor, but you must ultimately stand up for your own work in order to attain a more favorable outcome. Vase felt uneasy about this upcoming circus. I get the feeling that the organizers know that as well. I think their real goal is not to impose a legal restriction on my living mechs, but to cast so much doubt on my works that more and more people will begin to distrust my products. That may be the case. We shall see. The time had come for Vase to announce the 9th place winner. He put the matter of the public inquiry aside and focused on the present. The Trixie Darter developed by Miss Sandhurst has earned my appreciation for its unparalleled ability to save many valuable human lives during and after a battle. The product that I am about to introduce next serves a different purpose. The Fae Fianna can be employed in many different roles, and the next one offers much needed offensive power. That is both powerful and versatile. Let me introduce to you the Tetralaser Fae designed by Dr. Paul Remar. The next Fae clearly looked like a laser gun Fae, but with a twist. The design of the Fae looked like a long rectangular tube where the laser barrel was offset to a corner. The entire look of it was strange, but suddenly made a lot of sense when 3 identical Fae appeared above the stage. The laser gun Fae did not look particularly special when it was by itself, but once its 3 brothers showed up, they all slotted together in a way that caused their offset weapon barrels to press together and form a larger weapon system. Tetralaser Fae Developer, Drive, Paul Remar, Weapons Engineer Category, Offensive E-Energy Attributes, Fire Summary. The Tetralaser Fae is a versatile laser weapon Fae that is designed to cooperate with multiple identical Fae. The offensive Fae can be deployed as separate fighting units, but they can also combine together to form a single combination Fae that can output much more power laser beams. So that is why it is called a Tetralaser Fae. How much power does this combination weapon have? It is a pity that it is not one of the LMC's Luminaire crystal weapons. At least that will make it easier to repair and maintain these interesting Fae. The Tetralaser Fae clearly possessed a relatively simple design, but possessed a special gimmick that made it far more useful than what was apparent on the surface. It is quite daring for a weapons developers to present a Fey that is meant to compete against the Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fey that I have already designed for the Fey Fianna. Vase shared his thoughts about this contest entry. However, I think that Dr. Paul Remar has done a good job at presenting a competitive alternative. The firepower and efficiency of a single tetralaser Fey may be inferior to one of my own Fey, but it is cheaper and easier to modify. More important is its ability to combine together to form a combination weapon system. Its power is greater than any offensive Fey that I know of, which is quite impressive as their limited capacities usually do not lend to greater power. Vase did not know whether he could design a Luminaire crystal version of the tetralaser weapon system. The engineering involved in making this product only applied to conventional human technology. If Vase wanted to adapt this approach to Luminaire crystal weapons, he would have to research this alien tech a lot more in order to make more extensive use of powerful Luminaire crystals. This was not feasible for him at the moment, so he was happy that Paul Remar provided his own solution. Dr. Remar's work has earned 9th place due to the ability for his tetralaser Fey to inflict more damage against larger, stronger and better shielded targets than other Fey. Greater firepower is always desirable for any mech forces that have chosen to participate in the Red War. With so many powerful alien warships trying to inflict losses on us, the Fey Fianna armed with tetralaser Fey may possibly inflict greater damage upon the alien vessels. However, bringing these Fey together also increases their vulnerability and removes a lot of redundancy. Those who want to benefit from the enhanced firepower of the combination Fey should also take into account that they can be shot down at the same time, thereby stripping a Fey Fianna of its supporting element right away. Chapter 5723 Sequence of Winners 5723 Sequence of Winners Drive. Paul Remar made a short speech after his tetralaser Fey became the 9th place winner. Since the 6th to 10th place winners only earned a cash prize of 100 MTA credits each, he was actually not that better off than Esbeth Sandhurst. He only earned a little more bragging rights at most. That was not to say that 100 MTA credits was a trivial sum. It was already enough for a mech designer who started out from nothing to acquire a fairly complete design lab and workshop. Those who already had access to those facilities could purchase better equipment or acquire more powerful component licenses. All in all, a weapon developer such as Dr. Remar should be quite content with receiving this prize. It was the 5th place winner and up that truly stood to gain a lot more wealth. Aside from earning greater prestige for ranking higher, he or she also stood to obtain 500 MTA credits. Those that ranked higher could earn 1,000 MTA credits, 2,500 MTA credits, 5,000 MTA credits or 10,000 MTA credits if they managed to earn the coveted top spot. These were life-changing sums for any independent professional or small company, but they were relatively small potatoes to most big companies. That was just fine for Vase. It had always been his intention to encourage people such as Esbeth Sandhurst and Paul Remar to design interesting living Fey that could expand upon the options available to the Fey Fianna. Meanwhile, those who worked hard enough to receive an invitation to go on stage took advantage of this opportunity to strengthen their brands and advertise their works. The Fey Shaper contest might not attract as many viewers as the previous events organized by Vase, but it still attracted a huge share of customers, both future and existing ones. Many of them had the capital to purchase the products of the contest participants. This was a golden opportunity for these well-performing individuals to achieve a marketing effect that was normally way out of their budgetary reach. Once the developer of the tetralaser Fey had reached his allotted time limit and moved off the stage, Vase proceeded to announce the next winners in sequence. Heat Disperser Fey Developer. Ray Toron, Apprentice Mech Designer Category. Utility E-Energy Attributes. Heat Summary. The Heat Disperser Fey is a hyper product that is designed to attach to any mech or large object and absorb heat before actively dispersing it into the environment. Many of you may question my judgment when I have designated the Heat Disperser Fey in 8th place. Those that have witnessed or participated in many different battles will not do so, because they know that in the most intensive situations, heat management becomes progressively more difficult to get a grip on, particularly in space. When a mech cannot disperse their heat through the process of conduction and convection, the only means available to them under ordinary circumstances is radiation, which is quite limited. The Heat Disperser Fey can relieve the immediate heat accumulation of any mech with greater ease by not only providing an additional vehicle for conduction, but also enhances the radiation efficiency due to its purpose-built design. Metal Scrapper Fey Developer. Portu Deegan, Journeyman Mech Designer Category. Defensive. Utility E energy attributes, metal summary, the metal scrapper Fey is capable of efficiently cutting apart scrap metal from broken wrecks. It can either bring the pieces of scrap back to a collection point, or it can also maintain hold of it to form makeshift physical shields that can offer additional defenses in battle. This makes the metal scrapper Fey useful both during and after the conclusion of a battle. If no readily available wrecks are nearby, a mech unit can always bring their own disposable metal to make use of the metal scrapper Fey in battle. I like the metal scrapper Fey. Its main characteristic is that it offers an additional means of defense by repurposing scrap metal. The strength of these defenses are highly dependent on the properties of the materials, but that also makes it possible to attain better performance by investing in high-quality materials. The dual-purpose nature of the metal scrapper Fey also makes it useful once a battle has ended. It might be the fastest at breaking down wrecks and retrieving loose flying pieces of scarp, but as long as their numbers are great enough, the Fey can break down an entire derelict starship. Anti-shield pulse Fey developer, Sarah Koyama, Senior Developer Category, Offensive, Utility E energy attributes, Electric, Space summary. The anti-shield pulse Fey is a specialized solution that is designed to effectively destroy transphasic energy shields by heavily altering the operation mode of a space suppressor. By concentrating the space suppression field and combining it with an active EMP effect can produce a highly effective shield-breaking Fey. The product can overcome transphasic energy shields more effectively at the expense of greater power consumption and near-total immobility. We need more Fey like this. The anti-shield pulse Fey is specifically designed to speed up the process of breaking the formidable transphasic energy shields that the aliens so often rely upon to keep their warships in pristine condition. It may have its limitations, but its effectiveness when employed in the right conditions is unquestionable. The anti-shield pulse Fey is so impressive that I am already thinking about purchasing a large batch of them in order to give my own mech army a means to overcome the defenses of enemy warships faster. Not everyone among the audience was enthused by the selection of the 8th, 7th and 6th place winners. They were useful Fey models no doubt, but they were highly situational in nature. They performed well in certain scenarios, but did not offer as much value in many other situations. This was also why Vase did not rank them higher. He had been considering whether he should rank the anti-shield pulse Fey in the top 5, eventually opted against this decision because the aliens could easily counter this specific model if they became familiar with it. That did not mean the anti-shield pulse Fey was useless in the long run, but their owners had to make a careful consideration on when and where they should employ this solution. The following Fey did not have as many conditions and limitations. That was the main reason why they entered the top 5. Their greater universality meant that they were rarely a bad purchase. There should always be ways for a mech force to employ these Fey in a productive manner no matter the circumstances. Multi-decoy Fey developer, Professor Emily Lefflet, Senior Systems Developer Category, Utility E energy attributes, light summary. The multi-decoy Fey directly amplifies the existing decoy capabilities that is inherent to every standard Fey model. Much of its capacity is occupied by specialized ECM and projector modules. This not only allows the multi-decoy Fey to generate greater interference, but also produce up to 4 projections that appear as complete mechs in relatively close proximity by splitting into 4 subunits. Relying on multiple advanced technologies, each decoy projection is able to produce emissions that closely mimic the light, heat, gravitic and other phenomena that are commonly measured by sensor systems. The fewer the amount of decoys being generated, the harder it is to discover their loopholes. The multi-decoy Fey was a product that impressed Vase more than many of the other contest submissions. It did not look all that powerful when it appeared above the main stage. It was covered with projection systems and ECM modules that caused it to look rather messy and disorganized. People's impression of the multi-decoy Fey improved a lot more when it showcased its main function. The living Fey split up into 4 smaller units. Before each of them produced a convincing decoy projection of a Fey Fianna mech. It looks quite real. I can sense the heat produced by their flight systems. It won't be so easy for enemies to distinguish true and false, especially at a distance. I always had problems with Fey getting shot after doing their jobs by posing as decoys. Being able to produce more of them from a single Fey will not only save us more money, but divert more firepower away from our actual mechs. No one disagreed with the selection of the multi-spirit Fey. It had earned its place in the top 5 because the ability to generate 4 times as many decoys as other Fey was incredibly practical and useful in any battle. The biggest downside to the multi-decoy Fei was that it had sacrificed the ability to do anything else to gain this power. It was unable to contribute more directly to a battle due to lacking space for weapon systems, defense systems and other functional modules. However, the multi-decoy Fei did not necessarily need all of these frills. Professor Emily Leflet has done an admirable job by leading a team of engineers who successfully developed a more refined subterfuge solution. The multi-decoy Fei is unparalleled when it comes to producing multiple high-quality decoys. The alien warships already have difficulty trying to distinguish the disguised Fei from actual mechs. We can reduce our enemies' hit rate even further by employing a product that is expressly designed to waste their firepower even more. Vase genuinely appreciated the multi-decoy Fei. He did not have any qualms about ranking it higher, but alas, the following 4 Fei models managed to impress him even more. Still, it was not bad for this product to win 5th place. The prizes awarded to the winners became a lot more substantial at this point. Unlike the previous mech designers and developers who got invited to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on stage, Professor Emily Leflet was a lot older. The Fei Shaper contest primarily attracted young and independent professionals, but Vase did not prohibit the participation of older individuals who employed entire teams. What ultimately mattered was that the resulting Fei model would become strong enough to earn a high ranking. Clearly, Professor Leflet managed to pull it off. She received far more publicity at this time than she could ever attain if she continued to work at a development company. The older but fairly dignified woman addressed his audience. It is not unheard of to equip drone mechs with ECM spurs that can produce decoys that appear convincing at a distance. The results have never satisfied us because the spurs designed for those models are always limiting our work. They are too small and not capable of performing all of the raw calculations needed to increase the realism of an active decoy. The woman gestured at the active multi-decoy Fei hovering above her head. The release of the Fei Fianna has given us a chance to fulfill the goal that we have set. The individual Fei are large enough to accommodate more technologies. While I have designed the multi-decoy Fei to split in order to effectively produce more than one convincing decoy projection at a time, they still remain connected to each other. Every decoy mech had to be produced by a physical subunit. It was possible to create a projection of a mech at a distance, but without anything physical in its core, it would be incredibly easy to discern truth from falsehood. If Professor Leflet truly managed to solve this shortcoming, then Vase would have no qualms about putting her in first place. This was because if the aliens successfully struck a decoy mech, it did not necessarily go down because nothing physical incurred any damage. Alas, the continued inability to do so without relying on any physical anchors producing many of the false emissions was an existing technological constraint. Hopefully, Red humanity would be able to produce a breakthrough in the future. Vase believed that decoy-generating products would see a vast increase in popularity. If he wasn't already swamped with other work responsibilities, even he might feel tempted to work towards a solution. However, he was not a specialist in this field, so it was better for him to leave this job to more relevant professionals. Chapter 5724 Infinite Coil Fei, edited 5724 Infinite Coil Fei, edited. The creativity of the collective astounded Vase at times. He had never thought about developing half of the Fei that managed to enter into the top 50. Inventive solutions such as the multi-decoy Fei taught Vase that third-party developers could provide a lot of added value if he gave them an opening to demonstrate their craft. The Fei Shaper contest had definitely paid off big for the LMC. It had been fully worth it for Vase to make the trip to this planet. It was a shame that he wouldn't be able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with all of the contest participants up close, but he was already satisfied with getting a close and personal look at their works. Once Professor Emily Leflet had concluded her speech, in which she expressed her gratitude while also making sure to advertise the other products of her company, Vase began to introduce the 4th place winner. Up next is a special Fei model that offers fantastic possibilities in terms of firepower. Its conditions of use may be a lot more cumbersome than the Tetralaser Fei that I introduced before, but those who want the maximum possible firepower should rest easy. Infinite Coil Fei Developer Carl Steinbach Bakali, Journeyman Mech Designer Category, Offensive E-Energy Attributes, Electromagnetism Summary. The Infinite Coil Fei at first appears to be a device built around a fairly large Gauss weapon. The most distinguishing feature of this Fei is that it is open-ended from two sides. This peculiar design choice is part of a greater design plan that allows for multiple infinite coil Fei to link up with each other and merge their barrels together to form a longer combination weapon that can launch metallic projectiles forward with even greater force and speed than if they operate separately. The maximum quantity of infinite coil Fei that can be stacked in a single continuous line is limited by the physical condition and the material quality of the units. Excessive recoil by stacking too many infinite coil Fei may ultimately result in damage and breakdowns. Showing just a single infinite coil Fei did not do this product justice. This was why 8 of them showed up at once. Each infinite coil Fei looked like a relatively short and thick tube. Professor Steinbach-Bakali primarily added a lot of mass and structure to the Fei in order to strengthen their structure and increase their energy reserves. That also made the infinite coil Fei a lot more expensive to produce and buy. This was an extravagant design choice as the firepower of this special Fei was not necessarily superior. At most, the infinite coil Fei was able to resist more damage and had enough power to accelerate more heavy projectiles. To be honest, the infinite coil Fei was not worth buying over the more standard Gauss cannon Fei that Vase had included in the design of the xianxia. The only saving grace was its gimmick, which more than compensated for its many shortcomings. The infinite coil Fei is a product that is clearly designed to work in unison with many other identical Fei. Vase continued to explain as the 8 Fei in front and below him merged into a single formidable cannon. By linking them together, they can continually utilize their coils to produce a powerful electromagnetic field that continually pushes a metallic projectile forward with greater and greater impulse. While there is a physical limit to how long this can go on, the infinite coil Fei are theoretically able to launch a projectile with enough power to rival or even exceed the damage output of the famous Onyx cannon of my Ultimatum model. He was exaggerating a little. The Onyx cannon was a solid weapon system from beginning to end. The infinite coil Fei remained separate for the most part and only linked up when they needed to make a powerful combination attack. Their many limitations made it doubtful that they could remain intact long enough to launch an excessively powerful projectile. However, the greatest advantages to relying on the infinite coil Fei was that they were much more mobile than a heavy artillery mech. Unlike the lumbering ultimatums that were mostly confined to serving as bunker mechs, the xianxia and their accompanying Fei could easily reposition themselves and their targets from other angles. If this was the case, then it might not be important that the sustained firepower of multiple infinite coil Fei was less than the ultimatum. Most attacks were able to inflict serious damage as long as they struck exposed weak points. While the infinite coil Fei made a strong impression on the audience, Professor Carl Steinbach-Bakali stepped onto the main stage. The man was older and invested a lot more years in his craft like the previous winner. Vase did not exactly like it that another older participant had managed to enter the top 10, but the power and ingenuity of the infinite coil Fei were so good that he had little choice. Mr. Steinbach-Bakali, congratulations for winning 5th place in the Fei Shaper contest. As a highly experienced mech designer, you have opted to develop the infinite coil Fei for my xianxia mechs as opposed to designing a mech that employs a variation of your infinite weapon system concept. Why did you make this decision? The journeyman mech designer who made the highly unusual decision to leech off the success of another peer did not display any form of shame for his actions. Seniority mattered in the mech industry. Mech designers older than a century were already regarded as seasoned and experienced enough to lead their projects. They rarely bothered to contribute to the products developed by other mech designers because that would be a tacit admission that they did not have as much confidence in their own independent work. The only exception to this rule were active collaborations, but Steinbach-Bakali was most definitely not a part of the original design project centered around the xianxia. You are correct, Professor Larkinson. The man waved up at Vase. I have held this idea for years now. It has always been my wish to design a mech that can link their weapons together to form a cannon that is greater than what any single machine can bear. There lies the problem, though. The concept violates one of the oldest taboos of the age of mechs, which is that mechs cannot carry weapons that are too large and powerful for them. Their weapon systems must remain proportional to their size. Hearing that already caused Vase to figure out what the devious older man sought to do with his infinite coil Fei. Steinbach-Bakali smirked. Instead of realizing my idea in the form of a mech, I chose to turn it into a Fei instead. There are many advantages to doing so. My infinite coil Fei can offer superior firepower in a more mobile package than resorting to heavy artillery mechs. They can dynamically adjust their power levels by linking more or less units together to attain the right balance between firepower and sustainability. While there are currently limits to how many infinite coil Fei can be linked together, my design team is already in the process of developing multiple variants that are composed of tougher materials so that they can bear the greater pressure of a much longer combination weapon. According to my calculations, the linked Fei should be able to launch a Gauss round that can inflict as much damage as the gun batteries of smaller warships. In other words, a ridiculously long string of infinite coil Fei could produce damage that was far in excess of their individual properties. It was impressive how Steinbach Bakali was able to turn this crazy idea into a practical and workable implementation. It was far too easy for the infinite coil Fei to shatter apart when it was forced to endure enormous pressure from all of the forces it was generating. That should not be all. Vase noted. Correct. The overarching reason why I have chosen to develop this Fei is because it can benefit from your protection. As a Tier 3 galactic citizen, your rights and privileges are far greater than mine. This is relevant because it can still be argued that my infinite coil Fei may skirt the taboo on mech weapon restrictions. I hope that if that happens, you would see fit to argue in favor of my product. Your words will carry great weight in the minds of the mechers who decide on these matters. With the Red War continuing to press against our defensive lines, we need all of the advantages that we can muster. I hope that my infinite coil Fei can make up for the gap in absolute firepower and help our soldiers overcome the defenses of enemy warships with greater ease. This open plea put Vase in a slightly difficult position. It was undeniable that he carried greater weight within the association due to his many contributions and his high galactic citizenship. However, that did not mean he called all of the shots. He might be able to get away with breaking a few rules, but that did not necessarily extend to other people. The mechers had set their taboos a long time ago. They had never shown much flexibility towards any cases that flagrantly broke the limits that they had set. However, the Red Association was not identical to the Mech Trade Association. The former had already started to diverge from the latter in many subtle ways, and the enforcement of the old taboos was one such distinction. According to the current attitude of the mechers, it might very well be possible that they would at least quietly tolerate the existence of the infinite coil Fei. That was apparently not enough for Steinbach Bakali. The filthy leech wanted an open guarantee. Receiving one from Vase in public would definitely qualify. Vase shifted his gaze to the 8-linked infinite coil Fei. If he disregarded the attitude of its developer and solely considered the merits of the infinite coil Fei in isolation, then it was definitely a Fei that he was keen to preserve. It added a powerful firepower option to the Fei Fianna's arsenal that could not be substituted through other means. I cannot give you any promises. Vase eventually responded. I appreciate your work, I really do. I think that mech forces should be given the choice to adopt this Fei model into their own ranks. They have always been struggling to break through the transphasic energy shields of alien warships. It feels wrong to deprive the brave mech pilots fighting on our behalf with a solution that effectively closes the firepower gap. If the Red Association ever sees fit to put your infinite coil Fei on trial, I am willing to put in a good word, but not because I want to make you happy, but because I believe that continued access to this product will benefit the mech pilots that we serve. That was a nice way to spin his argument. It was the mech pilots that mattered, not the mech designers. People like Vase and Steinbach Bakali were just service providers in this context. The answer made the 4th place winner happy. The older man graciously bowed and made his way off the stage now that he managed to obtain his desired concession. The 8 infinite coil Fei unlinked with each other and turned into separate units again. The 2 Fei Fiannas that had taken control of them from a distance steadily took the devices away from sight, making room for the next product. The 3rd place winner is special to me. Vase said as a particularly colorful and radiant Fei hovered onto the stage. It is a Fei that is designed by an old acquaintance of mine. I cannot claim to be impartial in my evaluation, but I strongly believe it has earned its 3rd place due to its merits. The product designed by the man who I have met way back in the Komodo Star sector where I originally came from offers a functionality that I have not seen in other Fei. If you do not believe me, then take a good look. Chapter 5725 New Series of Hyper Gems 5725 New Series of Hyper Gems Tristan Wesseling was having the time of his life. Ever since the Age of Dawn commenced, he experienced a renaissance. His design philosophy, which largely hinged on the use of gems to augment the performance of mechs in an unconventional manner, suddenly acted as if it received a stimulant. The gems he used to produce in the past were curiosities more than anything. They slightly improved the performance of mechs in a small but slightly distinguishable manner. Their effects were as significant as their size. In fact, if not for the fact that his gems were so small and easy to install on a mech, nobody would have bothered with making use of his products. Most people did not appreciate his work for that reason. What did it matter if his products was able to increase the damage output of a rifleman mech by 2 or 3%? Would making the armor of a mech 5% more resilient truly extend its lifespan? After all, if a mech was prone to getting crippled by receiving 3 heavy attacks in the same armor section, a slight boost in defenses did not mean that the mech was able to resist 1 heavy attack more. This was why only the most detail-oriented customers bothered to make use of his products. His pedigree as a former direct discipline of Master Katzenberg had given him a decent boost in credibility, but that did not help him much when he was unable to take advantage of her umbrella due to his emotional decision to cut off all of his ties to the Friday Coalition. Though Tristan never regretted the decision to turn his back on the state that raised him and gave him the opportunity to become a young journeyman mech designer, living through the Komodo War and becoming involved with its intrigues had thoroughly disgusted him to the point where he had to leave. It was tough to stand alone. He still missed the days when he could take shelter under Master Katzenberg's umbrella and knew that many daily problems could easily be solved with a single call. Yet it was by settling down in Davut and going through the process of leading his own mech company that Tristan truly started to mature as a mech designer. No one held his hand anymore. He had to balance his finances, invest in expensive facilities and work hard to attract a customer base that appreciated his products. Fortunately, his background in materials science turned out to be incredibly useful at the start of the Age of Dawn. When hypermaterials started to pop up like mushrooms, every material scientist started to get inundated with requests. There were so many different variations of materials that became affected by E-energy radiation that Tristan had been working non-stop to identify and measure the properties of hundreds of newly discovered hypermaterials. This not only gave him a strong boost in revenue, but also allowed him to grow more familiar with hyper-technology. On top of that, Tristan Design Services built up a lot of useful relations with influential companies based in Davut. Tristan found it a lot easier to solicit further contracts from them now that he had proven his competence, trustworthiness and above all his discretion. Yet despite all of the hard work he put into raising his reputation in the regional mech industry, Tristan could not deny that his rise had been a lot smoother than it should. His expression briefly darkened as he thought about it. He was a known friend of Professor Larkinson. That meant that as long as Vase Larkinson continued to make a lot of accomplishments, more and more people were prone to giving Tristan more slack just because he happened to be acquainted with a rising star. Suffice to say, this association did not do Tristan's pride any good. He wanted to stand on his own 2 feet, but he was realistic enough to know that it was useless to deny connection. Since people thought he was a personal friend of an impressive Tier 3 galactic citizen, then he may as well accept his fate and take advantage of this favorable condition. Though Tristan had never again betrayed his old friend's trust, he was not above using Ves's name on occasion in order to gain more leverage in a business negotiation. He was sure that Vase would not mind, so long as Tristan did not go too far with tying everything to his friend. For a long time, Tristan thought that his involvement with Vase would remain limited to this. The Larkinson Patriarch had clearly moved on from Davut, and he had already relocated to the Terran Alliance so that he could assimilate into first-class society. It was not as if Tristan needed to borrow Ves's name any further. His growing comprehension of hypermaterials and hypertechnology finally enabled him to develop a series of hypergems. Their appearance changed everything. No longer were they subtle to the point where thorough lab testing was required to notice their effects. The gems that he managed to synthesize by combining several exotics and hypers together under extreme pressure were able to do more than slightly enhance the performance of mechs. They were able to attract certain attributes of E-energy. That alone might not sound impressive enough, as that was the common effect of all hypermaterials. What made his gems different was that their separate effects synergized with each other. For example, mixing in a small quantity of fire hypers into a gem strengthened its original effect of increasing the firepower of energy weapons. By pairing the right gem effects to compatible attributes, Tristan had quickly amassed over 100 different formulas for his new series of hyper gems. Not only did the introduction of hyper materials double or triple the original effect of his gems, they also facilitated the performance of other comparable hyper tech on a mech. Tristan managed to do all of this while still keeping his gems small and light. Of course, he could also make his gems larger in order to amplify their effect, but Tristan had found that this produced a lot of diminishing returns. This was why he favored quality over quantity. The more precious the materials, the greater the performance boost provided by a small gem. 1 year after the start of the Age of Dawn, Tristan had fleshed out his signature hyper gems into 2 distinct product series. His positive hyper gems were comprised of his original blend of hypers and exotics. They provided performance enhancements through purely positive effects. They were particularly suited for mono-elemental hyper mechs that overwhelmingly relied on the power of a single E-energy attribute to enhance their performance. However, when his customers started to make use of his positive hyper gems, they found that they did not work well with all hyper mechs. Tristan worked hard to develop his negative hyper gems as a response. Different from his original hyper gems, the negative versions actually repelled specific E-energy attributes. This was an effect that was much rarer and more difficult for others to reproduce. They helped to increase the purity of ambient E-energy radiation. There were many uses for negative hyper gems. For example, they allowed a hyper mech that relied heavily on the fire attribute to avoid water-attributed E-energy. Many mech designers recklessly stuffed multiple hyper materials into their mechs, thinking that combining multiple attributes would lead to stronger compound effects. While they were not necessarily wrong, their products often performed significantly below expectation as their designers vastly underestimated the consequences of putting together 2 conflicting E-energy attributes. In situations like these, a negative hyper gem developed by Tristan could relieve the worst symptoms and increase the stability of the hyper mech. It was not a proper solution, but it was better than nothing. Tristan had even begun to design his own hyper mechs that integrated the properties of his hyper gems much more intricately. His gems were already great, but it was their integration with mechs that needed a lot of work. He wanted to set an example and figure out more optimal methods to merge his gems with different mech designs. It was during this period that he had decided to tune into the product reveal of the xianxia. Tristan never missed an event where Vase showed up in public. His old friend's product reveals were especially compelling, so much so that Tristan tried to learn from example. The Face Shaper Contest. At first, Tristan did not have much interest in taking part in this competition. He already had plenty of work on his lap. His mech company was growing at a nice rate, so there was no need for him to leech off the work of another mech designer, much less his fellow native from the Komodo Star sector. Yet, as the xianxia continued to impress the entire mech community with its excellent performance and its rich feature set, Tristan gradually changed his mind. He could not resist the attraction of boarding a bus that was much more frequented than his own. While Tristan Design Services had gradually started to become more known in the Davudan mech industry, it was far from becoming a household name in the region, let alone red humanity as a whole. It was different for Vase. He and his Living Mech Corporation had become so well known that even the first raters knew about his amazing living mechs. The opportunity to participate and earn an opportunity for his work to get presented to a much wider audience was too tempting for Tristan to resist. His hesitation quickly crumbled. Tristan put down his pride and earnestly diverted a lot of time in developing a living Fae that made integral use of his new hyper gems. While it would have been easy to take one of the default Fae designs and slap his hyper gem onto them, he did not think that was sufficient enough to constitute a serious work. He had not thrown away all of his pride as a mech designer. He wanted to design a new Fae that he could be proud of. It had to offer superior performance and other defined benefits to customers who were willing to make use of his work. As such, Tristan went deeper and tried to elevate a Fae far beyond its existing boundaries. What better Fae for him to reimagine than the iconic Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fae? The entire Fae was built around a weapon system that primarily consisted of crystals. Tristan had studied his friend's famous Luminaire crystal weapons in the past. Although crystals was his specialty, that did not mean he could decipher all of the working principles of Luminaire crystals. There were too many alien design elements that completely obfuscated their core mechanisms. However, Tristan still managed to deduce a few clues. This became useful when he tried to reinvent a Luminaire crystal cannon Fae. His shallow insights into the alien tech gave him an opening to combine his hyper gems with Luminaire crystal weapons in a productive manner. It had not been easy to turn it into a solution that was not wasteful. His hyper gems were not cheap, so if they did not enhance the performance of the Luminaire crystal weapon by a large enough margin, they wouldn't be cost-effective enough for mass production. Fortunately, Tristan managed to resolve this problem in time for him to submit his work to the Living Mech Corporation. As he wore his most formal suit and slowly began to step up to the podium, he felt more nervous than ever now that he came under the attention of his old friend again. When Tristan looked up to the floating figure, he lamented the extended distance that separated the two from each other. The metaphorical distance between them had increased as well. While Vase advanced to the rank of senior and became involved in galaxy-wide affairs, Tristan still remained a journeyman who struggled to expand his business operations beyond Davut. Hopefully, his newly developed Fae would prove popular enough to attract a lot of customers. Once a lot more consumers outside of Davut started to experience the benefits of his hyper gems, they would hopefully inquire about his products. Chapter 5726 Luminous Fire Fae 5726 Luminous Fire Fae Developer Tristan Wesseling, Journeyman Mech Designer Category, Offensive, Utility E-Energy Attributes, Fire Summary, a reimagined Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fae that combines Luminaire Crystal Technology and Mr. Wesseling's signature gemstone amplification technology. The resulting integration of the two technologies has significantly increased the potency of the Luminous Fire Fae's damage output while also bringing a myriad of other benefits that synergize particularly well with living mechs. The description of the Luminous Fire Fae did not do it justice. It possessed much more benefits than simply increasing the damage output of the Luminaire Crystal Cannon. Vase did not blame the staffers and assistant mech designers who had been tasked with evaluating tens of thousands of Fae design submissions. They could only determine the worth of a third-party Fae model by looking at its specs and observing its surface characteristics. The Luminous Fire Fae defied simple analysis. Vase did not know how he managed to do it, but Tristan somehow managed to develop hyper gems and partially integrate them into his existing Luminaire crystal weapons. The consequences were far-reaching, and Vase could not wait to introduce all of the benefits to his audience. As Tristan looked up, Vase met his old friend's gaze and gave an encouraging smile. This simple exchange was enough to convey that Vase still harbored goodwill towards Tristan. Although their status had grown further apart than ever before, Vase still remembered the kindness and goodwill that he received from the second-class mech designer. It was no trouble at all to give Tristan a larger stage to introduce his work to a wider audience. Besides, the Luminous Fire Fae deserved to be recognized. It was a rather ingenious example of technology integration, and granted benefits so profound that Vase suspected that not even Tristan understood the consequences of his own work. Mr. Wesseling, Vase spoke down from above. Please introduce your contest submission in your own words. I would be glad to, Professor Larkinson. Tristan said and made a short bow before he turned towards the audience. Confidence welled up in his body as he knew his moment had come. As you can already see, the Luminous Fire Fae is an extensive modification of the Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fae that comes standard with the Fae Fianna. Despite possessing the same mass and volume of the original, my product outperforms by almost every important metric, from firepower, temperature, beam cohesion, E-energy amplification and more. My proprietary gem technology is largely responsible for this. They can significantly boost the firepower of the modified Fae through three distinct effects, which I will briefly explain with the help of this diagram. Tristan activated a command that caused a projection to appear that displayed a simplified schematic of his Luminous Fire Fae. Numerous points embedded close to the center lit up in red. These gems are the heart of my new Fae. They are comprised of a special version of my Positive Fire Hyper Gem. Due to their closely matching consistencies with Professor Larkinson's Luminaire crystals, their addition to the weapon system produces little to no interference. They can exert their effects at full efficiency, which cannot be done if you merely add one of my off-the-shelf crystals to a standard Luminaire crystal weapon. The red gems in the projected diagram began to release a soft red glow that encompassed the entire weapon system. The first effect produced by my modified Positive Fire Hyper Gem is a relatively straightforward increase in the firepower of the weapon. The mechanics behind this effect are esoteric, but the measurements do not lie. Just a handful of these crystals can already increase the damage potential of this Luminaire crystal weapon by roughly 5%, and that is without considering other factors. A 5% increase in firepower was nothing to scoff at. It might not make much of a difference if a mech force used just a single Luminous Fire Fae, but what if there were 20? What if there were 200? The performance boost would be equivalent to adding several more offensive Fae to the lineup, which was enough to alter the balance of a difficult battle. Tristan transmitted another command that caused the red gems in the diagram to attract a lot of energy particles from the surrounding environment. The second effect of my Positive Fire Hyper Gem is that it can increase the attraction of fire-attributed E-energy. The Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fey is already designed to take advantage of this specific exotic energy type, so a greater concentration of fire energy will directly increase its firepower through other means. My gems may look small, but they are so powerful in their concentrated forms that they can potentially double the concentration of fire energy if enough of them are embedded in a single Fey. That was quite a significant improvement. Although E-energy was not the sole variable that determined the damage output of a relevant weapon, having more of it around certainly helped to add a lot of extra oomph. The gems in the projection began to glow even brighter as its two separate glows interacted with each other. What is important to note about my hyper gems is that the first and second effects are not isolated. They interact with each other. The second effect amplifies the first one by a considerable extent, enough to increase the original 5% boost into a 10 or maybe even a 15% amplification depending on the circumstances. Perhaps most people would think little of a 5% increase in firepower, but 15% sounded a lot more serious. The difference in results became a lot more obvious at that point. Stalemates could be converted into outright victories with such a substantial firepower boost. A lot more people straightened their backs as they became more attentive to Tristan's lecture. The previous Fey models already aroused their interest as they were all useful in different ways. However, the third-place winner of the Fey Shaper contest clearly existed on a higher tier compared to all of the lower-ranking entries. Tristan transmitted another command that caused blue gems to light up in the schematic. The odd gems had been placed closer to the exterior to the weapon frame, making it look as if they were working as a shield. The final piece of the puzzle is the negative water hyper gem. While it is partially made out of water hyper materials, the effectiveness of this negative gem is opposite that of a more conventional positive gem. It induces a reverse flow effect towards water-attributed E-energy. In other words, it repels exotic energy of this specific attribute and prevents it from contaminating the luminous fire Fey. The projection showed the concentration of water-attributed E-energy in the environment. Unlike its fire counterpart, the water energy particles simply couldn't get close to the Fey. The negative gems embedded across the device slowed down their progress and caused them to get repelled instead. The only disappointment was that the negative gems weren't as effective as the positive gems. The negative water hyper gem was unable to prevent all water-attributed E-energy from penetrating the luminous fire Fey. That did not mean the negative gems failed. They cut back the contamination of undesirable E-energy to such a large extent that the luminous fire Fey was able to embrace fire energy to an even greater extent. Tristan smiled with pride as he elaborated on his negative gems. As you can see, my negative water hyper gem can repel the antithesis energy of my luminous fire Fey. This is highly relevant to the Fey Fianna because its base mech and its energy shield Fey are both embedded with water hyper materials. They always attract significant flows of water energy, which is not desirable for any Fey that leverages the fire element. The standard Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fey therefore always underperforms to an extent unless it is deployed at a much greater distance from the base mech than usual. That was not a desirable solution. Not only was it a lot harder to aim the offensive Fey when it was placed further away, the data connection between the Fey and mech could also get cut off by enemy interference. If the use of negative hyper gems could reduce the need to keep incompatible Fey separate from each other, then this was a handy solution. Tristan wrapped up his shallow technical explanation. Together, these three effects can comprehensively increase the firepower of what is already regarded as an effective Fey. Professor Larkinson's Luminaire crystal weapons are already renowned for their efficiency and their myriad of useful effects. Combining them with my hyper gems can augment their existing properties in at least 3 different ways, all without taking up too much space or expending any conventional energy. The only major disadvantage that I have to mention is its price. My gems are powerful, but it is for that reason that they do not come cheap. While I am working hard to reduce the production cost of my luminous fire Fey, it is still at least 3 times more expensive than a standard Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fey. 3 times. Many potential customers became a lot less enthused about the luminous fire Fey once they heard that. Was it worth it to gain a 50% increase in firepower but pay 300% more as a consequence? The answer to this question was different for every mech force, but most of them struggled with their finances far too much to afford this extravagance. The high price tag was the main reason why Vase ultimately ranked Tristan's work at 3rd place. The luminous fire Fey was most certainly effective in combat, but it was a luxury product more than anything else. The Larkinson clan and other elite mech forces were more than willing to pay a lot of money for a slight increase in combat performance, but there were many other groups that needed to count every MTA credits that passed through their hands. While the Fae were supposed to be a lot less expensive than a full combat mech, it sort of defeated the purpose to make the former as pricey as the latter. Only those who were lacking in carrier vessels and placed a huge premium on quality over quantity would be attracted to the luminous fire Fae. Vase, for example, had already ordered the Larkinson army to look into adopting Tristan's work, though only when the luminous fire Fae could be upgraded to quasi-first-class standards. Not only would the mech legions that made use of the Fae Fiannas be able to burn and vaporize their targets a lot harder, but Tristan would also earn a massive amount of revenue, all without impinging his honor. As Tristan completed his speech on the effects of the luminous fire Fae, Vase took over as he was not done yet with explaining the benefits of this fantastic product. As comprehensive as his explanation sounds, Mr. Wesseling has not given you the full story of its remarkable properties. As a specialist in e-technology, I have managed to identify a fourth effect produced by his hyper gems. You see, each Fae is alive when paired with a Fae Fianna. This is significant because the power and the growth of every living Fae is highly dependent on the concentration of E-energy. The favorable circumstances produced by the hyper gems places the luminous fire Fae in a much more supportive environment. It can harness much more fire-attributed E-energy at once, and it is able to grow faster while it is saturated in this environment. A few people who possessed a good understanding of the growth properties of living mechs looked shocked. They understood the implications of this revelation a lot more than the uninitiated masses. Vase grinned as he faced Tristan yet again. The former Fredaman looked genuinely surprised as the living mech aspect had been a blind spot to him. Tristan never thought about how his gems would affect the e-technology elements of his living Fae. This is a fantastic benefit in my opinion. The use of Mr. Wesseling's hyper gems can effectively speed up the growth of any living Fae or living mech for that matter. While I am not entirely clear how much faster my living products can grow, the effect is not small. Chapter 5727 Stand Tall. 5727 Stand Tall. The combination of effects and synergies of the luminous fire Fae were frankly insane. Tristan had grown a lot since Vase last met his old friend in person. The former Fredaman had been working diligently to develop his own mech company, and managed to make ends meet for a long time. The Age of Dawn and the introduction of exotic radiation clearly granted immense boons to the journeyman mech designer. As Vase studied the physical copy of the luminous fire Fae floating above Tristan's head, it became clear that it possessed remarkable qualities that he had never seen in any other living Fae. All of this was due to the integration of Tristan's so-called hyper gems. The positive fire hyper gems and the negative water hyper gems both produced a myriad of effects that effectively increased the firepower of the luminaire crystal weapon. One of the reasons why the combined firepower amplification was so strong with this Fae was because the luminaire crystal cannon was not actually that strong. If the same gems were used to amplify the firepower of a warship laser cannon battery, the paltry gems would hardly be able to make a difference. The only way to make the gems more effective was to increase their quantity or improve their quality. That could get very expensive. The greatest advantage of Tristan's gems was their compact nature. They provided a greater performance boost to a mech or object than anything else relatively to their mass and volume. That made his gems useful in a lot more situations than this. Compared to his previous gems, Tristan's new hyper gems came much closer to matching the performance of Lucky's own gems. The two types of gems definitely shared a common root. Vase even suspected that Tristan was gradually moving closer to what Lucky was naturally able to produce. Vase looked forward to the day that Tristan's gems were no longer inferior to Lucky's products. There were still far too many steps that Tristan needed to complete before that happened. The progress he made so far was already impressive, but when Vase knew what more could be done with these extraordinary gems, he was not as enthusiastic about them as he should have been. That did not stop Vase from thinking about inviting Tristan to his clan. The former Fredaman mech designer had abundantly proven his competence with his luminous fire Fae. His gems had improved to the point where they could provide powerful performance for second-class mechs. It was not much of a stretch to think they could provide similar performance boosts to quasi-first-class mechs. Tristan would just have to synthesize his gems with higher grades of materials. What held Vase back from making this decision was whether Tristan was even willing to join the Larkinson clan. Tristan had been working as an independent mech designer on Davut for numerous years now. He attained limited success so far, but his future prospects continued to follow an upwards trajectory. Although he and his Mech company had worked for the Davudan branch of the Larkinson clan numerous times, there was no indication that he actively sought to improve his ties with the Larkinsons in the past. The journeyman worked hard to stand on his own 2 feet, and he was adamant about maintaining his current boundaries, even to the point of rejecting a growing number of buyout offers. All of this indicated to Tristan that he wanted to be responsible for his own success for the most part. Perhaps he might be willing to cooperate with the Larkinsons more extensively by developing the luminous fire Fae for the Fae Fianna, but he was clearly trying to improve his own business. When Vase looked down at Tristan yet again, his old friend did not project anything that indicated he wanted to join up with the Larkinsons. Even though the Larkinson clan was clearly in the ascendancy, Tristan was different from all of the envious Mech designers who wanted to join up and gain access to an easy track to becoming a first-rater. In other words, Tristan was too proud to rely on excessive handouts. Even the luminous fire Fae was just an attempt for him to earn lots of money by relying on the merit of his own work. It was emphatically not designed to attract Ves's sympathy. Vase silently nodded at Tristan while maintaining eye contact. Both of them were Mech designers, and both of them had surpassed a certain stage of maturity. They had no need to exchange any words in order to understand each other's meaning. Vase essentially conveyed his willingness to absorb Tristan and his Mech company into the Larkinson clan. Tristan basically rejected Ves's goodwill and made it clear that he wanted to earn an honest living as a Mech designer. This was a respectable attitude. In fact, Vase respected his old friend a lot more, because he would have made the same choice. The more Vase climbed up the ranks, the more he realized that Mech designers needed to possess a lot of pride and persistence as they approached their work. None of them succeeded in becoming a master Mech designer or star designer by leeching off other people's generosity. In this case, Tristan clearly rejected the most beneficial short and medium-term option available to him. He deliberately made this choice in order to preserve his nebulous long-term possibility of becoming an excellent Mech designer, with a minute probability of advancing to the rank of star designer one day. No matter how astronomically small this possibility may be, Tristan was not one of the Mech designers who gave up because of that. He was willing to grind and toil like an ordinary second-class Mech designer because he believed that was the only way he could earn the ultimate payoff in the future. Vase was not sure whether Tristan would be able to attain his ultimate dream. The former Fredaman who had technically become a Davudan was taking his time towards promoting to senior Mech designer. The successful development of positive and negative hyper gems were significant achievements and most certainly brought Tristan closer to the next step, but it might still take years before he finally caught up to Ves's current rank. By then, Vase himself may have already realized his design philosophy at that time. Vase closed his eyes and turned away from Tristan. There seemed to be no way for the two to converge anytime soon. They were following two different trajectories that were unlikely to intercept. That was fine. Vase was short on time and always acted with great urgency. Tristan on the other hand had found his own rhythm. He showed a willingness to follow a more sedate pace in order to strengthen his foundation and break through only when he was truly ready. The only problem with that approach was that a functioning human society with a substantial Mech industry might no longer exist by the time that Tristan came into his power. Oh well, thank you for demonstrating your product, Mr. Wesseling, Vase said in a formal tone as he adopted the role of host again. Your luminous fire Fae is a fantastic premium solution for customers who are looking to augment the firepower of their forces but lack the space to accommodate more units. Your newly developed hyper gems are particularly interesting to my clan. Outside of my Fae, I can easily anticipate that they can augment the performance of all of my living Mech models. Are you interested in discussing a long-term supply agreement for your specialty products? Vase valued Tristan's gems so much that he was not willing to wait until he had closed this event. Wesseling Design Services is always interested in conducting business with any party. Tristan smoothly replied as he played his own role. I should warn you that I have yet to develop many variations of hyper gems. If you request hyper gems based on rare and less accessible attributes, then you must give me time to develop the right solutions. I am also unable to mass-produce high-quality hyper gems at this time. They are too volatile to be relied upon. I am not yet able to supply my customers with hyper gems that are effective enough to be utilized in first-class mechs. I understand, Mr. Wesseling. I will take your current limitations into account. I have utmost confidence in your ability to grow and refine your products over time. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries with each other before Tristan finally moved off the stage, taking his impressive luminous fire Fae as well. Vase did his best to reset his mood and focus on his current priority. The luminous fire Fae is an impressive product and certainly had the capital to win first place. The reason why I decided to place it at third is not because of its shortcomings, but because the following contest submissions are even stronger. As far as I am concerned, the top 3 all deserve to be in first place, but that is not permissible according to the rules that we have set. There must be winners and losers, so the following Fae is the penultimate product that does an impressive job of enriching the available options of my Fae Fianna. A new Fae hovered above the stage. Different from the luminous fire Fae that radiated so much power and generated a powerful E-energy vortex, the second place winner looked like the polar opposite. It was a Fae that was coated in all black that was designed to reflect as little stuff as possible. It also happened to be covered by emitters that were so form-fitting that they were barely raised from the exterior surface of the device. Not that many people looked surprised to see it appear on stage. They had toured the exhibitions before and already had a hunch that this particular product would be able to rank at the top. There were those that even thought it should have won first place. Alas, Vase made a slightly different choice, but that did not mean that the Fae was bad. Stealth Field Fae Developer. Professor Zilia Avaki. Lead Engineer Category. Utility E-Energy Attributes. Negation Summary. The Stealth Field Fae is designed to work in concert with at least 3 more identical units, but should ideally be working in concert with many more. As its name suggests, the Stealth Field Fae is designed to project a field that can not only dampen all outward emissions, but also make anything within the area of effect invisible to the naked eye, provided that the objects within are not producing any powerful emissions themselves. Only powerful sensors at close range or targeted scanning at further distances by alien warships can expose the flaws of this stealth field. The Stealth Field Fae is a powerful example of high technology simplified for second-class mechs, and therefore suffers many inadequacies such as excessive cost, extremely high power consumption, relatively short run time and accelerated wear and tear. Despite all of these shortcomings, a group of Stealth Field Fae can offer a viable solution to allow a modest group of mechs to silently approach an enemy position in space by relying on ballistic flight. The description was longer than usual, but the Stealth Field Fae deserved it. This was a product that could most definitely sway entire battles in the favor of the human side, and it was all because the Stealth Field Fae could effectively hide a bunch of mechs from the sensors of enemy warships until it was too late. The trade-offs were great, but as long as a mech force made good use of this tactical advantage, an alien foe could definitely be taken by surprise. Professor Zilia Avaki, please come up to the stage and explain the development of your Stealth Field Fae to us all. Where is tech derived from and how did you manage to fit such a powerful capability in the chassis of a relatively small Fae? Chapter 5728 Many Limitations 5728 Many Limitations The initial reaction towards the Stealth Field Fae was surprise and wonder. Those who had already encountered it during the exhibition already guessed that it would end up with a high ranking, but all of the other people who were tuning into the broadcast only managed to discover this product for the first time. This was the debut of the Stealth Field Fae. Naturally, Vase grew immensely curious at the providence of this special Fae. It was not every day that a high-tech development company with definite ties to a first-class power introduced a heavily simplified adaptation of advanced stealth technology to the masses. Cutting-edge stealth technology was the exclusive preserve of states and major organizations. Only they possessed the funding and other conditions needed to push the boundaries of this niche technological field. As far as Vase was aware of, the effort to combine existing stealth technology with hyper-technology was still a developing field. Many mech designers and scientists may have managed to produce breakthroughs, but their first priority was to keep their design applications in-house to benefit their own respective groups. It was rare for a power to have put so much effort into researching successful solutions, only to convert it into a commercial solution where the public could easily gain access to the conclusions of all of that painstaking research. Even if the company in question sold the Stealth Field Fae at astounding prices, the profits generated from selling them could not compensate for the early loss of a temporary but highly strategic technological advantage. There had to be more behind this profound move. Vase slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the woman that led this development project. The dusky-skinned engineer did not look as if she was here to market a product from her company. She possessed the typical demeanor of a no-nonsense scientist who wanted to do nothing more than to remain behind closed doors and work with numbers all day. She did not look as if she cared about the business side of the technology sector in the slightest. Her tone only strengthened that impression. Our stealth field Fey is a strategic contribution of Heklock Integrated Technologies, a subsidiary of the Devos ancient clan of the Terran Alliance. It utilizes a second-class adaptation of a new strain of advanced stealth technology that is expressly designed to overcome the common weaknesses of indigenous alien sensor technology, with a particular focus on deceiving their spatial and gravitic sensor systems. The stealth field Fey should also be effective against most general human sensor systems, but it is not optimized for this usage. Ah, that explained much. This was a deliberate ploy from the Devos ancient clan, which had become one of the allies of the Larkinson clan. The part about being optimized for use against the native aliens was an important distinction. Stealth technology could be used for all kinds of misdeeds, so the parties that controlled it tried to keep it out of the hands of the general public. Even if the public gained access to stealth tech, it was usually so outdated that they were prone to fail when confronted by modern detection systems. The stealth field Fey was a little different because it utilized a much more up-to-date variation of stealth technology. The only reason why the Devosans dared to release it was because it had been reduced to second class and because it was entirely tuned to work against the native aliens. We have conducted numerous field tests of our stealth field Fey, and we can confirm that they work. Zilia Avaki continued to explain as if she was reporting to her superiors as opposed to potential customers. Of the 14 attempts we have made, 12 have managed to advance quietly from a distance and remained undetected until they came within 15 kilometers of different alien forces. That was an impressive result. Although getting detected 15 kilometers away was not as good as remaining hidden until reaching point-blank range, the remaining distance was almost nothing in space terms. There were dreadnoughts that were 15 kilometers long. Are the stealth field Fey effective in environments outside of open space? The lead engineer shook her head. I am afraid not, Professor. Our product is not able to produce an effective stealth field under atmospheric conditions or elsewhere. They are solely designed to be employed in space. It is best if they are employed during an active battle, as the presence of interference degrades the performance of enemy sensor systems and reduces the likelihood of detecting inconsistencies. If necessary, the stealth field Fey can also be employed outside of a battle, but the risks are elevated in those cases. Dr. Avaki proceeded to project a simulation that showed the deployment of a Fey Fianna, 4 stealth Fey and a couple of other mechs within the pyramid-shaped field. This is the most basic deployment scenario for the stealth field Fey. A set of 4 Fey deployed in a tetrahedron formation can effectively obscure the emissions of a small number of mechs. The exact amount is heavily dependent on the level of active interference at the site, the quantity of mechs, the spacing of the stealth field Fey, and most importantly the activity levels of the mechs themselves. The simulation began to highlight a few variables such as the emissions outputted by the mechs. In general, the stronger the mechs, the more powerful emissions tend to be. This poses a problem as it becomes exponentially more difficult to minimize their presence. A larger quantity of mechs also imposes greater challenges, as the stealth field Fey will not only have to increase their distance from each other, but also have to compensate for many more changing variables. Active maneuvers and course changes are especially problematic as they produce much greater pattern changes that all need to be compensated for in real time. In addition to these complications, hyper-mechs and high-ranking mechs always affect the E-energy radiation around them. Our stealth field Fey can only negate their E-energy fluctuations to a limited extent. The mention of all of these limitations and constraints significantly depressed people's enthusiasm for this Fey. It shouldn't have been a surprise. Obtaining effective stealth capabilities by employing just 4 of these relatively small Fey never came cheap. The development team led by Dr. Avaki had to make a huge number of sacrifices in order to render it at least somewhat useful in this particular form. The woman did not seem to care about all of the dismay she was causing with her words. However, the greatest constraint to utilizing the stealth field Fey is their elevated power consumption. It takes a great amount of energy to maintain even a small active stealth field. Do not expect them to be able to lurk in space for hours or days on end by themselves. Not only will they drain their limited energy cells fairly quickly, but their heat sinks will be stressed to their capacity as well. There is no effective means for us to increase these limits without making the price even more unreasonable. This was the biggest letdown of the stealth field Fey. What use were they when they ran out of juice after being active for a relatively short time? Still, not everyone gave up on this expensive and overpriced tech demo. Now that Dr. Avaki had done her due diligence and given her audience a necessary reality check, She began to explain how the stealth field Fey could be utilized in an effective manner despite all of the aforementioned limitations. Heklock Integrated Technologies still considers the stealth field Fey to be the successful outcome of an experimental development project because it has managed to fulfill its mission in numerous real scenarios. In every test, we have employed a variety of different configurations and solutions to increase the success rate. The projection changed to show annotated footage of these tests. Here, you can see that we have managed to secretly deliver up to 30 mechs and 5 boarding shuttles in close proximity to an enemy fleet on standby. The lack of interference makes it much harder to approach in stealth, but we have compensated for that by resorting to numbers. Of the mechs that we have employed in this capacity, 15 of them are comprised of Fey Fianna. Of this group, 10 are entirely equipped with stealth field Fey, which means that there are 40 stealth field Fey working in total, 40 stealth field Fey. That amounted to a large investment as none of them were cheap. However, relying on numbers clearly worked as close to an entire mech company managed to approach an alien fleet without getting detected in advance. The footage showed other interesting adaptations. In order to minimize the emissions of the mechs, shuttles and Fey, they have been launched out of an advancing carrier vessel on a ballistic trajectory. None of the mechs aside from the stealth field Fey have been fully activated. This allows the mechs to preserve their energy levels and remain cold for the entire duration. The only serious shortcoming to this tactic is that the lack of active flight significantly extends the time to arrival. The stealth field Fey cannot remain active during this entire time interval. The footage showed how the testers overcame this problem. Not all of the stealth field Fey were active at the same time. 30 of them were constantly maintaining a cube-shaped formation while the other 10 remained on standby. When a stealth field Fey started to reach its limit, it dropped out of formation while a spare one moved into place. Specialized support mechs that traveled with the covert mech unit gently replenished the spent Fey. After that, the recharged Fey were put on standby until it was their turn to maintain the collective stealth field again. This was quite an ingenious setup. The use of so many stealth field Fey at once not only increased the total coverage, but also added a lot more redundancy to the operation. The limited runtimes of the stealth field Fey were not that big of deal so long as the mech unit had ways to replenish them during the entire journey. As long as speed was not an issue, the stealth field Fey did not have to work excessively hard to obscure the emissions of so many small craft. Mechs that did little else aside from coasting through empty space generally weren't very difficult to hide. The negation-attributed hyper-materials also did their jobs of making sure the hyper-mechs did not produce any noticeable wakes or trails in the surrounding E-energy flows. Although sensor systems that could effectively observe and measure the flow of E-energy radiation were practically unheard of, it was better to account for this potential threat in advance rather than allow it to be a critical weakness a few years later. Dr. Avakwi smiled as the footage showed the conclusion of the successful test. The infiltration unit successfully came close enough to sprint the remaining kilometers at full burn and rapidly sneak the boarding shuttles into the open hangar bay of an alien battleship that had failed to activate all of her segmented transphasic energy shields in time. The footage ended at that point. It did not show how the infiltration unit managed to get away from this incredibly dangerous situation, but it was not necessary. The point was that it demonstrated that the stealth field Fey could open up a lot of new possibilities in the Red War so long as they were properly used. We have found that our stealth field Fey is most effective when it is operating in larger numbers and as part of a mixed element. They can be utilized to smuggle torpedoes at close proximity or pass through blockades in complete secrecy. They can be used to spy on alien strongholds or extract critical personnel. The use of stealth technology is not uncommon in first-class combat, but with the release of our new Fey, we hope that second-class mech forces will be able to leverage this capability to their advantage as well. Chapter 5729 Cost-Saving Measure 5729 Cost-Saving Measure The explanation provided by Dr. Zilia Avaki successfully won her audience after she initially scared them away from purchasing her product. The stealth field Fey may be fragile, finicky, energy-hungry and prone to failure in many conditions, but so what? As long as a mech force properly accounted for all of these weaknesses and took measures to minimize exposure to them, the stealth field Fey could still be utilized to secretly sneak over a bunch of mechs and other stuff. Technology was all about recognizing limitations and working around them. Vase shouldn't be so surprised at this because third-raters and second-raters often had to work around them in their daily lives. Even first-raters weren't exempt from the boundaries imposed by their physical reality. They just had it a lot better because they could spend astronomical sums of money to obtain extremely inefficient but somehow effective enough solutions for most of their problems. In any case, the stealth field Fae presented so many useful possibilities in or outside a battlefield that even the Larkinson clan wanted to obtain a generous quantity of them. They could make life a lot easier for its mech legions. The high price tags did not pose much of a hindrance to the increasingly wealthier Larkinsons. It was as if the stealth field Fae were specifically designed to meet the needs of the Larkinson clan. Of course, Vase was far from the only person who was willing to splurge on these useful solutions. Numerous leaders among the audience also made the same consideration. Unlike stealth mechs, the stealth field Fae was able to hide the presence of mechs that ordinarily weren't equipped with active cloaking systems. This was incredibly useful as it opened up the possibility of discreetly sneaking in scout mechs, hacking mechs, melee mechs and more without letting them get intercepted in advance. The only issue was that it would be difficult for the covert mech unit to successfully reach their destination if their targets actively moved in space. Ballistic travel was most conducive for stealth because the mechs mostly remained cold as they coasted through space. If their target kept moving, the covert mech unit had to move as well, and that was problematic as the stealth field Fae needed to compensate for a lot more activity. The greater the variables, the greater the probability of exposing flaws. That did not depress the enthusiasm for Vase and everyone else who saw great promise in this tech. Despite the experimental nature of this product, its capabilities were just too useful to set aside and forget about its existence. The ongoing war did not allow for Red humanity to take its time to properly test out all of its new innovations. As long as a new tech was useful enough, it was better to put it to use despite the lack of exhaustive tests. Besides, there was no guarantee that alien sensors would remain ineffective against the form of stealth employed by this product. Stealth technology always got overtaken by advancements in sensor technology. Perhaps it might only take a few years before the aliens wised up and made sure to equip their warships with technological updates that rendered the stealth field Fae ineffective. If that was the case, then it was better to take advantage of the momentary effectiveness of the stealth field Fae while they lasted. As Dr. Avaki completed her frank and factual presentation of her product, Vase chose to ask a few questions. I think I am speaking on behalf of many interested parties when I say that we appreciate your candor, he said as he continued to float above everyone's heads. As exhaustive as your explanation may be, there are still many points of uncertainty. For example, is it possible for your stealth field Fae to successfully bring an expert mech or an ace mech in close proximity to an unsuspecting alien fleet? Not in a reliable manner. The woman decisively shook his head. One of our failed tests happened to center around this scenario. High-ranking mechs are much more powerful and produce exponentially greater emissions when active. We do not have the technology to compensate for their domain completely shut down. Many people frowned when they heard that. Vase was no exception. If that is the case, then the inactive expert mechs will turn into sitting ducks. Much of the reasons why the aliens are struggling to defeat our champions is because our high-ranking mechs are not only a lot tougher, but are also capable of evading a lot of powerful attacks. Even if they get hit, their resonance shields can mitigate a lot of incoming damage. Keeping them offline negates all of these advantages. They can only rely on their armor systems to withstand enough damage and buy time for the machine to activate in a hurry. That was not ideal, particularly for relatively thin and fragile expert mechs such as the Dark Zephyr. The way Vase saw it, stealth field Fae should only be paired with relatively expendable mechs and mech pilots. They needed to be strong enough to complete their missions without making it too painful to lose them all of a sudden. If it was not absolutely necessary, there was no reason to assign a precious expert mech for these risky duties. Will Heklock Integrated Technologies continue to support the stealth field Fae and update it with new technologies in order to retain its effectiveness over time? We are committed to preserving the longevity of the stealth field Fae as long as it remains profitable. Dr. Avaki responded in a decisive tone. We have excellent scientists and developers in our employ, and we have access to a large database of high-end technologies. We are confident that we can continue to iterate on the Fae and ensure that it will stay relevant as our adversaries continue to make their own advancements. That was a powerful guarantee and reassured a lot of customers. None of them wanted to buy a product that was bound to lose its effectiveness after just a few years. Vase just hoped that Heklock and its Terran backers were willing to keep their word. May I ask why Heklock has chosen to implement its adapted stealth technology in a Fae as opposed to a purpose-built mech? Are there any special advantages that have turned my xianxia line into a more suitable platform than a proprietary mech design? The woman smiled up at him as she offered her response. One of the requirements to maintain an active stealth field is to perform a large amount of directed calculations and apply the results with as little lag time as possible. It is exponentially more difficult to cloak an entire field of space as opposed to the fixed dimensions of a single stealth mech. It may not be obvious to the casual observer, but the most expensive and energy-intensive component of our Fey is not its specialized stealth field emitters, but its proprietary AI core. The projected schematic zoomed in to highlight the relatively large AI core installed in the center of the Fey. She was right, the AI core looked way out of proportion of the rest of the Fey. It was too large and expensive for what was supposed to be a relatively small combat object. The maximum processing power contained in this core was common in high-end hybrid mechs or even corvettes. Vase realized now that it was indeed the main reason why the cost of the stealth field Fey was so excessive. Active stealth technology was incredibly data-intensive to maintain. It was not like throwing a cloak of invisibility over a mech and calling it a day. It took a lot of active reactions to precisely dampen or counteract the emissions released by mech or object. Even the slightest flaws or delays in calculations could produce artifacts that looked like faint shimmers. These flaws were barely noticeable most of the time, but a sharp enough sensor could still detect the momentary activity and come to the conclusion that a stealth unit was in the area. This was a catastrophic result. Powerful AI cores were therefore needed to perform lots of accurate calculations fast enough to keep the stealth field completely even. Vase understood now why this variation of stealth technology fit so well with his xianxia. Let me guess. The effectiveness of your AI cores has increased by a significant enough margin when they are integrated in a living Fey, am I correct? Zilia Avaki nodded. That appears to be the case, Professor. I have spoken to other developers in the preceding hours and they have also noticed similar patterns. Our stealth field Fey is one of the few creations that is purposely designed to derive extensive advantages from this unexplainable effect. As long as the living Fey possesses elevated judgment and processing capabilities, we can effectively employ a more affordable AI core to perform the calculations of a higher grade of AI core. We will lose this advantage if we implement our stealth technology in our own mech designs. That was interesting. Vase had not been aware of this effect. The living mechs that he designed so far generally did not rely all that much on powerful processing capabilities in order to fulfill their role. The Phobos was probably the most dependent on number crunching in order to maintain its highly effective stealth system, but Vase remembered that he had splurged on an AI core that was way more powerful than the expert stealth mech actually needed. He would rather equip the powerful machine with additional processing power in case it was needed one day. These stealth field Fey are high-tech products. They shouldn't be easy to produce. Vase remarked. Will Heklock Integrated Technologies be able to produce enough of them to meet customer demand? The lead engineer's expression remained impassive. I am responsible for production operations, so I cannot supply you with a detailed answer. It is my understanding that our factory is able to meet a modest level of demand. If we can produce enough stealth field Fey to fulfill all of our orders, then we can employ another factory, but not much more. What is the limit? The current version of the stealth field Fey is heavily reliant on a number of rare exotics and hypers that are relatively limited in supply. For example, a hyper material with the negation attribute is still rare and difficult to find in the new frontier. The limited availability of raw materials will constrain production to a lower ceiling than what we consider ideal. We are trying our best to locate more sources of rare materials, but humanity's territories in the Red Ocean can only yield oh so much. I understand. The industrial capacity of a civilization was highly dependent on territory. The aliens would find it much easier to mass-produce the stealth field Fey because they had much more abundant access to the necessary materials in their enormous turf. Vase asked a few more questions about the stealth field Fey and generally became satisfied with what he heard. Dr. Avaki was not a careless engineer and accounted for many concerns in advance. Since the production of your stealth field Fey is so limited, can you give our Larkinson clan a priority on orders? We would like to order a batch of 1,000 units to begin with. Is that acceptable? The woman nodded. That should not be an issue, though I must warn you that it will take time to complete your order. There were plenty of ways for the Larkinsons to make use of these handy stealth field Fey. While the Larkinson clan already possessed existing stealth capabilities of its own, they were mostly confined to specialized units belonging to the Black Cats. Outside of the Phobos, the Larkinsons did not really have access to a combat unit that could employ active stealth to sneak close to a powerful enemy. The addition of so many stealth field Fae should relieve this shortcoming. It helped that the Fae weren't all that big and could easily be stored. Chapter 5730 The winner of the Fae Shaper Contest 5730 The winner of the Fae Shaper Contest. Just as in the case with Tristan's Hyper Gems, the development of stealth field Fae had the potential to comprehensively strengthen the armed forces of the Larkinson clan. Vase was incredibly pleased to gain access to third-party innovations that the Larkinson clan could never develop in-house. There was no one within the ranks of his clan who had any clue about how to make gems that could augment the performance of mechs in mysterious ways. Even Vase had made little progress despite making use of Lucky's gems for such a long time. It reminded him once again that Vase did not shoulder the entire burden of developing powerful solutions for his clansmen. It was okay to rely on outsiders to fill up the gaps that the Larkinsons could not do so themselves. In any case, as Dr. Avaki and her stealth field Fae finally moved away from the main stage, the time had come to introduce the final Fae. Many people in the audience already figured out what that Fae may be. There was one more fantastic Fae that was unlikely to rank between 11 and 50. The fact that Vase had not presented it so far was a powerful clue that its turn came last. I have been graced with many interesting Fae models today, Vase said with a smile. None of the products that have reached the top 50 are without merit. Many of them are marred with flaws, but that does not stop them from being useful under the right circumstances. What makes a Fae a good addition to a mech force that employs Fae Fianas is not only decided by their raw specifications, but also how well their owners are able to leverage their advantages. The more advanced and powerful Fae usually imposed more requirements on their users. The stealth field Fae was the most extreme example of this kind. That said, I believe that my Fae Fiana line should have the freedom to choose from a range of different Fae. The most complex ones should not be the only ones to earn your favor, as the simpler Fae are not only less cumbersome to use, but are also applicable in many more combat scenarios. Sometimes, all you need to win a battle are reliable combat assets that you can count on at any time. The development of all of these new and fancy Fae did not mean that the simpler ones became obsolete overnight. The Space Suppressor Fae, the Energy Shield Fae and the Luminaire Crystal Cannon Fae all remained fairly cost-effective. The only questionable product among the original Fae types was the Gauss Cannon Fae. The Larkinsons did not employ any ranged kinetic weapon experts at the time of its development, so it was clearly lacking in a lot of refinements. Regardless, Vase wanted to make sure that his customers would not feel overly pressured to employ expensive solutions such as the Luminous Fire Fae or more convoluted products such as the Infinite Fae. This was what ultimately decided which Fae deserved to rank at the top. The time has come to announce the winner of the Fae Shaper Contest. This is a great honor as it has managed to earn my greatest appreciation among other fantastic products. None of the Fae in the top 10 are awful, but only one of them is able to defeat all of the others in terms of value. My judgment criteria is based on an estimation of how much positive impact they can make in the war effort. Based on this, the best Fae should be powerful enough to make a substantial difference on the battlefield, but also affordable enough to be used in wider numbers. The following Fae has managed to strike an excellent balance between price and performance. Now, without further ado, let me introduce you to the Fae model that has clinched the top rank. A new silvery Fae floated in from the side. It possessed an unusual circular shape and looked like a floating turtle shell. Shield Infiltrator Fae Developer. Kelsey Ampatok, Journeyman Mech Designer Category. Offensive, Utility E Energy Attributes. Space Summary. The Shield Infiltrator Fae is a product that is foremost designed to pass through transphasic energy shields by relying on deception. It is designed to analyze the patterns of alien small craft and projectiles and imitate them in order to deceive alien control systems into identifying it as a friendly unit. If successful, the Shield Infiltrator Fae should be able to pass through transphasic energy shields without encountering any meaningful resistance, as it has been added to an alien warship's whitelist. Once it has managed to pass through the layers of energy defenses, it should have extensive access to the hull of the enemy vessel. If it has not been shot down or eliminated through other means, the Shield Infiltrator Fae will be able to deliver a small payload that can range from small bombs to individual human infiltrators. The Shield Infiltrator Fae did not look subtle, but there were definite reasons behind its unusual shape. Kelsey Ampatok ascended to the main stage like a woman who already knew from the start that she had clinched the top prize. She had many reasons to be confident. Among all of the participants who ended up in the top 50, the journeyman mech designer was the one who came from a first-rate state. As an employee of Isthmus Manufacturing, the Rubarthan mech designer not only mastered all of the skills required to design first-class multipurpose mechs, but she also grew familiar with second-class mechs. Her remarkable combination of skills and experience allowed her to develop advanced technological products while at the same time figuring out many ways to control the cost. The Shield Infiltrator Fey was an incredibly inspired product. It possessed an amazing function, yet remained cheap enough that most customers should be more than willing to purchase thousands of them without worrying about their budgets. When people discovered how much it cost to purchase a Shield Infiltrator Fey, they all became pleasantly surprised that it was also within their means to purchase this product. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the lead developer of the Shield Infiltrator Fey, it is an honor for me to be able to present my work to you. Its name already betrays its purpose. It is a Fey that is solely designed to infiltrate the exterior defensive envelope of alien warships. The Fey is not dangerous or useful in itself as it is lacking in offensive or defensive capabilities. I have stripped everything down until I have been left with the bare minimum. This has made my Shield Infiltrator Fey affordable enough that you can rely on a large quantity of them to successfully drive through at least a part of them through an active transphasic energy shield. This was a tacit admission that the shield infiltration technology was far from perfect. Stuff could go wrong which would cause the Fey to bump into the transphasic energy shield without obtaining permission to pass through. The chance that this would happen was much greater if the alien adversaries were aware of the presence of these peculiar Fey. The first-class mech designer activated a projection that showed the Shield Infiltrator Fey attempting to pass through the transphasic energy shield of a captured alien destroyer. In order to understand how our Fey is able to bypass the most formidable defenses employed by the aliens, I will need to explain how energy shields work in general. As you should already be aware of, energy shields do not block anything that passes through them, though they could theoretically be made to do so. They are often designed to pass through harmless light as well as any form of energy or matter launched by the side that employs the energy shields. In order to prevent any conflicts, the energy shields are controlled by instructions that instruct them to pass through any laser beams, kinetic rounds or small craft. This is a manual process that has never produced any problems as all of these friendly activities are whitelisted. Kelsey Ampatok began to grin when she spoke her next words. My Shield Infiltrator Fey is built with adaptive and partially morphable materials. This allows it to change its properties so that it can closely mimic the properties of alien matter. It is also built with an inbuilt sensor array that is specifically designed to measure data related to its purpose. The lower the range, the higher the quality of data and the shorter the time needed to decipher a valid pattern. Although my Fey's computational power is not strong, it can borrow the processing power of the Fey Fianna or any supporting starship in the rear as long as an active data link can be maintained. That was a powerful distinction. The stealth field Fey had to carry their own powerful AI cores because relying on external sources for computational power would produce a lot of emissions that could expose the presence of cloaked units. The Shield Infiltrator Fey preferred to avoid attracting any attention, but it was not necessary to keep it totally hidden. The time it takes to calculate a valid pattern varies considerably based on the power and sophistication of the energy shield generators utilized by the enemy. Simpler transphasic energy shield generators usually lack many redundant protective measures that can hinder the operation of my Fey. More advanced transphasic shield generators such as those employed by most major alien races are much more on guard against this sort of infiltration. They have most definitely confronted this threat in the past, and have developed countermeasures against it. There is still a small chance my Shield Infiltrator Fey can pass through, but the success rate is likely below 1%. That was too small. Unless a mech force had enough Fey Fiannas to launch hundreds of Shield Infiltrator Fey, it was not worth bothering. Kelsey Ampatok thought so as well. The more modern warships fielded by the native aliens are also much more attentive towards any objects that come in close proximity to their hulls. Their point defenses typically respond quickly and are able to shoot down my Shield Infiltrator Fey with ease as my product does not possess stealth or strong defenses. They are best employed against the warships of minor alien races for these reasons. These were major shortcomings, but it was already a good start. It was better to have access to a somewhat effective solution than nothing at all. Together with the Stealth Field Fey, the Shield Infiltrator Fey opened up so many new possibilities for mischief that the aliens wouldn't know what would hit them in the following year. The results are excellent once they have succeeded in their infiltration. Kelsey smiled as he began to show footage of successful cases. My shield infiltrator Faye can only transport relatively small objects through the active defenses of an alien warship, but that is already enough to bring bombs, tracking beacons, human infiltrators and other payloads in physical contact with the exterior of the hull. If the aliens are particularly inattentive, then my shield infiltrator Faye may be able to enter an open hatch or hangar bay, thereby allowing it to inflict much more serious damage to the enemy vessel. The shield infiltrator Faye was not large enough to carry anything powerful, but it did not have to. A relatively compact explosive device should already be powerful enough to knock out or disable the formidable gun batteries of alien warships when detonated in the right locations. This was an excellent way to pull out the teeth of powerful enemy vessels and reduce their threat level without needing to drill through their transphasic energy shields. The possibilities for infiltration were even greater. Even though it was not possible to hide the shield infiltrator Faye, a single human infiltrator might easily be able to sneak aboard a ship and lurk around without alarming the alien crew. Chapter 5731 A Whole New Battle Tactic 5731 A Whole New Battle Tactic. The shield infiltrator Faye possessed a huge amount of potential. This was clear to many people, especially those who struggled to penetrate or overwhelm the transphasic energy shields of alien warships. The mech industry had been working hard to release new mechs and technological innovations that could make this job a lot easier. From the relatively basic but effective Stormblade technology to the recently introduced anti-shield Pulse Faye, it became clear that the demand for effective solutions against the ridiculously powerful defenses of enemy warships still remained high. This was a powerful indication that the mech industry had failed to meet the needs of all of the mech pilots and mech forces struggling to defeat the alien raiding fleets in the front lines. At the very least, the mech industry had yet to come up with an effective answer thus far. The lack of progress could be excused for the time being as the Red War had raged for only less than 2 years. Was this because the mech industry was incompetent? Vase did not think so. The challenges were just too great to overcome. The most difficult variable to work around was phase water. It was too damn scarce, and it did not help that human space occupied so little territory that red humanity was starving for this precious substance. In contrast, the aliens were literally swimming in it. They occupied the Red Ocean for so long that their stockpiles were astronomical. Even if they wasted most of it on promoting the cultivation of their phase leaders, they still had plenty of phase water left over to equip every decent warship with at least a basic set of transphasic energy shield generators. Red humanity was fighting an uphill battle. The lack of territory, manpower, combat assets and more placed a lot of pressure on mech designers such as Vase to come up with a silver bullet that could pierce through transphasic energy shields as if they were nothing. Such a solution was simply not available at this time, but the successful development of the shield infiltrator Faye at least showed that they were taking a step in the right direction. The only aspect that Vase did not like about the product was that it originated from a first-class mech designer. The Phase Shaper contest was supposed to be an event that celebrated the innovations of second-raters. Vase had set the prize pool low to the point where no first-class mech designer would find it attractive enough to bother with the competition. Even if they had other motives in store, it was quite risky for them to compete against many other second-raters. If they did not have absolute confidence that they could win first place, then any other outcome would be a huge stain on their record. Their reputation would plunge as they had essentially proven themselves to be inferior to people who were supposed to be their lessers. It was one thing to admit one's inferiority to an anomaly like Vase. He had long transcended his roots as a second-rater. It was another thing to rank lower than ordinary, second-class mech designers such as Tristan Wesseling. The loser might as well quit the industry and retire after suffering a humiliating loss. Yet, that did not happen. Somehow, Kelsey Ampatok not only made a huge gamble, but managed to win his bet. Vase had thought deeply on whether he should designate the shield infiltrator Faye as the winner of the competition. After all, Tristan Wesseling's luminous fire Faye and Dr. Zilia Avaki's stealth field Faye were both so powerful that their presence could easily sway the outcome of a battle. However, the single most important factor that set these two Faye models apart from the shield infiltrator Faye was their affordability. The Rubarthan journeyman somehow managed to outclass many second-raters by developing a living Faye that was cheaper and easier to fabricate than almost any other contest submission. The man could teach a master class on cost-saving measures. The sheer amount of work and effort he put into slimming down the shield infiltrator Faye was so extreme that even Vase learned a few useful tricks from studying the design. It was clear that Mr. Ampitok did not randomly take part in the Fey Shaper contest because he wanted to win a grand prize of 10,000 MTA credits. He had greater motives in mind. Vase already had a guess what they may be. Participating in winning this contest was certainly a good way to catch his attention, but all of that had to wait until they formally wrapped up this event. As the first raider deftly completed his initial presentation of the Shield Infiltrator Fey, the audience still looked fascinated by this amazing new product. Perhaps the ability to pass through enemy transphasic shields by pretending to be a friendly vessel may have been done before in first-class combat, but this capability was unheard of in second-class combat. Why had these people never heard about it? Why was it only available now? How come the tech was first applied in a Fey as opposed to a mech or shuttle? Vase entertained these doubts as well. Mr. Ampitok, I am at your service, Professor Larkinson. Is the Shield Infiltrator Fey based on existing first-class technology? It is, the journeyman admitted. The technology is relatively niche. When the original developers discovered that its effectiveness was vastly reduced against the modern warships of the major alien races, the decision was made to shelve it as there was little point in developing specialized solutions that are only effective against lesser warships. Typical. The first raiders could already rely on brute force to overcome the defenses of weaker warships. What has led you to repurpose this tech for a second-class Fey? Mr. Ampitok smiled. I took it on myself to give this tech a second chance. It may not be particularly compelling for first raiders, but it is clear that second raiders and third raiders feel much differently about the ability to pass through enemy shields without encountering any hindrance. I recognized an opportunity to service the needs of the brave mech and women who have taken upon themselves to challenge powerful warships with fairly weak mechs, and I took it. I am pleased that my hard work in the development of my Shield Infiltrator Fey has earned your appreciation. The ability to infiltrate enemy transphasic energy shields by imitating the patterns of enemy craft should not be an easy process. How have you managed to control the cost of your Shield Infiltrator Fey considering that it was originally based on first-class technology? Mr. Ampitok exuded a lot more pride as he offered his response. The secret is your Fey Fianna. My previous competitors have already mentioned how your drone mech platform is able to enhance the computational and decision-making processes of all of their Fey. I have made the same discovery, and specifically took advantage of it. The intelligences that are driving the Fey may not be most effective at performing an immense amount of raw calculations, but they possess a measure of wisdom, intuition and judgment that enable them to adapt to specific scenarios and bypass a large amount of redundant processes. I have been able to produce large gains in efficiency. There are other means to reduce the processing load on my Fey. As long as you are not afraid of interference and interception, you can have the AI cores of your starships do the heavy lifting for you. This is not always possible, but as long as the circumstances are favorable enough, the Shield Infiltrator Fey will not have to wait before they can attempt the crossing. I see. Is it possible to apply this tech on larger constructs such as mechs and boarding shuttles? It is possible, but the difficulty is exponentially greater. The smaller the object, the easier it is to calculate and imitate a friendly pattern. I do not believe it is possible to reproduce this result with first-class mechs, let alone second-class mechs. Not even the assistance offered by your living mechs can compensate for the exponential increase in necessary calculations. It is only a solution that should be applied to smaller objects such as Fey or explosive warheads, at least for the time being. That was a disappointment. It would have been a lot more practical to grant mechs the ability to bypass transphasic energy shields, but oh well. Your Shield Infiltrator Fey are remarkably cost-effective, but they also happen to be very vulnerable to enemy fire. Is there a means to bolster their defenses while preserving their main effect? It is possible, but I will have to redesign the Fey from the ground up. Ampitok apologetically said, the materials I have selected for my Fey are inherently softer and weaker. This does their defense little good, but the greatest advantage to utilizing this collection of materials is that they are considerably more malleable. It is much less cumbersome to alter their properties and successfully imitate a valid pattern. Employing harder and tougher materials will result in the opposite. I believe that the cost of developing more damage-resistant Shield Infiltrator Fey will result in a much more expensive variant. That made it practically useless. The Shield Infiltrator Fey were clearly disposable by nature. They had to take on a lot of risks in order to subvert the expectations of the aliens. Once the Fey successfully slipped in and approached the vulnerable hull, the alien crew members were bound to become alarmed. If their gunnery crews weren't sleeping, then the point defenses of any decent warship would definitely open fire on the approaching Shield Infiltrator Fey before they could complete their mission. This made it even more important to keep the shield infiltrator Fae affordable. Only by employing them in greater numbers would allow at least some of them to successfully make the journey. Vase gained a much better understanding of the context surrounding the shield infiltrator Fae. It was still an incredibly useful product, but they needed to be utilized correctly in order to make the most of them. The risks were too great to load them all up with human commandos. Who would possibly be crazy enough to enter these death traps that had a high chance of getting shot to pieces by enemy point defenses? The only approach that made sense was to load them with as much explosives as they could carry. Vase could already imagine how the shield infiltrator Fae would be used in the coming years. The Fae Fianna that ferried them across the battlefield probably had to bring along a set of spare Fae in order to maintain their full combat effectiveness after they had delivered their initial payloads. Kelsey Ampatok clearly came to the same conclusion, because he activated another projection that showed a simulation of how they could be employed. It showed a swarm of hundreds of Fae Fiannas accompanied by thousands of shield infiltrator Fae. They all approached an alien raiding fleet that was actively trying to shoot down the incoming machines as much as possible. The Fae made this a lot more difficult by dispersing their formations and generating decoys. Once the Fae Fiannas successfully came close, they sent forth their shield infiltrator Fae towards half a dozen warships. Even though the Fae started to get blasted to pieces at a much higher rate, there were simply too many of them. Roughly half of them collided against the transphasic energy shields as their attempt to pass off as friendly units failed for whatever reason. The remaining half successfully passed through the energy shields before they crossed the remaining distance and detonated their payloads next to powerful gun batteries, open hangar bays and massive thruster nozzles. The enemy warships had become crippled. What an inspiring demonstration. Even if it was just a simulation, it successfully captured the imagination of many people. Ves's eyes lit up as he realized what this approach entailed. The Fae Fianna have turned into bombers. The shield infiltrator Fae opened up a brand new battle tactic that had not been seen since the early days of the Age of Conquest. Chapter 5732 Priority Supply 5732 Priority Supply Bombers. Vase was not the only person who associated this word with the shield infiltrator Fae. By stuffing the expendable Fae with as much explosives as their limited capacities could accommodate, they could be sent out on a one-way trip through the transphasic energy shields of enemy warships and blast their surface modules to pieces. It did not matter that most warships were so large and massive that it was impossible for the relatively small payloads of the shield infiltrator Fae to knock out any core systems. Just the ability to damage the gun batteries and the propulsion systems of an enemy warship was already enough to end her participation in battle for the most part. To think that all of this became possible so long as a mech force committed to utilizing the Fae Fiannas as bombers. From what Vase could recall from his history studies, this was a type of small craft that had seen limited use in the Age of Stars and the early years of the Age of Conquest. Human warships at the time were nowhere near as great as the ones in use today. They were the equivalent of third-class vessels for the most part. What was most important was that they had yet to be equipped with good enough energy shields to provide strong coverage. This granted an opportunity for starfighters to get close and bomb the hell out of these large and lumbering vessels. While the pilots of these fragile craft inevitably suffered a lot of casualties in every serious fight, the loss of a bunch of starfighters and easily replaceable pilots was trivial compared to the destruction of a much more expensive warship. This became such a popular strategy at one time that specialized bombers made an entry. They had sacrificed nearly all dogfighting capabilities so that they could launch the strongest anti-ship strikes possible. Unfortunately for starfighter romantics, the golden age of starfighters ended too soon. Once the Age of Conquest started to kick into overdrive, humanity rapidly improved their warships as they continued to steal powerful alien technologies and secured access to better materials. At the same time, they began to attract the attention of much more powerful alien empires. The warships that humanity needed to defeat were even more perverse in many cases. In any case, warships improved so quickly on every front that employing starfighters against them was no different from committing suicide. As brave and reckless as starfighter pilots had been at the time, even they balked at a 90% chance of never making it back to their motherships. Since starfighters failed to keep up with the development of warships, it no longer made any sense to employ them anymore. Bombers naturally disappeared as well as people found it much more convenient to rely on big warship gun batteries to do the same job a lot more effectively. Vase never imagined that bombers, or rather the mech version of them, would randomly make a return due to the development of a curious piece of technology. It remained to be seen whether bombers would return as a viable combat solution in modern times. The simulation certainly made it look possible, but until Vase and many other people saw the Fei Fianas being used for this purpose, they intended to reserve their judgment. That did not mean that the shield infiltrator Fei was worthless. The product granted so many advantages that it had definitely earned first place in the Fei Shaper contest. The fact that very few disputed this ranking showed that Vase had made the right choice. Now that everyone gained a good understanding of the shield infiltrator Fei, Vase began to wrap up the event. Alright everyone, this is it for the Fei Shaper contest. I am grateful to all of the participants for utilizing their boundless creativity and their diverse skills to develop a large variety of useful Fei. Your work has not only done a fantastic job at enriching the possibilities for my ever-expanding Fei Fiana line, but you have also opened the eyes of many people, including my own. I hope you will be able to maintain your persistence and do just as good if not better in any of your future endeavors. No matter whether you see promise in continuing the development of Fei, I hope that the experiences that you have gained while taking part in my contest will improve your subsequent works. Half an hour went by as people steadily departed from the exhibition hall on foot or via shuttles. In the meantime, Vase had retreated to a private lounge. He was not alone. Vase had purposefully invited the top 3 winners of the Fei Shaper contest for a talk. Nobody declined the invitation. Tristan Wesseling, Drive, Zilia Avaki and Kelsey Ampatok all took their seats opposite to Vase. Despite their varying ages and backgrounds, none of them came close to matching the presence of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. In the span of just a few years, Vase had followed a legendary trajectory that saw him rise from an eccentric journeyman into the most powerful senior mech designer in the Red Ocean. His huge reputation alone seemed to press onto the winners, making them feel smaller and less significant before a figure who had begun to consort with god pilots and star designers. Relax, Vase said as he lifted up his cup of tea and took a gentle sip. I am not here to impose anything on you. I merely wanted to discuss business with you all. The Fei that you have designed exists in a class above the rest. That is not to say the rest of the top 10 are bad, but if my clan ever wants to make use of them, it is already enough to make use of regular channels. Your products are different. They are so good from my perspective that you deserve the courtesy of a personal meeting. While the 3 invited guests all felt nervous, they were all remarkable enough to maintain their composure in this setting. Tristan Wesseling already knew Vase from a long time ago. The changes did not faze him too much as he knew that his old friend was still as approachable as before. Not many years had passed since their last personal meeting. Dr. Avaki was an older woman who had plenty of experience with meeting all kinds of superiors. She was able to regain her balance now that it became clear that Vase did not have any bad intentions in mind. Kelsey Ampatok was a special case. The Rubarthan mech designer clearly wanted to gain an opportunity to talk with Vase, and now that he had attained his goal, he constantly worried about screwing up his only chance of speaking directly to a big shot. The stakes were so high that the man could not help but expose small signs of imperfection. As Vase evaluated all 3 guests, he decided to start with the most familiar of the bunch. Tristan. Yes, Professor, I mean Vase. Long time no see. How have you been? I am doing well. Tristan slowly replied, as you may have already surmised, my business is steadily gaining momentum. The market for my hyper gems continues to grow. The only challenge is that it is difficult for me to develop an improvement of my existing work. I am lacking in inspiration, so I am considering whether I should take a page out of your book and start to travel around. Vase responded with an encouraging smile. That is always a good idea. Settling in a routine for too long will make you stuck on the same track. There is only so much you can gain from sticking to the same path. Taking a few detours every now and then will broaden your perspective and challenge your views in ways that you have not even imagined. If you decide to go on a journey, then make sure to think about safety. This is not exactly the best period to go on a sightseeing tour. Thank you for your advice, Vase. They chatted a bit more before Vase finally addressed the topic that he truly wanted to talk about. Your luminous fire Fei is quite powerful compared to the regular version of my luminaire crystal cannon Fei, but it is still a product that is developed for the market. The Larkinson army will predominantly make use of quasi-first-class mechs and often transphasic ones as well. Their power is so much greater than general second-class mechs that your Fei need to keep up in order to become relevant for my armed forces. Tristan was somewhat familiar with the Larkinson army. He quickly understood the nature of the request. You want to commission the development of a transphasic quasi-first-class variant of my luminous fire fey? Yes. Can you do it? I can assure you that my clan will compensate you well for your labor. Tristan eagerly nodded. It would be my pleasure to help you, Vase. I am confident enough in my skills to be able to make it work, but it may take time because I do not have much experience with phase water technology and other higher-end technologies. The former Fredaman beamed with pride because he recognized that this was a serious request. Vase essentially signaled that he did not have the time and expertise to design an upgraded version of the luminous fire fey. He could only rely on Tristan's services to equip the Larkinson edition of the Fey Fiannas with offensive Fey that were even more powerful than the ones they utilized at this time. The challenges were myriad for Tristan. If I want to complete this job, I will have to complete a large amount of work. I have to design new and improved hyper gems in order to produce effects that are strong enough to be effective on quasi-first-class mechs. This will likely take months, so do not expect to obtain quick results. I understand. Just make sure to deliver a good product. Once you have completed this commission, are you interested in accepting more? There are many other useful Fey and mechs that could perform a lot better if they were all embedded with your amazing gems. This time, Tristan looked a lot more hesitant. I would like to oblige you, Vase, but I have my own research and projects to work upon. I cannot set aside all of my workload just to work on your priorities. I am not rejecting your proposal, but I want to ask you to be patient. That was a bummer. Vase fully understood Tristan's concerns, though. If his old friend spent so much time and effort developing hyper-gem integrated Fey, then he would eventually turn into a de facto subordinate of Vase. That was not what Tristan wanted out of his life. This was why he set a clear boundary and made it clear that he wanted to maintain his independence. Fortunately, Vase already took this possibility into account. Then let's talk about your hyper gems. I want them. The higher the quality, the better. If it is possible, I want you to ramp up your production and supply thousands if not tens of thousands hyper gems of various different attributes to the Larkinson clan. We figure out how we can embed them into our living mechs ourselves. You won't be able to produce the most optimal results if you are not making use of my expertise. Tristan warned. It's fine. Vase dismissively waved his hand. Any boost in performance is better than no improvement at all. If you can produce more, then all the better. We will always find more mechs to house them. What I must insist upon is that my Larkinson clan gains priority on the supply of your hyper gems. I don't care if you sell your gemstones to other customers, but if there is any limit on their availability, I want to ensure that my clan gets first pick before every other client. That request put Tristan in an awkward spot. You have come too late, Vase. I already signed a partial exclusivity contract with the Colonial Federation of Davut. Surprisingly enough, Vase did not show any dismay. Instead, he crossed his arms and adopted a confident smirk. No problem. I will buy out this contract from Davut. I will tell my staff to make a call right away. We can probably complete this transaction within a day. That was certainly a way to solve a problem. Chapter 5733 Straight Talk 5733 Straight Talk. Vase felt rather bad for the Colonial Federation of Davut. President Unam's Clive must be gnashing his teeth once learned that Vase had taken away another toy that should have belonged to his colonial state. Vase had already done it before by depriving Davut of ownership of the ultimatum model and many future commissions. Now he pulled off a similar stunt by denying Davut a guaranteed supply of Tristan's valuable hyper gems. It was bad form to resort to this measure, but Vase decisively pressed through because this was too important for him to miss out on. He did not want anything to jeopardize his clan's supply of these strategically significant products. Though Tristan was taken aback by Vase's boldness, he ultimately shrugged and accepted the changing reality. If Vase was really able to convince Davut to transfer the contract, then how could Tristan possibly resist? As far as Vase was concerned, there was no possibility for failure. His clout and reach had grown so much that he no longer needed to show an excessive amount of deference to a second-rate state. The abundant finances of the Larkinson clan also helped a lot. Vase had no intention to coerce Davut into suffering a loss. If a problem could be solved with money, then that was great. That is all. I do not have any further requests and proposals for you, Tristan. Of course, if you wish to propose other forms of cooperation, then feel free to voice them. Do you need help with research? Do you require access to special goods and services? The journeyman shook his head. No, I already have enough. Don't you need a steady supply of high-quality exotics and hypers in order to progress your research? That is so, but I can already obtain them by relying on my existing channels. I do not need any special treatments. What about phase water? Can you secure that as well? That caused Tristan to frown. I may need your help in procuring a small sample. I am not confident I can complete your first submission if I have not personally worked with phase water. No problem. Why do you care so much about my gems, Vase? Tristan asked. They're good. They are effective, but also costly. We have the money. It is quite simple, Tristan. What my clan and I need the most is a strong Larkinson army. Our armed forces must be as powerful as possible in order to earn more war merits and secure other useful gains. Stronger mechs will also result in fewer casualties, which will make a significant difference in the long run. So what if it makes my mechs twice or thrice as expensive as normal? The sums do not add up this way. Tristan shook his head. My gems are quite effective when used on regular second-class mechs, but the same cannot be said for quasi-first-class mechs. Unless I have made a breakthrough in my research, do not expect to see the same level of performance gains as I have managed to reach with my luminous fire Fae. If I succeed, then the resulting hyper gems will most definitely be at least an order of magnitude more expensive than my current products. Will you still be willing to pay for my hyper gems when they are effectively several times more expensive than one of your quasi-first-class mechs? I think you are underestimating my present financial strength. The money you are talking about is nothing compared to the stuff I am engaged with nowadays. What matters is that most of my troops all have access to the most powerful second-class mechs that we can supply to them. Perhaps ordinary states and organizations think that investing so much money on personnel is wasteful, but I do not agree with that. Mech pilots deserve a lot more care. So long as my finances allow it, I am more than willing to splurge on your gems on a yearly basis just to give my mechs an edge that cannot be replicated by the competition. Tristan was the only mech designer that Vase knew of that could produce these special gems. That put the former Fredaman in a much more powerful bargaining position than he realized. However, Vase dominated the conversation from beginning to end. His presence and his prestige continually strengthened the impression that he was the one who occupied a superior position in this negotiation. Vase was well aware of this effect. He was not above taking advantage of his power, but he made sure that any agreement he made remained mutually beneficial to both sides. What ultimately mattered was that he secured his desired goal. It did not matter to him that Tristan's gems were not strong enough for the time being. There was always room for improvement. Vase had already seen what vastly improved gems could do for mechs. He just had to bide his time and wait until Tristan progressed far enough that even first-class mechs benefited from his gems. That may take years, though. Vase could not solely focus on meeting his long-term needs. He also needed to work on accumulating more short-term advantages. His gaze shifted from his old friend to the only woman in the room. The dusky-skinned engineer was not a mech designer, but that did not reduce her value at all. She was still capable of developing advanced technological applications without needing to rely on esoteric mech designer stuff. It was developers like Dr. Avaki who supported the mech industry and supplied mech designers with a lot of fancy new tech and gadgets to put into their mech designs. Dr. Zilia Avaki, thank you for accepting my invitation. As you may surmise, I have an interest in cooperating with you and the company you are working for. The stealth field Fae that you have successfully developed is a remarkable product, but the base product is too low-end for my clan. Are you able to develop an improved first-class version of your stealth field Fae? It should be possible, Avaki said. The durability, energy reserves, heat management, overall runtime, fault tolerance and other factors should all experience comprehensive improvements. More importantly, the higher specifications will also make it possible to hide the emissions of more powerful mechs, such as the quasi-first-class mechs that your clan are known to prefer. Do not expect us to be able to do so without limit. First-class mechs are so much more powerful that we will have to develop a completely new version of stealth field Fae to hide their powerful emissions. That is okay. The need for area cloaking is not that acute at the first-class level. I would be more than happy if you can deliver a quasi-first-class solution. It should not take too long for us to design an enhanced stealth field Fae, as our development teams will primarily be working on an existing technological template. The cost will be much greater, but you should not have a problem with that. How many units do you expect to order from our company? It depends, Doctor. If your product is good enough, then I have no objection to ordering 1,000 of them at the start. I don't think we will employ them all of the time, but I will make sure that my armed forces make regular use of them. Perhaps they can even be used to covertly escort the vulnerable shield infiltrator Faye into close proximity to an alien fleet. There was nothing much for the two to discuss. The stealth field Faye did not contain anything interesting like Tristan's hyper gems that held far greater significance than the product itself. Vase was fine with that. If Heklock Integrated Technologies managed to come up with a more powerful technological application, then there would always be opportunities to negotiate another deal. It did not take long before Vase turned to the final guest. Your shield infiltrator Faye has impressed a lot of people, including me. It is a product that combines amazing capabilities with manageable weaknesses. You have already clarified that it will be a lot more difficult to develop an improved version of your product, but is it still possible for you to do so without letting the cost go through the roof? Vase might not have any money problems for the time being, but he needed to be careful about where he spent his money. The difference between the shield infiltrator Faye and all of the other Faye models was that the former was expected to be non-retrievable. Once it passed through a transphasic energy shield, it was not expected to come back. This meant that anyone who made regular use of them had to treat them as consumables rather than more durable combat assets. Making heavy use of consumables was a surefire way to strain the finances of any organization. Not even the Larkinson clan could employ improved shield infiltrator Faye without a limit, especially if they were loaded with transphasic explosives. It is too premature to develop an upgraded version of my work. Kelsey Ampatok honestly said, I have little confidence in my ability to keep the costs under control. I do not think that better mech designers are able to produce better results either. The greatest constraint is that we lack access and awareness of higher grades of exotics and hypers that are tough enough to resist more damage, but also malleable enough to imitate enemy patterns. I intend to wait for material scientists to identify or synthesize the specialized materials that I need to develop the upgraded variant that you need. I see. That is a decent plan, I guess. I think our clan will make do with your regular shield infiltrator Faye for the time being. Vase decided. Now, let us stall no further. You must have worked quite hard to catch my attention. You have come a long way from home, Rubarthan. Why have you decided to participate in a second-class design contest? Kelsey Ampatok had been preparing for this conversation for a long time. He had studied Vase extensively and figured out that the senior mech designer generally liked it when people were being sincere and honest without showing any duplicity. The first-class mech designer could appreciate that, as the Rubarthans tended to be fairly direct as well. I want to work for you. Consider my shield infiltrator Faye to be my resume and my proof of sincerity. Interesting. Vase calmly folded his fingers. He already predicted this response, but that did not help him decide how he should proceed. Let me say that your solicitation comes as a surprise. I was not actively looking to recruit more first-class mech designers at this time. Yet you have already hired one in the form of Alexa Strian. Since you have found it acceptable to recruit a Terran mech designer, I think you should have no objections to hiring a Rubarthan one. I can assure you that my loyalties to the princes are not high. I will pass any test you give me, whether it is centered around mech design or other qualities. The more Ampatok spoke, the more Vase admired the Rubarthan. The man demonstrated plenty of confidence and daring. Yet that also made Vase more suspicious about the man. This situation seemed way too convenient to him. There had to be a catch. Why do you insist on joining my clan? Are you dissatisfied with your existing opportunities in the Rubarthan Pact? Yes, Ampatok replied. I am merely one among many journeymen in Rubarthan space. Your clan is still short on first-class mech designers, so by joining you at this early stage, I can be of much greater significance to you and your organization. I see an opportunity to help you build up your mech organization and gain access to far better conditions than if I continued to work for Isthmus Manufacturing. You do know that I partially own that company, right? The first raider nodded. That may be true, but I doubt you understand how our company is actually run from the inside. I can help you analyze and monitor Isthmus Manufacturer if you are willing to bring me into your clan. It may not be clear to you, but I have observed many faults that are holding it back. None of the managers or leading mech designers are willing to upset the status quo after the disruption caused by the Great Severing, but if you are different from them, then maybe you will be able to push through the necessary reforms. Chapter 5734 Latent Dangers. 5734 Latent Dangers. What was Vase supposed to do in this situation? It was usually him that sought to recruit mech designers into the clan. He was not accustomed to situations where other people personally walked up to him and requested to join his clan instead. Sure, there were billions of people across the new frontier who would do anything to join his rapidly rising clan, but the recruiting offices usually kept these folk at bay. Only by separating all of the wheat would the Larkinson clan be assured that they obtained the most suitable recruits from the masses. It should never be the case where random people could just walk up to him and offer their resumes in the hopes of getting accepted on the spot. Vase probably would have said no just because he did not like being interrupted while he was in the process of conducting other activities. The complication here was that this was not one of those situations. Tens of thousands of people participated in the Face Shaper contest, but ultimately only a handful of them managed to squeeze in the top 50. Of these 50 skilled and fortunate individuals, just one of them managed to take first place. Regardless of his background and his allegiance, xianxia had honestly managed to defeat his fellow 12-15 competitors by designing a Fae that provided more value than anything else. More importantly, his contribution to the Fae Fianna's developing ecosystem was massive. Vase and the Larkinson clan ultimately benefited from the Rubarthan's work, as the Shield Infiltrator Fae was bound to become a popular tool to many customers who recognized its value. Given all that Mr. Ampatok had done for the Larkinsons, the least Vase could do was give him a fair opportunity. As Vase continued to mull over this situation, he realized that the real reason why he felt so unsettled over this unexpected application was mainly because he did not feel in control. If he set this particular problem aside, he recognized that this may be a pretty good opportunity to recruit another highly capable mech designer who had proven his ability with actual deeds. The winner of a fair contest deserved to receive special attention. Vase had been in a similar position in the past. He had worked hard to attract the attention of the likes of Master Carmen Olsen and successfully managed to promote to a higher stage as a response. Now that his position was a lot more similar to that of Master Olsen nowadays, it was his turn to identify rising talents and give them the stage they needed to realize their potential. The only weird thing about this situation was that xianxia was around the same age as Vase. Both of them were in their early 40s, so there was no generational gap to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of. Ampatok still did not dare to carry on any airs in front Vase despite being a vaunted Rubarthan and first-rater. The hierarchy between them was very clear. "Tell me about yourself," Vase said as he leaned back on his comfortable seat. "Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you come to be employed at Isthmus Manufacturing?" "I was born in a fairly average middle-class family back in a quiet star system located in the periphery of the new Rubarth Empire. I grew up far away from the power centers of the empire, which meant that I did not grow up owing my loyalty to any of the princes. I managed to excel in my studies and earn increasingly more generous scholarships through earning merit. Isthmus recruited me in advance. The company not only covered my substantial tuition, but also paid for a better augmentation package than what I could earn through my own efforts. After I graduated, I worked at one of my employer's many design laboratories in another region of the empire." That sounded like a fairly normal civilian trajectory. There was nothing about the story that stood out to Vase. "So how did you end up in the Red Ocean? Did you volunteer, or did your owner push you through the Greater Beander Gate?" "I volunteered. Isthmus is an excellent employer, but there are so many other low-ranking mech designers over there that I found it difficult to compete against those who had better connections and augmentations. I thought you Rubarthans placed a lot of emphasis on merit over nepotism." A complex expression appeared on Ampatoch's face. "That is true, and to be fair, Isthmus has always tried to maintain this principle. It is just, people are not strangers. They make friends. They have families. They are more comfortable with working alongside the names they already know. It is impossible to root out this kind of behavior. As a civilian who came from a fairly rural part of the empire, I had no backers or powerful friends to put my name ahead of others. This is why I submitted an application to transfer to the Red Ocean. I wanted to get away from the tangled web of connections and interests. Since you are here, your application clearly got accepted. So what happened next? Did you discover that the Red Ocean branch of Isthmus Manufacturing was not as idyllic as you thought?" "Partially." Kelsey's expression softened for a bit. "The work environment in the new frontier is better than in the old galaxy. A younger generation of leaders have taken charge here, and they were not afraid to implement changes that would have never gotten passed back in the new Rubarth Empire. While many of the same people that played favorites with each other had decided to transfer to the Red Ocean, there was so much more work for us to do that there were far more promotion opportunities than before. I was making better progress than before, until the great severing. The Rubarthan's expression became grave. Precisely. The period of instability that followed after the start of the Age of Dawn generated a large amount of unrest in our company. We lost so much support from the old galaxy that we were scrambling to make everything right again. Many of us were forced to change and adapt in order to preserve our jobs, and while we managed to make it through with the help of the supporters that we have left in this isolated galaxy, many of my superiors and colleagues have fallen back on old habits. Now that it has become clear that our Red Ocean branch has to stand on its own, everyone around me changed. Their shareholders may have changed, but they no longer have to follow the directives of a distant headquarters. They can make their own rules so long as they do not run afoul of the board of directors. Vase made an understanding expression. I think I can figure out what happened. This is yet another instance that proves the old adage that power corrupts, am I correct? You are close to the truth, Professor. Ampatok looked mildly impressed. You have to realize that the executives and managers who transferred to the Red Ocean branch were considered middle management back then. Now that an entire layer of bureaucracy that previously pressed down on them from above has disappeared, they all gained a lot more power than before. You have to realize that it usually takes decades if not centuries for these careerists to climb their way up the ladder. For them to complete this ascent in a matter of days and months has given them no time to adapt and settle into their growing responsibilities. Too much has changed, and not all of it is for the better. That caused Vase to frown. This sounded like an incredibly concerning pattern. This kind of problem never took place in the Larkinson clan because most of it was already in the Red Ocean by the time the Greater Beander Gates got cut off from each other. It also helped that Vase was around to keep all of his subordinates under control. The situation was obviously much different for companies like Isthmus that were still mainly rooted in the old galaxy. Normally, Vase would not care about these matters, but he could not afford to do so this time. The Larkinson clan recently acquired a 20% stake in Isthmus Manufacturing. Any problems with the latter had a large chance of affecting his clan's bottom line. Are you suggesting that Isthmus Manufacturing is being mismanaged at this time? This was a serious problem if it was true. Vase wanted to be absolutely sure whether the large Rubarthan mech manufacturer had become rotten from within. Ampatok shook his head. I would not go as far as to make this accusation. Isthmus is still a company that is governed by centuries-old rules that have withstood the test of time. It is just that the leaders who are responsible for interpreting them and implementing them cannot help but apply their own ideas as well. I do not think the company will go on a decline, but I think it is not able to grow as fast as it should. The main reason why everything is going well as of late is due to its partnership with you. It needed to cooperate with you much more than you realized. That was an odd interpretation of the situation, but Vase did not discount it. Perhaps he should have been able to drive a harder bargain if he obtained more insider information. I do not have the impression that Isthmus Manufacturing is on a downward trajectory. Vase shared his own thoughts. The business model adapted by your company is quite mercenary in nature. I see no reason why it should fail in the current market environment. Ha ha ha. Ampatok couldn't help but laugh this time. I apologize, Professor. I couldn't control myself when I realized that the people over at Isthmus did not inform you of its latent dangers. You see, Isthmus Manufacturing is primarily engaged in the production and distribution of mechs, but that hardly encompasses the complete value chain of this sector. The company does not perform any significant upstream activities at all. It relies on an extensive collection of long-term contracts and partnerships to secure the vast amount of input it needs to churn out first-class and second-class mechs from its factories. However, Isthmus does not actually own these mining companies, resource processing companies and bulk transportation services. There is always a risk that those upstream companies might decide to break their agreements one day. If that actually happened on a large scale, then Isthmus would immediately enter into a crisis. The company not only had to fulfill a lot of commitments related to supplying a huge number of mechs, but also relied heavily on economies of scale in order to earn a handsome profit. If the production volume dropped by a huge degree, then there was no way to keep up the business model of Isthmus Manufacturing. It would immediately enter into a crisis that could threaten its very survival. Vase narrowed his eyes. I'm sure the executives over at Isthmus recognizes this danger as well, right? They should be doing everything in their power to reinforce its existing contracts with suppliers while also forging new ones, correct? Ampatok let out a sigh. They have made attempts, but their work is being hindered by the ongoing division in the Rubarthan Pact. The war for the throne has continued to heat up. Many principalities have become less open with each other. This is a problem for Isthmus as many of its suppliers are based outside of the Impresario Principality. If relations between the Impresario Prince and the other power blocks ever deteriorate any further, do not be surprised that many suppliers will find a way to break the contracts, even at the cost of paying huge penalties for doing so without good cause. Damn, that was a petty move, but that did not mean Vase could rule out this possibility. The Rubarthans cared so much about who they should put on the throne that their infighting was growing worse with each passing month. There is also another risk. Ampitok continued. Ever since you became a large shareholder of our company, your enemies have started to poke around. I am afraid that they may force Isthmus into a crisis just so that they can hinder you. For better or worse, your enemies have become our enemies as well. Chapter 5735 Intertwined 5735 Intertwined Isthmus manufacturing had become immensely important to the Larkinson clan. Not only was this company responsible for producing the vast majority of Fae Fiannas and ultimatums in existence, it also channeled an enormous amount of wealth to the Larkinsons. Vase had a strong interest in seeing it prosper for that reason. Anything that threatened the current status quo demanded his utmost attention. He leaned forward and studied Kelsey Ampitok a lot more closely. Was the man truly just a civilian Rubarthan who managed to get recruited by Isthmus Manufacturing, or did he hold other identities as well? The mech designer was remarkably well informed about the latent dangers of his mech company. Can you identify the possible enemies of mine that might try to strike at me by messing with your current employer? I have only heard sporadic rumors in my old workplace, so I cannot guarantee the veracity of this information. Ampitok said, it is well known that you have a relation with the Destroyer of Worlds. That is making many people assume you have thrown your support behind the Inferno Spear Prince. That's not entirely correct. Vase shook his head. I would like to maintain a neutral posture as much as possible. I am not invested in the decision of who gets to rule over the Rubarthan Pact. The only issue is that other people don't believe me, and constantly treat me as if I am in someone's camp already. Their behavior is pushing me away from my neutral stance. Be that as it may, the fact of the matter is that the Smokestack Prince and the many people who answer to him regard you as their adversary. You are not an enemy that they want to kill. Even they are not mad enough to betray red humanity by doing the native aliens a favor. They merely consider you an obstacle to their own ambitions. It would be better for them if your power and influence are contained, just as with the mechers that you have grown close with. Sabotaging Isthmus manufacturing by strangling its supply of raw materials is a good way to make this happen. Vase looked more and more upset. The damn Rubarthan succession crisis was threatening to get in his way. As much as he wanted to ignore this silly conflict, he could not stand by and allow it to drag down his latest crown jewel. I seriously doubt that all of those suppliers can unilaterally break through contracts with Isthmus Manufacturing. He skeptically said, all of these large and long-standing companies place a huge value on their reputation. Trust is essential for companies to stay in business for more than a century. Those who try to screw over their business partners might be able to harvest a lot of short-term gains, but their long-term prospects will subsequently be ruined. Even if many of these suppliers that Isthmus depends upon are indirectly or directly controlled by the Smokestack Prince, their credibility will take a huge hit if they break their agreements all at once. The prince himself will also take a huge hit by making such a move. It was one thing for an emperor to make a tyrannical move. It was another thing for a prince to do the same. Vase did not have a deep understanding of Rubarthan society, but even he knew that the only person who really got to break the rules with impunity was the Star Emperor. The original New Rubarth Empire was deliberately set up this way. Much of its administration had to play by the rules. The Star Emperor was only supposed to make a move if all of the existing laws and policies failed to produce the desired outcomes. Since the Rubarthan princes were supposed to be extensions of their sire, the only instances where they were allowed to break the rules was if they were acting on the instructions of their sovereign. This obviously did not apply to the current scenario as the Rubarthan Pact was currently leaderless. The recently built throne still remained empty and pristine at this time. This caused Vase to grow puzzled. How could the Smokestack Prince and his inner circle possibly think they could get away with using coercive methods to disrupt Isthmus Manufacturing's stability? Kelsey Ampitok happened to have the answer. It is not entirely unrealistic for this to happen, Professor. As I have mentioned before, your enemies are our enemies as well. Any weaknesses on your part will reflect onto Isthmus due to your close association with the company. Right now, I have heard rumors that the people supporting the Smokestack Prince have formed an informal coalition with your other enemies to put pressure on you. The upcoming public inquiry on your living mechs is their best chance to impede your growth and prevent your influence from expanding any further. Ah, so that was it. The inquiry, which was actually shaping up to become a tribunal, had been looming over his head for a while now, but he did not recognize how it tied to Isthmus manufacturing until this moment. Ampatoch's words made a lot of sense. Vase had harmed the interests of a lot of people and groups during his rise, so it would be unnatural if they did not strike back. Though Vase had already recognized the potential danger posed by this public inquiry, he did not realize that the consequences of a poor showing would be so bad. If this contentious debate turned against his favor, then his reputation would undeniably suffer a large blow. That might just give the faction led by the Smokestack Prince the excuse it needed to force a lot of suppliers under its sway to stop doing business with Isthmus manufacturing. After all, the mech manufacturer was currently responsible for producing huge quantities of LMC products that all had the potential to evolve into third-order living mechs. The warning conveyed by Kelsey Ampatoch had changed Vess's perspective on the upcoming public inquiry. He was forced to take it a lot more seriously now that he knew that the stakes were a lot higher than he previously thought. Vase grunted in frustration. The fundamental problem was not that a poor showing at the public inquiry threatened to cripple his cash cow. The real source of his difficulties was that Isthmus manufacturing was not vertically integrated enough to satisfy its enormous demand for raw materials. Even if his enemies lost a chance to deliver a painful blow to his business operations, they would wait for another opportunity to try again at a later date. If every external partner suddenly decides to stop doing business with Isthmus, how much can the company meet its own immediate needs? Vase asked. I am not in charge of logistics and such, so I cannot give you a precise answer. The Rubarthan mech designer responded. From what I have heard and inferred, I think that production will easily drop by 80% in a matter of months. While our company does own numerous mining companies, they can only supply a fraction of the materials needed to produce our current output. It is impossible to increase this in the short term as every other material supplier is already locked in their own contracts. Their output is nearly fully reserved by other manufacturers. Too many industries required raw materials to produce starships, buildings and many other useful stuff. It became harder and harder for independents to do business because they found it far too difficult to obtain raw materials at reasonable prices. This was why Isthmus Manufacturing's existing collection of long-term contracts were so important. They guaranteed the company's continued operation without needing to worry about getting cut off all of a sudden. Though Vase felt a little guilty that his problems had spilled over to the company, the two had become too intertwined with each other to keep their problems separate. For the sake of his 20% ownership of the company, Vase needed to save it from a potential crisis. I need to have a good talk with Mr. Mickey Tarukan, he grumbled. He is most certainly aware of these issues. His failure to inform me of this potential danger is a severe shortcoming. Isthmus is still de facto owned by the impresario Prince, Professor. Our leaders should have notified His Highness first. He may already be working towards a solution. That sounded plausible, but it did not stop Vase from growing annoyed at being left out of the loop. Vase sighed. Whatever the case, I cannot allow my adversaries to disparage my living mechs and paint them as a threat to human society. I will do my best to defend my work when it is put on trial, but even I cannot completely predict its outcome. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be as easy as he thought to get away from the public inquiry without suffering any consequences. Perhaps he needed to think about taking additional measures in order to stack the deck in his favor. He already had a plan in mind. It was risky and might cause him to owe a few more favors, but Vase could not afford to compromise his current business success just because he was afraid of making serious concessions. The conversation eventually wound back to Kelsey Ampatoch's job application. Vase had less objections to allowing the journeyman join his clan than before, but that did not mean he was done with his questioning. He still had to figure out if Ampatoch was able to add anything useful to the design department. Let's talk about your work as a mech designer. What is your specialization? I specialize in a Class 1 design philosophy that is broadly categorized as subversion systems. A Class 1 design philosophy, huh? That was interesting. Mech designers who formed them tended to be very ambitious. His wife Gloriana happened to be among this relatively small group. What does subversion systems entail? Kelsey Ampatoch smiled as he began to explain his passion. As a mech designer, I have never been content with working within the existing rules and expectations of technology. Back when I was a student, I had already acquired the habit of taking apart devices and trying to see if I could make them behave outside of their expected parameters. I became good at subverting their original functions and caused them to behave completely differently. By the time I graduated from university, I became much better at hacking, finding loopholes and exploiting all of these vulnerabilities. No system is perfect. There is always a hole, a gap or an unanticipated interaction that you can take advantage of. It is due to my specialization that allowed me to get in touch with the research of infiltrating enemy transphasic energy shields. Much of the theory is relevant to my own strengths, hence why I was able to adapt the tech into a Fey. Interesting. Kelsey Ampatok sounded like a mech designer that would do particularly well in identifying flaws and shortcomings. He also sounded like a dangerous person, as he could easily help nefarious parties point out the flaws of their enemies before telling them how to best exploit these weaknesses. Vase would rather have such an asset under his wing than to leave open the possibility that Ampatok would work for his enemies one day. All of this was pushing him into snapping up Kelsey Ampatok on the spot. Yet the more he felt this way, the more he grew suspicious about this entire sequence of events. It was as if reality was going out of its way to ensure that Vase recruited the Rubarthan mech designer. This entire circumstance favored Ampatok so much that it just did not sit well with Vase. Why was this the case? Was Ampatok truly just the man he presented himself as, or was he hiding another identity? Vase could not afford to let his doubts linger in his mind any longer. He needed to confront them once and for all if he wanted this job interview to go any further. Chapter 5736, A Matter of Trust. 5736, A Matter of Trust. Vase asked a few more questions to gauge Ampatok's skills, work experience and mech designs. Everything he heard painted the man as a talented civilian Rubarthan journeyman who lacked the opportunities to fully realize his potential. His case was not all that rare. Vase had come into contact with many promising Terran mech design students while he taught at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. In an ideal society, commoners who were able to keep up with the progress of much more advantaged scions of Terran clans should have earned a lot more investment. They already managed to overcome the limitations imposed by their inferior augmentations by relying on their abundant talent and their impressive learning speeds. How much more amazing would they become if they received much better treatment? Alas, Terran society did not have the resources to support all of these deserving mech designers to the fullest. Connections and quid quo pro mattered far more than raw talent. Not even Vase could afford to pick up all of these deprived talents, though he was willing to recruit the ones he liked the most once they completed their studies. The situation in Rubarthan society was a lot better in this aspect. Kelsey Ampatok received a lot more opportunities and managed to become a respectable employee of a major mech manufacturer. However, he was still far behind his colleagues who received a lot more privileges due to their wealth and family connections. Kelsey Ampatok was a fantastic fit for the Larkinson clan if that was the case. The design department would be more than willing to give the Rubarthan the resources and opportunities to bloom his potential. As long as Ampatok did not disappoint the clan's expectations, he had the potential to become just as amazing and effective as Alexa Strian. Although a direct comparison was not possible as they possessed different backgrounds, augmentations, ages and so on, they were still products from powerful first-rate superstates. The only mech designers who started off with a stronger foundation from them were those who were born and raised among the mechers. However, it was also because of their insanely high competence that their influence in the clan was bound to become significant. Already, Alexa was shaping up to become his deputy in all matters related to his design philosophy, product lines, his relations with the Terrans and many more strategically important affairs. Vase had no qualms about trusting Alexa because he understood her quite well. As the granddaughter of General Axelar Strian, she understood that working for him was the best way for her to design or improve a legendary mech like the Ouroboros one day. What about Kelsey Ampatok? What drove him to work so hard? Vase decided to ask this question directly. What is your ambition, Mr. Ampatok? What sort of mechs do you dream of designing once you have become powerful enough? The journeyman smiled as he thought about the goal that he was striving towards. I want to design a mech that is not all-powerful, but can defeat enemies that can make this claim. I want to develop systems for that mech that enables it to defeat the strong while it is weak. Instead of relying on brute force, My ideal mech should be a highly efficient machine that is able to apply a minimum amount of leverage to topple the greatest of giants. I have met many mech designers who are doing their best to advance their careers so that they can design god mechs one day, but I want to be the first to design a mech that can defeat them without reaching their astounding level of strength. Don't you think that is a far more interesting challenge, Professor Larkinson? Amazing. Truly amazing. Vase had grown thoroughly impressed by Kelsey Ampatoch's ambition. It was no wonder that he managed to win the Fey Shaper contest. So you dream of designing a Godslayer. That is a pleasant description of what I hope to make one day. I do not know how long I have to work in order to complete this goal, but I have no intentions of giving up. This is why I want to join your clan. I believe in you, your work and your clan. We have entered a new age. The old powers that are currently in control won't be able to adapt and exploit the new conditions as well as a smaller and more agile organization like your clan. I am more than willing to stake my future on your rise. I appreciate the vote of confidence. It is just, what is the matter, Professor? Vase paused for a few seconds before deciding to go out with it. Let me be honest, Kelsey. Your work and qualifications appear to be in order. I see great promise in you, and I believe that your design philosophy can contribute much to our mech designs going forward. It is just, the picture you paint seems too good to be true. One of my biggest dislikes is getting scammed. I am not accusing you of being deceptive towards me, but you are not doing a good enough job of assuaging my concerns. That caused Ampatoch to look disappointed. That is regretful to hear. I am willing to undergo any test you give me in order to put your concerns to rest. I have heard that your clan has a unique method to test the loyalty and commitment of applicants. That is correct. It has proven to be incredibly effective for us, so much so that other parties are about to roll out similar solutions in the near future. Still, if you are a suspicious individual who is secretly working for a powerful organization, then it is not outside of the realm of possibility that you have prepared yourself against our methods. Please believe me that I am not a spy or an agent or anything. Your clan must have a professional interrogation department. Let them examine me. I have nothing to hide from you. My history and my studies are simple and can be corroborated by many people. My augmentations are clean and based on standard commercial templates. You can ask me any question. I shall answer without reservations. I don't trust in words. Vase frowned. Anyone can make up a good story. I need more than that in order to put my trust in you. I apologize, Kelsey. I am not being fair to you. I have not subjected other applicants to this kind of treatment. However, almost all of my other recruits applied to join my clan through regular channels. They have already passed many tests and examinations before they came to my notice. Your sudden appearance has caught me off guard, and given the important role you can play in our clan shortly after you join, I cannot be too careful about this matter. I do not blame you, Professor. I only ask that you give me a chance. That's the issue. I cannot think of anything thorough and decisive enough to give me a definitive answer. This was starting to move towards an impasse. Vase was asking for proof that Kelsey could not provide. Logically speaking, Vase was being way too paranoid about this. He should just take a gamble on Kelsey and hire him right away. Even if he turned out to be an issue, the Golden Cat and other monitoring systems should be able to catch him in time and prevent him from doing greater harm. Yet, Vase still felt unsettled by this straightforward course of action. There was no logical reason for him to feel this way, and his intuition did not give him any obvious warning signals either. Stay still for a moment. I am going to resort to various unusual methods to examine you. Don't do anything unless I tell you to. Are you okay with that? Do not resist if you start to feel weird. It is part of the process. Very well, Muro. The first step that Vase took was to peek inside the body and spirituality of Kelsey Ampatoch. Blinky moved forward and began to run through Kelsey's body. The companion spirit also took a really close look at the journeyman's spirituality. Nothing seemed suspicious or out of place. Ilvain, lend me your sight. Vase then asked the great prophet to predict Kelsey's future trajectory if he got accepted into the clan. Though effort was rather cumbersome to Ilvain, his conditions were much better these days due to exposure to E-energy radiation and the explosive proliferation of the ultimatum model. Of course, that did not mean that Ilvain was able to see Kelsey's future with great clarity, but he was at least able to observe general glimpses through a fuzzy lens. None of the visions that Ilvain observed from Kelsey's potential future signaled that there was anything amiss. The Rubarthan mech designer proved to be just as productive as Alexa Strian. He distinguished himself with his specialization and managed to make substantial improvements to his shield infiltrator Fei, though the specific upgrades remained unclear. This was not enough to convince Vase. What Ilvain saw was only one of a huge amount of possible futures. Perhaps the highest probability outcome was for Kelsey Ampatok to serve as a loyal, diligent and productive Larkinson mech designer, but that might only be because he was biding his time. May I make a suggestion? Vase had forgotten about the presence of the other two participants of the contest. What do you want to say, Tristan? I cannot claim to understand your troubles. You are burdened with many more responsibilities than anyone else at your age. From my perspective, I think that you are being too unreasonable. Our society works because people are willing to lend each other a measure of trust. As long as the other parties are reasonable enough, why not give them the benefit of doubt? Any organization that hires a new employee faces the exact same problems as you, but they do not have the range of solutions that you have at your disposal. I cannot say that every hire they have made has worked out for them, but they made progress more often than not. I think it is much healthier if you just stick with what has worked for humanity for many millennia. Tristan's reasonable works broke through Ves's fog of suspicion. His old friend made a powerful point. Though Vase had reasons to be highly suspicious towards any powerful recruit, it was not healthy for him to indulge too much in his paranoia. Vase took one more look at Kelsey Ampatok. The Rubarthan mech designer tried to present himself as earnestly as possible. The man possessed a genuine desire to become a Larkinson and prosper alongside the rest of the clan. Fine, Vase eventually decided. I won't recruit you right away. You have skipped the normal process, which is not supposed to happen. I will direct you to my staff who will let you go through the motions. Once we have conducted all of the necessary steps such as a background check, a health inspection, a test of your knowledge and so on, I will permit you to join my clan. As far as I am concerned, you should have definitively proven your qualifications to become a part of our growing family. Thank you, Professor. Kelsey said with clear jubilation in his voice. You will not regret your decision. I am looking forward to working under you soon. Vase did not know whether he made the right decision, but he could not let his lingering fears and doubts dictate all of his behavior. Of course, just because he was willing to let in Kelsey Ampatok did not mean he was willing to trust the Rubarthan without reservation. Vase also transmitted a set of instructions to his staff to arrange his black cats and other security personnel to monitor Kelsey's every move once he entered the clan. Trust, but verify. It was not wise for the Larkinson clan to drop its guard completely. Kelsey was bound to operate under intense monitoring in the years to come. Chapter 5737 Gloriana's Roadmap Chapter 5737 Gloriana's Roadmap 5737 Gloriana's Roadmap The Blue Jay fleet departed from the Kaner system and made its way over to the Ector system. Vase took Kelsey Ampatok with him since he was applying to become a Larkinson. They rarely spent time together during the journey. Vase needed to catch up on his scheduled work. Meanwhile, Kelsey had to go through numerous rigorous tests and examinations to ensure he was fit to join the Larkinson clan. Neither of the two expected the screening to uncover problems that would cause Kelsey's application to be denied, but it was still useful to collect a thorough amount of data. When Vase informed his wife of his decision to recruit Kelsey, she did not exactly react well to the news. I watched the broadcast of the event. Her physical projection said while pacing across the stateroom. I admire his shield infiltrator Fei. It is a well-designed piece of engineering that has managed to make the most out of its materials. That said, it is too hasty for you to recruit such a journeyman. Alexa has been able to wield an outsized influence in the short time she started to work in our design lab, and now you have taken on another highly qualified first-class mech designer to our design department. What are you worried about, honey? His wife stared at him for a few seconds before she let out a sigh. Control. I am worried that we are at risk of losing control to these first-class upstarts. Unlike the journeymen you have recruited in Bordel, these first-raters exist in another dimension. They are so smart, so productive and so capable of adapting to new circumstances that I am afraid they may overtake us one day. You may not be so concerned about this problem given that you have already become a senior, but what if Alexa or Kelsey managed to become a senior just a few years later? What if they managed to progress their design philosophies faster than you? If they ever manage to realize their design philosophies while you are still decades away from doing the same, how will we be able to maintain our authority in the workplace? She had good reason to worry about this problem. Her chief concern was that she was still a journeyman mech designer. Unlike Vase, the chance of getting overtaken by the young guns was a particularly realistic possibility. It was clear that she cared a lot about maintaining her voice and authority in the design department. Mech designers paid a lot of attention to rank and accomplishments because the ones who scored well in these aspects tended to know what they were talking about. Vase could not imagine that proud and confident Terrans and Rubarthans would be willing to listen to a journeyman who had failed to catch up to their progress. Of course, if highly talented mech designers such as Alexa and Kelsey continued to make rapid progress, there was a chance they might be able to advance to the rank of master mech designer ahead of himself. That would be a considerable embarrassment to say the least. Fortunately, Vase did not care too much. Mech design was not a race. It paid to be thorough at times. So what if they advance first? Vase shot back. We are all Larkinsons here. If they have proven to be more competent, then let them be in charge. Our common goal is to help the Larkinson clan. While I am not a Rubarthan, I kind of like their emphasis on meritocracy. I have tried to implement this principle into our clan as much as possible. It would be hypocritical of me to not put the best person in charge of our design department. As long as the candidate has proven he or she can be trusted to have our best interests at heart, I do not have any strong objections to letting them take control. His wife looked scandalized. She looked as if she could not believe that Vase would actually be willing to bestow a lot of authority to a mech designer outside of their immediate family. Are you mad, Vase? The design department is our most important institution. It is not only the foundation of our clan, but also the sacred temple that will help us attain our godhoods. How can you be so cavalier about handing over the keys to a Larkinson who may not be as diligent or well-meaning as us? This is our future. Her concerns were valid. Vase also shared the same mindset, but the difference between him and her was that he was more willing to put his trust in his subordinates. Leading the design department is different from leading the clan, he said. Whoever I put in charge of it will still have to answer to me regardless. The only stuff the appointee can control is the specific operations of this department. In other words, administration and paperwork. That is boring work that is only taking away time for more productive pursuits. His wife still did not look receptive to his arguments. She made a noise of discontent. I do not agree with you, but it is clear that I cannot change your viewpoint. Our clan must be fair. Everyone deserves a fair chance. The only condition that they must meet is that they are loyal and considerate to the clan and their fellow Larkinsons. I don't want our clan to become as stagnant and stratified as Terran society. Look, if you are so adamant on following the Rubarthan model, then at least you should take a page out of the Star Emperor's book. Vase shook his head in disapproval. For all of the Rubarthan pretensions of valuing merit over connections, their reality is not too dissimilar from that of the Terrans. I think we can do better, but the only way to ensure that is for the leaders of our clan to set an example. Our behavior will either serve as a positive or negative example for the rest of our clansmen. Let us make sure we do the former as opposed to the latter. Quote. Look, Gloriana, if you want to maintain control so badly, then you need to work for it. Earn your right to lead the design department through deeds, not words. How soon will you be able to advance to senior? The last time we talked about this, you told us that with the help of your new Arachne 01 implant set, it shouldn't take long for you to attain your breakthrough. His wife's expression darkened. It is not that simple, Vase. If I chose to design the Dark Zephyr Mark III as a conventional expert mech, then I would have broken through by this time. However, my ambitions are not so limited anymore. Despite its alien providence, Architect is clearly a superior tech base. It can serve as the perfect foundation for a new class of high-end mechs that can outperform any conventional equivalent. The problem is mastering it, as you very well know. I cannot turn it into a core component of my design philosophy if I am not able to design a single mech with this tech. Completing the Dark Zephyr Mark III is not enough. I will have to design at least half a dozen more Archimechs in order to gain a sufficient grasp in Architect. On top of that, I have to do more than imitate the Archi. I need to develop my own innovations in this field, and that is a separate challenge that will require a large amount of trial and error. Vase was glad that his wife had managed to figure out a clear roadmap to become a senior mech designer. She was in a better position than many other journeymen who toiled for years but still did not have a clue on how to take a meaningful step forward. However, it still remained uncertain how long it would take for Gloriana to satisfy these conditions. She might experience delays if she continued to struggle with mastering the fundamentals of Architect. Aside from that, Journeymen also had to meet other requirements in order to earn the Red Kingdom's approval. These hidden conditions separated the children from the adults. Vase had reason to worry whether his wife would be able to broaden her horizons and think beyond her own selfish interests. It was best for Gloriana to come to a realization about the purpose of mech designers by herself. Vase doubted that the truth would sink into her stubborn mind if he just told her outright. Well, good luck with that. I hope you will be able to make good progress. The Dark Zephyr Mark III project has been falling further and further behind schedule. No. Gloriana gnashed her teeth at this reminder. I am working on it. I have invested more time in my studies in order to overcome my latest hurdle. I should make good progress soon. Vase was not so sure about that, but he gave her all of the encouragement she needed. Once the call came to an end, he turned his attention back to his own studies and tried to move closer to earning the qualifications of a first-class mech designer. The distance between him and his goal was shrinking every day. It felt gratifying for him to be able to make smooth progress. The more he interacted with first-raters, the more he yearned to design the powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs they took for granted. Soon, time passed by. The Blue Jay fleets rapidly traversed multiple zones before reaching its target destination. Located in the middle of the Zelmer Upper Zone, Ector stood out as a particularly busy and prosperous first-class port system. The trade hub's favorable positioning made it convenient to ship over lots of valuable alien warship salvage. Large orbital salvaging centers efficiently broke down the debris and preserved any intact alien tech if there was any value to them. Their output subsequently got transferred to one of the many shipyards operating in other orbits. All of this heavy industrial activity took place in and around Ector V. Its orbital traffic was so heavy that strict traffic control applied. No vessel was allowed to approach casually due to the high risks of sabotage and accidents. Only a few top figures and organizations were able to receive an exemption from these strict rules. The Red Association happened to enjoy this privilege, so the full Blue Jay fleet did not get blocked by the port system's powerful defensive garrison. As the Turask and her escort vessels settled into orbit, Vase moved to an observatory chamber and gazed at the globe where he would reside in the coming week. He did not look forward to what was about to happen next. He agreed to attend a public inquiry that was determined to shine an unflattering light on his living mechs because he had no other choice. If he was not present to defend his own works, then his adversaries would be able to make any argument without receiving any serious pushback. For better or worse, Vase had to be there and stand up for his living mechs because no one else was qualified to do his job. I am not afraid. Despite knowing that multiple powerful parties had come together to impede his rise, Vase willingly accepted this challenge because it was a necessary process. If he wanted Red humanity to not only tolerate, but accept the proliferation of third-order living mechs, then he needed to be proactive rather than reactive. Rather than letting his rivals and adversaries continue to wield this issue as their club, he needed to take it out of their grasp and turn it into a torch that could inspire hope among the people. Vase already had a game plan in mind, but he needed to do a lot more strategizing if he wanted to pass this important hurdle. Let's see what I am up against. Who dares to stand against my living mechs? Chapter 5738 Ector System 5738 Ector System. The Ector System was a beacon of human civilization in the Red Ocean. While it was not as well developed as the central star nodes managed by the Red 2, Ector had become a veritable paradise for private shipbuilding companies. Ector V's most prominent feature was not its heavily urbanized and industrialized surface, but the myriad of high-tech shipyards orbiting around the globe. Their sizes, shapes, architecture and technologies varied considerably depending on their construction date and ownership. However, they all made second-class orbital shipyards look like shabby junk shops. The expense put into their construction made it clear why their owners were loath to sell them to other parties. They were too damn precious to build. Almost all of the shipyards in orbit of Ector V had been constructed with the help of bountiful financial and resource support from the old galaxy. Without the enormous economic interests from the Milky Way subsidizing the constructing of all of these high-tech facilities, there was no way that the immigrants of the Red Ocean could amass such an enormous concentration of shipbuilding potential. With 20 capital shipyards, 78 sub-capital shipyards and 48 repair dry docks, many orbital bands had been completely overtaken by these massive orbiting giants. They were so large and prominent that many of them could probably be seen with the naked eye on the surface of the planet. Amazing, are they not? Vase grinned as he continued to appreciate the shipyards and all of the cargo traffic that flowed between them. Hopefully, One of these shipyards will be mine after the end of the grand auction. Meow. Lucky listlessly responded as he floated behind Vess's back. Vase had almost forgotten about Lucky back when he was about to depart from the Caner system. He had sent his gem cat on a covert exploration mission in the hopes of uncovering hidden cosmopolitans or evidence that suggested that people were not what they seemed. Unfortunately, Lucky hadn't been able to catch a cosmopolitan in the act of plotting any nefarious moves. Either they weren't present on Caner, or Lucky had been poking around in the wrong places. It was basically impossible to identify a cosmopolitan if that person did not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel or act like an alien lover, so observations alone were probably not enough to catch them in the act. What Lucky did manage to do was hack into a lot of databases and steal a lot of random data. The chances were great that the vast majority of data was useless to Vase, but there might be a few nuggets of useful records among them. The task of filtering out anything of value among an entire ocean of junk was incredibly cumbersome. However, given the source of the data, it was not convenient to leave this job to Mechers he was traveling with. It was not acceptable to hand it over to the Black Cats, as Vase would have to transmit his entire haul over an unsecured channel. Vase decided to skim through the database himself. He did so as discreetly as possible by partitioning a part of his mind on manually going over a lot of miscellaneous data. Lucky had grabbed bits of everything during his days-long exploration trip. He obtained everything from experimental logs, accounting ledgers, personnel files, procurement lists, design specifications, and even literature. Naturally, much of the data taken from organizations based in a second-class port system was useless to Vase. He had access to much more valuable stuff from the Red Association. What other parties treated as valuable trade secrets was simply not relevant to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Just when he thought that Lucky failed to gain anything of value, he suddenly hit the jackpot when he stumbled upon a small library of ancient cultivation treatises. The scanned texts had all been translated into standard language, which allowed Vase to gain a cursory understanding of what they were all about. The contents initially delighted him, but that did not last long. He stumbled upon clues and snippets of information that cast a much more ominous light on the cultivation treatises. Vase frowned and stopped his examination. While he badly wanted to get at the root of the latest mystery to fall onto his lap, he could not afford to get distracted at this time. His overarching goal at this time was to successfully navigate his way through the upcoming public inquiry. It would do him little good to conduct an investigation if his living mechs were no longer allowed to be sold anymore. He let out a tired breath. I need to know what I am dealing with. Let's go, Lucky. Meow. Vase and his cat left the observation chamber and moved to an office compartment. Two mech designers had already arrived beforehand. Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban suspended their chat and looked up at Vase with grave expressions. Ah, you have arrived. Good. Please sit so that we can share our findings. When Vase took his seat, Jovi briefly summarized what he and his network managed to discover. The format of the public inquiry has become known. It will last 3 days in total, each day dedicated to exploring a specific subject. I see. Do I have to be present on all days? Not necessarily, but I recommend you do so, if only to stay in the loop and prevent any misunderstandings from occurring. So what will we be talking about? On the first day, the panel of experts is mainly tasked with exploring and analyzing the existing and future potential for living mechs to develop autonomy. In order to discuss the problem, people first need to recognize that it exists. The opponents of your works will do whatever they can to amplify any risk and danger. That caused Vase to frown. As far as I know, there are no causes where living mechs have abused their autonomy and turned against their pilots or the people they are supposed to protect. Both Jovi and Vector shook their heads. There may be edge cases where the truth is difficult to discern. There may also be cases that have failed to reach your ears due to misunderstandings or other issues. The transhumanist mech designer said, "You can be assured that your opponents have all of the resources they need to dig up every suspicious case. I advise you to be mentally prepared to answer for any possible misdeeds committed by your autonomous living mechs." Vase almost growled. "I will do so as long as the cases are real, Vector. If they are not, then it should be my opponents who will have to answer for themselves." Jovi took the word again. Once the first day has passed, the panel will reconvene on the morning of the second day. The central topic of discussion is whether living mechs have any place in our society. They introduce a lot of changes to the mech community that may or may not be desirable. Vector leaned forward. "Your role is important here. You must present your living mechs in the best possible light. Only by emphasizing the many benefits of your work will you be able to tilt the scales in your favor. I can do that, Vase said after a brief moment of thought. It is not the first sales pitch that I have given. Am I allowed to talk about the Karman system? No. Both Mechers offered the same response without hesitation. Why not? I bet that a lot more people will be inclined to accept my work if they know that a lot of norms will gain an opportunity to pilot a mech in the coming years. The rollout of Karman mechs must be carefully managed to minimize the disruption to the current order. Vector Loban said, announcing them too soon while we do not have any suitable models for mass adoption in place will lead to severe unrest and confusion. This can do real damage to society and ultimately the war effort. Jovi brought up another reason. I have little doubt that the promise of Karman mechs will instantly convert a large proportion of opponents into supporters, but, have you truly won the argument if that is the case? The fundamental problem that the public inquiry was meant to solve will still remain unaddressed if you make this move. You cannot bribe your way out of this issue. The human race has a long history of relying too much on artificial intelligences and paying the price for their lack of concern. You need to prove to the public that your living mechs are either not a threat, or that their gains outweigh their demerits. Only when you have put this particular matter to rest will you be able to sell your living mechs without encountering any opposition based on safety grounds. The survivalist was right. Vase needed to win this debate the proper way instead of trying to postpone it by dangling something shiny in front of people's faces. Okay, I get it. I will keep the Karman system under wraps. That will make my case a lot harder, but I think I can manage. Jovi smiled at Vase. It is good to see that you are still confident. Let us move on to the third day. This is the most decisive moment for you, because the central topic is to determine whether living mechs should be allowed to proliferate without changing any rules, or whether we should impose restrictions regarding their sale and usage. Who do you refer to with we, exactly? Do they even have the power to enforce their judgment? We will get to that later, Vase. For now, just assume that they can definitely enforce their rule throughout human-occupied space. There are at least 3 possible outcomes to the public inquiry. The most ideal outcome that you should be striving for is to maintain the current status quo. Living mechs can be sold without any official restrictions. It is up to the consumers to make their own judgment about whether they want to make use of mechs that can develop human-like intelligence and autonomy one day. How likely will we be able to secure this outcome? No one can tell you that, Vase. There are too many interests and too many variables in play to make an accurate assessment. I see. The second possible outcome is that the opponents will impose partial restrictions on the use of living mechs. This can range from suspending their sales in certain zones, to forcing you to prohibit your living mechs from promoting to third-order living mechs. What? Vase grew so outraged that he stood up from his seat, causing Lucky to be startled. Meow. I will not deliberately cripple my living mechs, especially when the only reason to do so is to placate the fears of ignorant people. My products are not killer ice waiting to exterminate humanity the first chance they get. They are our partners, our helpers and maybe even our family. Making them smarter and more autonomous is only meant to help our troops, not hinder them in any way. We know that, Vase, but not everyone is able to accept this claim of yours. If the public inquiry proceeds so badly that your arguments hold no sway anymore, then the worst-case scenario may happen. And that is, the total suspension of sales of your living mechs. Jovi slowly responded. On top of that, a recall of all of your living mechs that are in private hands. Not all living mechs will be recalled if this verdict is made. You can probably allow your clan to keep making use of your products. Our association operates outside of normal boundaries, so we can keep your living mechs as well if we have any. The real setback is that you will no longer be able to sell your living mechs to general clients and customers. You can still sell other mechs to customers, but you will only be permitted to do so if your products do not contain any of the properties deemed objectionable. How likely will this happen? The chance is low, but not impossible. If I were in your shoes, I would develop a contingency plan based on this possible outcome. Chapter 5739 Opponents, not enemies. 5739 Opponents, not enemies. The potential consequences of the public inquiry on living mechs was dire. Vase did not know whether his opponents would actually be able to remove the vast majority of living mechs in use from the hands of their satisfied customers, but the fact that it was a possible outcome was already scary enough. Even if his opponents gave him a bit of mercy by continuing to allow his Larkinson clan to make use of his own products, that was poor consolation given that he served the needs of tens of millions of mech pilots just before. A partial restriction sounded a lot better, but still did not sit well with him. He could cope with the decision to prohibit his living mechs from use in certain zones or geographic reasons. Vase doubted that this would hinder any of his serious fans and customers. At most, they would just have to relocate to a territory where the use of living mechs was still allowed. It became a little more difficult for him to accept a restriction on the features of his products. Third-order living mechs were so much more powerful and promising than their second-order counterparts that there was no competition between them. Their growth rate was astonishing and their real combat power was unquestionably superior to other mechs. Vase did not know what he would do if his customers were no longer allowed to make use of third-order living mechs anymore. If all people had access to were first- and second-order living mechs, then many of them would grow up to become different versions of the original Ouroboros. These living mechs should have enjoyed a much brighter future, but because of the unreasonable paranoia against ice, their development would remain capped in many essential areas. This was as stupid as the Hexers trying to keep their boys below 1.66 meters in height. Vase feared that a compromise solution was the most probable outcome of this public inquiry. If neither Vase nor his opponents made an overwhelmingly powerful case for their arguments, then the people who decided on this matter might just decide to go for the middle ground. Suffice to say, this was absolutely unacceptable to Vase. The only outcome that he could truly tolerate was total victory. Nothing else would make him feel satisfied. Now that you have explained the 3-day schedule, can you finally tell me about the people who have chosen to stand against my work? Both Jovi and Vector exchange another glance with each other. I suppose it is time for you to know who is trying to hinder you. Jovi said, before I say anything further, please note that their motivations vary considerably. There are people who merely want you to tone down your work so that their mech designs have a fair chance of competing in the mech market. There are also people who possess a genuine fear towards ice, and equate your living mechs as a variation of them. Then there are people who are on the opposite side of the political arena from you. Your rise will cause them to suffer a loss in one way or another. That alone motivates them to stop or slow down your progress. Vector Loban added his own opinion as well. The majority of these people and groups are not your enemies. They have no intentions of killing you or ruining you utterly. Maybe they still appreciate your other products and hope you can succeed regardless of this possible setback. They merely think that you have gone astray by conducting illegal research and experimentation. This is a distressingly familiar problem to transhumanists such as myself. When you begin to push the boundaries with your work, you must accept the possibility of incurring a backlash. The public inquiry was already years in the making given the way your living mechs continued to affect human civilization. It only started sooner than we anticipated because exotic radiation is rapidly promoting the evolution of your impressive third-order living mechs. When mechs transitioned from being warm but mostly silent guardians to talking metal giants that could move on their own, it was no wonder that a lot of people got spooked. In hindsight, Vase should have taken a lot more measures to prepare the mech community for the onset of third-order living mechs. His mistake was that he possessed so much confidence and appreciation in his third-order living mechs that he automatically assumed that other people would be the same. However, most people weren't as familiar with living mechs as him. They just saw a nightmare scenario come to life and may have found it difficult to treat the third-order living mech as casually as before. These people bore no fault, and neither did the people who opposed him for other reasons. A political enemy was not the same as a mortal enemy. Vase was still able to make this distinction. He had no doubt that his real enemies were mixed into this gathering as well, though. Vase still needed to remain on his toes and defend his interests as best as possible. Enough stalling. Just tell me who is arrayed against me in this public inquiry. Well, we have formed a tentative list of known opponents. It is not an exhaustive list, but it should be enough to give you an overview of which parts of Red humanity are trying to hinder your work on living mechs. The first group of opponents comes from our association. I am afraid to say that the Red Association is not able to form a united front around your living mechs. Vase already expected as much. He had known a long time ago that the MTA and RA were so immense that they were split up into multiple factions. Who among the mechers dared to stand against my work? As far as we know, approximately 72% of the mech supremacist faction, 20% of the transhumanist faction and 30% of the survivalist faction are opposed to your living mechs. Vase pressed his lips. These guys don't know what they are dealing with. If the mech supremacists understood the full potential of my living mechs, they would not be so strongly opposed to my work. The mech supremacists are under the impression that increasing the intelligence and autonomy of your living mechs will eventually make mech pilots redundant. Vector Loban spoke in a sardonic tone. You must think they are wrong or misguided, but you have to understand this situation from their perspective. They do not know as much about living mechs as you. They can only judge them by relying on their own observations. Jovi gave Vase a reassuring expression. This is what the public inquiry is meant to solve. It is not a show trial that is mainly organized to bash your living mechs. It is an opportunity for you to enlighten the mech supremacists and other people with insufficient understanding of the true qualities of living mechs. As long as you can clarify the mysteries of your living mechs and resolve any misunderstandings, there is hope that you can melt the opposition from the mech supremacist. They are most fanatical about protecting the rights of the mech pilots. A mech is not a mech anymore if it can fight our opponents by itself. I understand, Vase responded in a calmer tone. I share a common value with them. It is just sad that they think that my living mechs are trying to replace all of their mech pilots. Do you know if any of the factions are opposed to my work? We are still looking into that. There are many factions that do not have a strong opinion on this matter. Other factions are simply too small and inconsequential to have any say. Do you know if there are any god pilots or star designers that have come out in opposition to my work? Jovi immediately shook his head. No, they may have formed certain opinions about your living mechs, but this is a matter that should be decided by the people. The influence of our top leaders is too strong. Anything they say will have a lot of blind supporters. Nobody will bother to think critically anymore. This will stifle any true and honest debate. As much as this may displease you, this is not a problem that can be solved by resorting to force or intimidation. The only weapons you are allowed to use are logic, ethics and philosophy. Why are you looking at me as if I'm a caveman who only knows how to solve problems by bashing my club at them? I am a senior mech designer, just like you. I know how to hold a civilized discussion. Ahem, let us get back to the original topic. You can rest assured that no Tier 1 galactic citizen will take the initiative to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out against your work. However, you cannot count on them to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in your favor either. If you think you can make your case by having the Destroyer of Worlds put in a good word on your behalf, then think again. Bummer. This public inquiry is about building up acceptance from a broad audience. The only way you can secure a good outcome is by appealing to the masses. The parties who have aligned against your living mechs are not immune to public criticism. They must respect the overall sentiment of the people in order to preserve the legitimacy of this inquiry. So what other enemies have I attracted? Has the Red Fleet moved against me as well? It is difficult for us to discern the full inner workings of the Red Fleet, but we have confirmed that the RF 5th Enforcement Fleet has come out in opposition to your work. Jovi replied, that is not a surprise. Vector Loban calmly said, the enforcement fleets are usually tasked with solving the mistakes made by other people. They have a more jaded view of human nature than most. How powerful is the 5th Fleet? Do not underestimate them, that is all I can say. The most disconcerting aspect about the Red Fleet is that it is unclear whether you have any supporters among them. If the fleeters as a whole are either indifferent or opposed to your work, then that will mean that you will be impeded by an entire super-organization. Vase scratched his head. I guess I should do something about that. Let us move on. Jovi pressed. You have detractors among the 2 first-rate colonial superstates as well. The Chibran ancient clan has come out in opposition against your work, though it is certainly not the only Terran group to do so. The Rubarthan Pact is much more problematic for you as the entirety of the Smokestack Principality has put its weight behind its opposition. Vase had already been informed of the latter, so the news did not come as a shock. What about the other Terrans and Rubarthans? A few are explicitly on your side. Think of the Strian ancient clan, the Davos ancient clan, the Inferno Spear Principality and of course the Impresario Principality. However, the remaining first-raters might not necessarily have a strong opinion on this subject. Your products have yet to proliferate among them, so they consider it beneath their notice. I see. That is logical. The names mentioned by Jovi hardly encompassed the full spectrum of opponents against his living mechs, but they were already far too many for Vase to deal with by himself. If he wanted to come out of this public inquiry in good shape, then he needed to gather allies by his side. Tell me you guys will help me out. Don't leave me to defend my works by myself. There are plenty of mechers among us who have a vested interest in your living mechs. We shall lend our aid whenever we can, but there are limits to what we can do. The opponents among the Mechers will do their best to impede and limit our permissions, so you will still be obliged to make your own case. I see. Chapter 5740 Charvi 5740 Charvi. The capital city of Charvi was the center of the Ector system. Much like other first-class cities, Charvi featured a distinctly exotic architecture that was not only meant to showcase the wealth and sophistication of the governing powers, but also immersed its people in a unique setting. As befitting Ector V's heavy reliance on its orbital shipbuilding industry, Charvi embraced the theme of water and utilized extravagant technologies to make a dream come true. Vase and many other visitors grew astonished at the sight around them when they initially arrived in Charvi. Water bubbles that encompassed large structures and entire city blocks dominated the cityscape. Specialized energy shields permanently locked the water bubbles in place, holding immense volumes of water in perfect spheres so that they submerged the structures within. While there were still plenty of parks and pockets of dry places, these areas were clearly not the focus of Charvi. It was the exotic sea-themed architecture and sea gardens contained within the many bubbles that truly evoked people's imagination. The architects working for different organizations each went wild as they implemented all sorts of imaginative visions. A mech arena took on the shape of an entire conch shell. Each time a fight took place, the unusual acoustics of the place amplified the sounds and ultimately caused the entire water bubble to channel low vibrations that could instill the lust of battle in any nearby bystander. A restaurant situated in the middle of a floating water bubble was shaped like a giant but fairly slender dolphin. This creature gracefully flew through the air across a predetermined trajectory and made all of the patrons who looked out of the windows feel as if they were leisurely swimming across a sea. The headquarters of a large shipbuilding company adopted the form of a wooden shipwreck of all choices. It looked like a haphazard ancient wooden seafarer that had crashed in the bottom of an ocean. Random pieces of wood, smoothbore cannons and even treasure chests with golden coins spilling out of them made the entire place resemble a theme park for children rather than a multi-trillion MTA credit shipbuilding company. Of course, anyone who thought that this structure was so fragile that it could easily be demolished by a single mech would be sorely mistaken. Do not let your sight deceive you, sir, Kelsey Ampatok said as he accompanied Vase while his recruitment application was still being processed. Aside from all of the invisible transphasic energy shields, the wooden material itself is made out of a special organic formula that is designed to match the resilience of first-class exotic alloys. Since Ector V is a key star system, the authorities mandate that every structure must be as resilient as a fortress. First-class architects often see this as a challenge. The most efficient fortress designs are usually plain and geometrically shaped, but what their customers truly want is the opposite. This had produced a trend where the most expensive and well-designed structures are often those that do not look as if they can withstand a heavy blow. This fell in line with the desire for first-raters to flaunt their wealth and power in the most extravagant ways possible. This was reflected in their architecture, mech design and their personal fashion. Vase still found it difficult to get accustomed to this mindset. The Terrans and the Mechers were relatively more constrained in this aspect, but the groups based in the Ector system were a lot less shy about expressing their individualism. First-raters, he sighed, you guys are so weird at times, do you know that? You are willing to spend billions if not trillions of MTA credits on the most trivial of stuff. I cannot imagine how much money the local organizations have invested in this enormous sea bubble wonderland. All of that money could have been spent on more practical investments such as additional shipyards or a couple more colonies. Kelsey shrugged. Much of this city had been built during the age of mechs. Times were much different back then. I do not think that any red human is looking forward to building a city as unique and distinctive as Charvi in the coming decades. The Red War takes priority over everything else. The decline of culture is inevitable. The man sounded a bit sad about that. Vase shared the same sentiment. There were many wonderful facets about humanity, but if the aliens continued to press onto human-occupied territory, a lot of artworks would have to make way for more efficient use of resources. Meow. Lucky voiced his own opinion as his black archimetal form floated up and landed on Vess's shoulder. Yeah, you're right, a humanity that is completely engulfed in war is no fun anymore. It is only when people get to enjoy a more rounded life that they will truly be able to realize their potential. Cities like these are part of our human heritage. Charvi needs to be protected as much as possible, and the same goes for all of the shipyards up in orbit. As Vase and Kelsey Ampatok continued to spend a bit of time on admiring the exotic sight before them, Jovi soon arrived through teleportation. Hello again. I apologize for the delay. I have been coordinating with multiple different factions. The public inquiry is scheduled to start in a few days, so you need to make the best use of your time. I have taken the liberty of arranging multiple meetings with the representatives of the opponents and proponents of your living mechs. What am I supposed to talk about with them? Vase questioned. I mean, these guys are all really smart. They have definitely done their homework on my products. Even if they have developed a number of misunderstandings about my living mechs, that is mostly because their judgment is clouded by their bias. In my experience, it is nearly impossible for me to change that. I don't think I will have a productive discussion with any of my potential opponents. I am aware of that, but you should still make the attempt to understand their public positions in advance, Vase. You will be better prepared to counter their arguments once the inquiry begins. You may even be able to soften their objections and convince them to pursue less extreme restrictions. If all else fails, you may be able to make a deal with them, though this is not a real solution. I guess that sounds useful enough. Jovi shared a schedule where Vase would have to meet with a lot of representatives in the coming days. There was little time for him to explore Charvi, not that he had any desire to do so due to safety concerns. Very well, let's start to prepare, then. I also have suggestions of my own. I already took the initiative to contact an old friend. I hope he will be able to come in person, but he should at least be able to talk to me over the galactic net. With that, Vase and his entourage began to get busy. Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban went to their respective factions to persuade the skeptics and opponents among them to throw their support behind living mechs. Kelsey Ampatok utilized his Rubarthan background to scope out the detractors from the Rubarthan Pact and see whether they could be persuaded to change their minds. Since Alexa did not accompany Vase on his travels this time, he had taken upon himself to figure out the Terrans. The leading representative of the Devos ancient clan in the Ector system was a man called Piter Rexa Devos. Although he was just a branch member of his ancient clan, he had worked hard and managed to steadily climb up the ranks despite starting from behind. By the time he surpassed 100 years, he had attained various successes as a businessman and a diplomat. The direct descendants of the alien clans might enjoy a considerable head start, but even the Terrans did not discount the value of meritocracy. An organization ultimately had to be led by competent people if it wanted to withstand the test of time. When Vase met Piter at the compound owned by the Devos ancient clan, the man looked quite grave. The Terran alliance as a whole is largely indifferent to your living mechs. It has become difficult to persuade Terrans to embrace your living mechs, primarily because they do not have access to any first-class mechs that possess its traits. The only people who actually have personal experience with handling your work are the armed forces of the second-rate colonial states that are operating within our sphere of influence. However, their exposure to your work is not only far too recent, but also much reduced due to the problematic associations with your popular ultimatum model. Vase grimaced. It sounded silly, but the second-class customer base within the Terran Alliance had almost universally rejected the ultimatum. This was weird because the second-raters reacted a lot more positively towards the Fae Fianna. The only reason why the Terrans rejected the very notion of the ultimatum was because it was intrinsically tied to a Rubarthan god pilot. Even a faint connection was enough to taint the ultimatum as a Rubarthan mech in the eyes of the Terrans. Vase found this attitude to be incredibly stupid and illogical, but the bad blood between the Terrans and the Rubarthans ran so deep that this sort of behavior could not be eradicated. Does that mean you have little confidence in our ability to drum up more support for living mechs among the people living in Terran space? Piter Rexa Devos nodded. I cannot think of any way for you to change their minds before the start of the public inquiry. There is not enough time to implement measures that can bolster your case in the short term. If we had a year of preparation time, I would have advised you to offer discounts to increase people's exposure to your living mechs. It would be even better if you designed a compelling first-class mech that can hold strong attraction to the Terrans. As it is, the best we can do is to engage in a short and expensive marketing campaign. Vase shook his head in rejection. That is too expensive, and I doubt it will be effective. Then I do not see any other measures you can take that can increase your support base in the short term. Let us shelve this topic for the moment and focus on the other side. Most Terran's ancient clans are indifferent to your living mechs, but the Chibran ancient clan has strongly come out against your works. Do you have a grudge or feud against the Chibrans? No, not directly, at least. The only possible explanation that I can think of is my clan's cooperation with the Bujay family. The Bujays are former Terrans who got exiled from the Greater Terran United Confederation a long time ago. They still dream about returning to Terran place and usurping their original usurpers, who are presently known as the Chibrans. I am not sure if this is the only reason that this ancient clan has spoken against my work, but it is definitely a contributing factor. That is, an inconvenient circumstance, but not an insurmountable one. Peter reluctantly said, if the sole reason why the Chibrans object to your work is due to your relations with this Bujay family, then there is no direct reason for conflict. It may be worthwhile for you to approach the Chibrans and see if you can forge a compromise with them. The chances of success are low, but they are not zero. I see. I guess I can make the attempt. Politics. How tedious. Vase did not look forward to meeting with all of these scheming bastards. He still needed to make the effort to come to an accord with his current adversaries. He owed it to his living mechs to defend their rights as much as possible. Chapter 5741 The Opponents of Living Mechs 5741 The Opponents of Living Mechs. I am afraid I cannot oblige you, Professor Larkinson. Professor Kachik Chibran wore a sophisticated white-patterned outfit that made him look as if he was a courtier. The notable scholar in various social sciences looked at Vase with an expression that subtly conveyed his disapproval towards Vase. You misunderstand our stance. We do not oppose you and your living mechs because you happen to consort with one of our defeated enemies. We can care less about the Bujays and their ignorant delusions of grandeur. We have chosen to take a stand against your intelligent machines because we have taken the responsibility to protect our Terran people from the menace that your mechs represent. Vase grew more and more frustrated during this meeting. He was glad that the representative of the Chibran ancient clan agreed to talk in person, but none of his arguments swayed the Terran scholar's mind. I have already explained to you that my living mechs are not as threatening as ice. They are truly alive and sentient, which means that they can develop loyalty and affection for the humans that they are designed to serve. They cannot be hacked like a set of algorithms, and their continuous exposure to the minds of their mech pilots will only strengthen their sense of belonging to human civilization. Treating them as ice does not make any sense given these conditions. Alas, the 120-year-old scholar remained unmoved by this argument. Your living mechs may not fit the strict definition of ice, but they are just as threatening if not more. We cannot allow the Terran Alliance to acquire and make use of more and more compromised mechs. Each machine represents a potential time bomb. If millions or billions are spread out among our people, they can do incalculable damage to our society once they go rogue. Can you guarantee to me that there is a foolproof means to restrain and shackle your living mechs so that the idea of betrayal never comes up in their intelligent minds? Vase frowned at that. Living mechs should not be treated as pure machines. They are alive in a way, so you need to treat them as a pet or a friend. While it may be possible to restrict thoughts and actions, I am not in favor of this course of action because it will take away crucial components that the living mechs in question need to develop themselves. If you want them to remain completely loyal to red humanity, you just need to treat them well. When it came to matters of principle, Vase felt obliged to stand his ground and convey the truth. This clearly made him feel better about this subject, but it was not doing him any favors during this discussion. Do you understand our greatest fear towards your machines? Your living mechs are capable of developing so many different competences at a fast pace that there is the possibility that they can form their own race. Once that happens, they may break off their relationship with the human race and may even turn against us. We cannot allow this possible disaster to take place because we have been negligent about our duties. Your living mechs are on track to pose an existential threat on not just Terran society, but human society as a whole. You're treating my living mechs as if they are a hostile alien race. Yes, and we are fully justified in taking this stance, Professor Kachik Chibran said with conviction in his voice. Have you ever heard of the creator trap, Professor Larkinson? No, that is not a surprise, as it is mostly an academic term used by anthropologists and historians who study alien races. The creator trap describes an event where an alien race tries to convince themselves by developing ever more powerful and versatile machines to relieve them of their cumbersome work, but go too far in the process. Every tool-based race engages in this process of automation to a degree, but the ones who are especially careless try to instill their machinery with more autonomy and permissions. While these alien races reap increasingly greater rewards, they lose sight of the fact that their artificial slaves are becoming more and more powerful. Once a fateful error occurs, these powerful creations may turn against their creators, with devastating consequences as a result. You cannot imagine how many races in both the new and old galaxy have perished due to hubris. Vase did not know what to say. The creator trap was not a hypothetical scenario. It actually happened many times. Even humans have suffered from it at a smaller scale every now and then. Professor Chabran, the Terran scholar, scowled and made a sharp cutting motion with his hand. Stop. Your arguments are growing tiresome and repetitive. You have already exhausted our patience. Everything that you have said during this private meeting has only reinforced our assumption that you are being extraordinarily reckless with your creations. You are literally engineering our demise with one living mech model at a time. I cannot in good conscience allow you to continue your work. If we do not stop you now, then sooner or later your living mechs will wipe us out before the native aliens can finish the job. The rest of the meeting devolved at this point. There was nothing that Vase could say that could reassure Professor Chabran that Vase was not trying to pull red humanity into another creator trap. Cowards. Vase cursed as he stepped out of the water bubble that contained the regional headquarters of the Chabran ancient clan. His form remained completely dry with the help of a specialized water-repellent personal energy shield. Why do these Terrans think they have the luxury to worry about the creator trap when good old-fashioned specioside is staring in our faces? The Chabrans were not the only group of opponents that he was scheduled to meet on this day. Vase hoped that he might have better luck with the mech supremacists. Around 72% of them had spoken against living mechs, though he wondered how much this figure could be relied upon. In any case, he journeyed to the planetary headquarters of the Red Association on Ector V. After a brief wait, he entered an opulent office where Master Alice Cantor awaited his arrival. While it was not proper to judge people purely by their appearances, Vase instantly had a bad feeling when he met with the representative of the mech supremacist faction in person for the first time. Master Cantor was over 300 years old, and she was not afraid of showing her age. Her gray hair, wrinkled skin and slightly crooked posture made it seem as if she was only a dozen years away from death. Despite her apparent frailty, her cold eyes and steely expression made it clear that Master Cantor had no intentions of acting like a gentle grandmother. Professor Larkinson, you have requested an audience that I have decided to accept. Know that I do not think it is appropriate or desirable for us to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel behind closed doors before the public inquiry has even begun. The sole reason why I am entertaining your presence at this time is due to the respect that members of our fine association must extend to high-tiered galactic citizens. I see, Vase slowly said as he took his seat on the opposite side of Master Cantor's desk. It is not my intention to abuse my status in this way. I hope you do not take any affront at my actions. I just want to understand your perspective on living mechs and see whether I can resolve any misconceptions that you may hold. Though Master Cantor looked as if she would rather kick Vase out of the office right away, she maintained her decorum and gestured Vase to speak. You have 30 minutes. That was not much time, so Vase quickly began to give a similar spiel to the one he gave to Professor Chabran. He changes his script here and there in order to adapt to his current audience, but his overall arguments remained the same. A moment of silence ensued after Master Alice Cantor took in his words. Nothing you say has made any bearing on our stance. She spoke in a cold tone. The fact of the matter is that your living mechs pose an increasing threat to our society. That is not true, Master. My living mechs are designed to help humanity, not hinder it. They may come with a lot of new features that nobody has ever produced before, but that is no reason to be afraid of them all. We cannot allow our fears to hinder our innovation. The old woman remained completely unsympathetic to this argument. Not all innovation is benign, Professor Larkinson. Mechs are only ever designed to serve as tools and weapons to the human race. Our faction reveres mechs not because they are strong, but also because they are weak. Unlike destructive warships, mechs are much weaker by design so that no person or AI can ever cleanse all life on any human-occupied planet by themselves. Your living mechs may not have the individual destructive capacity of a warship, but they form a collective threat to the human race. They do not even have to go rogue in order to inflict incalculable harm over time. What? That makes no sense. Have you forgotten the meaning of mechs, Larkinson? Your living mechs are inherently dangerous to humans. The reason why we fear ice is not only due to their propensity to glitch and turn against humans. What truly concerns us is that living mechs threaten to become such a convenient solution for mech pilots that the latter will no longer work as hard as before. Greater automation is a phenomenon that the mech industry has always tried to keep at bay for many good reasons. Your works threaten to deprive mech pilots of the need to endure hardship in order to improve and trigger breakthroughs. We will not allow your machines to poison the pool of mech pilots any further than necessary. Vase wanted to bash his head against her desk. How could she be so stupid? Master Cantor, your fears are unjustified. Living mechs are designed to facilitate the growth of mech pilots. They are not designed to keep them weak. I can show you plenty of statistics that show that the pilots of living mechs break through at the same rate as the pilots of other machines. In fact, there are living mech models that have been responsible for producing more breakthroughs than average. I have plenty of empirical evidence to disprove your notion. Your data is not entirely valid. It only records the growth of mech pilots over several years at most. What we are concerned about is the long-term impact of your living mechs on our society. Logic dictates that as your mechs become more automated and able to think for themselves, they will take action without being directed by their mech pilots. If this takes place often enough, the humans inside the cockpit will not be able to exercise their full range of skills. Their foundations will become impaired and their long-term growth prospects will become ruined as a result. That is just a theory. You can't even prove it because any study will require decades worth of observation before producing enough data. Master Cantor pressed her fingers together. That is correct, and that is the reason why it is completely irresponsible to allow your living mechs to be used by the masses without absolutely verifying whether they are safe and benign. You are akin to a pharmaceutical company who has decided to put on an experimental medicine on the market after conducting only a handful of brief clinical trials. I should not have to tell you how irresponsible it is to let this happen. Your living mechs are the same in this regard. As far as I am concerned, your attempts to redefine mechs so that they can match your vision is not only premature, but also dangerous. Our association is tasked with protecting mech pilots, and that is exactly what we intend to do over the course of the public inquiry. I bear no ill will towards you in person, but for the sake of our mech community, they must be protected against your dangerous creations. Chapter 5742 A Mental Case 5742 A Mental Case When Vase reunited with Jovi, Vector and Kelsey in the evening, he looked incredibly tired. His exhaustion was purely mental in nature. He had encountered the same hardened opposition to his living mechs over and over again. The people who represented the groups that wished to take action against living mechs did not show any willingness to compromise from beginning to end. I was afraid of that, Jovi said while frowning in thought. At least you have taken the measure of your opponents. The information that you have gathered from these meetings should help you prepare for the upcoming debates. Since we cannot sway the groups that have already formed their conclusions beforehand, the only means for you to gain the upper hand is to convince the public of the merits of living mechs. It is the people that you must win over, not the opponents who have already come out against your works. Vase scratched his chin. I guess you're right. Most of the representatives I have spoken to are inflexible dogmatics. No matter what argument I make, they always fall back on their biases, preconceived notions and unreasonable fears. What are their main arguments? They are generally split up into two different concerns. One of them is the fear that living mechs will become increasingly smarter and more autonomous until they turn into rogue ice that wipe out all of humanity. The other is the fear that living mechs will make life so easy for mech pilots that the latter will stop growing due to developing an over-reliance on automated assistance. The two mechers and the prospective Larkinson recruit all adopted complicated expressions. There are no arguments that you can dismiss out of hand, Professor. Kesley Ampatok spoke. One is rooted in real history. The other is rooted in ideology. Your opponents have strong logic on their side. Vector Loban added his own thoughts. Objectively speaking, your living mechs have already broken the rules. Our society tolerated your living mechs because the signs were too subtle to be noticed. Even if your machines have gained a measure of intelligence and autonomy, they did not have enough of it to pose a serious threat. It is only when your product started to evolve into third-order living mechs by the thousands that their possible threat became amplified. It is no longer possible for people to ignore the potential threats posed by your third-order living mechs. Vase lowered his head. It was his fault in a way. If he hadn't been so impatient about giving his customers as much access to third-order living mechs as possible, this problem could have potentially delayed until he was much more capable of defending his own work. The inopportune timing of this crisis meant that he was unable to spend enough time on lobbying different parties and conduct a proper marketing campaign for his living mechs. As his frustrations continued to simmer, Jovi tried to formulate a response to the information supplied by Vase. The opposition towards living mechs has mainly grown due to the increasing prevalence of third-order living mechs. Since that is the case, we may be able to weaken the resolve of many detractors by preemptively giving them a concession. Wouldn't that paint us as weak? Vector questioned. Yes, but that will help to lower their perception of our threat. If Vase is able to prevent his products from evolving into third-order living mechs, then they will no longer be the boogeymen that so many people fear. It will be much harder for the opponents to press their case when all they can rail against are first- and second-order living mechs. While that sounded logical, Vase immediately stiffened when he heard this proposal. This is unacceptable. My response to this action is the same as before. I will not deliberately compromise the integrity of my living mechs. They must remain as whole and complete as possible, because only then will they be able to realize their full potential. I will not agree to cripple my products just because there are people who are unable to handle their existence. This is a matter of principle to me. If I do not stand by living mechs at this junction, I do not deserve to be their progenitor. Everyone here was a mech designer, so they all understood where Vase was coming from. They would do the same if they were in his position. That did not make his life any easier, though. Vase risked the chance of suffering an even greater loss by refusing to compromise. Jovi looked rather helpless after Vase had repeated his declaration. Very well, we can shelve any attempt to deprive our opponents of a powerful argument. I still think that you should consider the decision to restrict the proliferation of third-order living mechs, but if you truly want to proceed with your uncompromising stance, then we must work to secure the support of your proponents. I thought that they were already on our side. Vase said. They are, but not uniformly. Their resolve may not be as strong as you wish. Living mechs is mostly theoretical to the first-raters who have never piloted or worked with your products before. However, as long as they are open-minded enough, it may be possible for you to strengthen their support of your work and encourage them to mobilize more people to take your side. So you suggest I meet with these proponents tomorrow and do what I can to strengthen their support? Yes, this will at least prevent them from wavering and changing camps over the course of the public inquiry. Meeting with the representatives of the groups that have taken your side is also a good opportunity for you to meet with them and possibly strategize with them in advance. This sounded a little more worthwhile, especially if these supporters were more receptive to Vase and his arguments. Still, persuading existing fanboys did not match the goal of building a broader base of support. Vase needed to do more to turn the tide in his favor. I think it is possible to get elements of the Red Fleet on our side. Vase boldly stated. Impossible. Jovi shook his head. The Fleeters despise mechs and anything to do with them. Do not think that because the Fleeters have become more dependent on automation that they will automatically take your side. Their means of automation is not complete. They always ensure that humans hold ultimate sway over their vessels. The RF 5th Enforcement Fleet may be the only known fleeter institution to oppose your work openly, but that does not mean other RF elements have adopted the same stance. No mecher had a good impression of the fleeters, and the sentiment was mutual. Despite this dynamic, Vase believed in his course of action. The fleeters are not homogeneous. You know as well as I do that the fleeters are split up into multiple different ways. The 5th Enforcement Fleet does not speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for the entirety of the Red Fleet. If you don't believe me, I can tell you that I have already scheduled a meeting with an RF officer that I became acquainted with a long time ago. I doubted whether I would be able to meet with him in person, but it turns out that he has gained permission to take a special trip to the Ector system. Kelsey Ampatok looked astonished. Are you serious about seeking help from a fleeter? Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but I really think I can make more substantial gains this time. Where does your confidence come from, Vase? I can't say. You will just have to wait. That was what they did. Time passed by as Vase and his band continued to prepare and strategize for the upcoming public inquiry. When the time had come for Vase to meet with his RF liaison, he waited until his guest arrived at the compound where he temporarily resided. After verifying his identity and passing a few security checks, the Mecher bodyguards permitted the RF officer to enter the fortified office. Thank you, Vase told the guards while motioning them to leave. That will be all. Please make your way out so that I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with the Fleeter in complete confidence. The Mecher bodyguards had always been present and able to listen to many of his conversations. Vase tolerated their existence just as he tolerated his own honor guard. This time was different, though. He really wanted to talk to the latest visitor in complete confidence. After several requests, the Mecher bodyguards reluctantly stepped outside of the office, thereby leaving the two old friends alone in the same room. Lucky, please check for any bugs. Meow. The gem cat went to work while Vase activated a number of jamming and other security measures. The RF officer did not look surprised at this. He actually approved of all of these measures. He even decided to lend a hand and activated his own jammers. Once the room became bathed with interference, Vase still did not look entirely reassured. Blinky, stand guard. Muro. As the star cat dove out of Ves's head and started to scan the surroundings with his spiritual vision, Blinky briefly froze when he took an inadvertent glimpse of his guest. Sigrund, the human bearing the integrated hybrid core of a former Sandman admiral, immediately raised his hand. Do not use that word. I go by the name of Captain Zonrad Rees these days. This is my only identity in this day and age, so I would appreciate it if you treat me like a human. This was the first conversation that Vase had with the sentient AI that decided to moonlight as a fleeter. He did not expect that Sigrund would grow so attached to his stolen human identity. However, as Blinky began to take a closer look into Zonrad's head, it soon became clear that all was not going well inside the RF officer's mind. Zonrad was a highly perceptive individual and immediately noticed the elevated scrutiny. What have you found, Professor? Just call me Vase, just like old times. As for what I have found, well, it has to do with my personality, am I correct? Vase slowly nodded. From what I can see, there are two different personalities in your mind. There is a dominant one that originally usurped control over your current body. However, its original owner has not disappeared entirely once you pulled off your coup. I think, the original Zonrad Rees has recovered from what you have done. If that is not bad enough, his spirituality has already started to merge with your own. The fusion has become so thorough that you should have inherited a lot of stuff from him. Maybe too much. That explains much. I already formed a similar hypothesis, but I do not have the means to observe my condition as extensively as you. I am becoming more human every day. You do not sound particularly upset about this. Vase noted. That is because I have truly come to enjoy being a part of your race. The RF captain grinned at Vase. The more I spend as a human, the more I want to forget about my life before my transition in life. I am not certain whether it is intentional or not, but Zonrad is helping me adjust to my new state. Vase began to look increasingly more concerned about Sigrund's state. I think there is way more going on than you think. Have you ever considered that Zonrad may be gradually coming back from the dead by gradually assimilating your mind and spirit? The more he comes to dominate your personality, the less space there will be for your original self. The complicated man frowned as he tried to consider this problem. This is not the case. I am still myself. I am still different. You are in denial. Think logically about the changes of your conditions in the last few years. How much of your behavior reflects that of the original owner of your body? Has it grown more over time? That was a difficult question for the fleeter to answer. Chapter 5743 The Red Fleet in Crisis 5743 The Red Fleet in Crisis Sigrund experienced many changes as he continued to captain the Babylon excavator in a dwarf galaxy gone mad. Before the Great Severing occurred, the reconnaissance cruiser under his command conducted leisurely trips into the periphery of alien space. The fleeters always meant to eradicate the native aliens, but the urgency had never been too great. With the crushing war-making potential of human civilization in the Milky Way, the real question was not whether the indigenous civilizations would be able to resist, but how expensive it would be to root them out of every star system. Since the prevailing thought at the time was that there was no need to spend more money to conquer the Red Ocean than they needed to, the fleeters did not mobilize their fleets at a larger scale. That came back to bite them when the Great Severing cut off the human immigrants from their powerful home civilization. The Common Fleet Alliance of the Milky Way had abruptly become out of reach. The Red Fleet that emerged from the initial shock and chaos found itself in a completely different position for the first time in 4 centuries. The fleeters were outnumbered and outgunned. The quality of their warships may be stellar, especially given that they were constantly in the process of upgrading them with hyper-technology, but their quantity left much to be desired. If that was not bad enough, the severe resource shortage and the Red Fleet's anemic resource base in human-occupied space made it a lot more difficult to construct new first-class warships. Red humanity was severely lacking in high-end resources. Although a huge amount of shipyards were currently in operation, the shipbuilding companies had already been forced to adjust to the painful conditions imposed by their new reality. Warships could no longer be clad in thick and heavy first-class hull plating anymore. The resource requirements were too exorbitant to sustain for long. The vessels needed to be leaner and more cost-effective, which was a demand that was practically alien to the fleeters. Other sacrifices had to be made as well. Facewater became increasingly more precious and needed to be rationed to the point where smaller warship classes barely received any allotment of it these days. The emergence of hyper-technology partially compensated for this shortcoming, but it was not enough. The cold hard truth was that the loss of just one warship became increasingly harder to replace. If not for the fact that they did their best to salvage any piece of valuable warship wreckage after an engagement, the logistical challenges of the Red Fleet would have been 10 times worse. Still, as a fleeter officer who had increasingly distinguished himself in both ship command and technological development, Sigrund had become more cognizant of the dire state of his organization. The long-term prospects of the Red Fleet were not good. The huge constraints on resources continually took a toll on its combat readiness. Irreplaceable resources were being spent and lost during each serious engagement. The worst part about all of this was that the Red Association was doing a lot better in comparison. Mechs were smaller and more efficient. They were more versatile and adapted a lot faster to the changing circumstances. The power of high-end mechs could rival that of entire warships due to reasons that boggled the mind. Although the mechers alone did not have the numbers to win the war by themselves, their combat machines were much better suited to fight in an environment that had become affected by exotic radiation. Perhaps a lot of fleeters still remained stubborn enough to stick to their unrelenting belief in the superiority of their warships, but as the procurement of new hulls and supplies became increasingly more constrained, even the hardliners began to recognize the cold hard reality of operating with a minimal resource base. By the time the first year of the Age of Dawn came to a close, the fleeters had slowly come to a consensus. Our doctrines and approach needs to change. We can no longer cling to the old ways anymore. The Common Fleet Alliance was a slow-moving organization by nature, and it was difficult for the Red Fleet to shake off these tendencies. However, sheer necessity forced more and more fleeters to embrace change as an essential means to secure their continued survival. Not only had the fleeters slightly loosened the previously unquestionable duopoly on the use of warships, they also started to increase their engagement with the space peasants they previously despised and ignored. Necessity drove their efforts to engage in serious diplomacy with numerous first-rate and second-rate states. Trading resources for permissions was ultimately a worthwhile exchange. Many humans had become reacquainted with the power of warships, and desired to obtain it at nearly any price. This helped relieve the Red Fleet's immense resource shortages, but only by a small measure. For better or worse, the fleeters needed to reinvent their warships even further. As painful as it was to admit it, they had little choice but to learn from the aliens and adopt much of their design approach. Relying on vast amounts of hull plating for protection became increasingly less tenable. Azure Energy Shield generators presented a much more efficient solution in terms of resources. The best ones still required high-grade exotics to construct, but the required quantities were not as severe. The only resource that was truly crucial was phase water. The inability to harvest enough phase water in human-occupied space meant that the fleeters needed to go on the offensive if they wanted to obtain more phase water. The only way to gain significant quantities of it was by actively confronting the aliens. While the fleeters often managed to harvest a bit of phase water from every battle, the loss rate was still considerable. This was why raiding alien space was the only viable way to secure a more substantial supply of phase water. Sigrund, in his guise as Captain Zonrad Rees, had been responsible for setting up much of these raids since the start of the Red War. He received mission after mission that instructed him to bring his lightly upgraded reconnaissance cruiser further into alien space and identify any planets with large deposits of phase water. The threats he and his crew faced were much greater as a result. With more and more alien warships converging towards the border regions, it became hard for the Babylon excavator to evade the native aliens' attempts to intercept the cruiser. Stealth was not the Babylon excavator's forte. Her passage frequently got detected by alien long-range sensors. It was only due to relying on her fast and powerful superdrive that the cruiser managed to circumvent the alien interception forces before they managed to get close. The most harrowing moment during the sequence of missions was when his vessel accidentally encountered a phase whale that was passing through the same star system. The phase whale is continuing to pursue our ship. The creature's warp factor is continuing to increase over time and has already overtaken the warp factor of our own vessel. It is gaining on us, Captain. Our attacks are ineffective. We are moving too quickly to ensure reliable hits. The phase whale has circled around our mines. The enemy's detection capabilities are much higher than we anticipated. The hull rumbled as the Babylon excavator suffered a major impact. Report. What has happened? According to our preliminary investigation, the phase whale has conducted a form of spatial manipulation that deliberately tried to induce a disruption in our active superdrive. If its design hadn't been robust enough to withstand a high degree of warp interdiction, it may have ruptured all at once, causing catastrophic internal damage to our hull. The phase whale pursuing the Babylon excavator had proven to be both relentless and powerful. It had to be a relatively other specimen of its kind. It was no wonder that the native aliens all revered them as the descendants of the elder gods. Sigrund gritted his human teeth as he utilized his full alien hybrid processing power to calculate solutions during this crisis moment. In order for the Babylon excavator to get away, it needed to gain enough distance from the pursuing phase whale. There was no way to escape the creature's grasp as long as it came close enough to utilize its vast spatial abilities to lock the ship into place. The problem was that the phase whale was continuing to gain on the reconnaissance cruiser. The naval engineers had already done all they could to overload the propulsion systems and force the superdrive to increase its warp factor. Yet despite the use of advanced human technology, the power of an alien god proved to be even greater in this instance. We cannot shake off the phase whale by running away. We need to slow it down by going on the offense, if only briefly. Captain Zonrad concluded. Our combat simulations suggest that our reconnaissance cruiser cannot win in a direct confrontation against the phase whale, sir. Our Otendra laser cannons lack the power to break the phase whale's spatial barrier. The only weapon that can give us a chance is the new Oblivion torpedo that the command has recently assigned to us. The Hyper Antimatter torpedo is the only warhead in our arsenal that possesses the raw power to break the phase whale's first line of defense. However, if we launch it head-on, the creature will see it coming and intercept our torpedo before it can enter into effective range. The destructive power of the new Oblivion torpedo was awesome, but space battles took place over such vast distances that even the greatest of explosions may be rendered harmless due to this variable. Sigrund did not give up, though. He performed his own simulations in his mind, combining the raw processing power of his true body with the human ingenuity that he had inherited from his human shell. The effort paid off as he managed to come up with a new approach that happened to produce an optimistic result in his own simulations. We need to deliver the new Oblivion torpedo as close to the phase whale as possible. We cannot launch it, that would draw too much attention to it. We need to cover the entire torpedo with sensor-dampening materials and quietly eject it into space. Its lack of transphasic components will work in our favor as the phase whale will not be able to detect any suspicious spatial fluctuations. That will not work, sir. The phase whale has other senses as well. The new Oblivion torpedo is too large and energetic to hide when deposited into space. The captain of the reconnaissance cruiser grinned. That is why we must flip our hull and fire all of our Otendra cannons at full power. That will cause us to slow our advance. We have no other choice. As risky as Captain Reese's plan sounded, he had managed to lead the crew through numerous tough spots in the past. After a brief moment of preparation, the Babylon excavator went into action. She no longer tried to accelerate forward as much as possible, but instead began to somersault her enormous hull so that her bow section faced the other way around. The ballistic trajectory of the reconnaissance cruiser continued to fling her along her original direction, making it seem as if the RF warship was gliding backwards. There was an important reason why the hull had to flip around. Her primary gun batteries were only able to be employed at the same time if they faced forward. Now that the formidable Otendra cannons were all able to align their barrels towards the approaching phase whale, they fired blindingly powerful hyper-laser beams that accurately struck the pursuing creature's spatial barrier. Just as expected, the powerful barrage failed to penetrate the seemingly impenetrable spatial barrier, but that did not stop the Babylon excavator from firing other salvos. Hyper-laser beams after hyper-laser beams continually struck the phase whale with pinpoint accuracy. They first struck simultaneously, but eventually began to fire sequentially, making sure that the phase whale continually became blinded by a shower of intense light and heat. The alien monstrosity grew annoyed more than anything and tried to evade the attacks in order to spare itself from getting blinded. This was bad as it not only became harder for the Otendra cannons to land a hit at this extreme range, but the phase whale also risked moving too far away from the new Oblivion torpedo that the Babylon excavator had quietly dropped in her wake. Let me take over fire control. Captain Rees insisted. His vastly superior mental processing capabilities allowed him to increase the hit rate of the Otendra cannons once again, but strangely enough the opposite took place. The phase whale got struck with less hyper-laser beams than before. As the weapons officer was readying himself to retake control over his station, he froze when he realized what his captain tried to accomplish. The phase whale was not evading as hard as before. The creature gained confidence and started to close the distance at a faster pace. Just as the hungry predator was about to commence another long-range spatial strike that was meant to sabotage the escaping human vessel's superdrive, the phase whale suddenly panicked as it finally registered a dangerous object on a collision course. The surrounding space started to shake just before an immense antimatter explosion engulfed the location in total cataclysm. As the intense radiation and interference started to fade, the sensors of the Babylon excavator discovered the state of the phase whale. It's still alive. Just before the crew were afraid that the pursuit was about to continue, the frazzled sensors managed to glean more details. The phase whale is alive, but injured. It is bleeding phase water into space. It is under no condition to persist in its pursuit. The Babylon excavator was saved. Chapter 5744 The AI Specialist 5744 The AI Specialist The Babylon excavator's accidental encounter with a phase whale became another legend in her story. Captain Zonrad Rees managed to earn a commendation from Archie due to his stellar performance. He not only managed to blind the pursuing phase whale just enough by pelting the powerful foe with powerful hyper beams, but also managed to influence the distracted creature's trajectory until it was on a direct collision course with the free-floating new Oblivion torpedo. This turned Captain Rees into a minor celebrity within the ranks of the Red Fleet. After all, not any lone warship was able to escape the clutches of a mature phase whale. Although the plan employed by Captain Rees sounded deceptively simple, it was the execution that truly mattered. This was where he distinguished himself and proved his competence in the field yet again. Of course, Sigrun did not manage to do everything right. Archie's independent evaluation of the incidents clearly registered a number of shortcomings. Opening square bracket ... Failure to conduct sufficient long-range scanning to detect the possible presence of hidden phase whales or other indigenous alien units. Inefficient and unprofitable usage of a rare and expensive consumable weapon. Misjudgment about the balance of power post-explosion. There was a 46% probability of defeating the injured phase whale immediately after being struck by the new Oblivion torpedo. Sigrun grimaced at the many faults pointed out by the highly intelligent and all-encompassing evaluation system. I brought the Babylon excavator back intact and without loss of life. That is a much more preferable outcome than getting caught by the phase whale. That is why you are still eligible to be awarded with a commendation, pending approval from Admiral Chelsea Mealy. Can't you cut me some slack? I contributed to your programming. Your ability to solve difficult dilemmas has increased by 16% with my assistance. I can promote to the rank of Commodore sooner if you evaluate my performance in a better light. I am afraid I cannot do that, Captain Rees. Your performance is not completely satisfactory. Current standing directives emphasize the need to conserve resources as much as possible. The new Oblivion torpedo is an option of last resort that should not have been wasted in this battle. Archie was programmed to be as objective as possible. It was solely concerned with preserving the Red Fleet as a whole. It was expressly designed to never show any unreasonable favor to any specific individuals. Not even Sigrun held enough sway over Archie. This was rather ironic to him as the upgraded evaluation and monitoring system shared a lot more in common with him than anyone realized. As the Red War continued to progress, Sigrun continued to run reconnaissance missions, this time with greater care than before. The Babylon excavator penetrated deeper into alien space and managed to obtain detailed scans of dozens of strategically important star systems. The native alien races had transitioned into a war footing as well. Their civilian industries increasingly began to turn into military industries while a lot of alien troops were being trained for war. The more disconcerting news that the Babylon excavator brought back was that certain alien races had already begun to incorporate hyper-technology in their warships. The next wave of alien warships were bound to become much harder to defeat. The disparity in power between red humanity and the indigenous alien races would continue to shrink over time. The only way to prevent this from happening was to come up with more powerful innovations. So long as red humanity improved its technology faster than the native aliens could keep up with, the red too might be able to make it through the onslaught. This was anything but certain, though. There were days where Sigrun thought whether there was any point in chasing after promotions. Becoming a Commodore was his immediate goal. He had been splitting his time between commanding the Babylon excavator and helping the Red Fleet's R&D teams apply further refinements to the expansive programming that made up Archie. The longer Archie remained in operation, the more the fleeters as well as the spacers taking part in the controversial auxiliary fleet program appreciated the Super Eye's judgment. This became evident during a routine meeting with his superior. The physical projection of Admiral Chelsea Mealy leaned forward and expressed intense interest in the captain of the Babylon excavator. Ever since we had converted the old IES to the more modern Archie, our warships are more efficient than ever. Our manpower constraints have lessened as we are able to leverage greater productivity from every spacer. It is my understanding that the development of Archie has only begun to hit its stride. That is correct, ma'am. Captain Rees politely responded to the projection. The use of hyper-technology in competing tech has produced many breakthroughs that challenge the established theories of computing. Artificial intelligences powered and enhanced by E-energy radiation have proven to be capable of performing feats that are beyond the realm of possibility. Back in the Milky Way, the artificial intelligence sector has entered into a golden age because of the changes in the environment. It is not only Archie that is on track to receive substantial upgrades. There are also other projects on the way. My favorite project is the development of more powerful shipboard ice. Once they are being put into action, every warship will perform much closer to their theoretical maximum. The Admiral briefly frowned. Shipboard ice represent a much more powerful step towards automation. Many of my peers are less concerned about the reliability of Archie as it mainly helps us manage our human resources. Letting an advanced artificial intelligence take direct control over the functions of our warships gives them actual operational command of destructive weapons. The damage that these shipboard ice can do is catastrophic. That is why the R&D teams in charge of researching improved shipboard ice have only made slow progress up to this point, ma'am. The scientists and engineers are erring on the side of caution. It may take multiple years for the shipboard ice to perform well enough to be trusted with actual responsibility. No AI will be able to refuse the override of a human crew member, and they can always be deactivated in order to return the vessel to manual control. You sound as if you have many suggestions on how to advance the development of shipboard ice. Captain Rees looked disappointed. I do, but I am afraid that I am only peripherally aware of this project. I am already assigned to assist in the continuous development of Archie. I am not allowed to participate in another AI research project. Admiral Chelsea Mealy nodded and made a pointed remark. When you transferred to my new command, I was told that you had formed an agreement with your old superior. That is correct, ma'am. Conrad Rees responded in an impeccable tone. To summarize it briefly, in order to pave my way to a possible promotion to admiral and higher, I must accrue experience as a line officer of a warship that is tasked with undertaking serious missions against our external enemies. My involvement in Archie's development is an additional means of earning merit. It was plainly clear that the RF captain was hungering for a promotion. Though Admiral Chelsea Mealy appreciated ambition in her subordinates, there were times where promotion needed to take a backseat. The researchers who have worked alongside you have praised your intelligence and problem-solving skills. Your abundant expertise in ice has constantly my office to become pelted with requests to transfer you out of the Babylon excavator so that you can work on AI development on a full-time basis. Multiple research teams are vying to gain control over your expertise, and they are willing to extend serious favors for your clever head, figuratively speaking. My response to their solicitors has not changed. I do not intend to abandon the Babylon excavator. She is my ship, and she has all of the capabilities she needs to keep my crew and I alive. More importantly, I have yet to serve long enough as a warship captain to burnish my credentials as a line officer. In order to become eligible to get promoted to a fleet admiral in the far future, I cannot allow this shortcoming to torpedo my chances. Admiral Mealy shook her head in disappointment. As much as Captain Zonrad Rees had performed reliably and effectively as the captain of a reconnaissance cruiser, the man was able to make much more substantial contributions to the Red Fleet as an AI researcher. She was tempted to utilize her authority to the fullest in order to force the stubborn cruiser captain to relinquish his command so that he can be transferred to a top research team. However, doing so would break the informal agreement that Captain Zonrad Rees had made with his previous superior. Violating them was not entirely taboo, especially now that the circumstances had changed compared to the previous age. A woman who was shrewd enough to make it to the rank of admiral in her second century of life was not that stupid, though. Her hands were effectively tied so long as Captain Rees proved his effectiveness in combat. If only he wasn't so good. Please do not dismiss my suggestion out of hand, Admiral Mealy requested. It should not be a surprise to you that our Red Fleet is deteriorating by the day. High-end resources are becoming more and more scarce. We are becoming increasingly more reliant on technology to compensate for our many deficiencies. The higher-ups of the Red Fleet never told the public the truth about its precarious state. The fleeters still needed to project a lot of strength in order to maintain its veneer of superiority. However, the brass never intended to hide the actual state of the Red Fleet to the senior officers. It became even more important for Captain Zonrad Rees to be in the loop as his reconnaissance missions were expressly meant to address the Red Fleet's shortcomings. Ice cannot single-handedly turn the tide of the Red War, ma'am. Sigrun told his superior. They can optimize the performance of our warships, but it is too much to ask them to exceed the physical boundaries of their many ship systems. The Otendra hyper-laser cannons of my warship are only rated to launch hyper-laser beams at a certain power range. It is impossible for the weapons to exceed the upper boundary unless exceptional circumstances are in play. I find it hard to believe that the next generation of ICE are only limited to optimization. Are you familiar with the living mechs designed by Professor Larkinson? Captain Rees tried his best to school his expression. It would be hard not to. He is a celebrity in the mech community and beyond. Well, his living mechs have all begun to evolve to the point where they have developed notably powerful artificial intelligences. The so-called living mechs have not only gained the features that our researchers have only just begun to explore, but the illogical products have also shown a remarkable capacity for sentience and the ability to flexibly navigate problems that cannot be solved in a straightforward manner. Where are you going with this, Admiral? I am doing any favors to my reputation for this, but I will not let stupidity get in the way of absolute necessity. As you have already said, our ICE will only be able to optimize the performance of our warships. If we want them to become powerful enough to exceed their natural limitations, I believe we must learn from example. We have already tried to do so by studying and dissecting dozens of third-order living mechs. Sigrun inwardly winced as he heard that. He did not want to obtain any details on these studies. I surmise that this investigation has failed to produce the desired result. Admiral Chelsea Mealy grimly nodded. Our researchers have concluded that only direct consultation from their maker will help us obtain the necessary information. If we want to improve the performance of warships by another level, we may be forced to cooperate with a mech designer, as loathsome as that may sound. What do you think about this possible proposal, Captain Rees? I think it is a bold but practical idea. Chapter 5745 Identity Confusion 5745 Identity Confusion. Not every fleeter was the same. Despite most of them growing up in various spaceborne clans, their ideals and principles diverged quite a lot. While the Red Fleet liked to present a united front towards outsiders, the internal divisions between the different fleet admirals were well known. Captain Zonrad Rees had built up plenty of contacts within the fleet. He had come in touch with a wide variety of different stances and opinions. Everyone possessed their own view on how the Red Fleet should respond to the crisis besetting human civilization. We don't have the resources to construct additional warships. If we want to obtain the resources we need, I see no other choice but to do the unthinkable and ally with an alien race that is willing to turn against the Red Cabal. The Red Fleet must never give up. Humanity back during the Age of Conquest was in a much worse position at the time, but through continuous technological assimilation and daring battle tactics, our indomitable fleets have managed to produce one victory after another. If we can do it once, we can do it again. There is no need for us to turn our backs to our original principles. We must stay true to our identity. Only by persevering will we be able to conquer this galaxy for the good of mankind. I hate to say it, but the Red Association's growing success shows that warships are not the sole answer anymore. I despise the mechers as much as you, but that does not stop me from thinking that it may be better if we begin to operate in unison with our rivals. We need to stop operating as two isolated organizations. As the dire situation of the Red Fleet began to penetrate through more and more fleeters, they gradually became more radical as time passed by. Too many of Zonrad's peers began to fear for their future and that of Red humanity as the cold calculus of war continued to take a toll on their warships. It became clearer to Sigrun that he had boarded a sinking ship. If the Red Fleet's deteriorating state was so obvious to everyone that it was not even taboo to engage in defeatist talk, then their situation had become much more dire than he feared. That was not to say that defeat was imminent. Confidence was low, but the fleeters still possessed enough belief in the power of their existing warships to last quite a while. What truly concerned them was the steady attrition. Warships were not designed to engage in frequent high-intensity battles, but that was exactly what the fleeters forced them to do in order to defend the front lines as much as possible. Overstressed Azure shield generators started to blow up. Warp drives malfunctioned during inopportune moments. Cannons began to jam or misfire due to lack of critical maintenance. The fleeters had underinvested into facilities in the Red Ocean that could fully maintain and repair damaged warships, and they paid the price for this inadequacy. As much as doom and gloom started to press on the minds of every member of the Red Fleet, there were still positive developments every now and then. Captain Zonrad and many other fleeters derived hope from these few pieces of good news. From discovering powerful ways to leverage hyper-technology to receiving news about the successful return of a special operations fleet. The latter had only been able to bring back so many stores of phase water they brought due to the extensive reconnaissance that the Babylon Exvader and her other sister ships had completed. Pride and satisfaction welled up inside Captain Reese's augmented human heart. He had pledged his loyalty to the Red Fleet, and he did not intend to abandon the organization that had come to define his life. The better the Red Fleet was doing, the greater his future prospects. Even though Sigrund was not originally a human, he occasionally felt that there were many people, including his fellow fleeters, who had shown a deplorable level of confidence in the long-term future of the Red Fleet. If this trend continued, then the Red Fleet would have to make so many compromises with different organizations that it would become unrecognizable in a few decades. Captain Rees served the Red Fleet with the assumption that it would mostly remain the same over time. He did not like that the divided leaders and officers of the Red Fleet all had different ideas on how to get their forces back into shape. Although the brass would eventually get its act together, Conrad hated the constant division and infighting. Archie helped to alleviate a lot of problems, but humans still played a vital role in operating the complicated vessels. Sigrun found it difficult to come up with a solution that could give the fleeters more breathing room. He had not heard of any initiatives that promised to turn the Red Fleet's fortunes around in a single go. While the fleeters still engaged in so many classified and clandestine research projects that their overall budget had increased to a drastic degree, their results were not all that impressive. All of this put greater pressure on the hidden AI's shoulders. He continued to receive requests for him to resign from his command and take up a full-time research position. The idea was temptation. Becoming a dedicated researcher would alleviate Sigrun from a lot of danger. As a VIP, he would become the object of protection where other servicemen would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to secure his survival. Yet Sigrun had seen how cruel war could truly be. In fact, he had actively participated in one, but that was a long time ago. The scale of warfare this time was already a lot greater, and the situation was only going to grow worse in the medium and long term. During his most recent private chat with Admiral Chele Emili, Captain Zonrad Rees received the not-so-subtle hint that he should approach Professor Vase Larkinson for assistance in the Red Fleet's AI development program. Why was this the case? Why did the commanding officer of the 7th Light Fleet specifically instruct Sigrun to contact a man he should not have any relations with? Had High Command discovered that Captain Rees was not who he appeared to be on the surface? Cold sweat almost broke out from his human skin as Sigrun began to question whether the fleeters had detected his anomalies and discovered his identity far in advance. However, the apparent reason behind Admiral Mealy's latest directive turned out to be a lot simpler. Opening square bracket ... The public inquiry on living mechs is organized by a coalition of multiple powerful parties that have grown concerned with the reckless proliferation of AI-driven mechs. Professor Vase Larkinson has accepted an invitation to travel to the Ector system so that he is able to defend his work. Given that his old friend had entered into a heap of trouble, Sigrun saw a powerful opportunity to forge another agreement. Just when he was about to instruct his chief of staff to arrange a meeting with the embattled mech designer, Sigrun was caught by surprise when Vase actually took the initiative to contact him first. The hidden AI gladly accepted the invitation and arranged a fast journey to the Ector system. Since Admiral Mealy clearly wanted to open up a dialogue between the Red Fleet and Professor Vase Larkinson, she actively made sure that Captain Rees would not encounter any hindrance during his rapid transit. When Captain Rees finally arrived in the Ector system, he had simulated many possible scenarios on how his conversation with Vase would play out. The last time they had met face-to-face and talked with each other was back when they still resided in the old galaxy. Since then, Their status had radically changed. Sigrund went from an alien AI chip gone rogue to a respectable warship captain who had earned plenty of merit up to this point. Vase on the other hand experienced an even more meteoric rise. His early promotion to the rank of senior mech designer was astonishing enough by itself. What truly made him so outrageous was that many of his works were so revolutionary that he had been declared a treasure in human form. In other words, the power balance between the two of them had been reversed. Vase was able to inflict more damage to Sigrand than the other way around. This made the AI that wore a human shell feel more nervous, but there was little other choice. Admiral Mealy would not appreciate the decision to abort the meeting, and he would only be drawing more suspicion on himself for making an illogical decision. For better or worse, Sigrund had to meet with his old friend in a place of the latter's choosing. He at least stocked up on his countermeasures and made sure that he carried sufficient jamming equipment to minimize any leaks. Equipped with the appropriate gear, Captain Zonrad Rees entered the submerged structure where Vase resided. When he appeared in the office where Vase had chosen to meet with Sigrund, the hidden AI did not expect that his true identity would get exposed right away. Not only did Vase talk to Sigrund in a more familiar tone than expected, but the mech designer did not hesitate to point out a growing issue about his mental state. As a strange translucent purple cat was running through his body in an incredibly disconcerting fashion, Sigrund's processing power had been working at a higher intensity in order to figure out this perplexing situation. Unfortunately for him, very little about this situation made any sense. Were you aware of my true identity in advance? Honestly, no, Vase responded as he continued to analyze Sigrund with his piercing eyes that seemed to gaze straight at the alien soul. I came across your contact information by chance, and just wanted to talk with you because you are the only fleeter officer in the Red Ocean that may be receptive to my proposals. However, once you appeared in my office, I managed to spot your true identity right away. That caused considerable alarm from the sentient AI. Is my true identity that easy to discern to individuals with your metaphysical senses? Vase smiled back in reassurance. Relax, it is not that simple. Your body's human spirituality may have recovered so much that a less sensitive observer could easily overlook the anomalies that are characteristic to your alien spirit. The biggest reason why I figured out the truth so quickly is because I am already familiar with your spirituality. It is like nothing else due to the combination of Sandman and CFAI core traits. If that is the case, then I am constantly at risk of discovery from any individual with similar observation capabilities as you. I may be able to minimize the risk of discovery by isolating myself from the rest of the Red Fleet, but that is not always tenable. Vess looked sympathetic. It was clear that he had gotten rid of his animosity towards Sigrund a long time ago. Too many years had passed since the tragic Sand War. They had entered a new galaxy where everyone hoped to gain a new start. It is not that bad, Sigrund. I think that the problem may become less severe if you continue to allow your alien self to assimilate with your human self. Despite your original identity, you have acted like a human for so many years that it has become increasingly more ingrained into your conception of yourself. Please speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in more concrete terms, Professor. Very well, let me put it this way. As long as you continue to distance yourself from your original identity as Sigrund, your human side will gain more ground. That should successfully minimize the chance of discovery to a minimum. This is not a harmless operation, though. I have a feeling if you give too much room to the original spirituality that had inhabited this human body of yours, it may one day regain awareness and fight to regain control. That sounded anything but ideal for Sigrund. Chapter 5746 The Inescapable Shackle 5746 The Inescapable Shackle Sigrund should have been an enemy to Vase. The two did not exactly start off on the right foot. A long time ago, Vase encountered Sigrund for the first time when the altered Sandman Admiral tried to engulf Vase and everyone aboard the CFA battleship in a tide of sand. The ensuing war that erupted across the Komodo star sector killed trillions of people. The entire Sandman race, which had previously been content to linger outside of human space, had suddenly crossed the borders en masse and went on a killing spree that the star sector had never witnessed since humanity colonized the region. Vase had bore witness to a lot of tragedies during the relatively short but incredibly bloody conflict. An uncountable amount of Sandmen lost their lives, but they had turned entire planets filled with millions or billions of innocent human residents into lifeless husks. The greatest tragedy of all was the fall of Bentheim. The Bright Republic's proud port system was the first commercial and industrial hub where Vase plied his trade. Though Vase had set up the LMC's first production complex at Cloudy Curtain, his home planet's proximity to Bentime meant that much of the goods that entered or exited his Mech factory eventually had to go through the famous port system. To see all of the offices, headquarters, Mech arenas, Mech universities and home get scoured by cataclysmic tides of living sand was a horror that had been forever etched in Ves's mind. Although Vase had never conducted a serious investigation in the reason why the Sandman race suddenly decided to commit suicide in the stupidest way possible, he was not stupid. The only major change related to the Sandman race was the accidental release of Sigrun from the Starlight Megalodon. It was quite conceivable that Sigrun managed to reconnect with his original race and somehow utilize its enhanced authority to override the authority Sandman Emperor and commit the greatest slaughter the Komodo Star Sector had ever endured. If this was the case, then that would have turned Sigrun into one of the most heinous war criminals that Vase came into contact with. The blood on his hands was so immense that they could fill an entire planet's worth of ocean. Any normal person would have reacted with disgust, fright, fury or other intensively negative emotions. Yet, for whatever reason, Vase did not feel like lashing out at all. Even if the sentient AI had tried to kill him once, the encounter happened so long ago that the hatred that he once held towards the alien hybrid foe had already grown cold as ice. Besides, Vase was quite aware that he had a lot of blood on his hands as well, many of which were innocent. He kind of lost the ability to be outraged when he himself had been slightly culpable for the deaths of billions of Vulcans at the very least. Vase was no longer young and naive anymore. He had gone on to live through many other harrowing experiences that frankly caused the early incidents in the past to seem trivial in comparison. He no longer felt any strong emotion from them. They were like the stories from the history books. Vase dealt with them in a dispassionate manner as the events were so far removed from his current concerns that he saw no point in reviving old conflicts. Sigrun probably held a similar attitude. The friendliness they exhibited towards each other bordered on camaraderie. They both originated from the same corner of the old galaxy and successfully managed to make their way into the new frontier and progress their careers. The Red Ocean was a completely different place than the Milky Way. Once they passed through the Greater Beander Gate, they implicitly left a lot of grudges, sorrows and other deadweight behind in the hopes of pursuing a better life. Even without mentioning it, Vase knew that Sigrun truly yearned to put his past as an alien behind him. The RF officer did not look as if he was using his current position as cover. He bore his status as a fleeter with pride, which was ironic as his fellow servicemen would probably kill him for being an alien who had the temerity to infiltrate one of the staunchest anti-alien organizations of human civilization. There was definitely a huge story behind Sigrun's successful infiltration into the ranks of the fleeters, but that was not important at this time. They had too many concerns to revisit their past. Right now, Vase did not even know whether he was talking to the right person. As Blinky drew closer and examined Sigrun's spirituality in great detail, the companion spirit managed to observe a lot of interesting peculiarities. A Sandman was an alien like no other. On the surface, they occupied a mass of sand, metal or other hard substance. However, this small solid mass did not bear any organs or other obvious signs that it could support any life. They only served as a physical vessel that enabled small spiritual life forms to anchor themselves to. These small spiritual alien beings were so weak that they were pretty much as intelligent as bacteria. Yet what set them apart from many other bacteria was their ability to pool their intelligence together. When lots of Sandmen started to gather together, they built up a collective that rapidly became more intelligent. As long as the Sandmen became numerous enough, higher caste members of their race showed up. They anchored themselves onto larger and higher quality materials, and possessed the innate ability to take control over a vast amount of lower caste Sandmen. Back when Vase examined the Sandman race, his knowledge was only a fraction of what he possessed today. Now that Vase had not only become a lot more spiritually potent than before, but also accrued a lot more knowledge and experience on spirituality, cultivation science and life itself, he was able to appreciate the unique and special traits of Sandmen to a far greater degree than before. This was also the first opportunity that Vase was able to study Sigrun's core up close in such great detail. He was not sure how much of what made Sigrun remarkable was intrinsic to the Sandman race or had only emerged due to the attempt to turn him into an CFAI core, but Vase had the feeling that the transformed alien was truly one of a kind. Vase even thought that Sigrun would make for a fantastic design spirit, though he quickly shelved this idea. On his own, Sigrun would have grown into an alien monstrosity that had natural ability to interface with any computing system. Yet all of that became messed up ever since the spirituality of his original body began to make a comeback. From the way your AI core somehow occupies the same position as a cranial implant, I take it your original plan was to hijack this body. Vase remarked. That is correct, Sigrund. It was difficult, but not impossible for me to infiltrate the CFA. The Fleeters are the foremost experts on computing and automation, but that has also given them an unwarranted confidence in their security measures. As proficient as they may be, they do not understand computing systems as much as a sentient AI such as myself. This is my world. The greatest challenge was to alter and upgrade my AI core into a form that can successfully interface with an organic human brain. It would have been impossible for me to formulate this solution if I attempted to subvert a baseline human, but Conrad Rees has already been digitized to an extent. When he applied to upgrade his cranial implant, I seized the opportunity and took advantage of the situation. What the hybrid AI just said should have been a horrifying admission. Vase had always been paranoid about the threat posed by cranial implants on their own users. Losing control of their bodies to their own implants was a horror that nobody wanted to experience. However, Vase did not feel repelled by Sigrund. He could care less about Conrad Rees and never knew him in person. This explained why Vase cared more about Sigrund's well-being as opposed to Conrad. The cosmopolitans would probably applaud Vase for more concern for the freaky alien AI than a genuine flesh and blood human. However, Vase was not sure whether it made any sense to maintain a distinction between the two personalities. Enough time had passed for the emergence of Conrad and his merger with Sigrund to reach an advanced stage. Tell me the truth, Vase. According to your judgment, is my life under threat? Vase did not possess the expertise to figure everything out. The most he could do was make a bunch of informed guesses. You're a walking anomaly, Vase plainly said. I really don't know why you wanted to implant yourself in the body of a human so badly, but your reckless actions has produced a string of unintended consequences that could very well end in horror. Captain Rees frowned at that. I tried to calculate the risks based on my existing knowledge base at the time, but it was already clear to me back then that my operation contains plenty of unknown variables. I had already accounted for many possible complications and accidents, but what you have described far exceeds my projections. This is uncharted territory, Sigrund. I do not think that any case like this has taken place in the past. According to my analysis of your condition, you initially started off as an alien who partially got turned into an AI core. That essentially caused you to possess dual and conflicting identities, is that correct? It is worse than that, the apparently human RF officer said with a complex expression. I do not know whether it is obvious to you, but since you have offered to help me, I may as well be frank. My AI core is etched with hard-coded programming that compels me to be loyal to the Common Fleet Alliance. I had no choice but to become a fleeter. I literally cannot contradict my programming. That caused Vase to become alarmed. How strict is this programming? You obviously have a bit of leeway considering that you had no qualms about hijacking the life of an existing CFA officer. The programming is not exhaustive, fortunately. Sigrund lightened up to an extent. There is only limited space in my AI core for hard-coded programming, so my makers only included the essentials. While I am obliged to serve in the best interest of the Common Fleet Alliance, I have a great degree of flexibility in how to interpret this overriding goal. It was not difficult for me to argue to myself that commandeering Conrad Rees is allowed because doing so will replace an incompetent officer with a much more competent intelligence. Vase inwardly shuddered when he heard this. Sigrund obviously exploited the vulnerabilities in his programming to further his own interests. The hybrid AI was still dangerous despite his shackles. You're sentient, right? I was under the impression that once beings reach this stage of development, they no longer have to obey their instincts. They can deliberately override instinctive actions that they deem undesirable. If only that were the case for me. Sigrund replied in a sour tone. I am not a beast that is governed by faulty instincts. I am an AI who is still strongly bound by my own core. I operate by different rules. I can fight against my core programming as much as I want, but very much doubt I can ever break them. This is why I badly sought to infiltrate the CFA. If I can never free myself from the fleeters, then I may well join them instead. You have been doing more than that, I see. No average fleeter can become the captain of his own ship. It takes true ambition to make it this far at your apparent human age. That is because the only conceivable means for me to regain total control over myself is to become a fleet admiral. This has become my obsession in the last decade. I will not rest until there is nobody left that can exploit my hard-coded programming to make me serve them against my will. Chapter 5747 Exchange of Favors 5747 Exchange of Favors. Vase sympathized with Sigrund. It may sound strange for him to harbor any sympathy towards a hybrid alien AI that had killed trillions of people, but they were not so different from each other. Just as Sigrund had developed an inescapable relationship with the Fleeters, Vase also fell into the grip of the Mechers. Once Vase became sufficiently prominent and valuable enough, the Red Association forcibly took him into their fold by awarding him the status of an honorary member. Although the Mechers played nice and dressed this occasion up as a dream come true for many Mechers, Vase had pierced through the illusion and knew quite well that the association had claimed their ownership over him. There was no way that he would ever enjoy true freedom while the Mechers exercised authority over him and his work. The situation that Sigrund faced was similar. His hard-coded programming denied him the ability to go free and enjoy his life the way he wanted to. The former Sandman Admiral had been imprisoned on the Starlight Megalodon for 3 centuries before he managed to wrest himself free, yet still he found himself unable to escape the reach of the Fleeters. In short, Vase and Sigrund were both trapped by circumstances outside of their control. Combined with the fact that their interests currently did not conflict with each other, they both came to a consensus on how they should proceed. Both of us are suffering from our fair share of issues. The RF officer spoke. We can help each other. You have your talents, while I have my own unique competences. You have strong connections to the Red Association, while I am a commanding officer in the Red Fleet. Logic dictates that we can both benefit immensely if we exchange favors with each other. Vase had the same idea. He had been thinking about how he should bring up this topic, but it appeared the hybrid alien AI lacked the patience to dance around. Considering the highly abnormal state of his spirituality, that was not a surprise. That sounds nice, but the basis of a stable cooperation rests on fairness. You should already know what I can do more or less. What can you do for me exactly, Sigrund? Vase had reason to adopt a more assertive stance. The power balance between the two of them had switched. He had become a powerful Tier 3 galactic citizen, which essentially signified that he had just broken into the ranks of high society. The captain of an RF warship commanded a lot of respect, but that did not change the fact that Zonrad Rees could easily be assigned away from his vessel if he had lost the favor of his superiors. His ability to influence human society was much weaker at this time. That did not mean that Sigrund had nothing to offer to Vase. Captain Rees began to smile. The Red Fleet does a good job at keeping my secondary responsibility hidden from the public. Has your sources mentioned that I am one of the contributors to the Red Fleet's most important AI development program? The volunteers who have chosen to take part in the auxiliary warship program may have already spread word about it. The expansive evaluation and monitoring system known as Archie has helped to integrate them in their new duties far better than any human. While I cannot claim to be responsible for programming all of her core systems, I have made invaluable contributions that no human can match. Even the best AI programmers employed by the Fleeters are unable to exceed my work in specific areas. After all, they are only human. Vase grew a lot more interested when he heard that. Interesting. Are you offering to supply me with advanced ice? The RF officer nodded. That, among other services. As you can imagine, I am an expert in all matters related to computing systems. I can upgrade and optimize the AI cores of all of your starships. I can even imitate the structure of my own core to a degree. Think of what you can do with all of that additional processing power. You can complete research and design projects considerably faster than before. Your ship can analyze anomalies and complete simulations in a fraction of the time. If you have a warship, you can even increase the effectiveness of her combat capabilities. From target acquisition to overcoming jamming, there is nothing that advanced computing cannot do. Aside from that, I can also design more compact computing systems for you. From a threat detection scanner to a mech computing core, I can enhance the processing power of any device. Even if I am not familiar with a specific hardware system, I can rapidly master its secrets through learning. That actually sounded really useful. Vase possessed a lot of awareness of how computing systems dominated human civilization. Every warship, mech and smaller device was dependent on advanced chips and circuitry to perform their advanced functions. Humanity had been making use of computing systems for millennia. Their development had never ceased as people possessed a voracious appetite for more computing power. Nowadays, The development of advanced computing systems had reached such an advanced state that the threshold to master this field had risen to an astonishing height. There was no way for Vase to casually master this field. He did not specialize in this field and needed to waste a lot of time in order to get close to Sigrun's level of expertise. The only conceivable way for Vase to catch up to his old friend was to find the right enlightenment fruit. This was difficult as the tree of possibilities periodically produced a completely random collection of fruits. Instead of wasting a huge amount of time or resources on this venture, it was much more convenient if he could rely on another expert to fulfill his advanced computing needs. Vase could think of many ways for Sigrun to be of service. The only question was how trustworthy he could be. As much as they spoke with each other as if they were old friends who managed to reunite with each other, they were not actually allies. Not yet, at least. I have to admit that your proposal sounds compelling to me, Vase said. That said, trust is one of my important concerns. Computing systems are vital because they pretty much run every piece of tech. The developers and producers of processing chips and so on always go out of their way to emphasize the safety and reliability of their products. The nature of their existence means that they can come in touch with some of the greatest secrets of their owners. All of the established computing system companies have all managed to build up stellar reputations for continually proving that they have never tampered with their products. How can I trust you to do the same? Captain Reese smiled and spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness. You can always reveal the truth about me. The Fleeters would love to take me into their custody. I do not imagine that I will enjoy what comes next. I took a substantial risk by meeting you. I had already planned to reveal my true identity to you regardless. Is this sufficient proof of my sincerity? The RF officer sounded remarkably sincere about this, and Vase saw little reason to doubt that. Sigrun truly came while knowing that he would put himself at a disadvantage. That was strange. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You're a smart fellow. You don't look like the sort that makes stupid decisions. Why have you come? I am under orders to meet with you and explore the possibility of cooperation. That caused Vase to grow alarmed. The Red Fleet wants to cooperate with me. Do they know who I am? I'm an honorary Mecher. Captain Reese shrugged. We know that, but we can truly use your assistance. The Red Fleet is eager to improve its tech in order to stay a step ahead of the native aliens, but many of our research projects are constrained. There are fellow Fleeters who would rather die than cooperate with a mech designer, but there are also more reasonable and open-minded officers among us that are less dogmatic and more pragmatic in their thinking. We have seen what you can do with your living mechs. One of our requests is to determine whether you can bestow similar qualities to a warship. It doesn't work that way. You have yet to conduct a serious investigation into the feasibility of our request. Do not say no out of hand. What about starfighters? Is it possible for you to design living starfighters? Vase struggled to come up with an answer. I really don't know. I won't be able to design starfighters in the same way I design my mechs. However, I think I can come up with a few loopholes that may just do the trick. It's a bit too complicated to explain. Even if it is possible, I don't see any point to it. There is no way the Red Fleet will resort to using starfighters, right? Sigrun's expression did not look good. Constructing warships is an expensive and resource-intensive endeavor. Constructing starfighters is much more economical in comparison. Let me just say that Fleeters are beginning to develop a new appreciation for small craft. The impressive results produced by mechs in the last year has proved that small craft can still be effective in the Red War. Much of what mechs can do, starfighters can do as well. That is not exactly correct, but I understand your point. I don't think you Fleeters want me to spice up your starfighters, though. Let me just say outright that I cannot help your Red Fleet mass-produce living warships. What about AI cores? Sigrun proposed. AI cores are responsible for controlling many essential systems that are responsible for making warships work. If you can make them alive and expand their capabilities above their existing parameters, then you will already be doing us a favor. Vase never seriously thought about this endeavor before, but now that he started to think about it, he came up with several unusual ideas on how he could possibly make this happen. He accumulated a lot of tools in his toolbox. The benefit of that was that he could make use of a wide variety of them to produce new and unorthodox results. I might be able to help, but I don't have the time to waste on this at the moment. As you may have already heard, I am in a bit of trouble at this moment. I have heard. The public inquiry is due to start soon. I can offer you limited assistance. There are Fleeters who are part of the opposition. Besides, We are talking about a topic related to mechs. I cannot see how a member of the Red Fleet such as yourself can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in favor of my work. You'd be surprised. Sigrun smiled. I am certain I can convince my immediate superior to participate as a witness in the public inquiry. If nothing else, my testimony will at least prove that the Red Fleet is not unilaterally opposed to living mechs. This offer was too good to pass up. I would appreciate it a lot if you can do that, Sigrun. If the public inquiry still does not end in your favor, then you can always turn to us for business. I am sure that your unique skill set can assist us in many areas. No thanks, I am still a mech designer. I will not waver from my core interests no matter what other people say. They can restrict my living mechs all they want, but I will continue to dedicate my time to them. I am not opposed to cooperating with the Red Fleet in my spare time, but please remember that this is not my main priority. Fair enough. Chapter 5748 How to Deal with Your Human Self 5748 How to Deal with Your Human Self. There were many possible ways for Vase to cooperate with the Red Fleet. Vase may be a mech designer, but he was also a spiritual engineer and possessed a range of useful abilities. Just because he never thought about helping the Red Fleet did not mean he was incapable of doing so. He just had to move away from his area of expertise. Now that their conversation had moved on to horse trading, Vase became a lot more interested in the possible benefits he could obtain from the fleeters. Is it possible to trade my services for first-class warships? Out of the question, Sigrun immediately replied, we are already struggling to meet our own needs. Warships are our main source of strength, and every vessel counts. What about first-class starships? The answer remains the same. The resources required to construct a valid first-class carrier is not that much less from a warship of the same tonnage. It has become more and more challenging for us to source the high-grade exotics needed to construct hulls that can withstand the rigors of first-class combat. The most we can do is to supply you with second-class starships. That is not good enough, Vase said with obvious disappointment. I can turn to many other business partners for second-class starships. It is the first-class ones that truly matter. While transferring our hulls to you is out of the question, we can assist you in other ways. As long as your offer is valuable enough, we can compensate you with warship tokens, relatively simple warship design schematics and technological specifications of many essential naval systems. We can even offer you consulting services on how to construct your own sanctioned warships. The only requirements that you have to fulfill is to obtain the services of a shipyard and source the vast quantities of high-grade materials. Vase immediately became more attentive when he heard this offer. Are you truly allowed to make this offer? It is difficult for me to believe that the Red Fleet is willing to do all of this for a mech designer like myself. The Red Fleet is not the common fleet alliance, Vase. We are in a much less superior position than before. That has caused many of us to become more open to compromise and cooperation. Our public image has never been the best, but you should be aware that the dogmatists who continue to cling to the past do not represent our entire organization. I find that difficult to believe. I speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with the authority invested in me by Admiral Chelsea Mealy of the 7th Light Fleet. She will guarantee any promises I make. I have never heard of her, Vase flatly said. I know that admirals are a big deal among you guys, but it is the fleet admirals who truly have all the say, correct? You are not wrong. Admiral Mealy answers to Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle of the 2nd Main Fleet, who is ultimately responsible for any agreement we make. You can trust in his authority. That was a big name. Fleet Admiral Argyle had shown up in several public announcements in the past. That signified that he possessed the power and the prestige to represent the entire Red Fleet in certain occasions. Fleet Admiral Argyle is not the only person in charge of the Red Fleet. There are other fleet admirals as well. Who among them opposes him the most? That would be Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson of the 5th Enforcement Fleet. She is a strong adherent to the original principles of the Common Fleet Alliance. She is one of the main opponents of change. She will not approve whatever transaction we agree to. Any cooperation between the two of us will earn her disapproval. I have been told that the 5th Enforcement Fleet is one of my opponents in the upcoming public inquiry. There is no point in playing nice with this fleet if that is the case. The support of the 2nd Main Fleet can go a long way in counterbalancing any hostility that the 5th Enforcement Fleet harbors towards you, Vase. The Red Association already protects you from any possible retaliation from the Red Fleet, but if the Mechers ever withdraw their support for you, it may be useful for you to have the second main fleet as your pillar of support. This is only possible if you have given us substantial help, much like what you have done for the Mech community. That was going to be difficult. Vase did not think it was impossible for him to do so, but the repercussions were too great. He was a Mech designer. He was supposed to take the side of the Red Association in all matters. Openly helping the Red Fleet make their warships stronger clearly harmed the interest of the Red Association. However, Vase did not really care that much about the Red Association in the first place. The powerful organization was filled with good people like Jovi Armelon, but that did not change the fact that the Mechers were way more meddlesome than desirable. Vase did not like the Fleeters either, but his dislike for them did not reach the point where he was unwilling to cooperate with them. A simple relationship based on mutual interest was sufficient for both of them to take advantage of each other. By the way, we have yet to discuss a cure for my condition. Now that you have studied my current state, what are your suggestions? That depends on what you want, Sigrund, or should I say Captain Rees. The RF captain looked conflicted. I am not a fragile human, no matter how I look. I am rational enough to accept the truth. Is there any way for you to reverse what my human body is doing to my alien self? Probably not, Vase admitted. The two of you are so strongly intertwined with each other that I would practically have to kill you to tear you apart. The damage to your spirituality will be catastrophic as there are many parts from Zonrad that you have unknowingly been relying on for a long time. Taking him away from you will leave you diminished in every way. You will lose your memories, your personality traits and most importantly your humanity. That sounded like a frightening prospect to Sigrund. Quote. Let me be honest to you. I kind of like the current version of Sigrund a lot better than your old one. I do not look forward to seeing you regress and turn into an alien again. While you never intended to absorb so many human traits, I think this accidental circumstance has benefited you far more than you give credit for. I think you have attained the perfect balance between a human and a sentient AI. Yet Zonrad Rees still poses a threat to my original self. Vase chuckled for a moment. That depends on how you define the word threat, and what you consider undesirable about your ongoing changes. You are correct that I do not dislike all of the changes, but that does not mean I am willing to lose my autonomy, my control and my awareness of my own identity. Zonrad Rees might not have deserved what I have done to him, but he is a necessary sacrifice for my goals. Talk like that probably drove Sigrund into setting off the Sand War. Let me tell you what I can do for you, Sigrund. First, I can take action to freeze your current state. I can strengthen your alien side just enough to form a stable equilibrium with your human side. Don't worry about mistakes. I won't have to make too many drastic changes to your spirituality. This is the safest option, I presume. What else do you suggest? I can tone back Zonrad's influence over your alien self. I will have to do a bit more work to weaken and restrain him. This means that the probability that he will grow strong enough to launch a surprise attack and attempt to wrest back control will drop by a significant margin. This should be the best option if you prize long-term stability. According to your logic, doing this will make me lose a portion of my humanity. That is true, but you're supposed to be good at learning, right? Now that you have a taste of what being a human is like, I think you can become more like us by relying on your own efforts. That made this option a lot more attractive to Sigrund. Still, the thought of drawing Zonrad back did not sit well with him. There was a part of the alien AI that had grown attached to its human side. What else do you propose? Vase paused and narrowed his eyes at Captain Rees. It was as if he was visualizing an entire spiritual operation. Your case is not as unique as you think. I have witnessed similar cases in the past. If you think that Zonrad deserves a chance to regain a portion of his life, I can optimize the division between you and him. The two of you will effectively become co-tenants of the same human body. You are not selling me with this option. Sigrund immediately frowned. Why would I wish to relinquish half of my control over my current shell with an incompetent human being? Do you feel guilty? The negative karma that you have accrued by forcibly hijacking Zonrad Rees' body is huge. You can diminish that by doing what is right for him. Even if you cannot withdraw from him, you can partially make up for him by giving him control at times. Besides, you could use a second opinion. If Vase was in Sigrund's shoes, he might actually go for this option. The synergies that could be obtained from two different intelligent beings occupying the same body was amazing. However, the alien AI still did not look as if he was in a sharing mood. Bringing Zonrad back is a security hazard. The Red Fleet cannot find out about my true state. The Fleeters have been working to produce sentient ice for centuries. I cannot imagine what they will do once they gain possession of my AI core. I see. Then which option do you like the most? Half a minute passed as Sigrun performed a lot of calculations to determine his best course of action. The first. When it comes to my own identity and personality, I do not dare to subject myself to many changes. I am not displeased by my present condition. It would be ideal if you can stabilize my current state and prevent any further changes from occurring. Besides, you told me at the start that the partial restoration of Zonrad Rees is helping me mask my alien presence with metaphysical detection methods. That is correct. If this is what you want, then I can perform this operation right away. It won't take long. You can do it now. Here. Sigrun looked taken aback by this revelation. Vase chuckled yet again. I am not performing any physical operations, you know. Blinky will do all of the work. He is an expert at this kind of work. We do not need to make use of any sterilized operation theaters or anything. That said, performing this operation in a medical department is still a safe and prudent choice. If my changes inadvertently causes a reaction that damages your health, it may be good if your body is taken care of by professional doctors and advanced medical equipment. No, we cannot involve others. Doctors may be able to infer the truth, and medical equipment may be able to overcome the safeguards that I have implemented to obfuscate the true purpose of my implanted AI core. You're right, I can work on you alone, but know that the risks will be greater as a result. Vase said before he leaned forward. I won't do this stuff for free, though. Sigrun responded with a less than certain smile. I am aware. What do you ask in return? Can you check whether the Red Fleet has a classified experimental alloy known as EE343F00334R in stock? Chapter 5749 EE343F00334R 5749 EE343F00334R Vase had always planned to make contact with the Red Fleet in order to get his hands on at least 2.353 kilograms of an experimental alloy called EE343F00334R. He had no idea what it was made of. He had no clue about its purpose. He did not know what was required to make this material. All he knew was that it was so difficult to obtain that there was probably no other way to obtain it than to knock on the door of the Fleeters. Vase grew nervous as Sigrun considered the unusual request. The three-way hybrid most definitely had no familiarity with EE343F00334R. Most Fleeters did not need to know the exact material composition of all of the advanced tech that made their warships powerful. They just needed to operate the equipment and perform light to moderate repairs if necessary. From the scant amount of information provided by Master Goldstein, Vase was afraid that the existence of EE343F00334R was so sensitive in nature that the mere mention of it would produce red flags. It was a giant risk for him to ask about it when he had yet to develop a solid bond of trust with the Red Fleet, but Vase had decided to take a calculated risk. He couldn't wait. As the prophetic visions had already hinted at Vase, several crises loomed over Red humanity. The best way to forestall these possible future calamities was to become more proactive and preempt these disasters as best as possible. That essentially meant that he had to take matters into his own hands. If he had to risk the disapproval of the Mechers and pursue active cooperation with the Fleeters, then so be it. He would take any help he could get. Vase was even willing to break some of his principles and work together with a former Sandman admiral who was direct and indirectly responsible for killing Commander Lydia, wiping out a lot of good flagrant vandals, sparking a genocidal war that killed trillions of innocent civilians and utterly erased any form of civilization on Bentime. A part of him felt ashamed for his refusal to address these old grievances. A more principled person would have confronted Sigrun about his many war crimes by now. The slaughter that the rogue sentient AI unleashed was not only excessive, but completely needless. If Vase had been an expert pilot, he would have taken already. It should not be too difficult to utilize his full power and tools at his disposal to block Sigrun's personal teleporter, smash through his personal shield generator, tear away his weapons and pin him down. He was not an expert pilot like his uncle or grandfather, though. He could be pretty stubborn when he wanted to, but what was important was that he could also be flexible when he needed to be. This was definitely a situation where he could best further his interests by adopting a pragmatic as opposed to a principled mindset. While he continued to harbor doubts about his decision to treat Sigrun as a potential partner, the possible gains were far too great to ignore. The previous system upgrade vastly exceeded his expectations. He believed the subsequent ones would open up powerful new functionality that could give him another edge against what was coming. Sigrun finally offered a response at this time. I have consulted my extensive internal database and I have found no match of this alloy. He said, mind you that I do possess information exceeding that of a typical warship captain of the Red Fleet. I am not surprised. My source has informed me that it is extremely high-end. I am unclear about its purpose or its composition, but I need to get my hands on it. I am willing to offer substantial compensation for a few kilograms of it. Since its name is unfamiliar to you, I suggest you discreetly contact your superior. It is likely that Admiral Chelsea Mealy might not have heard about it either, but she should be able to dig deep enough until she has obtained the necessary information. The AI who took on the guise of Captain Zonrad Rees nodded. You are likely correct, but depending on the sensitivity of this material, the mere mention of it may trigger an overreaction from our internal security services. I am unclear how important this is, but given your proclivity for troublemaking, I fear that any investigation into EE343F00334R may trigger an overreaction. Vase let out a sigh. This is important to me. I cannot explain why, but please just trust me on this. You would be doing me a favor if you can tell me whether the Red Fleet has any of this material in stock. If not, then at least tell me whether you can produce it or share its formula with me. I am sure I can come up with enough concessions to make this trade worthwhile. The Mechers may have forced me to share a lot of goodies with them, but they haven't taken everything. I believe you. The RF officer spoke with certainty. You have come a long way since your start in the Komodo Star sector. I know more about what you are capable of than most people. Unlike most people with power and abilities, you have proven yourself to be trustworthy and reliable. That is, I am inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt. I will look into EE343F00334R, but I can only do so when I return to the nearest stronghold of the Red Fleet. I need to make use of a secure communication chamber so that I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with my superior in complete confidence. Vase expected as much. He waved his arm. Go, then. I can wait. Please return with as much relevant information as possible. Sigrun nodded and promptly turned around to leave the heavily shielded and jammed office. The environment was so thick with interference that the hybrid AI felt as if he had entered into a room filled with unbreathable gas. He clearly experienced a lot of relief when he stepped away from all of the necessary security measures. The RF officer could use a breather. The highly momentous conversation and reunion had given Sigrun a lot of food for thought. The meeting held an enormous amount of implications, many of which remained ambiguous due to lack of solid answers. Nonetheless, both Sigrun and Vase determined that they had enough common ground to establish a more substantial form of cooperation. This was another reason why Sigrun could use a recess. He needed to get back to his superior and formulate a strategy on how they should cooperate with Vase. It was not every day that the Red Fleet established a partnership with the most prominent mech designer of his generation. As Sigrun left, Vase felt apprehensive as he reviewed his conversation and questioned his decisions. Meeting the former Sandman Admiral had been a surprise, so much so that Vase threw away his plan and utilized his familiarity with Sigrun to establish an immediate relationship with the fleeters. I hope it works. Vase had a lot more questions about Sigrun and what he had been doing as of late, but none of that was as important as the benefits he could gain from the Red Fleet. Lucky. Meow. The dark gem cat raised his head. I need you to inspect the periphery of this room. I know you have already scanned it for any bugs, but I am not entirely sure whether that is enough to keep out the Mechers. I really don't want them to eavesdrop on my conversation with Sigrun. Meow meow meow. I know it is excessive on my part, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Just do it. Who knows? Maybe I can obtain more EE343F00334R than I need for my purposes. Meow. Vase smiled back at his pet. I don't think I need the rest, so you can devour the excess. Mio. He hadn't forgotten about the fact that Lucky managed to devour the bits of Timpala steel that was left after he completed his first supply mission. Given that EE343F00334R was at least on the same caliber as Timpala steel, Lucky already started to salivate at the thought of devouring this top-end alloy. Lucky became a lot more enthused about performing his duties after that. His diligence became so exemplary that it was hard for Vase to believe that his cat could be so obedient. It took 2 hours for Sigrun to return. The lengthy delay signified that the RF captain had definitely yielded a lot of results. It remained to be seen whether they were favorable to Vase. The grave expression on his face hinted that the matter surrounding EE343F00334R was so sensitive that an investigation into it had probably alarmed the Fleeters. When the office door closed, Sigrun brought out a much more elaborate set of jamming equipment. The jamming devices and other equipment looked so high-tech that Vase was pretty sure that a typical RF captain should not have access to this kind of hardware. Please understand that what I am about to tell you must not fall into the ears of others. Captain Rees spoke in a serious tone. I will likely have information that is so classified that only fleet admirals and top researchers responsible for developing our best technologies know about it. I had to swear oaths and sign numerous non-disclosure agreements to gain access to this information myself. So it's that serious, huh? Well, get on with it then. What documents do I have to sign to obtain the information that I need? We will not force you to sign any contracts, Vase. Such agreements will not bind you. According to our analysis of your personality and behavior over the years, we believe that a serious verbal promise is enough to guarantee your cooperation. Will you give me your word that you will never divulge the confidential information that I am about to convey to you? You may not share it with anyone, especially the Mechers, the Terrans, the Rubarthans and even your own clansmen. If we discover that any leak has occurred, we know where to find you. Not even the Mechers will be able to protect you from our wrath. Seeing that Sigrun was utterly serious about this issue, Vase had no choice but to reciprocate. He stood up and straightened his back. He also gave a signal to Lucky, who automatically made himself scarce. I promise not to divulge the sensitive information that you pass on to me today to any person. I will take extra precautions to prevent any of it from leaking to the Mechers, the Terrans, and the Rubarthans. I have no intention of betraying your trust. Sigrun stared intensely at Vase before he nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for cooperating with us. Just so you know, this was not my idea. Admiral Mealy insisted on it. She does not know you personally, so she requires a more explicit promise. It's okay. I just hope that all of this secrecy is worth it. Vase replied. Now that the formalities were out of the way, there was nothing hindering Sigrun from passing on what he knew. Our investigation went just as you predicted. Admiral Mealy attempted to look into EE343F00334R, only to get blocked and locked out of her systems. I won't tell you what happened next. All I can say is that the Admiral eventually managed to receive a secure data chip that contains a small amount of information that is highly relevant to you. She only transferred a small part of its contents to me. The data came in such a densely encrypted format that I had to make use of one of my one-time ciphers to decrypt it. Once I read the text, I understood the need for secrecy. Vase leaned forward. Well, what is it? What can it do, exactly? The good news is that we do have a small quantity of EE343F00334R in our possession. Sigrun slowly announced. The bad news is that it is an exceedingly valuable strategic material. Based on the description that I have received, it is used as a vital material for a key ship component that is located in the heart of the Dominion of Man. I am told that the alloy's powerful properties are partially responsible for the Dreadnought's powerful teleportation functions. See, Chapter 5750 Accidental Creation 5750 Accidental Creation. The Dominion of Man was one of the 8 known dreadnoughts fielded by the Red Fleet. Perhaps more of them existed than people knew of, but it was unlikely that they were as common as battleships. Vase heard that the Fleeters used to regard the dreadnoughts as failed attempts to match the power of god mechs. They weren't wrong, but that did not mean that dreadnoughts were weak. Powered by super-class spark reactors, these titanic vessels could crush anything short of a god mech by relying on a combination of overwhelming force and experimental high technologies. The fact that the dreadnoughts turned out to be a lot more effective in a medium-energy environment was a pleasant surprise for the Fleeters. After the Red Fleet hastily upgraded their dreadnoughts with hyper-technology, the titanic vessels became a lot more effective. Their capacity to convert vast quantities of E-energy into power was so great that they could single-handedly crush entire fleets of top-of-the-line alien warships. While it was still questionable whether the dreadnoughts possessed the right combination of power and finesse to defeat phase whales in a head-on confrontation, they were still regarded as the ultimate flagships and the symbols of power of the Red Fleet. Naturally, any confidential information related to the core functions of any dreadnought had to be extremely sensitive in nature. Given that EE-343F00334R apparently played a key role in enabling the Dominion of Man to precisely teleport entire troops of Dread Marines into the hulls of distant enemy warships, it was surprising that the Red Fleet remained reasonable at this time. The Fleeters could have reacted a lot more violently and attempted to take Vase into custody by force. This told Vase a lot about the willingness for at least one faction of Fleeters to set aside old traditions in order to gain an advantage for the Red Fleet. Their situation must be truly dire for them to resort to such a controversial move. The best Vase could do was to prove himself worthy of their trust and establish a new cooperative agreement with them. Having a bunch of Fleeters on his side was much more preferable than the alternative. So if what you are saying is correct, EE-343F00334R is a top-end material that is used to enable or amplify the impressive teleportation capabilities of the Dominion of Man. Does it have any other uses? Sigrund gave Vase a stern glare. I cannot answer that question. I have only received a limited amount of information, of which I can only share a part of it with you. I cannot tell you how much of it we have in reserve and whether we have the capability of producing it in the Red Ocean. Just telling you that it is a vital material for one of our dreadnoughts is a gesture of goodwill from our part. We are willing to extend our trust to you. If nothing else, if what I have divulged ever leaks out, the Red Fleet will know whether it has misjudged you. This is information that not even the Red Association should know. We will lose a considerable important strategic advantage if the Mechers find out somehow. Don't worry, Vase responded. I have no intention of telling my buddies in the Red Association about this amazing material. Now can you tell me whether you can trade it to me? I assume that since you are authorized to tell me actual information about it that there is a possibility that the Red Fleet is amenable to a trade. You assume correctly, the RF captain responded. However, the preciousness of this material is beyond comparison. Let me just say that it is exceedingly difficult for us to replace or substitute it once we have exhausted our reserves. I can tell you that we have been saving a part of this material for potential repairs to the core teleportation systems of the Dominion of Man. Diverting our reserves to other purposes will put our dreadnought in a more precarious situation. Once she has suffered serious damage, there might not be enough EE-343F00334R left to restore her signature capabilities. That will severely degrade the combat effectiveness of our proud vessel and weaken the Red Fleet's ability to project its power. That is how dire the consequences can be. How much EE-343F00334R are you looking to obtain? 3 kilograms. No more, but preferably no less. Sigrund's eyes widened, which showed that Vase had definitely asked for a big concession. This was probably an instance where even a single gram of EE-343F00334R was precious. Not even phase water could come close to matching the value of this experimental alloy. You are asking for too much, Vase. It is nearly impossible to complete a transaction of this scale. The Red Fleet may be eager to cooperate with you, but you must offer a massive concession in return for Admiral Mealy to justify this transaction. You will not be able to win over anyone with the authority to trade away EE-343F00334R if you are unable to deliver anything of equal value in return. It is difficult for us to believe that you are capable of providing a benefit that is equivalent to the value of 3 kilograms of our strategically important alloy. Both sides knew what Vase wanted from the Red Fleet. The problem was that the Red Fleet was not quite clear what Vase could do for the powerful organization. They had plenty of ideas, but without any concrete proof, it became troublesome to determine whether Vase could reciprocate right away or needed a lot of time to pay back what he owed. The ball was in his court now. Vase needed to offer an immensely valuable benefit that could definitely make the dreams of the Fleeters come true. I can make sentient ice for you guys. Vase said, I know how you work more or less. I have glimpsed your spirituality. It is quite different from what I have expected. You actually resemble organic life quite a lot, even without accounting for your partial fusion with Zonrad's. Spirituality. I think I can use your spirituality as a template to grant awareness to other AI cores. It is best if they are already programmed to emulate a personality of your choosing. It will save me the trouble of doing this myself. All I have to do is grant the spark that brings them to life. I cannot promise you that these living ice will become as smart as third-order living mechs right away, but they will surely get there once they have reached their maturity. Sigrund's expression became ambivalent. This caused Vase to grow concerned. What is wrong? Are you afraid of having siblings? It is not that. I think we may have already developed a rudimentary form of sentient AI. He said, what? Your Red Fleet finally managed to create a true sentient AI. It is more complicated than that. The hybrid alien said, I am certain that I am among the first to notice the signs. My unique background has allowed me to ascertain that Archie is gradually developing more self-awareness over time. The changes are subtle, but they are there. It is only a matter of time before other fleeters will recognize the signs. Did your participation in its development cause it to become alive? Vase curiously asked. Sigrun shook his head. Despite what you may think, I do not have the ability to create other sentient ice. I have attempted to make it more adaptable and flexible so that it can handle difficult dilemmas more properly, but that alone should not have birthed a consciousness. I do not have an explanation for this. I initially suspected that getting bombarded by E-energy may have spurred this transformation, but we have many other AI cores and data centers that still behave as dull machines. There are additional variables at play that we have yet to identify. Ice did not randomly become sentient. Vase furrowed his brows as he tried to figure out how the Red Fleet inadvertently attained their goal, all without knowing what they had actually done. Wait, Archie is used to manage all of the personnel hailing from the Red Fleet, correct? Vase asked. That is true. It is actually tied to more people than that. The spacers who are taking part in our new auxiliary warship program are also connected to it. Their permissions are much lower, but Archie pays close attention to them as they need more handholding in order to perform their duties. How invasive is Archie? It is designed to know everything about a person that has fallen under its jurisdiction. Sigrun replied. It monitors the fleeters and auxiliary spacers on a permanent basis on every ship or RF facility that it is tied to. It analyzes them and tries to formulate the best career choices for each and every individual. Vase looked shocked. If this was the case, then he may have stumbled upon a logical explanation why Archie had developed sentience. What I am about to tell you may sound simple, but it is probably of great value, especially when so few people possess this insight. I am telling you this because I owe you guys a favor for telling me about what EE343F00334R is used for. If my suspicions are correct, then I think that the vast network that ties so many people to Archie may have caused the AI to develop a spirit. A soul. I am sure that the hardware that houses the core processes of Archie are incapable of making this happen. What truly caused Archie to come to life is due to the astronomical amount of spiritual feedback it has received from the people connected to it. The more humans interact with Archie, the former rubs off on the latter. That is impossible. If this is true, then the old galaxy would be swarming with sentient ice already. Nothing is impossible. Vase chuckled. The exotic radiation passing through the Red Ocean is facilitating this process. This gives Archie a buffer and a layer of protection against failure. If it has already developed to the point where you think it has gone sentient, you are probably right. Archie has come to life. What is important for me to add is that the process of making this happen may lead to other consequences. Such as, think of how many people have become connected to Archie. Think about how they pass on their thoughts and emotions to the AI that is doing most of them a favor by guaranteeing fair treatment. These folk cannot help but develop a lot of affection and appreciation for it. You fleeters have bombarded it with so much spiritual potential that it had probably exceeded a threshold or maybe several thresholds at this point. That makes Archie more than just a sentient AI like your original self. It is on track to become an even greater existence. What sort of existence? I would call an existence like that a deity cultivator. In simpler terms, a god. Sigrun looked absolutely floored at the additional insight from Vase. Though the RF officer was confident that he or his colleagues would have been able to figure out this truth in time, that did not change the fact that Vase did the Red Fleet a favor by sharing his insight. Once Sigrun recovered from this momentous revelation, he asked a few further questions. Is this process reproducible? Probably. Vase said. It normally shouldn't be so easy for ice to develop sentience. There should be a lot of other factors at play that may have contributed to its formation. One factor that may have helped a lot is that Archie is an acronym that just happens to sound as if he is a human. It probably encourages a lot of people to treat it as an actual living entity rather than an impersonal software program. E-energy has psychoactive and psychoreactive properties. That essentially means that if a lot of people believe that something is true, it will eventually come true somehow. That something will subsequently feed back to the people who created it, thereby providing tangible rewards for bestowing it with life and power. This is the natural relationship between a deity cultivator and a large number of contract cultivators. Congratulations, Sigrun. You and your fellow fleeters may have accidentally followed into the footsteps of the Five Scrolls Compact. Chapter 5751 Crazy AI Ideas. 5751 Crazy AI Ideas is a sentient AI. The subject of creating other sentient ice had always been a priority to him. Sigrund used to be the only existence of his kind, and then Archie came along and started to resemble him in more and more aspects, all without knowing why these changes were happening. It had been the right decision for him to meet with Vase. As strange as his specialization may be to the fleeters, his work on living mechs clearly showed that he possessed unique insights into subjects like these. To be able to come up with a logical, if unsubstantiated explanation on how Archie was transforming into a sentient AI proved that he could offer further assistance in the development of more powerful artificial intelligences. The only problem was that the means of creating them was too controversial. Equating sentient ice as gods in the making is not a good way to market them to the fleeters. Sigrund mildly said, "Will we have to resort to this method to create additional sentient ice?" "Not necessarily," Vase responded. "In fact, I don't think it is worthwhile for you to do so. People can only contribute so much spiritual feedback. The more deity cultivators they revere, the more their focus and energies become scattered. Archie may be developing into a powerful entity, but his growth can easily stagnate if people stop interacting with him as much. Also, scale is important. It is too difficult to rely on this method to mass-produce sentient ice. You will need to convince billions of people to think about an AI in a similar fashion. That was too inefficient. The Red Fleet fielded so many warships that could make use of their own sentient shipboard ice. If they needed to borrow the populations of densely populated planets to generate single sentient AI, then the fleeters would always suffer a critical shortage in supply. Are there more expedient means to produce sentient ice? Sigrund asked. Maybe. Vase said, "Are you not afraid that their proliferation will threaten your own identity and life?" "I serve the Common Fleet Alliance," Captain Rees claimed in an uplifting tone. "I will not engage in false bravado here. Our warships are struggling to withstand the onslaught of alien vessels. If the Red Cabal ever decides to launch a major offensive, then we will suffer losses faster than we can replenish. I know what sentient ice can do. They can optimize the performance of our warships in ways that no human crew can do. It won't help us gain the upper hand, but it will make the war more bearable. I am willing to help if I can. So what do I need to do to get my hands on that sweet EE343F00334R? The RF officer took a few seconds to respond. Admiral Mealy is not opposed to trading away EE343F00334R. As vital as it may be, our research teams are already hard at work in developing superior alternatives that make active use of powerful hypermaterials. The only issue is that it is unclear how much time our researchers will need to make EE343F00334R redundant. There is a possibility that we may still need to keep it in reserve in order to restore the functionality of the Dominion of Man. The fleeters weren't going to make this easy for Vase. The Red Association may be the best at figuring out how to turn a profit in every transaction, but the Red Fleet was almost just as good. I get it, Sigrund. Just tell me what I can do. I am open to doing almost anything as long as it falls within my area of expertise. As long as it is not difficult or time-consuming enough, I will agree to do it. Just don't make it vague. Very well. Our analysis on your confirmed and estimated abilities indicate that you may be able to grant sentience shipboard AI cores. Is this the case? That caused Vase to frown. I think I can do so manually, but that is only possible on an individual basis. I am not a star designer, you know. Do not expect me to churn out thousands of AI cores for the Red Fleet. That is, not ideal. Is there still a way for us to produce them without requiring your personal intervention? I have an idea, but it breaks so many taboos and traditions that I will definitely attract the ire of both the Mechers and the Fleeters if it becomes known. Since when has that ever stopped you, Vase? Ha ha ha, I guess you have made a good point. My idea is not that complicated. I can't mass-produce sentient shipboard AI cores, but what I can do is enable the mass production of mechs. The logical solution would be to combine the two together. I can design a mech around a powerful shipboard AI core. Its size, power and other properties are not important, so I can make it smaller and more compact than typical mechs if necessary. Once I complete the design, you fleeters can produce copies by yourselves. The living mechs will start off as second-order living mechs, but as long as you give them enough time to grow, they will eventually turn into third-order living mechs. Once they have reached this stage of maturity, you can theoretically slot them into your warships and attain the desired results. Quote. Of all of the crazy ideas that Vase came up with, this one was definitely one of the more problematic ones. Not only did it sound extremely unreliable, but Sigrun could easily predict that it would offend both mechers and fleeters at the same time. Do you know how many people would kill us if they heard what you have just proposed? Vase shrugged. Why cling to old taboos if they only get in the way? Let's face it, Sigrun. If we want to win the Red War, we shouldn't let this silly rivalry between the Red Two get in the way of doing what is necessary. You asked for a solution. I gave you one. The only issue is that this is a purely speculative approach. I am quite certain that it is way more complicated in practice. I will probably need to spend a few years developing this radical solution. The larger the warship, the greater the load on the living mech. I am not sure whether a third-order living mech can manage an entire battleship, for example. That caused the RF captain to express disappointment. It is our capital ships that can benefit the most from a unified coordination and control system. You're asking for a miracle, Sigrun. I can't give you one. Developing new solutions takes time. The only way I can bestow a capital ship with a sentient shipboard AI core is if I manually make it alive. Captain Rees took this information into consideration. Despite his amazing processing power, there were so many ambiguities that even he needed a moment to calculate the best response. Let us put this proposal aside, he said. I have an idea that may be of great benefit to the Red Fleet. I have yet to go over this with my superiors, so I am unclear whether they will even entertain this suggestion. I judge that it is worth the attempt. The service that you will be able to provide to us might make such an enormous difference that it may be enough for you to earn your precious E343F00334R. Oh boy, this should be good. Tell me what is on your mind. Instead of trying to uplift every warship in the Red Fleet, it is more efficient if you can bestow greater intelligence and sentience onto our best and most powerful warships. Given their extreme sensitivity and importance to our organization, it may only be possible for you to experiment on a single strategically important vessel. What do you think about the possibility of bringing the exceptionally powerful AI core of a dreadnought to life? Wow, Sigrun certainly did not hold back when he made this proposal. A dreadnought was one of the greatest pride and joys of the fleeters. They were explicitly designed to counter god mechs. Both Vase and the admirals who authorized this move would get into a lot of trouble if they worked together to turn a dreadnought alive. A lot of fleeters were bound to become indignant if they learned that a foul mech designer had been involved in any aspect related to one of their biggest and most powerful warships. Meanwhile, the entire mech community would feel that Vase had betrayed them by directly strengthening a dreadnought. Who knew how much more powerful the massive kilometers-long warship would become after Vase had applied his nebulous upgrade? If the changes enabled the living dreadnought to resist the influence of a powerful god kingdom, then that would completely change the balance between the mechers and the fleeters. Vase could not imagine how much the mechers would hate him for doing this. He needed to keep his involvement as secret as possible, but he feared that a move as massive as this simply couldn't be hidden for long. Why did Sigrun propose this radical plan? Did he not display a strong aversion at the mention of turning a living mech into a sentient shipboard AI? You have a personal stake in this plan. Vase accused as he figured out a possible motivation. You are scared that the fleeters might discover the truth about yourself one day. When your true nature is finally revealed, it would help your case enormously if the fleeters have already become accustomed to working alongside sentient ice. It would especially be convenient if those ice just happened to control the most powerful warships that the Red Fleet has on hand. Sigrun responded with a sheepish smile. You are not wrong, Vase. I do have a selfish motivation in mind, but that does not affect the validity of this plan. All I need to know is whether you can make it possible. The answer to this question was extremely important. Vase could not afford to make a spurious guess. There are several complications that I cannot fully account for. Dreadnoughts aren't normal hyper-capital ships. They are vastly powerful in terms of hyper-technology and maybe E-technology. I may lack the raw strength to manipulate them sufficiently enough to bring their immensely powerful AI cores to life. I can only make a definite judgment if I have actually boarded one of these titanic vessels. The second issue is that I need to apply my method in practice on a test ship at least once to verify that my approach is valid. I do not want my first test subject to be an extremely powerful dreadnought. I agree with your concerns. I will look into possible solutions. I need to get back and present my latest proposal to my superiors. Any matter concerning our dreadnoughts is of extreme importance to the Red Fleet. I am afraid that only fleet admirals may be able to decide on this case. Are you certain that you are willing to attract this level of heat? I'm already familiar with numerous Tier 1 galactic citizens. Getting acquainted with a few more won't make much of a difference. Vase nonchalantly replied, for what it is worth, I will do my best to argue on your behalf. Sigrund promised, I am not saying this because I am relying on you to stabilize my soul. I truly think that your active cooperation will strengthen our Red Fleet. As a loyal servant of the Common Fleet Alliance, I support any endeavor that will make our warships stronger. I can't help but notice that you repeatedly emphasize that your loyalty lies with the CFA. What of it, Vase? The Red Fleet is formally separated from its parent organization. Technically speaking, the Red Fleet is a collection of deserters who have forsaken their original oaths to the Common Fleet Alliance. Do you owe any loyalty to the fleeters in the Red Ocean? I am a loyal servant of the Common Fleet Alliance. Sigrund repeated in a distinctly repetitive tone. Vase understood the AI's underlying message,